1051 The conditions for resurrection. 1. The yellow-green mosses on the ground were like a soft carpet, giving people a comfortable feeling. If there was sunlight, it would be a great pleasure to sleep on such a ground. At this moment, the ground was covered with a cloak, and the little bird was lying on it calmly. However, this scene was not about enjoying a leisurely time, but the separation of life and death. Robert sat on the ground at the side, his face covered in dust and scars. He looked at the little bird's face silently, as if he was possessed. The Tigerman captain and the others stood to the side with a faint look of sorrow on their faces. Seeing Zhen Tang walking over, the Tigerman captain was about to speak but was stopped by Zhen Tang. Tang Zhen slowly walked in front of Robert. He lowered his head and glanced at the little bird's corpse. After which, he turned his gaze to Robert. Death is something that all living beings have to face. It may come sooner or later, but it will always come. I can see that you have deep feelings for this girl, so I can make an exception and help you this time. Robert raised his head stiffly. His blood-red eyes were filled with deep sorrow and a faint sense of confusion. Tang Zhen didn't keep him in suspense and said to Robert, I can help the little bird resurrect and let her appear in front of you again. Robert abruptly stood up when he heard this. He quickly rushed to Tang Zhen with an expression of urgency and wild joy. City Lord, you're not lying to me again, right? After saying this, Robert suddenly realized that his question might make Tang Zhen unhappy. Therefore, in his panic and self-blame, he quickly knelt on one knee. As long as the little bird can be resurrected, I'm willing to pay any price. His words were firm, proving how anxious Robert was. The tiger captain and the others also walked over after recovering from their shock and knelt in front of Tang Zhen. Regardless of whether Tang Zhen's words were true or false, they would definitely not give up as long as there was a trace of hope. Tang Zhen gently nodded his head upon seeing this. He used a faint tone and said, The reason why I took the initiative to help you is mainly because I think highly of your talent. Of course, the sincere friendship between you two is also one of the reasons why I decided to help you. In the end, the little bird was sacrificed for my holy dragon city. It was only right for me to help her once. When he said this, Tang Zhen's tone became somewhat serious. He said to Robert and the others, However, the price I have to pay for resurrecting the little bird is that from now on, all of you must belong to Holy Dragon City, and may even leave this world forever one day in the future. Are you able to accept this condition? Robert did not hesitate at all and nodded his head vigorously. As for the Tigerman captain and the others, they all had family to worry about. If they were to leave this world forever, they would be a little reluctant. However, in order to revive the little bird, they couldn't care too much. Seeing that everyone had already agreed, Tang Zhen did a simple treatment of the little bird's corpse. After which, he kept it into his storage space. Seeing the bird's body disappear in front of them, everyone felt extremely disappointed. However, when they thought about the possibility of the bird being resurrected and reappearing, they were filled with anticipation. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the power and mystery of Holy Dragon City. If the dead could be resurrected, what else could Holy Dragon City not do? Of course, the Tigerman captain and the others didn't know that resurrecting a dead bird wasn't an easy task. At the very least, it needed a soul that didn't lose its consciousness. Due to the special environment here, the little bird's soul had always been lingering in the vicinity. It was only because of this that Tang Zhen was able to keep it and find an opportunity to send it into a host body. After settling the matter with Robert and the others, Tang Zhen returned to the Holy Dragon City's overlords, resting place under the reverent gazes of the contract cultivators. Qian Long, Fatty Han, and the rest were currently studying a map. There were quite a few locations marked on it. This map was naturally the full map of Timlad. If a contract cultivator saw it, they would definitely be surprised, because they never knew that there were so many unknown areas in the world. To ordinary natives, were these places really unknown? They could even be called forbidden areas. A long time ago, the natives of the world of Timriel had appeared in these places, but after an accident, these places had completely lost traces of the natives. In the end, only ruins that had gone through countless storms were preserved, buried under the dust of history. By now, these unknown places had become the private territories of the native gods. They had set up the entrances to the small worlds in these places and used all sorts of natural barriers to prevent the natives from approaching. Only the Holy Dragon City could rely on various means to basically understand the distribution of the land and islands in this world. Then, based on the collected information, they could analyze and determine the approximate location of the entrance to the small world in the native divine plane. After seeing Tang Zhen's appearance, all the lords stopped their discussion and looked at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen nodded his head. After indicating for the various suzerains to continue resting, he turned his head to look at Xianlong and Fatty. "How is it? Can you confirm the specific location?" The fat man shook his head slightly with a hint of disappointment on his face. He said gloomily, "These native gods are too cunning. They spread a lot of true and false information to hide the location of the entrance to their god kingdom. They're most likely prepared for such a day. We can only lock onto some possible areas and then send someone to investigate it personally. But this way, everyone will be busy again." When Xianlong heard this, he nodded in agreement. At present, the members of the Holy Dragon City Cultivator battle team basically all had their own missions and could not easily get away. This time, they were able to gather hundreds of lords mainly because they had to be careful when invading the small world of the indigenous gods. That was why they had summoned all the elite lords of Holy Dragon City back. After the operation was over, more than half of the lords would return to their respective teams to continue to guard against and intimidate the native forces, preventing them from not giving up on their evil intentions and doing something unfavorable to the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. He turned his gaze back to the map and said with a confident tone, "It doesn't matter. We have plenty of time. Even if we search one place at a time, it won't waste much time. If everything went well, it would not take long for him to collect enough world origin. We have plenty of time to collect all kinds of resources, so when we finish collecting the world's origin required for the mission, we'll leave this place and return to our home." When the lords heard this, they nodded their heads. 10:52 The Hall of Gods. Once the rest time was up, everyone set off again. However, their destination this time was far away, so they boarded the warship again and flew toward the depths of the mysterious and quiet continent. Because they were deep inside the sealed battleship, they couldn't enjoy the unique scenery of this continent, which was a pity. However, Tang Zhen did not have such restrictions. If he wanted to admire the scenery outside, he would naturally have an even simpler method. Tang Zhen's spiritual power had already expanded infinitely as he sat on the warship's seat. It completely covered the area that the warship had flown over. Even though the warship was extremely fast, he could still browse through it quickly, even if it consumed a lot of mental power. He treated it as special training. Not to mention that this method was really effective. After he gradually adapted to the speed of the warship, he could already observe a targeted object in detail in an instant. If he could master this technique proficiently, he would be able to control the battlefield greatly when he was fighting against the enemy. He would be able to ensure that he would not miss out on anything. In this way, his own safety would also increase a lot. During the training process, Tang Zhen had naturally gained a direct understanding of this mysterious and quiet continent. The deepest feeling he had was that it was desolate. Other than the boundless moss and the barren peaks, there were no other plants on this continent, not even the shadow of animals. If he were to live here for a period of time, he would probably go completely crazy from boredom. However, it was also because of this quiet and desolate place that ordinary people could not disturb the native gods who were hiding here, let alone know that they were hiding here. After all, to the ordinary natives, gods were high and mighty existences. How could they know where they were? Unknowingly, the warship had already flown a long distance and gradually approached a huge mountain range that connected the ground and the sky. After circling around for a while, the warship chose a position halfway up the mountain and slowly landed. The Holy Dragon City cultivators on the warship quickly walked out of the cabin door and observed the surrounding environment. This place was the same as the other mountains. It was all bare without a trace of soil, as if it had been thrown into water and washed with all its might. Tang Zhen was also looking at the surrounding environment. He looked at the strange peaks that were completely exposed. They were clean without a trace of debris. Tang Zhen recalled the records he had read in an ancient book. It was said that in a distant era, the area of Timlad was much larger than it was now, and the indigenous people were scattered all over the place. However, with the occurrence of the world-ending disaster, a terrifying great flood appeared, accompanied by an earthquake. The entire world was cut into many parts, and everything on the ground was swept into the deep sea. Originally, Tang Zhen thought that this was just a description to express the ferocity and horror of the flood to the readers. But now, it seemed that the writer might not have been exaggerating, because the land under their feet had indeed been washed clean by the flood. Even the soil had been washed away. Everything that belonged to the surface, including the traces of various civilizations, had been washed away without a trace, leaving only mountains that could not be washed away by floods. The mosses that covered the entire continent were probably due to the accumulation of dust over countless years. The mosses had grown by chance, and then covered the entire continent over countless years. That was why the land in front of him had taken on such a strange form. However, the flood did not wash everything away completely, because there were still some things that were stubbornly preserved. For example, there was a magnificent building on the huge mountain in front of them. Although it had been damaged by the wind and rain, it still had its former glory. This was the target of Tang Zhen and the others. Occasionally, there would be a few words that mentioned the ancient hall of gods in ancient books. It was said that all the gods in this world had statues here. There was no exact number of gods in Timlad. Ordinary people didn't know, and even some native gods didn't know. This was because some of the aboriginal gods were very low-key and had never shown any miracles in front of the world. Oduin might know, but he would definitely not tell Tang Zhen. He probably wanted the Holy Dragon City to run into walls everywhere, or be ambushed by the native gods in the hidden places, and finally cause both sides to suffer. In short, the more the two sides fought, the happier it would be. Therefore, Tang Zhen's main purpose in coming to the Lost Continent was to obtain the world's origin that Namira had. His second purpose was to find this Hall of Gods and determine the information of the indigenous gods from the remains here. Waving their hands, the cultivators immediately stepped on the slippery moss and quickly approached the mountaintop. With the skills of these cultivators, it was not a problem for them to find a path. However, they still followed the stone steps that were vaguely present but mostly covered in moss. This was because they had a faint feeling that if they were to fly up directly, they might encounter some unnecessary danger. Even though the Hall of Gods had been completely abandoned, as high and mighty gods, how could they allow someone to fly over their heads? Therefore, it was best to avoid such possible dangers. Along the way, all kinds of statues, some lying down, some still standing, appeared in front of everyone. They all had the appearance of devout believers. Even after a long time, they still stood there, silently watching the first batch of visitors in countless years since the disaster. Tang Zhen merely glanced at these statues before turning his eyes to the ruins that were gradually approaching. Huge stone pillars stood at the peak of the mountain, dozens of meters tall. Other than a few broken ones, the rest were completely intact. The entire hall had not completely collapsed. At the very least, the area that Tang Zhen could see was basically intact. The group crossed the last stone step and arrived at the huge square on the top of the mountain. They stood in front of the Hall of Gods. An indescribable aura of vicissitude washed over the crowd. The statues standing around the hall made them feel tiny. This place was extremely quiet, but there was an uneasy aura that was spreading to the surroundings. It was obvious that the empty Hall of Gods was not as peaceful as it seemed. There was some unknown danger hidden in it. The Holy Dragon City's overlords behind Tang Zhen looked at each other and revealed a cautious expression. They began to continuously size up the surrounding environment in an attempt to find a hidden and dangerous target. However, apart from the lonely hall in front of him, there seemed to be nothing else here. He didn't know where this danger came from. 1053 Guardian 1, stay alert, this place isn't safe. Qianlong, who had been following behind Tang Zhen all this while, had already slowly unsheathed a battle blade and was one step ahead of him as he walked towards the ruins. Unlike the other Holy Dragon City lords, 1,000 dragons preferred to carry their weapons with them, so that they could engage in battle at the first moment, rather than storing them in their storage equipment. As Tang Zhen's left and right arms and the final barrier protecting him, Qianlong would ultimately not allow any danger to approach Tang Zhen. In fact, since the establishment of the Holy Dragon City, there had been more than one assassination attempt on Tang Zhen. However, almost every time, Qianlong and his subordinates would secretly deal with it. Sometimes, they would not even tell Tang Zhen. In Qianlong's opinion, as the Lord of the Tower, Tang Zhen shouldn't be bothered by such matters. As 1,000 dragons took the initiative to explore the way, dozens of Holy Dragon City's lords followed closely behind, also carrying their weapons. As for the other feudal lords and contract cultivators, they were all in a defensive stance and quickly dispersed around the Hall of Gods. Tang Zhen strode forward and followed the group. They also slowly walked toward the large hall. A slight sound rang out and entered the ears of the people who were waiting in a strict formation, causing their eyes to narrow. Voila! The moss on the ground rose up, and a pale hand covered in mud stretched out of the ground. The spread-out palm clenched tightly. Crack! A chain of lightning appeared out of thin air and spread around the group, wrapping around the Holy Dragon City's lords. Relying on their powerful cultivation, these Holy Dragon City's overlords quickly escaped the lightning's corrosion, but they also suffered injuries that were neither light nor heavy. The Holy Dragon City cultivators had never seen this kind of lightning spell before. Its destructive power was obviously much stronger than the spells cast by the indigenous wizards. At the same time, the surrounding Holy Dragon City's overlords quickly launched their attacks on the ground, blasting a large pit where the arm was. A broken corpse was lifted out of the pit. But then, more arms reached out from the ground, and with a muffled sound, stone coffin covers rose into the sky. At the same time, powerful figures flew out from the ground. These figures that had suddenly appeared were all wrapped in tattered black robes. In the process of flying, the chain armor they wore under the robes was exposed. Their skin was pale and dry, and their eyes shone with a faint white light. They held two-handed battle axes and heavy swords in their hands, pointing them at the Holy Dragon City cultivators from a distance. In the blink of an eye, close to 100 similar figures appeared in the air, exuding an aura of decay, cold and oppressive. The leader was a tall man in a gorgeous black robe. However, his face had already shriveled to the point that he looked like a skeleton. He held a staff in his hand as he coldly looked down at Tang Zhen and the others. It had a long, sharp horn on its head, and it was obviously a race other than humans. Blasphemer, leave this place or die. A hoarse voice that sounded like rusty iron rubbing against each other slowly came out of its mouth, and there was a trace of unquestionable authority in its tone. Tang Zhen and the tall man faced each other from a distance. After sizing up the other party's sacrificial attire, he used a cold voice to say, "Who are you? Are you the guardians of this place?" The tall man's gaze landed on Tang Zhen after hearing this. He was silent for a few seconds before he answered Tang Zhen's question. "We are the devout believers of God, the guardians of the Hall of Gods. We swear to protect the peace here and not let mortals disturb the residence of God." When he said this, the corpse-like guardian leader used an ice-cold gaze to look at Tang Zhen. "That's why no one is allowed to enter this place except for the most devout believers, especially blasphemers." A red light flashed in the eyes of the guardian leader, and then disappeared. Tang Zhen coldly looked at those guardians who had existed for an unknown number of years when he heard this. In reality, their bodies had long died, but they continued to exist by relying on the support of their souls. A trace of disdain flashed across his eyes. Although the other party's belief was worthy of respect, they were now stopping everyone from entering the Hall of Gods, so they were naturally his enemies. Since they were enemies, the next step would be much simpler. A trace of a savage smile surfaced on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth. He raised his hand and pointed at the leader of the Guardians. He used an ice-cold tone and said, "Since you've been dead for so many years, it's better for you to stay underground. It's just a ruin, what's there to protect? You might not know this, but one of the gods you believe in was almost killed by me just now." When the protector heard this, he immediately roared in anger, "Blasphemer, go to hell. You're the one who should die." Just as he finished speaking, the fierce battle between the two sides suddenly unfolded. Figures flickered around the Hall of Gods, and energy light and the sound of swords clashing could be heard from the sky and the ground. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. These guardians of the hall who had been sleeping underground for countless years all had the strength of a lord, and the number of mages and warriors was half each. In the words of the native cultivators, they were a group of true saints. Compared to the cultivators of the present day, these guardians from the ancient times were more ferocious, and they attacked and defended with no regard for their lives. In fact, they really didn't need to worry about being hurt by swords and sabers, because their bodies were already dead, and they couldn't feel any pain at all. As a result, the two sides were immediately locked in a battle. Seeing that they could not do anything to these guardians in a one-on-one battle, the Holy Dragon City lords who were watching from behind could not hold back their desire to fight and quickly joined the battle. As a result, those protectors immediately fell into a disadvantageous position and were cut into pieces by the Lord of Holy Dragon City. "Let's end the battle quickly and not waste any time." Thousand Dragons, who had been replaced by Fatty Han, immediately began to command the battle, surrounding and clearing out the guardians. As the guardians' corpses fell from the sky was already filled with the figures of the Holy Dragon City's overlord. Only the Fatty and the guardians' priest leader were still fighting in full swing. The strength of both sides was similar, and the way they fought was extremely realistic, violent and brutal. A series of muffled sounds rang out from where they were fighting. The violent aura that they exuded shocked everyone around them. However, Tang Zhen and the others did not intervene. This was because he could already tell that Fatty seemed to be at a critical stage where he was about to break through. Fatty's cultivation strength had begun to advance by leaps and bounds ever since he had joined the Holy Dragon City. Now, he was stuck at the door of promotion. If he wanted to cross this threshold, no one else could provide him with any help. He had to complete it himself. At this time, Fatty had already found the opportunity to advance. Once he crossed this threshold, he would be promoted to a true king-class cultivator. This was an extremely important matter to Fatty himself, and to the Holy Dragon City. Under everyone's gazes, the battle in the air had become more and more intense, and the slightest carelessness would result in heavy injuries. At this moment, a carefree laugh came from the sky. It was Fatty's voice. A violent and terrifying aura spread out with him as the center. The guardian priest was grabbed by the neck, and directly pulled into 1055 a parallel world without internet. 1 As the protective light curtain that covered his body disappeared, Tang Zhen's figure appeared in a desolate desert. The cornerstone platform's teleportation point was always in a remote area. It was probably to minimize the chances of being discovered by the natives. After looking around, Tang Zhen walked out of the portal and stepped on the soft yellow sand. He found that the environment of this world was very familiar, and it seemed to be very similar to the original world. After analyzing the data, he also got a positive answer. The environment is 70% similar. It is estimated to be a parallel world similar to the original world. No network signal has been found so far. Other information is being collected. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth was lifted into a smile as he looked at the words that appeared in front of him. He began to slowly walk into the distance. He was wearing a black windbreaker made of the hide of a Lord-tier monster. The material of the windbreaker was similar to silk, but it felt as heavy as flannel. This kind of animal skin was impervious to fire and water, and it was warm in winter and cool in summer. In addition, the texture was good, so it was definitely an excellent clothing material. Under Xiao Dai's skillful hands, the clothes were sewn very well, and it completely highlighted Tang Zhen's temperament. It wasn't convenient to wear armor for this operation, so Tang Zhen only wore a set of soft armor and this windbreaker. Although this kind of dressing was a little strange, it was at least a lot more low-key than the battle armor. It was also suitable for most worlds and would not appear too out of place. Tang Zhen pondered about the contents of this special mission as he walked toward the road at the edge of the desert. In fact, when the cornerstone platform issued the recruitment order, there was not much useful information left. Tang Zhen only knew that the energy core used to maintain the teleportation of the building had been taken away by the enemy. Then, the enemy planned to use the world in front of them as a springboard to send it to the enemy's headquarters. Since the enemy had chosen this world, it meant that there must be something unusual here. There was another point that made Tang Zhen somewhat confused. The cornerstone platform also did not explain the specific information of the enemy. There was actually no specific information about the enemy for such a large-scale operation. In Tang Zhen's eyes, it was clearly a child's play. He wondered what the cornerstone platform was thinking. However, to be regarded as an enemy by the cornerstone platform, the strength of the other party was estimated to be not too weak. In addition, the special call for a large number of king-level cultivators from the entire wilderness war zone was actually transferred, so the number of enemies must be quite large. A thread of caution rose in Tang Zhen's heart. He must be more careful after coming into contact with the enemy. Tang Zhen involuntarily curled his lips when he thought of this. This cornerstone platform was indeed quite unreliable. It only sent Tang Zhen to this world but did not give any further information. This made Tang Zhen not know what to do next. The other cultivators in Lu Cheng probably weren't that strong either, and they were all confused. So, should he wait for the other cultivators to find him, or should he take the initiative to collect information about the enemy and the mission? After all, after the mission ended, the rewards would be calculated according to the contribution points. If he wanted to get through this, he would probably only be able to earn the benefit of a free trip. Since Tang Zhen had participated in this mission, he naturally wanted to obtain as many rewards as possible. Only then would this trip not be in vain. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about this kind of mission. Even if he wanted to do something, he could not do anything because of the restrictions. Tang Zhen took out his Tower City identity card. After seeing that there was still no prompt on it, he sighed. It was better to take it one step at a time, understand the situation of this world, collect information about the enemy, and then wait for the next order from the cornerstone platform. Tang Zhen had already arrived at the road at the edge of the desert while he was thinking about the problem. He took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on before quietly standing in the middle of the road and waiting. As he was new here, he had to keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the desolate desert, on the lonely road, a strong young man in a black windbreaker stood still. This scene made people feel a little strange. It didn't take long for a truck that looked similar to the original world, but with more rigid and monotonous lines, to drive over from the distance. After seeing Tang Zhen standing in the middle of the road, the driver continuously honked his horn and began to slow down. However, the driver didn't have any intention of stopping because this place was deserted. If Tang Zhen was a robber, then they would be in trouble. However, when the car was less than 100 meters away from Tang Zhen, the driver saw Tang Zhen raise an item and point it at them from a distance. When the driver and the young man in the front passenger seat saw the object clearly, they were immediately scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Crack! The car ran another few dozen meters before finally stopping. It was less than 20 meters away from Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen raised the rifle in his hand and slowly walked to the front of the truck. He suddenly fired a shot into the sky. After hearing the gunshot, the two people in the car were so scared that they trembled all over. Their faces were full of fear. Reaching out to open the car door, Tang Zhen directly jumped in. Under the frightened gazes of the two, he used an ice-cold tone and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm just taking a ride." The two of them almost cried. They had been driving for more than a year or two, but this was the first time they had seen someone hitchhike with a rifle. "Big brother, are you trying to scare me to death?" Although they felt uneasy in their hearts, Tang Zhen did not have any intention of harming them. This made the two of them feel a lot more at ease. Their expressions and movements were no longer as stiff. "Mr. Wanwan, where are you going?" The driver gathered his courage and asked Tang Zhen. "Just drive straight ahead and cut the crap." Zhen Tang glanced at the driver and picked up the communicator he had thrown on the dashboard. He turned it on and fiddled with it a few times. The functions of the communicator were very primitive. It did not even have the function of surfing the internet. It seemed that it could only make phone calls and send text content such as messages. He didn't know if it was because the driver wasn't used to it, or because the technology in this world was too backward. So far, the all-purpose electronic kit had been constantly searching, but it had not connected to the internet of this world. "Do you have a phone that can connect to the internet?" "A better one." Tang Zhen looked at the young man who was caught in the middle. He was drenched in cold sweat as he looked at the rifle and casually asked. When the young man who was carefully swallowing his saliva heard this, he was stunned for a moment before hesitantly replying, "Internet." "What internet? My phone is the same as this. There's nothing better." After saying that, he took out his phone. It was similar to the driver's. Tang Zhen nodded and asked again, "Then do you guys usually play with the computer or come into contact with things like the internet?" The two of them were completely confused by the words Tang Zhen said. They both shook their heads to express that they didn't know. Tang Zhen asked a few more questions and confirmed that the internet didn't exist in this world. Or rather, the internet wasn't open to civilians. It was just that in this case, Tang Zhen would not be able to collect information about this world in an extremely short period of time and use the network to provide convenient conditions for his actions. Tang Zhen was also a little speechless in the face of such a situation. However, as they were chatting, Tang Zhen obtained some unexpected information from the mouths of these two people. It turned out that the master of this world was a super group made up of half-mechanical humans. They had powerful strength and could easily crush ordinary people. It was said that the strongest among them was almost no different from gods. Ordinary people lived according to the rules they set, and once they broke the rules, they would be punished by the cyborg. When Tang Zhen heard this, he seemed to faintly understand why the commoners of this world were unable to come into contact with the internet. With the power of the cyborg group, there was no need to promote such a thing among the civilians, which would inevitably increase unnecessary trouble. In comparison, a more primitive world would be easier for them to control. 1054 Cornerstone Platform's Special Recruitment Order 1. The battle was over, and there were wolves everywhere. There was no blood flowing out of the Guardian's broken body. Instead, it was pitch black, like a wax figure that had been cut into pieces. Although the guardians had all been cleared, in order to prevent any enemies from lurking nearby, the necessary search and cleaning work still had to continue. Tang Zhen did not wait for the search to end. Instead, he directly walked into the large hall. With his strength, there were probably not many people in this world who could pose a threat to him, so there was no need to be so cautious. Fatty, on the other hand, immediately caught up with him. Because he had been promoted to a king-level cultivator, his face was full of joy. However, he immediately revealed a strange expression when he sensed the law aura faintly emitted from Tang Zhen's body. He shook his head rather helplessly. After advancing to the king rank, he could clearly feel how big the gap between him and Tang Zhen was. The pride and complacency in his heart instantly vanished. Tang Zhen smiled when he saw this. He did not say anything in order to avoid affecting Fatty's confidence. In just a few breaths, Tang Zhen had already stepped into the hall and saw the majestic god statues standing in the huge hall. Each statue was more than 20 meters tall and was carved out of a strange stone. The dark color gave people a faint sense of mystery. The passage of time had left mottled marks on these god statues, but it was difficult to hide the awe-inspiring aura they exuded. Of course, this kind of aura had no effect on Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen was silent for a moment as he looked at the statues of gods with different shapes. They looked like giants looking down on all living beings. He then began to observe them one by one. His figure passed by these statues, carefully recording the appearance of each statue, as well as the words on the bronze base at the feet of the statue, for comparison and analysis when he returned. Not long after, Tang Zhen had already reached the end of the hall, after which, he saw a huge mural. The contents of the mural were naturally related to the native gods, but if one looked carefully, they would find that it was actually a painting similar to a prophecy. The pieced-together scenes were obviously in a continuous transition, recording some major events related to the gods in this world. In the beginning, it was basically the origin of the various gods, but it only occupied 1/10 of the picture. What followed were wars, disasters, and even the terrifying flood that had completely cleansed the world. After looking at it for a while, his eyes suddenly revealed a trace of bewilderment. It turned out that Tang Zhen had unexpectedly seen some figures on this mural. Their appearance was extremely similar to Lu Cheng's cultivators. The cultivators in the murals were besieging the indigenous gods in groups of 3 to 5. During the whole process, the world changed color, blood flowed like rivers, and the ground was covered with incomplete corpses. After being besieged, the indigenous gods were in a very difficult situation. Some of them had even fallen to the ground and died. Tang Zhen looked at the contents of the mural. A moment later, he shook his head and revealed a faint surprised expression. According to the history of the Hall of Gods, this mural must have had a long history. But who made this mural, to be able to predict what would happen countless years later? If this was not a coincidence, then the indigenous gods probably knew about Lu Cheng's invasion long ago. That was why they had such a strong reaction after the Holy Dragon City descended. This kind of magical prediction ability was indeed a little shocking. However, Tang Zhen also knew that when one's strength reached a certain level, a cultivator would possess the strength to destroy the heavens and earth. Therefore, it wasn't anything strange to extract some scenes from the long river of time in advance and draw them to warn future generations. Fortunately, this mural had a long history and was left on the lost continent for some special reason. As such, it did not attract the attention of the native gods and their believers. Otherwise, the Holy Dragon City would have to face enemies on high alert, and they would probably suffer a great loss. This also gave Tang Zhen a reminder. When he started the next invasion mission, he must pay attention to whether there were similar prophecies left behind in the indigenous world. Then, he would follow the hints of the prophecy and eliminate the key figures who might bring changes to the Holy Dragon City's invasion. Sometimes, an unremarkable person could rise up with the wind because of the influence of fate, and then completely change the situation of the world. Tang Zhen naturally did not wish to see such a situation. Time passed by slowly. After staying in the Hall of Gods for a few hours, the group took the warship and returned to Holy Dragon City. When the warship arrived at Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen directly headed to the cornerstone platform, preparing to hand over the world's origin he had obtained this time to the cornerstone platform. This kind of thing was of no use to Tang Zhen, and it was very hot in his hands. It was better to hand it over as soon as possible. Moreover, Tang Zhen also wanted to know how many battle points this world's origin could be exchanged for and what stage the mission could reach. In that case, he could make an accurate judgment on how many aboriginal deities were needed to complete the mission. At this moment, other than the Holy Dragon City cultivators on guard, there were no residents exchanging items on the foundation stone platform, making the entire hall seem very empty. Tang Zhen took out the world's origin and chose to hand in the mission item. A light flashed and his hand was empty. The mission progress bar that hung high above the foundation stone platform suddenly moved forward by a quarter and then slowly stopped. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth revealed a trace of a joyous smile when he saw this. Because the Holy Dragon City had not yet been upgraded to a national level, this invasion could only be considered a novice promotion mission. The number of world origins required would naturally not be the same as a national-level city. Originally, Tang Zhen was a little worried that he would need to kill 8 to 10 aboriginal deities to complete the mission. Now, he felt much more relaxed. The Holy Dragon City only needed to kill 4 indigenous gods to gather the required amount of the world's origin for the mission, which was a surprise. In this way, whether it was the pressure of the task or the cost of it, it would be greatly reduced. If they were lucky, they could kill 2 more indigenous gods, then the Holy Dragon City would make a big profit. It should be known that the selling price of the world's origin was extremely high. It was estimated that only about 2 portions would be needed to make up for the consumption of this invasion operation. The other materials could be regarded as additional income. The number of soul stones collected by Holy Dragon City this time was quite a lot. As for the other resources, there were no exact numbers for the time being. However, the Holy Dragon City's warehouses were gradually being filled up, indicating that the harvest this time was quite bountiful. Moreover, these were just the rewards outside of the mission. After the Holy Dragon City completed the mission and returned to the Tower World, there would be a mission reward waiting for Tang Zhen. At that time, Holy Dragon City would truly begin to soar. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen's mood became extremely good. Just as he was about to return to his study room and carefully study the hidden entrance of the small world of the native gods, a message suddenly popped up on the cornerstone platform. After seeing the content of the message, Tang Zhen's expression changed and he suddenly stopped. Special platform call. The teleportation energy hub located in the foreign world of this battle zone has been attacked. Guards have been killed by the enemy. The energy core has been seized by the enemy. It has been confirmed that the enemy will pass through a foreign world as a transit point to transport the energy hub core back to the enemy's headquarters. As the teleportation energy core was extremely important, all teleportations in the rear area would not be able to proceed normally without it. Therefore, it had to be seized back. Therefore, the platform had issued a recruitment order. All the buildings above level 9 in the war zone, regardless of whether they had a mission or not, had to pick a king-level cultivator. At the same time, they had to be teleported to the world where the mission was within an hour. After arriving at the mission location, please wait for the next order. The mission reward will be calculated according to the contribution points after the energy core is retrieved. Tang Zhen's eyes flickered as he looked at the words on the foundation stone platform. He did not hesitate and immediately made arrangements for the matters after he left. Although he was not the only king-level cultivator in the Holy Dragon City, he had to go on this mission. This was because Tang Zhen had a premonition that he might be able to obtain some secret information about the cornerstone platform through this mission. 1056 Half Mechanical Inspector 1. As the truck continued to move forward, Tang Zhen and the rest had gradually left the desert area. Villages and towns of various sizes began to appear on both sides of the road. However, the appearance of these human buildings was very simple. Even the high-rise buildings did not exceed 10 stories. Although there were many vehicles on the road, the style was also old and clumsy. This kind of slightly backward technological development seemed to be deliberately done by the cyborgs. Even the pedestrians on the streets were dressed in very simple clothes. It was obvious that they lacked the information exchange on the internet. People's lives were relatively closed, and they had begun to become numb to things like fashion. After the truck arrived at another town, Tang Zhen jumped out of the truck and walked along the street into the distance. As for the 2 people in the truck, they only woke up after Tang Zhen left. They looked at each other and couldn't figure out how they ended up here in a muddle-headed manner. After all, this place was 100 miles away from their destination. Could it be that he was too tired these few days and ended up taking the wrong path in his confusion? The 2 drivers didn't know that their short-term memories had been erased, so they didn't drive away immediately. Instead, they found a place to fill their stomachs first. While they were eating, the two of them still mentioned this matter, but they treated it as a joke and laughed at themselves. They had no idea that they had already walked one round in front of the gates of hell. If the two of them had any strange movements while Tang Zhen was in the car, then the final result would be that they would not be able to escape death. Crushing two disobedient fellows did not have any psychological burden for Tang Zhen. Moreover, this mission did not seem to be simple. Tang Zhen did not want to leave any traces for the enemy. Tang Zhen mixed in with the crowd and strolled around for a while. Then, he found a restaurant and ordered a few dishes to eat. Tang Zhen did not have a single clue about the current mission, but he was not in a hurry. It was as if he had really come to another world for a vacation, as he had a leisurely expression. However, he didn't want to cause any trouble, but someone was looking for death and had his eyes on him. After all, his dressing and temperament were out of place with the residents of this place. One look and you could tell he was an outsider. And most of the time, outsiders who were unfamiliar with the place were the best targets for certain people. After Tang Zhen finished eating, he was about to pay the bill and leave with the few notes he took from the driver when a few young men dressed like hooligans surrounded the table he was at. Their expressions were very unfriendly, and it was obvious that they were looking for trouble. Seeing this, the customers nearby immediately pretended not to see anything. The owner of the shop even hid to the side. A young man wearing a crumpled black suit jacket and a black shirt inside sat in front of Tang Zhen. He had a cigarette in his mouth as he tilted his head and stared at Tang Zhen. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth. He didn't expect that he, a dignified law king and the lord of a level 9 city with hundreds of thousands of proud soldiers under his command, would actually be treated as a fat sheep that could be easily bullied by a few ruffians from another world. This bunch of blind guys really didn't want to live. When the young man in the suit saw Tang Zhen looking at him with a teasing expression, he immediately felt a little displeased in his heart. He reached out and pressed the cigarette butt into the dish in front of Tang Zhen and asked in a duck-like voice, "Kid, are you from the outside?" Tang Zhen nodded and did not say anything. That young man in the suit glanced at the windbreaker on Tang Zhen's body as a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. He used a cold and arrogant tone and said, "We're the subordinates of the patrol officer here. We're responsible for investigating suspicious people and have the power to arrest them directly. I think you're very suspicious right now. Do you want to come with my Dao patrol station?" When he said this, the young man in the suit revealed a proud smile, as if waiting for Tang Zhen to open his mouth and beg for mercy. Judging from the expression and tone of the young man in the suit, it seemed that the inspection office was not a good place. Tang Zhen still didn't speak. He only took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket and lit it with an extremely exquisite lighter. He took a puff and looked at the young man in the suit. The smoke lingered, and a strange fragrance spread out, making people's spirits shake. Seeing the box of cigarettes that Tang Zhen had placed on the table and the lighter that seemed to be made of gold and gemstones, a trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of the few young men standing beside him. There was also a thick greed. This lighter looked expensive. If it was sold, it would probably be worth a lot of money. On the other hand, when the young man in the suit saw Tang Zhen's fearless expression, he became a little uneasy in his heart. He was afraid that Tang Zhen was someone with a background. His original intention of extorting him and getting the windbreaker in his hands also dissipated a lot. Just as he was about to open his mouth to find an excuse for himself and leave the restaurant, the man with the short scar, who was wearing a cotton shirt, suddenly reached out and directly grabbed Tang Zhen's lighter. "Good, you actually dare to steal my things, this time you're dead." After saying this, he sneaked a glance at the young man in the suit, as if he was asking for credit. Looking at his practiced movements and expressions, it was clear that this group of people used their status to do this kind of thing. The others also looked at Tang Zhen with proud faces. It seemed that they were only waiting for their boss's order before they would directly capture Tang Zhen. When the young man in the suit saw this, he immediately cursed in his heart. At the same time, he secretly glanced at Tang Zhen. Seeing that he was still sneering, the uneasiness in the young man's heart suddenly became more intense. He directly stood up and snatched the lighter from the scarred man's hand. He carefully placed it on the cigarette box in front of Tang Zhen and turned his head to scold him. "What do you mean my lighter? Are you blind?" The scar-faced man was confused. He looked at the young man in the suit and didn't know what to say. The young man in the suit didn't say any nonsense. He gave Tang Zhen a dry smile and immediately called his subordinates to leave in a hurry. After the young man left, the customers in the shop began to talk in low voices. These bastards are using their power to bully people again. Sigh, this bastard's sister is with an inspector. Whoever dares to provoke him will definitely be caught and sent to the inspection office. They won't be able to avoid being beaten up. This foreigner is quite lucky. He didn't get extorted by those bastards. Who knows what's going on? Maybe he's holding it in somewhere else. Stop talking. If the inspector hears this, you'll be in trouble. The conversation quickly ended here, and everyone hurriedly paid their bills and left. Tang Zhen's eyes revealed a trace of interest when he heard this. He also wanted to know the exact strength of this terrifying inspector. According to the information he had gathered, such a position could only be taken up by cyborgs. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen immediately paid the bill and slowly walked out of the door. He walked in the direction where the suited young man and the others had left. However, he had just walked a short distance when Tang Zhen saw the young man in a suit and the others. They were currently hunched over and surrounding a strong man with a flattering expression. The brawny man was tall, and his black uniform was bulging. His face was cold and his eyes were sharp. There seemed to be a holster on his belt, and a pistol was stuck in it. What interested Tang Zhen was that the other party's left arm was actually as thick as his thigh. It seemed to be completely made of metal as it flickered with a dark luster. Looking at the person's temperament and dressing, he was probably the inspector that the residents here talked about. At this time, he was listening to what the young man in the suit was saying with a cold face. At the same time, he was constantly looking around with his eagle-like eyes, with some vigilance and scrutiny. When his gaze inadvertently landed on Tang Zhen's body, his pupils suddenly shrank slightly. Then, he pushed the young man in the suit away and walked over in large strides. 1057 Futilize one. After seeing the inspector walking towards Tang Zhen, whether it was the young man in the suit or the surrounding passers-by, all of them cast their gazes over. Among these gazes, there was pity, gloating, but most of it was deep indifference. The ordinary people had long been accustomed to the domineering half-mechs, so they were more used to watching coldly. At the same time, these onlookers were also very clear that once they were targeted by the cyborg inspector, they were destined to have a bad ending. After being taken away by the cyborgs, it was common for them to disappear from the world. The cyborgs who controlled the entire world were extremely powerful. While they restricted the development of society, their own strength was constantly increasing. It could be said that cyborgs and ordinary people were completely two different classes. There was no comparison at all. Therefore, the inspector who could cover the sky with one hand in this town had his eyes on Tang Zhen. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. This young man was probably going to be in deep trouble. Who are you? Where did you come from? The inspector stood in front of Tang Zhen and asked in a cold and overbearing tone. When he asked the question, one of his hands was pressed on the holster, ready to pull out the gun and shoot at any time. What the others didn't know was that the seemingly cold inspector's entire body was tensed up because the young man in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling. If the other party was a cyborg, he might not be so nervous. However, an ordinary person who had not undergone physical transformation had an aura that made him feel uneasy. This was very strange. In order to ensure that there were no accidents during his rule, the cyborg would choose to eliminate any dangerous sprouts at the first possible moment. Therefore, Tang Zhen, who was in front of him, made the inspector have similar thoughts. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. The lives of ordinary people were insignificant in the eyes of the cyborgs. After hearing the semi-mechanical inspector's question, Tang Zhen coldly glanced at him. After which, he extended his hand and pointed at the hand that was placed on the pistol. You plan to use this weapon against me? Don't you think it's not enough? Hearing this, the inspector's pupil shrank slightly and he slowly moved his hand away from the pistol. He seemed to have given up on using the gun, but the vigilance hidden in his eyes became stronger. Hand over your id, or I'll kill you. The inspector's right hand, which had already moved away, suddenly returned to the holster and touched the large caliber pistol at lightning speed. When he grabbed the gun, he did not even raise it. Instead, his wrist flicked upwards in a strange manner and the muzzle was already aimed at Tang Zhen's body. Bang! The muffled sound of a gunshot rang out. The surrounding people immediately dodged in panic. However, even more people were stunned as they looked at Tang Zhen, who was being shot, with a trace of shock on their faces. The young man, who should have been shot and fallen to the ground, was still standing in the same place, intact. However, He stretched out 2 fingers and held a bullet with a metallic luster between his fingertips. He actually caught the bullet. Following the young man in the suit's exclamation, the surrounding crowd immediately followed suit and made a ruckus. The way they looked at Tang Zhen became strange. To be able to stop a bullet with his bare hands, was this young man really an ordinary person and not a cyborg? But if he was a cyborg, why would he fight with the inspector? Shouldn't they be in the same group? Compared to the surprised and puzzled looks of the onlookers, the inspector who fired the shot earlier had a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with solemnness and uneasiness when he looked at Tang Zhen. Even he himself couldn't catch a bullet with his hand, unless it was a regional inspector who was 1 level higher than him. However, the young man in front of him was definitely not a regional patrol chief or a cyborg of a higher level, because his identification system did not give him any hints at all. A bad feeling suddenly rose in the inspector's heart. Looking at the sneering young man in front of him, he knew that he was facing a life and death crisis. Without any hesitation, the inspector began to pull the trigger. While he continued to shoot at Tang Zhen, he also patted his waist. Pai li pa la, a crisp sound rang out, and in the blink of an eye, a set of metal armor popped out of the inspector's body, completely protecting his vital parts. His left arm, which was even thicker than his thigh, was aimed at Tang Zhen at the same time. After which, a ray of light was shot out from his arm. Tang Zhen's eyes brightened when he saw this scene. He took a step to the side and dodged the attack of this light beam. The onlookers behind were unlucky. After being hit by the light, they immediately lost their lives. The power of the light did not diminish and directly hit a car on the side of the road, turning it into a huge fireball, billowing black smoke. The peaceful street immediately turned into a scene of disaster. When the onlookers saw that someone had died, they didn't dare to stay any longer. All of them fled into the distance in panic, afraid that they would be affected by the light rays emitted by the inspector again. However, the next few rays of light still hit the surrounding houses and buildings one after another, and the raging fire was instantly set ablaze. The inspector looked at the Raggle-like street and Tang Zhen, who was still standing opposite him but was completely unscathed, as thick fear rose in his heart. He was now clear that the other party was definitely not a dangerous person he could fight against. He had to call for reinforcements and even report to the regional inspector for help. This super dangerous element that could affect the half-mech's rule must be eliminated immediately. The inspector immediately activated the special communication device hidden in his body and contacted his cyborg companion. At the same time, words suddenly popped up in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. It was the message from the all-purpose electronic kit that had been running. Enemy communication signal detected. Intercepting and analyzing. Analysis complete. The enemy is using a quantum communication device. Cracking the random key and copying the quantum core of the communication device. Cracking complete. After seeing the words in front of him, Tang Zhen sighed slightly in his heart. This all-purpose electronic kit was indeed amazing. It could even crack quantum communication equipment in an instant. The biggest advantage of quantum communication was its high confidentiality and the amount of information transmission. It was not as easy to hack as the ordinary network. Just as Tang Zhen was prepared to see what kind of message this inspector had sent, he saw the other party suddenly take a few steps back. He extended his hand and pointed at the ground in front of him. In the blink of an eye, an object that looked like a machine gun platform appeared on the ground in front of the inspector. It quickly transformed from countless particles into a solid form. The inspector nimbly rushed to the machine gun platform. With a light tap of his hands, a series of tongues of fire spewed out and covered Tang Zhen's position. This is the quantum transmission of the mayfly. The glow in Tang Zhen's eyes grew brighter. His figure flashed and he directly appeared in front of the inspector. The performance is over. You can die now. 1058 The regional inspector. 1. The inspector could not help but turn pale with fright when he saw Tang Zhen, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He subconsciously dragged the muzzle of his gun that was spewing flames and wildly swept it toward Tang Zhen. The frenzied torrent of metal landed on the surrounding buildings and vehicles as it moved. It was like a series of bombs had been set off, and houses collapsed along the way. The number of people who had been killed by the soaring flames had probably exceeded 100. The inspector simply did not care about the deaths and injuries of these civilians. He only stared at Tang Zhen in front of him with blood-red eyes. His face was filled with fear and madness. At this moment, this inspector no longer had the time to regret provoking Tang Zhen. Instead, he used all his strength, hoping to delay the other party before the reinforcements arrived. As long as the reinforcements arrived, he would be saved. Unfortunately, the inspector's wish was destined to be fruitless because just as his gun was pointed at Tang Zhen, the other party strangely disappeared again. On the other hand, the young man in the suit and the others in the distance were inadvertently affected by the metal jet stream and were instantly turned into a mist of blood. These few guys who relied on the inspector to do evil also deserved to die. Once again, Tang Zhen's figure disappeared from his sight. The inspector's heart was immediately filled with fear and despair. He roared loudly and began to continuously shoot at his surroundings. In just a few breaths, his surroundings had completely turned into ruins. Broken limbs were everywhere, and flames were burning wantonly. All of a sudden, the inspector felt his head sink slightly, and then his entire body became soft and weak, quickly losing consciousness. With the last of his strength, he tried to look up, only to see a hand reaching out from the void and firmly pressing on his head. He. The inspector let out a series of unconscious sounds, then his entire body went limp on the ground, and his breathing completely stopped. Tang Zhen's figure suddenly appeared from the void. He swept his gaze over the inspector's corpse and the machine gun platform on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he kept it into his storage space. At this moment, his eyes were filled with surprise. Tang Zhen truly did not expect that the half-mech that controlled this backward world would actually possess such powerful technological means. Regardless of whether it was the quantum application technology or this kind of weapon with great destructive power, Tang Zhen felt that this trip was not in vain. He wondered if the cyborg had any other similar items. However, Tang Zhen also had some doubts in his heart. Did the half-mechs really possess such a high level of technology? Or was there someone else behind them? What was the connection between the enemies who used this world as a springboard and the cyborgs? Tang Zhen felt that he seemed to have found a clue related to the mission. In that case, as long as he followed this clue and continued to investigate, he might be able to complete the mission this time. As he thought up to this point, Tang Zhen immediately opened the all-purpose electronic kit and flipped through the information he had just obtained. Rows of subtitles appeared in front of him. Codename 68743, requesting for backup. I've discovered a powerful and dangerous person in the area I'm patrolling. I'm sure he's not a cyborg. The enemy is strong, requesting for the Storm machine gun, hurry. Requesting for the Jaeger, coordinates sent, the faster the better, I'm no match for him. Come and save me. At the same time, I'm requesting for the support of the regional patrol leader. The enemy has mysteriously disappeared. I can't find him. I'm going to force him out of Xuanji. Putting aside those worthless exchanges, it could be seen that after this inspector realized that he was not Tang Zhen's opponent, he had already sent out a continuous request for help. The so-called Storm machine gun should be a weapon that could spray a torrent of metal particles. Then, would the Jaeger and the higher-ranked chief sergeants appear? The strength of a patrol officer was equivalent to that of a rank 3 cultivator. With a powerful weapon, he could even threaten a 1-star lord. So, what kind of strength did this chief patrol officer have? Tang Zhen, who originally wanted to leave immediately, decided to temporarily stay for a while. He stood in the ruins, completely ignoring the surrounding flames. Even if he was touched by the tongues of fire, he was not injured at all. Those people who were secretly observing from a distance could not help but click their tongues in wonder. After witnessing Tang Zhen's powerful strength, they knew that the half-robot had likely encountered a powerful opponent this time around. Unfortunately, he was only one person. He probably couldn't defeat the powerful cyborg and might even lose his life in the end. This was indeed a disappointing thing. Just as everyone's minds were filled with wild thoughts, Tang Zhen, who was at the middle of the battlefield, slightly raised his brows. A translucent body quickly solidified in front of him. Soon after, a middle-aged man in a pure black uniform with half of his face covered in metal appeared in front of Tang Zhen in the blink of an eye. He was about 2 meters tall and looked no different from an ordinary person. Only the metallic luster at the joint of his gloves and wrists proved that he was a cyborg. Looking at his similar attire, he was obviously the regional chief patroller who had come to support them. An old-fashioned and solemn aura was emitted from the body of this district patrol chief. Tang Zhen even discovered that every step and every action of his seemed to have been calculated. Even if there was a burning fire in front of him, as long as he was at the landing point he had calculated, the regional inspector would step in without hesitation. The other party's forceful and rigid performance caused Tang Zhen to frown slightly. He felt as though he was facing a machine. As for the strength of this district patrol chief, he was only equivalent to a one-star feudal lord. To Tang Zhen, he was not worth mentioning. What he was interested in was how the other party would deal with him. Would they use more powerful weapons? At this moment, the regional inspector was using the blood-red eye on his metallic face to stare at Tang Zhen. It was as if he was conducting some kind of analysis. The muscles on the other half of his flesh and skin seemed to twitch slightly. "I'm the district patrol leader. I'm now announcing your trial." He used an electronic voice and coldly asked Tang Zhen. At the same time, he extended his hand and pointed at Tang Zhen. "There is no record of your identity in the database, which means that your existence is illegal and must be punished." To the cyborgs who had complete control over this world, there was only one possibility for someone without an identity: an enemy who resisted their rule. You killed the inspector of this place, and your crime is even more heinous. With these two crimes stacked together, I sentence you to death. Tang Zhen's brows furrowed slightly when he heard the regional inspector's accusation. What a mess. Is your brain made of machinery? Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, you can die. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhen's figure teleported over and directly appeared in front of the regional inspector. Daring to attack the regional patrol officer, your crime is one more time. You shall be sentenced to death immediately. When he saw Tang Zhen suddenly appear in front of him, the regional inspector roared and waved his fist to smash Tang Zhen. 1059 Chaos 1. Tang Zhen did not attack. He merely used his ice-cold gaze to stare at the regional chief patrol. It was as if he was observing a strong and peculiar ant. When the regional inspector saw this, his facial muscles twitched violently, and he opened his mouth to let out a roar. Go to hell, ignorant ones who dare to resist. A terrifying stream of air spurted out from his fist. It brushed past Tang Zhen's body and landed on the ground, smashing a large pit that was half a meter deep on the hard cement road. An attack of this degree was already not inferior to the bombardment of a cannon. However, it was still nothing much in Tang Zhen's eyes. If the other party only had this kind of method, then Tang Zhen could not help but feel a little disappointed. The regional patrol leader, who had missed his first attack, immediately launched a storm-like attack in an attempt to directly blast Tang Zhen into pieces. His figure was like a whirlwind as he continuously spun around Tang Zhen. Streams of terrifying air currents and light rays were emitted from him as the center, causing the surrounding building debris to rumble. At the same time, numerous powerful miniature pellets were continuously shot out from his body. They actually carried a tracking effect as they circled around Tang Zhen. However, from the beginning to the end, these attacks were unable to hurt Tang Zhen. He looked at ease and only used a mocking gaze to look at the regional inspector. Is this all you've got? It won't do anything to me. Hurry up and use your technological weapons. Seeing that his attack was unable to do anything to Tang Zhen, the red electronic eyes of the regional chief patroller became brighter and brighter. His body suddenly disappeared as if he had entered an invisible state. However, this kind of invisibility technique that made use of technology was no different from showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. Although Tang Zhen was very curious and wanted to see what kind of attack methods this crazy regional inspector, who liked to give his judgment before a battle, had, an unexpected situation caused him to have no choice but to end the game early. Tang Zhen coldly snorted as he looked at the regional patrol chief, who suddenly had a chainsaw blade in his hand. He threw a punch over. Clang, clang. With a crash, the head of the regional inspector was sent flying. The headless body took a few more steps forward before finally falling to the ground. Ignoring the corpse on the ground, Tang Zhen casually took out an item from his pocket. It was his Liu Cheng identity card. However, on the identity card, there was a small set of words: the enemy's route has been confirmed. They will arrive at the cyborg base camp in 3 days, and the energy core will appear at the same time. All King-class cultivators, please head to the cyborg capital immediately. Then, attack the cyborg headquarters at the designated time and take back the energy core. Tang Zhen pondered for a moment as he looked at the words displayed on the identity card. Then, he casually kept the regional patrol chief's corpse. The research value of this corpse was very high. Tang Zhen would naturally not miss it easily. After scanning the surrounding environment and seeing that the Predator fighter aircraft did not appear even after a long time, Tang Zhen shook his head in disappointment. He slowly disappeared after passing through the sea of fire. After Tang Zhen disappeared, the surrounding residents gathered their courage and carefully came to the battlefield in an attempt to rescue the survivors. Bodies were carried out from the ruins, and the sound of crying could be heard from time to time. People looked at the wolves all over the ground, and their hearts were filled with anger and unwillingness. However, in the world controlled by the cyborgs, people did not dare to voice their anger and could only silently bear the unexpected disasters that appeared from time to time. However, they were a little puzzled. Under normal circumstances, with such a heavy casualty, as well as the death of a regional inspector and an ordinary inspector, the cyborgs should have sent people to deal with it long ago. However, even when night fell, the terrifying cyborg agent still didn't appear. He didn't know what was going on. These civilians did not know that it was not that the cyborg agents did not care about this matter, but that they were too busy to attend to other things. This was because, overnight, countless people with unknown identities appeared out of thin air. They had different appearances and caused a series of shocking waves in various places. These people or monsters had powerful strength, and wherever they passed, they caused a great panic. In order to deal with these unknown people, the cyborg had mobilized almost all the forces he could mobilize in an attempt to clear out these dangerous people. However, the enemy's strength was far beyond the cyborg's imagination. In just a few hours, nearly 1,000 cyborgs were killed. This was only the beginning of the battle. As time passed, the number of casualties continued to increase, causing all the cyborgs to be on guard. What was even more terrifying was that while these dangerous elements were constantly causing destruction, they had also done many terrifying things. Several dangerous elements have appeared in the Ninth Ward and caused large-scale destruction. The capital of the Great Western Continent has already descended into chaos. Traces of dangerous elements have been found in Area 52. The other party has used strange methods to enslave countless civilians and is launching an attack on the androids' regional command. District 7 is in an emergency. More than 70% of the half-machine agents have been killed. The enemy is still wreaking havoc. The 13th section has gone out of control. The terrorists have released a terrifying poisonous fog. Anyone who inhales it will have their eyes turn white for a short period of time and become bloodthirsty. At present, such infected people can be seen everywhere in the 13th section. The 7th Jaeger aircraft unit has been ambushed. The enemy is a flying creature that can control birds to attack. I am the last survivor. Please activate all anti-air weapons, or else. On a moving train, Tang Zhen was leaning against a hard seat as he continuously flipped through the information he had obtained from the cyborg. From the content of the information, it could be confirmed that the cyborg who controlled this world was in great danger. Even Tang Zhen himself didn't know how many buildings above level 9 were in the entire savage wildland. Therefore, he didn't know how many king-level cultivators had participated in this operation. However, it was clear from the cyborg's anxious state that almost every patrol area in the world had king-class cultivators appearing and starting their destructive operations at the same time. Perhaps this was the destructive nature of the cultivators in Lu City, or perhaps they did it on purpose, trying to hide their true purpose. Through this incident, one could see the great destructive power of the Lu Cheng cultivators. As long as they appeared in the world, they would fall into panic and chaos without exception. If they were not careful, the entire world would be destroyed by these cultivators. In this way, they could also take the opportunity to collect the world's origin source and make a big profit. The cultivators of Lu Cheng could be both good and evil. In order to obtain the world's origin that could be exchanged for a large number of points, they would definitely do anything. Tang Zhen was not interested in causing damage to these cultivators. What he needed to do now was to take this train and head to the cyborg's headquarters. Perhaps it was a coincidence that Tang Zhen's teleportation location was not too far away from the cyborg headquarters. Hence, he had sufficient time to reach his destination. As for flying over, Tang Zhen felt that there was no need for it. He only needed the other cultivators to act as the vanguard and then he would follow. However, just as Tang Zhen was about to pretend to be an ordinary passenger and leisurely head to the cyborg headquarters, a passenger who was traveling with him unexpectedly appeared in front of him. 1060 An old acquaintance. At this moment, the window was half open, and a cool breeze blew in, making people feel very comfortable. On both sides of the railway were forests and farmlands. The hardworking people were either driving agricultural machinery or herding livestock, shuttling back and forth in the fields. Groups of children, dressed in simple and crude clothes, were playing in the woods and by the ditches. When they saw the train passing by, they would even mischievously point at the passengers on the train. Although this world was under the control of the cyborg and seemed a little closed and backward, it was full of a comfortable atmosphere. Their lives were simple and monotonous. They did not have to work hard for all kinds of desires. They only needed to satisfy their 3 meals a day and maintain their normal living expenses. For a cyborg who controlled the entire world, it was actually very easy to do this. As long as they liked it, they could even make the whole world degenerate into a medieval state overnight. However, with the emergence of cultivators in Lusheng, this situation would change completely. Once the rule of the cyborgs was overthrown, would this world become as impetuous and uneasy as the original world? Tang Zhen stood beside the car window and quietly looked at the scenery that was rapidly passing by. A pondering expression surfaced in his eyes. There weren't many passengers in this carriage, so it was very quiet at the moment. The boring journey made the passengers drowsy, and they yawned from time to time. Although they really wanted the train to go faster, they didn't have the right to do so, and the old train couldn't satisfy their wishes. As for vehicles such as airplanes, ordinary people could forget about it. This was because cyborgs would never allow ordinary people to fly in the sky. Even if they occasionally saw an aircraft flying over their heads, they were the Jaeger aircraft of the cyborgs. Of course, Tang Zhen did not feel that the speed of the car was slow. On the contrary, he was a little happy. Because the old car accessories matched the natural environment outside, it made him feel like he had returned to the 60s and 70s of his original world. This experience was quite good. Just as Tang Zhen was immersed in this kind of atmosphere, a series of footsteps were transmitted from behind him. When the person behind walked to Tang Zhen's side, he stopped and slowly sat down on the chair opposite Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen had already seen that the person sitting opposite him was a woman. She had a tall and voluptuous figure and was wearing a black leather jacket and a pair of black sunglasses. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, he was sure that she was a beauty. Because of the tight leather jacket, her perfect figure was completely highlighted. Her long legs were straight and tight, and she was full of temptation from top to bottom. In this world, such a style of clothing was too eye-catching, and it was difficult to not notice it. In fact, when he passed by, he had already attracted many male passengers' sneaky glances. Their eyes were full of shock and unconcealed desire. After the woman sat down, she stared at Tang Zhen without blinking. It was as if she wanted to discover the secret hidden in his body. After a full minute, the woman slowly opened her mouth, her tone carrying a hint of joy. "City Lord, long time no see." Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the other party. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile as he gently nodded. Indeed, long time no see. The two of them were like old friends as they greeted each other. When I received the special recruitment order, I was wondering whether City Lord Tang would personally take action this time. Now that we've unexpectedly met here, I have to say that we're quite fated. The lady in leather clothes smiled and softly said to Tang Zhen, "I have to admit that the Holy Dragon City's development speed is beyond my expectations. I thought it would take at least 10 years before I could see the shadow of the Holy Dragon City in the 9th grade city. Then you'll soon be surprised to find that it won't be long before Holy Dragon City becomes a national-level city." Tang Zhen's tone was filled with confidence when he said this. "So, your promotion mission this time is very easy." This was good news. It's a pity that our Lusheng is not so lucky. We've been troubled by the promotion mission for so many years. When the woman said this, she sighed softly. A trace of worry could be seen between her brows, as if she was worried about something. "How's Satuyung? I haven't seen him for a long time since we last met." Tang Zhen didn't continue this topic and asked about other things. "My grandfather is currently in the otherworldly battlefield and is tied up by some matters. That's why I'm representing Lu Cheng in this special recruitment." The woman in leather said. "Heaven Battling City is not weak, and there are many cultivators in the city. How could they waste so much time on a simple promotion task?" Tang Zhen's eyes contained a trace of doubt when he said this. The woman in leather laughed bitterly and explained in a clear voice, "City Lord Tang, you might not know this, but when the Cornerstone platform issues promotion missions, it will actually assign the mission world according to the strength of the tower. Due to many reasons, it had taken Heaven Battling City a lot of time to upgrade to a level 8 building. After upgrading to a level 9 building, its average strength had far exceeded that of ordinary level 9 buildings due to years of accumulation. This kind of strength was a powerful deterrent to other towers, but when completing the promotion mission, they would be assigned to a relatively powerful otherworld due to their high potential assessment. It's precisely because the cornerstone platform's evaluation of potential was too high that Heaven Battling City suffered a loss when distributing the foreign-land battlefields. When the woman in leather said this, her face revealed a vexed expression. With Heaven Battling City's current strength, the native cultivators of this foreign world aren't that powerful. As long as we carry out the plan step by step, we'll definitely be able to complete the mission in a few years. But no one would have thought that there was another building warzone behind this otherworld. They secretly supported the native cultivators of this world, constantly providing them with weapons and equipment, and even secretly participated in battles from time to time, causing great casualties to Heaven Battling City. As time passed, Heaven Battling City became more and more passive, and the tower city that supported the native cultivators behind the scenes took the opportunity to plunder a lot of the world's origin. It's precisely because of their existence that Heaven Battling City has been stuck on this mission for so many years, unable to make much progress. Tang Zhen frowned when he heard this. He looked at the woman opposite him and revealed a puzzled expression. What's going on? Could it be that the battlefields are allowed to fight with each other? This was the first time he had heard of this. If it was true, then the situation in the world of Lusheng was far more complicated than he had imagined. The lady in leather raised her head and looked at Tang Zhen. She gently nodded her head before using a faint tone to say, "I'm surprised that the almighty city Lord Tang doesn't know about this." "You're not kidding me, right?" Tang Zhen's brows twitched. He looked at the woman opposite him and softly snorted. The woman smiled sweetly at the sight of this, and her elegant demeanor was so charming that it almost made the male passengers next to her dumbfounded. 1061 Competition and infighting in the war zone. What? Is it strange that I don't know about this? Tang Zhen coldly looked at the leather-clothed lady. His tone was clearly a little unfriendly. Those old towers with thousands of years of history more or less knew some of the secrets of the tower world. In this aspect, the Holy Dragon City could not be compared to them. Even though Tang Zhen had been working hard to grasp more secrets and allow Holy Dragon City to develop more steadily, this kind of thing would not be effective in a short time. Therefore, this woman's words made Tang Zhen feel very uncomfortable. A faint smile once again surfaced on the corner of the woman's mouth when she saw Tang Zhen's black face. After which, she softly explained. In fact, the law of the jungle has always existed in the world of Lusheng. Not only do the Lusheng compete with each other, but even the major battlefields are in a state of competition. The stronger the battle zone, the higher the level of the cornerstone platform, and the richer the resources available for exchange. At the same time, there would be more coordinates of the other world. As for the war zone we're in, due to the lower level of the cornerstone platform, the level of the exchanged materials is not very high. Therefore, among all the war zones in the tower world, our ranking is neither high nor low. In this case, it's normal to be bullied by Lu Cheng from other battlefields. When the woman in leather said this, there was an obvious trace of helplessness in her tone. Because new worlds are not so easy to find, cultivators from different battlefields will often fight for a new world. The richer the resources in the foreign world, the more intense the competition would be. The cornerstone platform was very supportive of this kind of competition. Once they successfully seized an alternate world that belonged to another battle zone and changed their teleportation coordinates, they would receive a generous reward from the cornerstone platform. We were very unlucky to be randomly assigned to such a foreign world. When we had just made some progress in the mission, we were interrupted by a level 9 city from a powerful battle zone. The strength of the other party is not inferior to Heaven Battling City, and in some aspects, they are even stronger than Heaven Battling City. If it wasn't for the fact that this foreign world doesn't belong to their battlefield, and Lu Cheng couldn't descend, we would have been defeated a long time ago. Tang Zhen's brows were tightly knitted together as he listened to the woman's explanation. His face revealed a pondering expression. You said that the different battlefields can compete for the ownership of the foreign world. Then, are the Lusheng from different battlefields allowed to attack each other in the world of Lusheng? There's no limit to that. Didn't you destroy 2 towers in other battle zones without any punishment? When the woman in leather said this, a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, but it was blocked by the sunglasses. It's definitely not an easy task to cross the war zone in the world of towers. Ordinary towers can't support such consumption at all. They'll even be wanted by the cornerstone platforms of other war zones. Additionally, those insurmountable barriers in the war zone are actually to prevent similar things from happening. When Tang Zhen heard this, he suddenly recalled that there were some secrets on his phone that he had yet to figure out. One of them was that all the towers, except Holy Dragon City, were marked with different numbers. Tang Zhen had always thought that the phone was encouraging him to destroy those buildings, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. These buildings had no enmity with the mobile phone, so why did they guide Tang Zhen to destroy them? At that time, Tang Zhen didn't know that war zones could snatch other worlds from each other. He thought that the entire tower world would only launch an invasion war. However, now that he thought about it, the tower world wasn't a piece of iron. The cornerstone platform that Tang Zhen originally thought was one was actually an independent existence and had different levels. In addition to Liu Cheng, the cornerstone platform was also working hard to increase its level. At present, these battlefields were only fighting for their own foreign worlds. Would there be a day when all the battlefields in Lusheng battlefields would start fighting with each other? Thinking about it carefully, this situation was not impossible. A thread of inspiration suddenly flashed through Tang Zhen's mind. This caused his heart to be slightly startled. He suddenly realized that the phone he owned was actually like a cornerstone platform that had changed its form. Other than being unable to purchase and trade items, it did not lack anything, be it skill exchange or teleportation. The more he thought about it, the more Tang Zhen felt that the functions of the phone were extremely similar to the cornerstone platform. Moreover, it was an extremely high-level cornerstone platform. In this miniature, cornerstone platform, in front of him was constantly instigating him to destroy the buildings in other battlefields. A trace of fear flashed across Tang Zhen's heart. He inhaled a deep breath of air, but his expression did not change. Back then, I told Situ Yung that I could help you solve Liu Cheng's promotion mission. It seems like I was a little too full of myself. Tang Zhen shook his head. He recalled his promise to Situ Yung and could not help but blush. At that time, he had thought that this was a very simple matter. Now that he knew the specific situation, he realized how troublesome the matter was. Of course, there was a way to solve this problem, but in this way, Heaven Battling City's final spoils of war would only be a wasteland world. My grandfather once told me about this. To be honest, he didn't expect City Lord Tang to be of any help. He only hoped that after befriending you, he could purchase some weapons and equipment from Holy Dragon City. The woman in the leather jacket immediately explained with a smile after hearing Tang Zhen's words. Tang Zhen nodded and no longer bothered about this matter. Instead, they started to talk about other matters. Speaking of which, your cultivation has improved very quickly. It's only been a few years, and you've already become a king-level cultivator. A trace of surprise flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes as he sensed the woman's cultivation aura. The advancement of Liu Cheng's cultivators became slower and slower as they advanced. In addition to Liu Cheng's attributes and the consumption of a large number of cultivation resources, one's own aptitude was also extremely important. However, even if he was talented, his cultivation should not have improved so quickly in just a few years. There must be some special reason that he did not know about. The woman in leather glanced at Tang Zhen with hidden bitterness. She still remembered the days when she was locked up in the Holy Dragon City's underground prison. At the same time, she said in a disapproving tone, "City Lord must be joking. I don't dare to say that I'm fast in front of you. You should know that you're now a dignified Law King and the famous Manwang King. How long did this process take? Am I that famous? Why didn't I know about it?" Tang Zhen laughed involuntarily when he heard this. Of course, it's just that you're not clear about it. The woman rolled her eyes at Tang Zhen. She turned her head and looked out of the car window. No one knew what she was thinking about. 1062 Cyborg Headquarters. 1 No matter how long a journey was, there would always be an end. After more than 10 hours of travel, the train finally arrived at its destination. In front of them was the cyborg's headquarters. It was the political center of this world. It was a huge city called Star City. It was also the place where Tang Zhen and the others had gathered. Unlike the other places in this world, which were in a backward and primitive state, many of the items here had a trace of technological aura, making people mistakenly think that they had entered another technological world. According to the identity card, the enemy would arrive with the energy core in a few dozen hours. The train's speed began to slow down as the entire city appeared in Tang Zhen's sight. The first building that entered Tang Zhen's eyes was a super fortress made of steel. It occupied an extremely large area and stood tall on the plains in an incomparably powerful manner. A single glance was enough to tell that this fortress had an extremely strong defense. Just the thick metal walls were enough to make all enemies despair. Around this steel fortress, there were also countless weapons for defense and attack. Anyone who wanted to break through this defensive circle would have to pay an extremely heavy price. This was the strongest fortress in the world, and there were things that ordinary people couldn't imagine inside. It was like a sleeping beast that inadvertently revealed its sharp fangs, enough to make people tremble in fear. With the protection of this super fortress, the cyborg could be said to have no worries and did not need to fear any enemy attacks. In fact, there was no lack of armed forces in this world that resisted the rule of the cyborgs. However, in the face of the pursuit and suppression of the powerful cyborgs, they could only hide all day like rats living in the sewers. Furthermore, in this world, the ordinary people were under the deliberate control of the androids. There was no way to organize a powerful armed force. Even if they fought with the androids, they would only end up in defeat. Of course, the area where ordinary people lived was not within the protection of this steel fortress. Instead, it spread out in all directions with it as the center. Perhaps due to the influence of the body transformation, these half-robots' thinking patterns were different from ordinary people. This was reflected in the planning of the city. It was simple, unified, and even a little rigid, giving off a feeling of lethargy. As far as the eye could see, the super city in front of them started from the super fortress, and a total of 28 main roads radiated out in all directions. Then, along with the other horizontal streets, they formed a ring shape, which continued to extend around. From the sky, one could see that the overall appearance of the entire city was basically an irregular circle. Once a battle broke out, the originally flat and wide roads would change. Metal walls would suddenly rise from the ground and completely seal off these streets. Then, these super strong metal walls, together with the buildings on both sides of the road, would form a huge protective wall, completely isolating the enemy. Tang Zhen felt a little bored as he looked at those identical buildings. He then shifted his attention back from the map interface. At present, the city was still in a safe and stable state. However, Tang Zhen knew in his heart that the cultivators who had received the order were rushing over. Perhaps there were already a large number of cultivators hiding in the city, waiting for the final moment to come. However, this group of restless guys would probably not hide obediently. For many cultivators in the building, there were many things in this world that were worth fighting for. Once these king-level cultivators made a ruckus, the city with a population of over 1 million would immediately fall into chaos. Perhaps the cyborgs had realized this, so there were uniformed cyborgs patrolling the city. The entire city's surveillance system was also constantly searching for suspicious targets. There were also aircraft appearing from time to time in the sky above, making the atmosphere of the entire city a little depressing. However, with the strength and means of the king-level cultivators, if they didn't want to be discovered, the cyborgs wouldn't be able to find them even if they dug 3 feet deep into the ground. For example, who would know the identity of Tang Zhen and the leather-clad woman beside him? They were 2 powerful king-level cultivators. With the sound of a whistle, the train slowly entered the station. Tang Zhen also stood up from his seat. "Since we're here, let's part ways," Tang Zhen said to the woman in leather before turning around and walking toward the car. "Hey, are you going to leave me like this? We've known each other for so long, after all." The woman in leather stood up and called out to Tang Zhen in a somewhat depressed manner. "You're a living person, how can you just go missing? Besides, with your strength, how many people can bully you?" Tang Zhen gently curled his mouth and spoke without turning his head. "Yingluo, don't you plan on knowing my name?" The woman in leather was a little unwilling to give up and asked again. "Aren't you the granddaughter of Situ Yung, the city lord of Centauria Valley?" "I already knew about this. As for the name, it's just a code name. I'm not interested in knowing." Tang Zhen had already alighted from the train as he spoke. He was slowly walking out of the train station. "Remember, my name is Situ Yung." Tang Zhen's figure had already disappeared into the crowd when he shouted these words. Situ Yung stomped her foot in anger. When the male passengers saw the turn, they were stunned. Seeing this, Situ Yung glared at them and released the aura of a king-level cultivator. These guys immediately woke up from their lecherous state and quickly left. "Stinky man, when I have the chance, I'll definitely lock you up in the underground prison and let you experience what it's like." Situ Yung cursed and followed the crowd off the train. Tang Zhen, who had walked to the entrance of the train station, immediately saw a group of uniformed cyborgs. They were guarding the place as if they were facing a great enemy. They scanned their surroundings with cold eyes, and everyone who entered and exited the station was sized up by them. Cold weapons were also set up on the metal sentries on both sides of the exit, pointing at the people entering and leaving the station. With Tang Zhen's methods, he was naturally able to easily pass through the inspection. After which, he swaggered out of the train station under the gazes of those half-mechs. The next thing he had to do was to figure out the specific situation of the cyborg headquarters to facilitate his next action. 1063 The Chaotic City. 1 Tang Zhen slowly walked toward the cyborg headquarters as he strolled on the streets of the city. If he wanted to enter this heavily guarded super fortress, he would definitely need some special means. Tang Zhen did not think that the cyborg headquarters would be like the backyard of an ordinary house, where he could enter and exit as he pleased. Of course, with his means, it was not difficult to sneak in. At most, it would take a little time. However, just as he was about to take action, the originally calm street suddenly became chaotic. The people on both sides of the road suddenly screamed in fear. They ran with all their might, trying to avoid something terrifying. At the back of the crowd, screams could be heard. At the same time, broken limbs were thrown into the air, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Tang Zhen quickly switched to the map view to see what had happened. Then, he was surprised to find that behind the fleeing crowd, there was a group of huge strange creatures chasing after the panicked crowd. Rats the size of leopards, beetles that were not much smaller than boars, mantises that were more than 3 meters tall, and other creatures were slaughtering wantonly on the streets, devouring the citizens as food. Tang Zhen was very clear that Lu Cheng's cultivators had started to cause trouble. Just as he had expected, they had no patience at all and couldn't wait to start making a scene. Besides, if a king-level expert were to make a move, it would definitely cause an earth-shattering scene. Tang Zhen did not know what kind of method the other party had used to make these ordinary creatures so huge. At the same time, why were they so bloodthirsty and brutal? With the ability of a king-level cultivator and the various secret techniques he had obtained from invading a foreign world, it wasn't difficult to do this. With the appearance of the terrifying monster, the city was in a great panic. In just a few minutes, the entire street was covered in blood and minced meat, and the whole place was stained with blood. Wherever these giant monsters passed, there were no signs of any citizens. Only the timely appearance of aircraft was constantly attacking these monsters. Body fluids of various colors splattered out of the monsters. The bullet attacks made them howl in pain. From time to time, there would be huge monsters that fell to the ground while running. The frightened monsters scattered in all directions, and some of them launched attacks on the aircraft in the sky. A monster that looked like a lizard quickly climbed onto the wall of a building on the side of the road. It then stuck out its tongue and stuck it onto the aircraft that was attacking at a low altitude. Boom! As the monster's tongue pulled, one of the aircraft accidentally crashed into a building and immediately turned into a pile of scrap metal. Washbasin-sized fleas and locusts that were more than a meter long also jumped up from high places one after another, launching attacks at the aircraft. In the blink of an eye, the aircrafts in the sky fell one after another, and some monsters were blown to pieces. However, compared to the monsters that filled the entire street, these casualties were nothing. The sudden change attracted the attention of the cyborg. As a piercing alarm sounded, metal walls immediately rose up around the street where the monster was. In less than a dozen seconds, the area was completely sealed off. There was a whistling sound, and then a large number of flying machines whizzed out from the cyborg headquarters in the distance, speeding toward this area. A cyborg agent stood on each aircraft, holding a weapon with a murderous look. When they arrived at the area where the giant creature was, they attacked the monsters on the ground without hesitation, and a barrage of bullets poured down. At the same time, some of the cyborg agents jumped off the aircraft and quickly landed on the metal wall. Then, they controlled the large caliber weapons and continued to kill the monsters. The monsters that were trapped in the streets were running around as if there were no flies. They kept attacking the buildings that were sealed by the iron gates and protective nets, trying to break in to avoid the attacks. In the process, more and more monsters were shot to death, and broken corpses could be seen everywhere. However, the cyborgs responsible for blocking the attack also began to suffer casualties. Although the monster had grown in size, its intelligence had not increased much. Moreover, after they grew in size, their courage also increased a lot. When they saw that their food, which was about the same size as them, dared to attack them, they began to fight back in anger. They swarmed toward the cyborgs in groups, leaving traces of destruction on the buildings and metal walls. Even though they were covered by the bullets of the cyborgs, they still charged forward without fear of death. Although the cyborgs' combat power was far beyond that of ordinary people after their bodies were modified, they were still not at ease in the face of the densely packed giant monsters. Screams of pain could be heard as the half-mech's body, which was surrounded by the monsters, was torn to pieces and then quickly devoured. A few locations had already been attacked by monsters, and they were constantly surging toward other areas along the breach. The citizens who were watching from a distance immediately shouted and fled. At the same time, teams of cyborg agents also quickly rushed forward with weapons in hand. Fighting alongside the cyborg agents were tanks that were constantly spewing out terrifying flames. The monsters that had just rushed out were immediately beaten into a mess of flesh and blood. They fell to the ground in groups and soon piled up into small mountains of blood. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the cyborgs to clear out all the monsters. Tang Zhen coldly looked at this scene. He was very clear in his heart that the cultivators in Lusheng definitely didn't only have this little trick. The exciting part was yet to come. Sure enough, as soon as he had this thought, there were screams of panic coming from the street behind him. The citizens who had fled ran back like crazy. At the same time, a blood-red mist was wriggling in the air like mollusks. In the smoke-covered area, there were townsfolk lying on the ground, unable to get up. They were constantly twisting their bodies, as if they were in great pain. Blood gushed out of their 7 orifices, and the pain caused their faces to twist. Then, as if they were spasming, they stood up with twisted bodies and raised their heads to roar. However, at this time, there were constantly moving tentacles in their mouths, just like the tentacles of an octopus. It looked extremely strange. Their blood-red eyes were wide open as they greedily looked at the citizens who were running for their lives. Then, they pounced on them in unison. 1064 Catastrophe 1. After the mutated residents rushed into the crowd, they immediately started biting and tearing. The sharp teeth hidden behind the tentacles bit the residents until they were bloody. The flesh and blood that had been bitten off were directly devoured by them. The scene was like hell had descended. They looked at the tragic scene on the street and were all pale with fear. They closed the windows in a panic and then closed the door tightly. Hiding in their homes and waiting for the disaster to pass had become their only choice. However, what they didn't know was that this chaos wasn't simple. Even hiding at home couldn't guarantee their safety. Instead, they took the opportunity to escape from the city, which might give them a chance of survival. The thin door couldn't stop the crazy monsters, and the seemingly solid house couldn't be preserved under the bombardment of the king-level cultivators and the enemies. At a certain moment in the future, this place was destined to become the ruins of a dead city. Following the appearance of the blood-colored smoke, chaotic scenes appeared in other areas of the city. A group of citizens with red eyes and crazy expressions were waving all kinds of weapons and rushing toward the cyborgs. The cyborg agents patrolling the streets began to shoot without any hesitation, killing the citizens. However, the citizens who had been successfully controlled by Lu Cheng's cultivators were not afraid of such casualties at all. Even if their bodies were hit by bullets, they continued to crawl forward, leaving a shocking trail of blood on the street. Among these crazy citizens, a man in a black robe was holding a black staff and slowly advancing in the dense and crazy crowd. His whole body exuded a strange and gloomy temperament, which was out of place with the surrounding scene and was extremely eye-catching. Around the black-robed man, there were dozens of tall and strong men with fierce expressions. They were holding all kinds of weapons and acting as guards. The surface of these brawny men was already covered with blood-colored meridians, looking as if they were about to explode at any moment. "You can't escape, you'll never be able to escape." The black-robed cultivator spoke in a low voice, his voice cold and emotionless. As the crowd of controlled citizens continued to push forward, the residents on the surrounding streets who could not escape in time began to convulse violently as if they had been electrocuted. After a few moments, they began to join the ranks of the attack with a crazed look on their faces. The small number of cyborg agents were quickly swallowed by the crowd and torn to pieces by the crazy citizens. This crazy stream of people continued to advance and soon arrived at Tang Zhen's location. At this moment, Tang Zhen was standing alone in the middle of the street. His personal belongings were scattered all over the ground. There were also mottled blood stains. It looked like the end of the world. What caused people to feel strange was that when those crazy human flow that filled the streets met Tang Zhen, they were like a wave that had hit a reef, directly split into two. Their expressions were still crazy. However, there was an intense fear in their eyes. It was as if Tang Zhen was some terrifying monster that caused them to subconsciously avoid him. The black-robed man had also noticed this strange situation. He raised his head slightly and his two pairs of dark green eyes looked at Tang Zhen at the same time. It turned out that this black-robed cultivator had 4 eyes. Other than the 2 normal eyes, there were 2 more eyes that protruded from his forehead, wriggling like feelers. Waves of strange spiritual energy were spreading out from the pair of eyes that were like tentacles, firmly controlling the crazy citizens. This was obviously another strange method of controlling mental power, but it could only be used on ordinary people. If it was a cultivator, the effect would be greatly reduced. The black-robed cultivator looked at Tang Zhen who was standing in front of him. After sizing him up, his body seemed to tremble slightly. Then, he walked in front of Tang Zhen and bowed slightly. I'm the king-level cultivator of the 4-Eye Tower City, Flint. May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Who you are? The black-robed man used a hoarse voice to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the black-robed man before he opened his mouth and replied, Tang Zhen from Holy Dragon City. When the black-robed man heard this, he subconsciously lowered his body and said in a fawning tone, so the Manwang King has arrived personally. This mission should be foolproof. Tang Zhen looked at the black-robed man opposite him and spoke in a faint tone, from your tone, you seem to know me very well. The black-robed man quickly replied, Manwang King's name has already spread throughout the entire battlefront. We are all very impressed by your amazing battle results. Tang Zhen involuntarily laughed when he heard this. The fawning manner of this black-robed man really did not match the cold and mysterious image he had earlier. He didn't have time to waste with the other party. The thing that Tang Zhen wanted to know the most was how many king-level cultivators had come for this mission and the specific situation of the enemy. After hearing Tang Zhen's question, the black-robed man replied, according to the information I've gathered, at least 200 king-level cultivators took part in this mission after the special call was issued. As for the Law Kings like you, 5 of them came, including you. Tang Zhen frowned slightly when he heard this number. With so many king-level entities gathered together, they could easily destroy a world. How powerful was the enemy that the cornerstone platform would send out such a large force? Tang Zhen's expression became increasingly gloomy when he thought of the hidden danger behind this. Have you obtained any information on the enemy? Tang Zhen thought for a moment before asking. The black-robed cultivator shook his head, indicating that he had not obtained any useful information. Just like Tang Zhen, he was also waiting for the cornerstone platform's instructions. From the looks of it, the enemy was quite mysterious. One last question. What's the purpose of your current operation? Aren't you afraid of alerting the enemy? This was what Tang Zhen was most puzzled about. If the enemy temporarily cancelled their arrival plan because of the change here, wouldn't they be unable to complete their mission? When the black-robed man heard this, he immediately smiled and said, Manwang Wang, you don't have to worry. According to the information we received, the cyborgs in this world are actually the vassals of the enemy. After they were modified, their main responsibility was to look after the teleportation device here. According to our deductions, the enemy must have arrived through some sort of teleportation method. In just a few days, even if the cyborgs sent out a warning of danger, their master wouldn't be able to receive it through space. When we have control of this cyborg headquarters, we can wait for the enemy to appear and attack. The enemies will be caught off guard and suffer great losses. We'll also get the energy core. Looking at the confident black-robed cultivator, Tang Zhen nodded his head and did not ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Any more questions? The situation was clear. Lu Cheng didn't plan to wait until the time limit. Instead, he was going to strike first and take down the cyborg headquarters. Since that was the case, he should do something to prevent himself from not being able to gain much battle credits when the mission was finally completed. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen's figure suddenly flashed as he headed straight for the cyborg's headquarters. 1065 The Kings of the Four Great Laws 1 After seeing Tang Zhen disappear, the black-robed cultivator stood on the spot and thought for a moment. Then, he continued to control the crazy citizens and continued to rush toward the cyborg headquarters. On the 28 main roads, Lu Cheng's figure could be seen from time to time. They were using all kinds of strange means to kill groups of cyborg agents. Even the tall defensive walls were unable to stop their attacks. Amidst the violent rumbles, tall buildings and defensive walls were destroyed and collapsed from time to time. Looking down from the sky, the entire city was in complete chaos. Explosions and flames were spreading all the way to the cyborg headquarters. At this moment, the cyborg headquarters had been surrounded by king-level cultivators. They all had different appearances, but all of them exuded a terrifying aura. They flashed around the cyborg castle like lightning and launched an attack on the castle. The ground around the castle was filled with the broken bodies of the cyborgs. They had firmly controlled this world, but they were as weak as ants in front of the cultivators in the tower. The cyborg had already noticed that something was wrong and had completely closed all the entrances and exits of the castle. He was ready to rely on the castle's strong defense to stop the enemy. However, the fortress that was indestructible in the eyes of the cyborg could not provide them with enough security at this time. Facing the powerful cultivators of Lu Cheng, even if the cyborg castle was like a turtle shell, it would still be broken one day. When the cultivators of Lu Cheng charged in, the cyborg hiding inside would be doomed. In order to avoid such a tragic end, the cyborgs had already launched attacks with all their might. Countless cannons fired beams of light, chasing the figures of the cultivators in the Lusheng. However, for king-level cultivators, these defensive weapons, which could threaten the life of ordinary people, couldn't do any effective damage to them. As figures broke through the fire blockade one after another, the cultivators of Lusheng City had already leaned directly on the outer shell of the fortress and began to bombard the metal shell of the fortress one after another. Because the castle was completely sealed, if they wanted to enter, they would have to break through the outer defense. The swords and sabers in their hands kept slashing at the castle's outer shell. The metal walls that could withstand the impact of the cannons were left with terrifying wounds. Under the fierce attacks of these king-level cultivators, the surface of the castle was covered in scars. At this moment, at the top of the castle, a strong man with two horns on his head, wearing heavy armor, was constantly roaring. The war hammer in his hand was also repeatedly hitting the metal shell of the castle. With his fierce attacks, the metal shell had begun to crack. Even though it was quickly filled and solidified by the liquid flowing inside, the speed of repair was still not as fast as the speed of destruction. The king-level cultivator laughed smugly. He raised his war hammer and smashed it down on the metal shell with blinding light. Boom! With a deafening sound, a huge hole was created in the metal shell. The king-class cultivator laughed and jumped into it. About 20 meters away, a king-level cultivator who looked like a dried corpse with chains all over his body and green symbols flashing on them snorted and pulled off a tag from the chain. He threw the sign at the metal shell, and the entire sign quickly shattered, a cloud of green smoke rising into the air. At the same time, a green liquid spread on the metal shell. With a sizzling sound of corrosion, a large hole was quickly broken through the metal shell, enough for a cultivator to enter. He glanced at the king-level cultivators around him, laughed, and jumped down. Seeing this, the king-level cultivators increased the speed of their attacks. Soon, the metal shell of the castle was filled with holes. From the looks of it, these king-level cultivators were clearly competing with each other. There was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. The performance of these cultivators in Lusheng was actually very normal. The area of the wilderness was quite vast, and these king-level cultivators rarely had the opportunity to come into contact with it. Now that they had gathered together because of the special recruitment order, it was natural for them to compete with each other. They were all king-level cultivators, and none of them wanted to be looked down upon by others. Naturally, they had to do their best to show off. Of course, this was just the thought of ordinary king-level cultivators. For those who had real strength, this kind of contest was meaningless and disdainful. As hundreds of king-level cultivators swarmed into the cyborg headquarters, 4 men and women of different sizes were watching the battle coldly from the top of a building in the distance. There was a strong fluctuation of nomological aura around the 4 of them. The space seemed to be unable to withstand the huge pressure, and there were signs of tearing. There was no doubt that they were the 4 Law Kings who had participated in this operation. Blood River King, are you sure that your information is correct? Will the enemy not receive the news of our attack? The cultivator from Lusheng who asked the question was a tall cultivator who was wearing white bone armor. His back was covered with bone spikes like a peacock spreading its tail. Even his face was covered by a protruding bone armor. The person he was asking was a pale-faced, seductive man with pointed ears. He was wearing a blood-red robe that looked like blood that was constantly flowing, and he exuded a strong bloody aura. Lord Blood River glanced at the skeleton man and sneered. His demonic face, which was covered with exquisite tattoos, showed a trace of confidence. "Don't worry, Bone Emperor. There's no problem with my source of information." After saying that, he licked his blood-red lips and said in a reminiscing tone, "This information came from a high-level cyborg, so it can't be wrong. And that guy's blood is also very special, it has a strange fragrance, it's really memorable." Hearing Blood River King's answer, Bone King nodded expressionlessly. He crossed his arms and continued to watch the battlefield. There was a man and a woman standing next to him. The woman had silver-white skin and a pair of silver-white wings on her back. There were scale-like embellishments around her eyes, and a cluster of bright feathers grew between her eyebrows. She looked at Blood River King's intoxicated expression with disgust. She snorted softly, but did not speak. The tall man next to her, who was covered in black scales and had a head full of blood-red horns, turned to look at Blood River King. "I've long heard that Blood River King possesses a powerful secret technique. His means of obtaining information in the entire war zone are unparalleled. I wonder if you can answer my next question." King Blood River turned around and glanced at the non-human king, whose face was covered in black scales and whose eyes were blood-red, and said, "Redhorn King, if you have any questions, just ask. If I know, I will definitely tell you." Answering a question in exchange for a favor was not a bad deal. Redhorn King nodded and asked Blood River King, "Then, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If you know where the Holy Dragon City Master, Tang Zhen, is now." When the other three heard this name, they immediately frowned and looked at Redhorn King. "You're talking about the king of the wilderness, Tang Zhen. Why is he here?" The silver-winged emperor with his silver wings asked with a surprised tone. Blood River Emperor and Bone Emperor were also surprised and contemplative. It seemed that the name Tang Zhen had a special meaning to them. The originally somewhat leisurely atmosphere had also become somewhat solemn because of the name Tang Zhen. Blood River King had originally planned to use this opportunity to sell information so that the Red Horn King would owe him a favor. However, when he heard that the Red Horn King was asking for information on Tang Zhen, his eyes flickered slightly. He looked at the Red Horn King with eyes that seemed to be searching. 1066-1. After thinking for a while, Blood River King looked at Red Horn King, who was staring at him and waiting for an answer. "Actually, I'm very curious. I don't know why the Red Horn King is asking about this Tang Zhen. Could it be that there is some enmity between the two of you? As cultivators of laws, their strength could almost run amok in the savage war zone. The only people they were afraid of were cultivators of laws of the same level. And Tang Zhen just so happened to be a law king. Although it had not been long since he had advanced, his past battle results had been known by many people. His reputation was not inferior to those veteran law kings. Things about him were also gradually known by people one by one. His cultivation rose extremely quickly. In just a few short years, he had become a law king. This speed made countless people's jaws drop. His methods were strange and mysterious, and his combat power was extremely strong. Cultivators of the same level as him had almost never met a match. He would never let go of his enemies easily. In the past, he even crossed the barrier of the war zone and faced the pursuit order from the cornerstone platform in the Spirit Fall war zone. He almost entered No One's Land and destroyed 2 national towers in a row. When this explosive news was sent back to the Wilderness War Zone, almost all the cultivators in Lusheng City were shocked. They also had a deeper understanding of Tang Zhen's ruthlessness and powerful means. It was also at that moment that Tang Zhen officially entered the sights of these law kings and began to pay attention to any information related to Holy Dragon City. Since they were all from the same battlefront, it was inevitable that they would come into contact in the future. They naturally had to pay more attention to this Holy Dragon City Lord who had appeared out of nowhere. However, it didn't take long for news of Tang Zhen's advancement to a law king to spread. It was reported by the entire battle zone of the Cornerstone platform. The entire boorish desolate war zone was in an uproar. The cultivators in Lusheng City were not only shocked by this, but they were also on high alert. In the face of such an abnormal guy, everyone suddenly felt a sense of crisis. They were afraid that one day in the future, they would hear even more shocking news about this guy. Most of the cultivators in Lusheng stayed away from Tang Zhen, who was a dangerous person. They tried not to have any interaction with him. However, now that Red Horn King was asking him about Tang Zhen, Blood River King naturally had to find out the reason to avoid unnecessary trouble. After hearing Blood River King's question, Red Horn King's eyes flashed with a cold light. He said in an icy tone, "This bastard is too much. He actually used some unknown means to make our underground world stinky when we were going to the other world to carry out a mission. We can't live in it anymore." Speaking up to this point, the Red Horn King once again thought of the underground world's war beasts that had gone berserk from the stench, charging towards the surface in groups. His expression was incomparably gloomy, and his teeth were clenched so tightly that, zhe sounds could be heard. Even when he went back to investigate, he was so smelly that he almost vomited. He hurriedly escaped back to the surface. If it wasn't for the Cornerstone Platform's rule that national-level towers in the same war zone couldn't easily attack low-level towers, he would have rushed to Holy Dragon City and massacred it. Hearing this, the other three Law Kings all had strange looks on their faces. It was as if they wanted to laugh, but they were holding it in. This Holy Dragon City Master had actually used such a method. It was truly sinister. Blood River King rolled his eyes and looked at Red Horn King. "Sir, why are you so sure that this matter was done by Tang Zhen? Why would he do such a thing?" Bone Emperor and Silver Wing Emperor both sneered. This matter wasn't that simple. According to their understanding of Tang Zhen, this person would definitely not take the initiative to provoke other powerful Lusheng. Instead, he would focus on developing his own Lusheng. That was why the Holy Dragon City had been promoted to a level 9 city in such a short time. Even those cities with the backing of a country could not be compared to it. Once they thought of the fact that the Holy Dragon City and the Black Prison Tower were not too far away, and the Holy Dragon City's potential growth value was quite high, everyone could vaguely guess the truth of the matter. The Black Prison Tower definitely did not want to watch the Holy Dragon City develop and become a threat to their status in the future. Therefore, they used some secret means to try to destroy the Holy Dragon City. Unfortunately, the other party came to their door and set them up, making the Black Prison Tower suffer a loss in silence. At the thought of this, Blood River King immediately made up his mind. It was best not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, he would get himself into trouble and suffer a great loss. I'm sorry, Red Horn King. My blood slaves didn't find any traces of the Manwang King." After saying this, Blood River King immediately closed his eyes, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing this, White Bone Emperor and Silver Wing Emperor both smiled mysteriously, while Red Horn Emperor snorted coldly. His blood-red eyes kept rolling, as if he was planning something. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Only the semi-android castle in front of them kept exploding. On the eggshell-like surface, smoke kept pouring out of the holes. At this moment, from the void behind the Red Horn King, an extremely condensed sword of fire suddenly shot out, heading straight for his back. The Red Horn King, who was deep in thought, suddenly let out a loud roar. He charged forward without any hesitation, trying to avoid this sudden attack. However, there was no warning before this sneak attack. The Red Horn King dodged in a hurry, so how could he have completely avoided it? In the blink of an eye, the sword of fire had pierced through Red Horn King's left shoulder and went straight through. A furious roar resounded as one of Red Horn King's arms was forcefully cut off. The wound was filled with black burn marks, and the flames on the wound seemed to be alive, quickly spreading and covering his body. The Red Horn King, who had lost an arm, roared in anger. His entire body was immediately covered by a thick layer of stone. At the same time, a large amount of dust rose into the air in the surrounding area. Under the Red Horn King's control, the dust actually began to fly rapidly, like metal constantly colliding with sparks. The ground beneath his feet also started to surge like waves. At the same time, the soil protruded from the ground and quickly solidified into sharp stone spears, shooting into the sky. This Law King from the Abyss Prison Tower had comprehended a branch of the Earth Law. He could control the soil to become extremely rigid rocks and launch violent attacks on his enemies. This kind of law seemed very weak, but when used in actual combat, it had extremely strong destructive power. The power of the law itself had the ability to seal space and prevent the enemy from teleporting. Under the control of the power of the law, the soil would become harder than steel. Not many people could easily dodge the overwhelming attack of this kind of hard stone spear. Not to mention that these stone spears contained the power of laws. Once hit, the destructive effect of the power of laws was something even a law king couldn't withstand. In his rage, the Red Horned King directly used his most powerful law attack. Within a 1,000-meter radius, countless stone spears pierced into the sky, not leaving a single blind spot. The expressions of the three nearby law monarchs immediately changed drastically when they saw this. They began to dodge the dense stone spears in exasperation. They didn't dare to underestimate the power of this stone spear, so they all mobilized the power of law to resist and offset it. As they defended against the attacks, they were also constantly retreating in an attempt to escape the area enveloped by the power of the law. Damn Red Horned King, are you fucking crazy? The three law kings cursed as they dodged, their expressions ugly. Even though they could understand the Red Horned King's current feelings, the fact that the other party had included them in the attack range made them somewhat annoyed. However, the Red Horned King did not care about the curses of the three law kings. Instead, he stared with his blood-red eyes, constantly searching for traces of the attacker. Tang Zhen, I know it was you who launched a sneak attack. You shameless villain, if you have the ability, come out and let's have a face-to-face fight. After hearing Red Horned King's roar, the expressions of the three law kings who were hiding changed, and they also began to search the surroundings. However, after searching the surrounding area, there was not a trace of Tang Zhen's existence. 1067 Intense Battle 1. The injured Red Horned King didn't even care about his own injuries, and instead launched another attack in his rage. His eyes were filled with madness, and he let out a hoarse roar. Facing the hidden powerful enemy, the Red Horned King felt his blood begin to boil. He was infatuated with this feeling. The more life and death danger he was in, the more excited he felt. Under the effect of the power of law, the stone spears that had already covered the surrounding area burst out from the ground again and turned into a large amount of dust as they rushed into the sky. The dust covered the sky above their heads, then quickly condensed into one, stabbing down like a stone slab, directly smashing into the ground. The terrifying feeling was as if the sky had collapsed. If the enemies within the attack range were unable to escape before the stone slab fell, they would definitely be smashed into meat paste. When Blood River King and the others saw this, they sped up their escape to avoid being affected by the indiscriminate attack. The Red Horned King, who was in the center of the attack, had been sensing the movements around him, trying to find the hidden attacker. All of a sudden, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand at an area not far away, and an earth dragon surged out of the ground and smashed into an empty area. Let's see where you can run to this time. Just as the earth dragon was about to approach, a cold light suddenly appeared in the void and cut the earth dragon in two. A figure in purple gold armor also appeared in front of the Red Horned King. Red Horned King, may I know why you are looking for me? That person chuckled and looked at the Red Horned King coldly. After seeing this person's appearance, the Red Horned King was instantly filled with rage. He let out a loud roar and charged over. Tang Zhen, go to hell. The charging Red Horned King's body had suddenly expanded by a size, his pitch-black claws flashing with a cold glint. Even a high-level demonic armor could not withstand the power of his claws. The Red Horned King, who was filled with anger, wanted to tear Tang Zhen to pieces. Only then would he be able to ease the frustration in his heart. After all, it was this guy in front of him who caused him to lose an arm. This was definitely a great enmity that would not end until one of them died. To the Abyss Prison Demon race, their bodies were their strongest weapon. Once they were damaged, their combat power would be greatly reduced. Even a Law King didn't have the ability to regrow limbs. At most, his recovery ability was a bit abnormal. It was also because of this that the Red Horned King hated Tang Zhen so much. In addition to the past grudges, the new and old grudges stacked together. At this moment, the Red Horned King even had thoughts of swallowing Tang Zhen alive. Looking at the Red Horned King who was aggressively charging towards him, a cold glint appeared in Tang Zhen's eyes. The soul-devouring blade in his hand dragged a long flame whip as it ruthlessly slashed towards the Red Horned King. At the same time, the flames suddenly burst out, dyeing the surrounding sky red. Under the burning of the law flames, the falling slates were forcibly held up and quickly turned into lava. Billowing black smoke drifted up from outside the area enveloped by the power of law. It looked like an upside-down volcano, and the position above Tang Zhen and the others was the crater that was about to erupt. From a distance, this was a hellish scene. If ordinary cultivators were caught in it, they would probably die in an instant. The battle within the domain was actually a clash between law kings. However, because Tang Zhen controlled the law of fire, his own strength was much stronger than Red Horn King's. However, the Red Horn King had already become a law king for over 100 years, and his familiarity with controlling the power of law was much stronger than Tang Zhen's. Therefore, when the two's law powers collided, they were almost equal. Then, the next battle would be a head-on clash with real swords and spears. At this moment, Tang Zhen's figure was like lightning as he instantly collided with the Red Horn King. At the same time, a violent explosion was continuously emitted. The onlookers could only see a series of afterimages flashing by. They were unable to see the exact situation of the battle. However, one thing was certain. Because the Red Horn King's physical defense was extremely strong, he was more adept at close combat. As for Tang Zhen, because he had many methods, it was impossible to guard against him. In the distance, the three great law kings watched without blinking, afraid to miss any detail of the battle. On the battlefield, the fierce fighting continued. Even Tang Zhen himself had to admit that this Red Horn King was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. This fellow's strength was extremely great, and his defense was even more outrageous. That pair of sharp claws were even more powerful than divine weapons. Tang Zhen had already suffered a few near-fatal attacks during the fight. Even his purple gold battle armor was full of scars and terrifying scars. If he didn't have the protection of the purple gold armor, he would have been torn to pieces even if he had the body of a law king. The situation was critical. Tang Zhen had no choice but to raise his spirit and throw himself into the battle with all his might. However, Red Horn King did not gain any advantage either. From the start of the fight until now, his body was already covered in blade marks, all the scales on his body had fallen off, and the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. One of the wounds had pierced through his abdomen, and the nomological flames were still burning. The pain was indescribable. However, the Red Horn King did not seem to be affected in the slightest. Instead, he became more and more courageous as the battle progressed, and the stimulation of blood made him even crazier. One could tell from his performance that he would definitely not give up if he did not kill and severely injure Tang Zhen today. It had to be said that the cultivators of the Black Prison Tower were battle maniacs through and through. Because of their physical advantage, they liked close combat and would not show any mercy once they fought. Every world that was invaded by the Abyss Prison Tower would eventually become a true ruin, and the world's origin would be plundered. Tang Zhen also clearly knew that if he did not kill the Red Horn King today, then with this fellow's character, it was extremely likely that he would do something crazy. Even if he returned to the world of Lusheng, it was not impossible for him to massacre the Holy Dragon City. After realizing this point, killing intent surged in Tang Zhen's eyes. As he attacked with all his might, flying swords descended from the sky, rapidly shooting towards the Red Horn King. These flying swords alone were not enough to deal with the Red Horn King. However, Tang Zhen's methods were not limited to these. After obtaining sufficient origin stones, he had already exchanged for a few applications of fire-type maxims. Now, he finally had the opportunity to use them. After forcefully blocking a sharp attack from the Red Horn King, Tang Zhen's body directly took a step back as he pointed his finger at the Red Horn King. A seven-colored fire snake appeared, carrying an indescribably terrifying aura, directly charging towards Red Horn King's body. 1068 Killing the Red Horn King, a relative died of illness, so there aren't many chapters left. I may not update, please bear with it. The moment the seven-colored fire snake appeared, the Red Horn King felt his soul tremble. After a cultivator had mastered the power of law, it was a process of gradually familiarizing himself with it. The longer the time, the higher the level of comprehension and proficiency. The originally rough use of laws would also gradually improve and become more powerful. The difference in power between the two was definitely not something that could be clearly distinguished by levels. The collision of the laws between Tang Zhen and the Red Horn King earlier was at most the most superficial application. Although the power was similarly not small, neither of them could do anything to the other. However, as Tang Zhen released this seven-colored fire snake, the equilibrium between the two was immediately broken. This foot-long little fire snake seemed to possess the power to destroy the heavens and earth, causing the Red Horn King's expression to change. Without any hesitation, he quickly dodged, afraid that the fire snake would land on him. However, how could Tang Zhen allow him to easily dodge? The flying sword he had summoned had already arrived, sealing off the Red Horn King's path of retreat. Tang Zhen's soul-devouring blade followed closely behind, completely sealing off the Red Horn King's last escape route. Under the interference of the power of law, the Red Horn King was unable to teleport and escape. There was practically no way to escape. Sensing the incoming seven-colored fire snake and the soul-devouring blade in Tang Zhen's hand, the Red Horn King's entire body was immediately covered in a cloud of dust, as he directly collided with the flying sword behind him. Compared to the terrifying fire snakes and the sharp blades, Red Horn King chose to face the flying sword behind him, trying to find a way to survive. This Red Horn King's decision had exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. In the blink of an eye, the Red Horn King had already collided with the flying sword. The armor formed from dust was unable to withstand the sharp summoning of the flying sword, and was easily pierced through. A muffled groan came out of Red Horn King's mouth, but his expression remained unchanged. He allowed the three flying swords to pass through his body, but his entire body was sent flying backward at high speed. At the same time as he retreated, earth walls appeared in front of him in an attempt to stop Tang Zhen's pursuit. "You can't escape," Tang Zhen roared out as his flying sword and fire snake pierced through the earth walls one after another, chasing after the Red Horn King. He himself was like a huge sword of fire, using the soul-devouring saber as the blade to shatter all the earth walls. Faced with Tang Zhen's aggressive pursuit, the anger in the Red Horn King's eyes became even more intense. However, he could not care much at the moment. He only hoped that he could escape from Tang Zhen's pursuit as soon as possible. However, the anger in his heart almost drove him crazy. "Tang Zhen, just you wait. I will not rest until you die." When Red Horn King shouted this, he was about to leave the battlefield and teleport away. Tang Zhen's heart tightened when he saw this. If this Red Horn King really escaped from this place, he would definitely wait for an opportunity to take revenge. This would be a huge hidden danger to him in the Holy Dragon City. No matter what, he must not let her leave. This was the intention that Tang Zhen had decided before he attacked. But looking at the situation, this Red Horn King might really not be able to stay. Tang Zhen's gaze suddenly landed on the three Law Kings at the edge of the battlefield. He suddenly opened his mouth and roared, "Please help me stop the Red Horn King, I will definitely reward you greatly." Blood River King and the others hesitated, not knowing if they should help. The three of them did not have any friendship with Tang Zhen. There was really no reason for them to help either side in a life-and-death battle like this. It would be unwise to form a grudge because of this. Tang Zhen immediately thought of the thoughts in their hearts when he saw the expressions of the three Law Kings. He did not hesitate and casually threw out three items. Throwing them with all his might, the three items actually passed Red Horn King in an instant, flying in front of the three Law Warriors. "Here are 3 storage rings as a token of my gratitude." Blood River King and the other two, who originally intended to stay out of the matter, immediately had a change in expression when they heard Tang Zhen's words. They took the items in front of them without the slightest hesitation. Spatial storage equipment was naturally not unfamiliar to the Law Kings. However, even if they were extremely powerful and had no lack of resources, they had no chance of obtaining such items. Now that Tang Zhen had actually thrown out a storage equipment as thanks, how could they not be moved? When the storage ring landed in his hand, Blood River King and the others checked it and were pleasantly surprised. Although the space wasn't big, only a few cubic meters, it was still a big surprise for them. After all, they didn't have any storage equipment yet. The value of this reward was enough for them to make a move. The three of them looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they blocked the Red Horn King's path. "Red Horn King, it's better if you don't leave." The Red Horn King was both shocked and furious. He dragged his body covered in injuries and glared at the three Law Kings blocking his way. "Blood River King, you 3 bastards. I'm going to kill you." As soon as his voice fell, countless mud rose from the ground, forming countless tentacles that swept in all directions. Blood River King and the others did not show any weakness. Since they had accepted Tang Zhen's storage ring, they no longer had any scruples. Moreover, the enmity with the Red Horn King had already been formed. Once he escaped, it was inevitable that he would seek revenge in the future. In an instant, a river of blood, a ray of starlight, and a forest of bones appeared, clashing with the tentacles. The Red Horn King had used the power of law, so they naturally had to use the same power of law to resist. This caused the Red Horn King, who had originally been prepared to teleport away, to completely lose the best opportunity to escape. Surrounded and blocked by 4 Law Kings, the Red Horned King, covered in injuries, was no match at all. This also made him go completely crazy in his despair. All of you, go to hell. At the same time as he roared, Red Horn King punched the ground hard. As the power of law spread, a circular earth wall immediately rose around him, surrounding the entire battlefield. Under the Red Horn King's control, this thick earth wall rose rapidly, and when it reached a height of almost 100 meters, it directly crashed down towards the group. Once they were hit by this 10,000-ton earth wall, even if they were Law Kings, they would be either dead or injured. Blood River King and the other two did not dare to be careless. They immediately used defensive techniques to resist. A Blood River protected Blood River King, and a translucent winged giant protected Silver Wing Emperor. Hundreds of bone claws emerged from the ground, holding the sky above Bone Emperor. The earth wall that fell on their heads was blocked and suspended in midair. In this split second, Tang Zhen had already closed in on the Red Horn King. The fire snake flying sword and the soul-devouring blade in his hand had simultaneously pierced into the Red Horn King's body. The severely injured Red Horn King glared at Tang Zhen as he let out an unwilling roar, his eyes staring at Tang Zhen. However, his roar had just been released when Tang Zhen waved his soul-devouring saber and directly chopped off his head. In the Abyss Prison Tower, the Law King Red Horn King had died. 1069 Intelligence 1. Following the death of the Red Horn King, the earth wall that was like a collapsing mountain suddenly crumbled into countless dust particles, scattering onto the ground. As the dust settled, the battle stopped. Blood River King and the others looked at Red Horn King's head rolling in the dust. They were expressionless, as if his death had nothing to do with them. However, in their hearts, they were still filled with shock. They never thought that Tang Zhen would actually kill the Red Horn King. This was a Law King. How many of them were there in the entire savage wildland? Although he didn't know much about the Red Horn King, he knew that he was an old-school Law King like him, and had been famous for more than 100 years. Even though he rarely appeared in the sights of the cultivators in other buildings, his powerful strength was definitely not fake. If any one of them were to fight against the Red Horn King, they might not be able to guarantee that they could kill him. At most, they would end up in a draw. However, this Tang Zhen had killed the second Horn King in front of them without any hesitation. This caused them to be shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Although Tang Zhen had launched a sneak attack first, his sharp methods could not be faked. Even during the final pursuit, they had only provided assistance. This was especially so for the entire battle process earlier. They had all witnessed it without missing a single detail. Even now, they still felt fear in their hearts when they saw the seven-colored fire snake that Tang Zhen had released at the end. As law cultivators, they were naturally aware of the great power contained within this fire snake. They knew that the Red Horn King's death at the end was almost 90% due to the seven-colored fire snake. With their comprehension of laws, they could naturally see some clues. They knew that this seven-colored fire snake was definitely born from a higher comprehension of laws. If they were to be distinguished by levels, the magic skills they mastered were beginner, and this fire snake was an intermediate skill. Just by looking at Red Horn King's headless corpse, one could tell that the inside of his body had already been burned to a crisp, and only his outer shell was left. If this attack had landed on his body, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, didn't this mean that Tang Zhen's strength was a level higher than theirs? At the thought of this, Blood River King and the other two's hearts trembled, and their eyes instantly became solemn. Shifting their gazes away from the Red Horn King's corpse, the three Law Kings looked at Tang Zhen at the same time. A smile quickly appeared on their originally cold faces. The Manwang King's skills are extraordinary. It's truly admirable. Bone Emperor spoke first and saluted Tang Zhen as a greeting. He had always respected the strong. After seeing the scene of Tang Zhen killing the Red Horn King, he had the intention to befriend Tang Zhen. He also had some other thoughts, but now was not the time to speak. Blood River and Silver Wing Emperor also greeted Tang Zhen. Neither of them mentioned anything about the Red Horn Emperor, as if he didn't exist. Now that the Red Horn King was dead, and they were considered as accomplices, no one would be insensible enough to mention a dead guy. Tang Zhen put away the soul-devouring saber in his hand and let out a long sigh of relief. He then cupped his hands and bowed to the three Law Kings. Thank you for your help. If you need this Tang's help in the future, please don't be polite. Although he had used 3 storage rings as a reward for the help of Blood River King and the other two, he still had to make a show of it. Not to mention that the storage ring he had given them was a rare treasure even in the Wildlands war zone. If these 3 people wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him for help, they would have to pay an item of equal value. Manwang Wang, you're too kind. With you joining us this time, our chances of success have increased by quite a bit. Blood River King's voice carried a hint of femininity. After his eyes carefully swept over Tang Zhen, he spoke in a faint tone. With the 3 of you present, this Tang will only be able to help a little, Tang Zhen politely replied. Then, he turned his gaze to the cyborg headquarters in front of him. He discovered that thick smoke was already rising from the inside. It was obvious that the king-ranked cultivators had turned the inside upside down. This Tang has just arrived, so I don't know the specific situation. I wonder if I can tell you. Bone Emperor turned to Tang Zhen and said, after we were teleported here, we quickly gathered together according to the convention of similar missions. When Tang Zhen heard this, he curiously asked, I wonder, what is everyone's agreement and convention? Bone Emperor was taken aback, but he quickly explained, due to the uncertainty of the Cornerstone platform's teleportation location, we will all be sent to different places after we descend. In order to prevent the mission from failing due to the division of strength, we will deliberately create some noise to inform our companions of the existence. Although the method is a little simple, the effect is not bad. Especially for this kind of short-term mission, this method of communication is the most direct and straightforward. After explaining the method of contact, Bone Emperor continued, when we received the Cornerstone platform's orders, we immediately gathered here. During this time, Blood River King controlled a high-level personnel of the cyborg and obtained a large amount of detailed information. From this information, we can conclude that even if the cyborg's headquarters is captured, the enemy will still not be able to find out about this place in a short time. The enemy's teleportation device is in the cyborg headquarters. As long as we control this place, we can prevent the enemy from leaving in a short time. With enough time, we'll be able to easily seize the energy core and complete our mission. Tang Zhen nodded after listening to Bone Emperor's explanation. No wonder they dared to attack the cyborg headquarters without fear. It turned out that they knew the specific information. However, this was also good. After destroying the teleportation device, it could indeed slow down the enemy's teleportation speed. It was even possible to leave all the enemies here. Wait, teleportation device. However, just as he thought of this, Tang Zhen's brows twitched as he revealed a trace of heartache. This Tang has something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. We'll talk later. As soon as his voice fell, Tang Zhen had already headed straight for the cyborg headquarters like lightning. What is he doing? Why is he in such a hurry? Could it be that there's something good in the cyborg headquarters? Now that you mention it, I remember that the teleportation technology mastered by these cyborgs would definitely be a great weapon if low-level cultivators could use it. The Bone Emperor and the other 2 were a little confused when they saw this. They looked at Tang Zhen's back and exchanged a few words before quickly flying toward the cyborg headquarters. 1070 Transfer Hub 1. Looking from the outside, the cyborg headquarters was already riddled with holes. The black smoke was like black dragons dancing wildly, twisting and rushing into the sky. The entire sky above the city was now covered in thick smoke, which was spreading in all directions. Tang Zhen's figure flashed. He followed a damaged area that had been violently torn apart and directly entered the inner area of the cyborg headquarters. As soon as he landed, he ran into a few 2.5-meter-tall cyborgs who were shooting at him with rifles. It was obvious that they had been guarding this place, waiting for someone to enter before launching an attack. Although the firearms in their hands were spurting out flames wildly, a trace of panic and worry could be seen on the faces of these cyborgs. The way they looked at Tang Zhen was as if they were looking at a monster. It was obvious that the cultivators who had entered the Tower City first had left a deep impression on the cyborg. Tang Zhen, who was attacked, coldly snorted. The few cyborgs let out miserable cries as their heads instantly exploded. Change the map and determine the location of the teleportation device immediately. After Tang Zhen's order was issued, a 3D image immediately appeared in front of him. Numerous red lines crisscrossed and continued to flash past. In just a few seconds, a red-colored area was marked on the image. It was the transmission device that Tang Zhen was looking for. Immediately crack the code and search for information here. Download and store all the information related to teleportation and weapons. At the same time he gave the order, Tang Zhen had already quickly chosen the best route to advance and his entire person moved forward like the wind. Along the way, Tang Zhen didn't even ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About anyone who was blocking his way. He directly used his spiritual force to crush them. Along the way, there were countless corpses. When some king-level cultivators saw how overbearing Tang Zhen was, they immediately felt dissatisfaction in their hearts. They wanted to stop Tang Zhen and teach him a lesson. However, after sensing the terrifying aura that Tang Zhen emitted, they immediately quieted down. Rather than provoking a Law King, they might as well commit suicide. However, everyone was also filled with confusion. They had already seen the 4 Law Kings participating in this operation. When had another one appeared? This meant that there were a total of 5 Origin Law Kings participating in this operation. Thinking about it carefully, this was a good thing. Although the enemy's situation was unknown, they definitely wouldn't be too weak. Now that there was an additional Law King, the success rate would naturally increase by a lot. These cultivators rejoiced secretly, but they didn't know that one of the Law Kings had already been killed by Tang Zhen. Lu Cheng's side still had 4 Kings of Laws. Tang Zhen did not bother with anyone. He merely continued forward and finally arrived at the area marked on the map. It was a huge square built underground. It was tens of hectares in area and nearly 100 meters in height. It looked extremely vast. The steel sky above his head was filled with all sorts of metal decorations. The style was a little weird, but it also gave Tang Zhen a familiar feeling. Tang Zhen frowned after taking a few careful glances. Soon after, he turned his gaze back to the center of the square. In the center of the square, there were 4 huge craters on the ground, like volcanic craters. However, white light was spewing from the inside, and spots of starlight were constantly swimming in the milky white light pillars. This was the core area of the cyborg headquarters, with 4 huge teleportation arrays. According to the quest's hint, it could be concluded that the function of this place was similar to a transit station. At that time, the enemy would appear from one of the teleportation arrays and then enter another teleportation array to leave. After seeing this scene, Tang Zhen couldn't help but secretly feel that he was lucky. Fortunately, Lu Cheng's cultivators had attacked. Otherwise, if he just waited for the cornerstone platform's order, he wouldn't even be able to see the enemy's shadow. This was because the process of descending and leaving would be completed in the underground transfer station here, and the outside world could not come into contact with it. A group of cyborgs were currently making their final resistance around the teleportation array. Compared to the cyborgs that Tang Zhen had come into contact with earlier, the cyborgs before him had been modified even more thoroughly. Tang Zhen suspected that other than their brains, their entire bodies had been replaced by machines. And NBSP, however, the price for this was that these cyborg agents all had the strength of a 2-star lord. Relying on their powerful weapons, these cyborg agents were actually evenly matched with Lu Cheng. Of course, as more and more king-level cultivators arrived and joined in the killing of these cyborg agents, their destruction was only a matter of time. Boom! A loud sound was heard as Tang Zhen's figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. At the same time, a sea of fire directly covered the cyborgs that were putting up a desperate resistance under his control. The terrifying flames were extremely powerful. Even though the cyborg agents were not afraid of high temperatures, they began to melt in an instant. Unwilling roars came from their mouths, but they quickly disappeared. When the cultivators of Lusheng City who were attacking saw this, they all stopped their attacks and looked at Tang Zhen's figure floating in the air. Who is this person? He looks a little familiar. I remember now, he's the Holy Dragon City Master, Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen, could it be the Manwang King? Why is he here? The cultivators of Lusheng who had already recognized Tang Zhen looked at him with a complicated expression. They had heard many rumors about this human city lord. However, this was the first time he had seen Tang Zhen. Who would have thought that as a city lord, he would personally take part in the mission? Was he the only king-level cultivator in the entire Holy Dragon City? After thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. After all, the Holy Dragon City had only been established for a short time, and it was all thanks to Tang Zhen's strength that it was able to support the current situation. At the thought of this, everyone's fear of the Holy Dragon City lessened a little. After all, in the world of Lusheng, an individual's bravery could never compare to the strength of the entire Lusheng. In the end, the cultivators of Lusheng were only a part of it. Just as the cultivators of the city were discussing among themselves, Bone Emperor and the other 2 had already rushed in and stopped in all 4 directions of the square. The auras of the four Law Kings made the cultivators in the building city feel heavy. They looked up at the sky, waiting for the next development. However, there were also some who were secretly puzzled. Why had only 4 Law Kings appeared? Where had the Red Horned King gone? This suspicion did not last for a long time. Very quickly, there were people who privately spread the news of Tang Zhen killing the Red Horned King. After all, the scene of the battle just now was so shocking that it was not strange for the cultivators of Lusheng to notice it. In fact, at least 20 cultivators of Lusheng had witnessed the whole process. When they found out that Tang Zhen had killed the Red Horned King, all the cultivators in the tower trembled. When they looked at Tang Zhen again, their eyes were filled with fear and respect. He had actually killed a Law King in public. This Tang Zhen's courage had really pierced through the heavens. As the city lord of a level 9 city, wasn't he afraid of the Black Prison Tower's revenge? Perhaps, it would not take long for a life-and-death battle to occur between the Holy Dragon City and the Black Prison Tower. 1071 Closing the teleportation array. 1 Tang Zhen did not have the slightest regret in killing the Red Horned King. Even if the strength of the Black Prison Tower City was above that of the Holy Dragon City, they would definitely take revenge on the Holy Dragon City because of this matter. This Black Prison Tower was like a hungry wolf hiding beside the Holy Dragon City. It always wanted to tear the Holy Dragon City to pieces and devour it. Moreover, they had already bared their fangs and used despicable means to plot against the Holy Dragon City. Back then, if Tang Zhen had not traveled thousands of miles and destroyed 2 of the Spirit Fall Battle Zone's buildings, who knew what Holy Dragon City would be like now? If Tang Zhen was able to endure under such circumstances, it would not be his character. Killing the Red Horned King was only the beginning of Tang Zhen's revenge. After the Holy Dragon City completed this invasion mission, the first thing Tang Zhen would do was to destroy the Black Prison Tower. Even though the Black Prison Tower was currently carrying out the mission of invading the other world, Tang Zhen still had a way to make them stay in the other world completely. Of course, this matter could not be rushed. At the very least, it had to wait until the completion of this mission. Following Tang Zhen's attack, the final resistance of those half-mechs also directly collapsed. Other than the broken corpses on the ground, there were only cultivators from Lucheng left in the square. All cultivators in Lusheng, stay where you are and wait for the enemy to arrive. Then, we'll give them a fatal blow. Tang Zhen's voice slowly spread across the square. It carried a trace of unquestionable aura, causing everyone to subconsciously choose to obey. Of course, this also had to do with his status as a nomological king and his battle record of killing the Red Horned King. Otherwise, these rebellious cultivators of Lusheng might not have been willing to bow to him. When he saw the cultivators in the city starting to rest in the square or take the opportunity to search for spoils of war, Tang Zhen's figure slowly approached the 4 teleportation arrays. Bone Emperor and the other 2 also followed after him. They wanted to see what Tang Zhen was up to. Tang Zhen's eyes continued to search as his feet stepped on the solid ground. He wanted to find out what was special about this teleportation formation. It was different from the runic teleportation circle he had come into contact with before. The teleportation circle guarded by the half-robot had no traces of a runic magic circle at all. It looked like a pure technological item. However, this kind of teleportation array could achieve inter-world teleportation. This was the thing that Tang Zhen was most interested in. If he could master this technology, then Holy Dragon City could freely teleport between Holy Dragon City and the original world, as well as the invaded foreign world. The greatest limitation to Holy Dragon City's development would also be completely broken. It was different from other buildings. The residents of the original world did not need to worry about turning into monsters after entering Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen had already noticed this abnormality. As for the reason, Tang Zhen had thought about it for a long time and thought that there were only 2 possibilities. Either the humans in the original world had some kind of relationship with the world of Lusheng, or they were the descendants left behind by Lusheng, so they did not turn into monsters. Or, it could be his phone. It was because of its interference that the restriction of outsiders becoming monsters did not happen to the humans in the original world. It was easy to verify. As long as he brought the aboriginals from the other world to the Lusheng world, he would know what was going on. It was a pity that both Lu Cheng's teleportation and his mobile phone's teleportation couldn't bring the natives along for a normal teleportation. If he were to teleport by force, it wouldn't have any experimental effect at all. Therefore, the best way to test it was to build a portal. This matter was very important to the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen had already ordered people to do it, and it would probably be effective soon. Bone Emperor and the other two thought Tang Zhen was thinking about how to close the teleportation formation, so they gave him suggestions. We have to shut down this teleportation formation. Otherwise, once the enemy teleports here and discovers our existence, they might immediately teleport away again. Bone Emperor looked at the 4 teleportation pillars and said with certainty, "But do you know that the enemy is coming through that teleportation light pillar? If we turn it off wrongly, the enemy will not be able to teleport over, and all our efforts will be in vain." The Silver Wing Emperor immediately retorted. Hearing this, Bone Emperor turned to Blood River Emperor. "Can't you control the blood slaves and read their memories? Can you find any information about this teleportation formation?" When Blood River King heard this, he immediately turned to the Silent Blood River King and asked with a hint of anticipation. Blood River King shook his head and explained, "The existence of the half-mechs is to guard this transfer station. They are only responsible for the guard's work. The operation of the entire transfer array has nothing to do with them. Therefore, it's better to rely on ourselves than on the cyborg to shut down the teleportation array." Everyone looked disappointed when they heard Blood River King's words. It was clear that the risk of the mission had increased by quite a bit. However, if they were to fiddle with these high-tech items, the entire teleportation array would be completely destroyed if they were not careful. Thinking of this, Bone Emperor and the other two were at a loss. At this moment, Tang Zhen, who had been silent the entire time but was observing and researching unceasingly, attracted their attention. "Manwang King, do you have any ideas?" After hearing the Silver Wing Emperor's question, Tang Zhen turned his head and lightly nodded. "This Tang can try. Even if I can't succeed, I won't destroy this transfer array." The Bone Emperor and the other two were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. Although they didn't understand why Tang Zhen was able to operate the teleportation array, they still had a trace of hope. After all, he had already said that even if he could not succeed, he would not destroy it. Under everyone's anticipating gazes, Tang Zhen slowly walked to a spot on the ground near the teleportation formation. After which, he extended his hand and gently pressed. A platform rose up from the ground. It looked like a crystal-clear jade platform with a pattern flashing on it. Tang Zhen's brows slightly shrunk after seeing this pattern. However, it quickly returned to normal and he walked to the front of the platform. As he got closer, the Universal Electronic Kit was activated and began to crack the code to obtain access to the operating platform. From an outsider's point of view, Tang Zhen was just standing in front of the operating platform with a pondering expression. He just didn't make a move. Bone Emperor and the others could not help but feel a little suspicious when they saw this. They secretly guessed that Tang Zhen was just boasting. The king-level cultivators in the distance were also discussing in private. They didn't know what Tang Zhen was doing. "Do you think he really knows how to operate this thing?" "I don't know. I don't understand it anyway. My head is bigger than before. The king of the wilderness wouldn't do something he's not confident in. Just wait and see. Let's hope it works, otherwise all our efforts will be in vain." Just as everyone was discussing, Tang Zhen suddenly stretched out his hand and started to operate on the platform. Rays of light continuously appeared on the platform as he operated. At the same time, complicated geometric patterns also appeared and disappeared under everyone's gaze. At the same time, groups of characters that no one could recognize appeared on the platform. Tang Zhen then randomly selected them. It wasn't the first time Tang Zhen had seen these three-dimensional words before his eyes. This caused his expression to become even gloomier. 1072 A familiar enemy. 1. In fact, Tang Zhen's heart was also a little uneasy. From the moment he received the special recruitment order, Tang Zhen had a premonition in his heart that the mission this time was definitely not simple. Gathering hundreds of king-level cultivators just for one energy core was a first for him. Therefore, ever since he descended into this world, Tang Zhen had been constantly searching for information related to the mission. His actions were not particularly high-profile. Of course, other than killing the Red Horn King, this fellow was a huge threat to the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen would definitely not let him off. In the end, Tang Zhen still discovered some clues. After a final confirmation, he knew that his premonition was indeed correct. The enemy this time around did indeed have a great background. Moreover, Tang Zhen was not unfamiliar with them. Moreover, the Holy Dragon City's main city tower was inextricably linked to the enemy. They were the people who controlled many planets, had powerful armed battleships, and powerful warriors. To this day, the wreckage of the Terobo warship that had mistakenly entered the world of Lusheng was still docked in the wilderness outside Holy Dragon City, dismantled and in a mess. It was also because of this reason that Tang Zhen had a deeper understanding of the powerful technological power of the Terobo people. They only needed one star-destroying bomb to completely wipe out an entire country. It would be a nightmare to fight against such an enemy. However, Tang Zhen also knew that the world of Lusheng and the star region controlled by the Terobo people were separated by an unknown distance. The chances of both parties crossing paths were extremely low. However, he did not expect that after such a long time, he would come into contact with the tribesmen, and even start a war with them. This bizarre fate really made Tang Zhen not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Tang Zhen could not understand why the cornerstone platform would be involved with the tribesmen and even claim that the tribesmen had stolen the energy transmission core. For such a situation to occur, it was either the world of Lusheng had invaded the tribesmen's starfield, or the tribesmen had tracked it down and killed their way to the place of invasion. No matter what the truth was, it meant that the world of Lusheng would no longer be peaceful in the future. Perhaps one day, the tribesmen would invade the world of Lusheng on a large scale, or perhaps countless Lusheng would fall from the sky and wreak havoc on the tribesmen's star field. If the war really happened, many buildings would be completely destroyed. While he was thinking about these things, Tang Zhen had already completed the operation and finally pressed the "confirm" button. Under everyone's gaze, the 3 pillars of light from the teleportation arrays suddenly disappeared, leaving only one pillar of light that was still flashing with a dazzling white light. This is it. Can it work? The Manwang King wouldn't do something he's not confident in, right? Who knows? If there's a mistake, all of our efforts would have been in vain. Look at what you're saying. Try it with your ability. I'm afraid that you'll only open your eyes wide. Blood River King and the others watched as the 3 light pillars disappeared. They couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. They smiled at Tang Zhen and said, "I didn't expect the Manwang King to have such a method. This has really opened our eyes. I know, right? Every time I invade a world like this, I get a headache." Looking at the Manwang King, he's obviously very confident. We can rest assured now. The 3 Law Kings laughed and talked with relaxed expressions. They were clearly more confident about the upcoming battle. Unfortunately, they didn't know how terrifying the enemy they were about to face was. Since the teleportation formation had been shut down, the next thing to do was to wait for the enemy to arrive and launch the final attack. Tang Zhen chose to rest at the same spot. Blood River King and the others were also at the side. They would exchange a few words with each other from time to time. Tang Zhen would never miss such an opportunity. This was because he could obtain a lot of secret information about the Lusheng world through this opportunity. For example, this was the first time Tang Zhen had participated in the special recruitment order. However, Blood River King and the others were not unfamiliar with it. In other words, this wasn't the first time the Cornerstone platform had issued such a special recruitment order. Bone Emperor told them about their past while Tang Zhen listened attentively with an interested expression. Seeing the Manwang King so interested in his own experiences, the 3 Law Monarchs were also interested. They also began to share their experiences in the other world. After both parties conversed for a period of time, Tang Zhen got up and began to wander around the cyborg headquarters in search of items that interested him. To ensure the safety of the transit station, the Teroboros had put in a lot of effort. Not only did they control the natives and modify them, but they also deployed many defensive weapons. Unfortunately, for king-level cultivators, even though this weapon was powerful, it couldn't stop them. Perhaps the original intention of the tribesmen was to use these weapons to intimidate the natives and not to defend against the king-level cultivators. Although the place had been reduced to ruins by the king-level cultivator, there were still many good things left. The cultivators in the Tower City might not know what was good, but Tang Zhen would definitely not miss it. After he brought it back to the Holy Dragon City to study and crack it carefully, it would definitely increase the Holy Dragon City's combat strength once again. After making a huge detour, Tang Zhen, who had obtained quite a bountiful harvest, returned to his original spot and waited with a grave expression. In a distant unknown world, a group of warriors in full metal armor were cleaning up the battlefield. The surroundings were covered in corpses and the scene was extremely tragic. A huge city was surrounded by fire and was collapsing in the midst of rumbles. Looking at the clothes of the dead, they were clearly cultivators of Lusheng City. On the blood-soaked ground, the soldiers held huge firearms and pulled the trigger from time to time, killing the cultivators who had not died yet. In the process of cleaning up, there would also be cultivators of Lusheng who were covered in blood. They would jump up from the corpses and die after a round of fighting. The battle is over. Seal the cornerstone platform and we'll return immediately. A man with a damaged armor and 2 metal balls floating above his head said to his companion in a low voice. Following the order, the bodies of their fallen comrades were gathered and sent to the distant warship. At the same time, dozens of soldiers were loading metal boxes onto the transport trucks. From their careful expressions, one could tell that the items in these boxes were quite valuable. When all the work was done, the huge warship slowly rose into the air and headed straight for the sky. 1073 Scheme 1. The cyborg headquarters, which had just experienced a bloody battle, was very quiet. Beams of sunlight shone in from the broken hole in the dome. The dust flew in the air, making the messy environment visible. Broken items, incomplete corpses, and traces of blood splattered everywhere made the atmosphere even more depressing. Chi at the edge of a shallow pit filled with blood, a few rats sneaked in. After looking around for a while, they surrounded the remains of a cyborg and tore at the muscles attached to the metal. Whoosh! A sharp sound rang out, and one of the rats suddenly disappeared, scaring the other rats into fleeing in all directions. Crack! Behind a collapsed pillar not far away, a cultivator with a cat head and a human body was chewing on a mouse. A part of the tail was still hanging from the corner of his mouth. The taste is not bad, it's chewy. The non-human king with a mouth full of blood complimented. He waved his hand at a corner in the distance, and a few mice squeaked and flew toward the cat-man king. The cat-person king's mouth opened wide, and he swallowed the rats in one gulp with an expression of enjoyment. There were 4 to 5 other king-level cultivators sitting beside this cat-man king. They all had different appearances, but they ignored the cat-man king's actions. It's just eating a few rats, what's the big deal? Some of them have even eaten their own kind. However, everyone's mood was clearly a little anxious. It was rare for a king-level cultivator to experience such a situation. The reason for this was because of Tang Zhen's words. Half a day ago, after a discussion with Bone Emperor and the other two, Tang Zhen had gathered all the cultivators of Lusheng who had participated in the mission and told them something. The cornerstone platform had not announced the enemy's information for a long time, but Tang Zhen already had a rough idea. In order to prevent the Lu Cheng cultivators from underestimating the enemy, he revealed some information related to the enemy. This matter had indeed piqued the interest of the cultivators in Lusheng. After all, no one wanted to fight an enemy they didn't know about, as they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Tang Zhen's actions immediately won the favor of many king-rank cultivators. However, as Tang Zhen continued to narrate, the cultivators' expressions turned solemn. The trace of arrogance in their hearts was also restrained. It was because the enemy's strength seemed to be much stronger than theirs. Our enemy has very powerful technological weapons. They control at least one planet and can pilot a warship to travel in the universe. They can perform long-distance teleportation and can destroy a country with a bomb. Even if a king-level cultivator could teleport, they wouldn't be able to teleport out of the explosion's range. They might just be turned into dust. Their soldiers had near-perfect bodies, and with special modifications, their strength was at least above the Lord level. With all kinds of high-tech weapons, they could definitely pose a fatal threat to king-level cultivators. Although king-level cultivators were above ordinary life forms, they weren't immortal. Once they were hit by an enemy's weapon, they would die instantly. Thus, once we attack, we can't give them any chance to counterattack. We have to end this battle as quickly as possible. After hearing Tang Zhen's introduction, those king-level experts became silent. Although they were very confident in their own methods, it didn't mean that they were conceited. They had grown up in blood and fire, so they naturally knew that when facing an enemy with almost the same strength, they would be the ones to die if they were not careful. It was precisely because of Tang Zhen's words that all the cultivators in Lu City felt a trace of pressure. As time passed and the enemy was about to arrive, the pressure became greater and greater. Fortunately, other than the king-level cultivators who did not enter the cyborg headquarters, all the cultivators who had participated in the siege did not choose to withdraw because of Tang Zhen's words. No matter what these cultivators were thinking, it wasn't easy for them to do this. After seeing that everyone already knew the specific situation, Tang Zhen and the other 3 Law Kings began to discuss how to deal with the enemy. The enemy's firepower was strong, and it was obviously not suitable to fight head-on, so it was best to adopt some strategies. Therefore, Lu Cheng, who was used to fighting with his enemies head-on, also began to rack his brain and plan. Everyone put their heads together and quickly came up with a plan. After a few rounds of deliberation, they confirmed that there should not be any major problems. Since the participants of this mission were all king-level cultivators, they naturally had their own unique skills, so they had to make use of them. The first thing he had to do was to create an illusion for the Teroboros, that there was nothing wrong with the transit station, and that it was not under attack. Thus, everyone acted at the same time and completely cleaned up the surroundings of the teleportation array. The damaged areas were also quickly repaired and replaced, looking as good as new. Then, a holy master skilled in illusions would make a false illusion to make the enemy think that the place had always been operating normally. However, due to some accidents, the teleportation array had a problem. Therefore, Tang Zhen and the other human and demi-human cultivators disguised as the higher-ups of the cyborgs would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The Terobo people for help in repairing it. Once the Terobo people opened the cabin door and walked out, cultivators who were proficient in stealth would sneak into the warship and quickly control and kill the people inside. After that, Tang Zhen and the others would take action and kill the enemies outside the warship. At the same time, they would seize the energy core. This was the plan that Tang Zhen and the others had formulated. It wasn't too complicated, however, they had to be careful when executing it. No mistakes could be made. After all, with the other 3 teleportation formations shut down, the tribesmen had no chance of leaving. However, they could still use their warship weapons to launch a terrifying attack on the cultivators in Lusheng. If the Teroboros people wanted to leave, they would have to help check the teleportation formation's faults. This way, the cultivators of the building could take advantage of the opening and destroy it from the inside. Even if the Terobo people were strong, without their warships, they were just a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. After the operation plan was formulated, they began to select the personnel to execute the plan. The most important ones were the holy masters who would set up the illusion and the people who would sneak into the warship. Normally, it would be almost impossible to find so many good hands. However, there were many talented cultivators participating in this mission, so it didn't take much effort to gather the relevant manpower. When all the troops were in position, the cultivators in the other buildings would hide and wait for orders while they waited for the Terobo people to come. 1074 The enemy's arrival. 1 In the underground space of the cyborg headquarters, the only remaining light pillar made a soft sound and then changed color. The originally invisible light began to squeeze and twist as if it were a solid entity. Then, a majestic power erupted, as if it was going to tear the space apart. However, if one were to sense it carefully, they would discover that this was not a violent tearing. Instead, a strange power was used to guide the stable spatial power to an unknown area, building a passage composed of light between the 2 sides. This passage was built on a higher dimension, so it would not be hindered by any obstacles, unless it was destroyed by the creatures of this dimension. Of course, the probability of such an accident happening was very low. After that, the object traveling in this special passage would continue to accelerate and cross the passage in an extremely short time to reach the destination of the teleportation. The light pillar at the transit station was the end of the passage, and something was being transported from the other end. The already extremely quiet atmosphere suddenly became even more deathly silent at this moment. Even the sound of breathing completely disappeared. Swish! There seemed to be some kind of sound, and a huge light screen immediately appeared around the teleportation array, directly wrapping it up. Its function was to offset the energy tide that would erupt instantly after the transmission ended, so as to prevent the entire transmission transit station from being destroyed. This was a very crucial step. If they couldn't do this, it wasn't impossible for half of the planet to be blown up. Just as the strange sound was heard, a 300-meter-long warship suddenly emerged from the pillar of light. It was quietly suspended about 2 meters above the ground. Streams of colorful liquid energy retreated from the outer shell of the warship like a tide and then disappeared. Voila! After the appearance of the battleship, the deathly silent teleportation transit station seemed to come to life. There was a burst of conversation, and busy figures suddenly appeared in this underground space. Not far away from the teleportation array, there were also muscular figures in black uniforms. They looked at the warship that had just appeared with fanatical and nervous expressions. After nearly 5 minutes, the destructive energy from the teleportation dissipated, and the surrounding light curtain closed. Everyone's eyes fell on the warship, as if waiting for the other party's order. A cold and emotionless voice suddenly sounded in the underground space. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the voice. What's going on? Why have the other 3 teleportation formations been shut down? At the same time, a 1-meter-wide cannon at the front of the warship had begun to charge and was ready to fire at any time. After seeing this scene, the faces of the cyborgs, upper echelons turned ashen in fear. I'm sorry, Yingluo, I'm sorry, sir. The teleportation array has suffered a major malfunction. We can't do anything about it. The leader of the cyborgs was nearly 3 meters tall and looked extremely majestic. However, at this moment, it was as if he had no bones. His face was full of helplessness and fear. The cyborgs behind him were also terrified as they looked at the charging cannon. The cyborgs in the distance kneeled on the ground and trembled. After hearing the cyborg leader's explanation, the same voice sounded again, but it seemed to be more angry. The teleportation arrays boast regular inspection and automatic repair functions. Even if they have been running for 1,000 years, they will never have any faults. But 3 of them have been shut down at the same time. How can there be such a coincidence? Or do you have evil intentions and want to harm us? As soon as he said that, the light from the muzzle became more and more dazzling, as if it was about to be fully charged. Once the muzzle of the cannon shot out flames, the entire underground space would be completely turned into ruins. It seemed that everyone was frightened. Their cries for mercy were endless, and some people had even begun to escape. The people inside the warship seemed to have seen this scene, and the charging muzzles finally dimmed. HMPH, I don't think you have the guts. However, I won't let this matter rest. The voice rang out again, and a hatch suddenly opened on the warship. Then, a strong figure slowly walked out of the blue light. His body was filled with an aura of iron blood and cruelty. A pressure that made people tremble in fear spread as he approached. After the blinding light faded away, the crowd discovered that this person was wearing a set of seemingly extremely heavy battle armor, which was full of marks left behind by blades and axes. It was as if just a moment ago, he was still killing enemies on the battlefield, with the smell of gunpowder and blood still lingering. Behind him was a group of warriors in armor. They were all murderous and were staring at the half-robot higher-ups through their masks. The cold muzzles were also pointed at the upper echelons of the cyborgs, ready to fire at any moment. Their eyes seemed to be filled with mockery and disdain, as if they did not care about these cyborgs at all. Tell me, what happened? Why did the teleportation array suddenly close? The man in the lead said in a calm tone. His sharp eyes fell on the cyborg leader with a strong killing intent. The cyborg leader wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead and took a step forward carefully. He then said in a flattering tone, "Sir, please listen to me. This was definitely an accident. We don't know what happened either." The teleportation array suddenly closed. The man in the lead seemed to be thinking about something when he heard this. He turned to look at the attendant beside him. "Go and check. If they did something, HMPH. And NBSP." For him to say such words in front of the cyborg leader, it was obvious that he did not take them seriously. Perhaps in the eyes of the Teroboros, the cyborgs were just their servants. After hearing the commander's order, an attendant stepped out of the crowd and went straight to the control platform. After seeing this, the cyborgs, higher-ups seemed to be looking forward to it. After witnessing the performance of the higher-ups of the cyborgs, the Teroborans seemed to believe that this was all an accident. However, no one noticed that while the crowd was focused on the Terobo man who was walking toward the control platform, a dozen tiny shadows were sneaking into the cabin door. And NBSP, a cold light flashed in the cyborg leader's eyes when he saw this, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. 1075 attacking the interior of the warship under everyone's gaze, the Terobo man in charge of the maintenance was lifting the operating platform with ease. Next, he was seen operating on the platform continuously. Groups of dense characters were continuously inputted. At the same time, a series of images appeared in the sky above the platform. They were the 3-dimensional images of the 4 teleportation arrays, showing all the details and operation records. When his eyes swept across one of the sets of data, his expression suddenly changed. He turned to look at his companion not far away without hesitation. "Something's not right. There's something wrong with the data here." The 3 teleportation arrays were shut down by someone. However, just as he said this, he suddenly stopped and his face was filled with fear. A sharp white bone spur had pierced through his armor, and blood was dripping from the back of his heart. The Terobo warrior struggled for a moment, and his raised arm fell limply. It all happened so suddenly that the Teroboros people were all stunned and could not react in time. Voila! Like a broken mirror, the half-mechs that were busy in the distance disappeared without a trace, replaced by a pile of ruins. At the same time, cultivators of Lusheng City with swords and sabers in their hands and ferocious killing intent on their faces also appeared. Not good, quickly attack. This sudden change shocked the Teroboros people even more. They raised their weapons without hesitation and fired out a barrage of bullets. Just as the Terobo leader cried out in alarm, the obsequious cyborg leader suddenly took a step forward and launched an attack with a sinister smile. PFF'd. A battle sword that was spitting out black flames pierced through his body. The heavy armor didn't stop it at all. At the same time, a terrifying flame burst out and engulfed the few Terobo warriors who had just raised their guns. The terrifying flames instantly melted their armors. They didn't even have time to scream before they were turned to ashes. Terrifying figures charged at the Terobo warriors with lightning speed, killing them all with a swing of their blades. And NBSP, in the blink of an eye, the Terobo warriors that had stepped off the warship were all killed. At the same time, the sounds of fighting could be heard from within the warship. Hey, you guys! The Terobo leader let out an unwilling roar as he watched the cyborg leader in front of him transform into a young man in purple gold armor. Who else could it be other than Tang Zhen? Bang bang bang, a ball of fire burst out from the inside of the Terobo leader's armor. Fire snakes danced out and burned his body into ashes. Bone Emperor and Silver Wing Emperor also appeared behind Tang Zhen. They looked at each other and then flew toward the door. In the blink of an eye, the group had already charged into the warship and began to fight with the Terobo warriors. The Terobo warriors, who were wearing heavy armor, relied on the objects inside the battleships to fire at the cultivators in the Lusheng area, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Even the cultivators in the building couldn't resist such dense firepower. They could only think of ways to counterattack while slowly advancing. But King-class cultivators weren't that simple. It didn't take long for them to break through the outer blockade and enter the interior of the battleship. It was also at this moment that they encountered even more intense resistance. The figures of the Terobo warriors almost filled the entire warship's corridor. A few king-level cultivators were hit by the barrage of bullets in the middle of the battle, and their bodies were covered in bloody holes. From the looks of it, even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would need a lot of time to recover. Quickly finish them off, or else there will be changes. One of the king-level cultivators shouted, and a protective shield appeared out of thin air. He rushed into the bullet screen and threw an item at it. After this fist-sized object landed on the ground, it suddenly released a terrifying power, as if it had frozen the surrounding air. And NBSP, the attacking Terobo warriors all felt their movements freeze, unable to move. Before they could figure out what had happened, the small ball suddenly shrank to the size of a sesame seed. The surrounding air seemed to collapse at the same time. Under the pull of this force, a series of flesh-tearing sounds rang out. The bodies of the Terobo warriors, who had been frozen in their movements, were torn into pieces like shattered paintings. Even though their bodies had been shattered, they were strangely suspended in the air. Not even the blood that gushed out dripped down. Collect. The king-class cultivator who had launched the attack growled. The sesame-sized object quickly flew back into his hand and he carefully put it into his pocket. Voila! As this strange item was taken back, the broken corpses that were floating in the air all fell to the ground, filling the ground. Everyone, hurry up and charge. If we're slow, we won't get a share of the quest item. With a loud roar, the figures of the king-level cultivators quickly rushed through the bloody passage and into the battleship. The interior of the battleship wasn't very big. A group of cultivators from Lusheng City, who were as fierce as wolves and tigers, had already approached the core area. Compared to the outer area of the battleship, the battle here was even more brutal, with blood and traces of damage everywhere. Tang Zhen and the other 4 great Law Kings were currently surrounding a tall man. Their eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent. The man's armor had completely shattered and he was covered in blood. Even the mask on his head had completely shattered, revealing a determined face that was coldly looking at Tang Zhen and the others. White bone chains pierced through his body, and there were still clusters of flames burning on them. As the white bone chains shook, the man's body kept twitching, as if he was enduring great pain. However, from the beginning to the end, he did not let out a single groan of pain. It was clear that he was a person with extremely strong willpower. Tell me, How do I open the secret room where the energy core is placed? Bone Emperor's voice rang out as he stared at the man, and the bone chains shook again. The other cultivators of Lu City also stared at the man with a trace of passion in their eyes. They had already confirmed the location of the mission items, but the secret room was heavily guarded. If they broke it open with force, the items inside would immediately be destroyed. Helplessly, they could only leave the highest-ranking officer of this battleship behind and try to force the way to open the secret room. Unfortunately, the brawny man's mouth was surprisingly tight. Even though Bone Emperor had tortured him, he still refused to speak. Tang Zhen coldly looked at this scene. His mind was already controlling the all-purpose electronic kit to try and crack the way to open the secret room. However, the difficulty of this password was beyond Tang Zhen's expectations. The mobile phone application had already been cracking for more than 10 minutes, but it still couldn't be cracked. This was the first time Tang Zhen had encountered such a special situation. A dense curiosity suddenly rose in his heart. The secret room was so heavily guarded, so what exactly was inside? 1076 The vexed Bone Emperor. While Tang Zhen was secretly breaking into the secret room, the interrogation in the central area of the battleship was still ongoing. Bone Emperor's face was gloomy. He was an interrogator, but he didn't get any information in front of Tang Zhen, the other two, and hundreds of king-level cultivators. This damn Tarobo man's bones are so hard. Bone Emperor felt as if his face had been slapped, and it even felt a little hot. He was even feeling a little regretful now. He should not have jumped out to interrogate this Tarobo man just because he was in a hurry to get information about the mission item. There were so many cultivators in Lu City, why did they jump out to be the big boss? Why didn't they observe more? Bone Emperor thought gloomily. The cold light in his eyes grew even colder. When he looked at Captain Tarobo, it was like he was looking at a corpse. He really wanted to give up on the interrogation and then cut this guy who made him unhappy. However, if he gave up now, he would become a laughingstock. For Bone Emperor, who always valued his status, this was worse than being cut by a knife. The more he thought about it, the more he felt stifled. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bone Emperor's eyes flickered with killing intent. Sharp bone spikes jutted out of the bone chains that extended from the bone armor. The bone chain had pierced into Captain Tarobo's body and kept on vibrating. It was a painful thing to do. However, as the bone spikes on the chains appeared, the pain intensified. Captain Tarobo's face convulsed and his body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. The bone spikes pierced through his skin and revealed themselves. At the same time, they were constantly vibrating, causing his blood to gush out like a fountain. Captain Tarobo was instantly covered in blood. Creak 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 creak, a series of teeth-grinding sounds came out of Captain Tarobo's mouth. It sounded quite horrifying. Even so, the captain of Tarobo still did not speak. He only stared with his blood-red eyes and chuckled hoarsely. His cold and cruel eyes were filled with contempt and contempt for low-level species. After seeing this scene, the onlookers were moved. Their originally cold and playful eyes also had a trace of respect. The cultivators of Lusheng had been fighting in the sea of blood all their lives. They valued heroes more than life and death. They would give a man of iron and steel enough respect even if he was an enemy. However, Bone Emperor wasn't among them. He was so angry that the bone armor he was wearing was glowing red. Some cultivators who were familiar with Bone Emperor were shocked and took a few steps back. Unlike the other cultivators in the city, the armor worn by Bone Emperor was actually refined by his own bone armor and forced out of his body after devouring the bone armor of many king-tier monsters. Not only was this battle armor extremely strong in defense, but it also had many special effects. Moreover, it could recover in an extremely short time after being damaged. At the same time, the cultivator's perception ability would also be greatly enhanced, making the cultivator like a tiger with wings. However, although this armor was strangely powerful, it was like another layer of skin for cultivators. When they suffered a heavy blow, the pain from the reflection could almost drive them crazy. Only those who were masochistic and did not care about their own lives, or those who were battle maniacs who would do anything to improve their combat power, would choose this kind of armor. Most of the cultivators in Lu City knew a thing or two about this famous special armor and its characteristics. Once Bone Emperor's armor changed, it meant that he was ready to kill. Blood River King had been nonchalant about it, but when he saw Bone Emperor turn red, he immediately shouted, "Blood River King! Bone Emperor, don't let your emotions get the better of you." This man will determine the success or failure of this mission. Do you think everyone will let you go if you kill him? Blood River King had brought up the cultivators from the other Lusheng to make Bone King wary and not dare to kill Captain Torobo. Of course, he also wanted to warn the cultivators in Lucheng that Bone King was about to kill them. If it hadn't been for this warning, the Bone Emperor would have been too fast for them to stop it. Sure enough, as soon as Blood River King shouted this, the cultivators of Lusheng City who had been watching immediately looked at Bone King with vigilance, fearing that he would suddenly attack. Tang Zhen and the others also took a step forward, using their actions to express their attitude. Once the Bone Emperor really made a move, they would definitely let the Bone Emperor know what it meant to not offend the anger of the masses. As Tang Zhen and the other two Law Kings expressed their opinions, some of the other Law Kings present also stood up and looked like they were at their beck and call. In order to not let their own interests suffer, these unruly king-level cultivators stood up without any hesitation. The furious Bone Emperor was stunned for a moment. He glanced at the crowd with a cold look and suddenly chuckled. What do you mean? When did I say that I was going to kill this man? Hearing Bone Emperor's words, everyone sneered in their hearts, but their worries were somewhat alleviated. The fact that the Bone Emperor had said such a thing meant that it would not make a move, or at least not kill Captain Torobo before it could force an answer out of him. However, just as the cultivators' nervous mood eased a little and they were about to switch to another person to continue the interrogation, Captain Torobo, who was already covered in blood, suddenly spoke. After hearing the weak voice, all the cultivators turned to look at Captain Torobo, who was still holding himself up and half kneeling on the ground. The other party had finally spoken, but why couldn't he understand a single word he was saying? Everyone looked at each other with a trace of inquiry in their eyes. The meaning was very obvious. Brother, my foreign language is not up to standard. Can you understand what this stinky and hard guy is saying? The answer was obvious. It would be weird if these guys could understand the language of the Torobo people. The Silver Wing Emperor's beautiful eyebrows were almost twisted together. She glanced at Captain Torobo, who was sneering, and said to Blood River Emperor, Blood River King, aren't you able to control the blood slave? Why don't you give it a try? Lord Blood River smiled wryly and shook his head at the cultivators who were looking forward to it. He said reluctantly, everyone, to be honest, my secret technique actually has a lot of restrictions. The weaker the willpower, the better the effect. Many of you have seen me torture the blood slaves, so you think I'm cruel and perverted. But that's not the case. Only enemies whose willpower has been greatly weakened after being tortured will be more likely to be enslaved by me. After saying that, Blood River King glanced at Captain Torobo and said in a helpless tone, even if I don't say it, you guys know how hard this guy's bones are. Using a secret technique on him is just a waste of energy. Everyone looked disappointed when they heard this. If that's the case, I'm afraid this mission is going to be ruined. 1077 The Taroboro's People's Contempt. After hearing Blood River King's explanation, all the cultivators were slightly taken aback. They looked at him with a strange look. Blood River King's name was well known in the wilderness warzone. Almost 80% of the cultivators in Lusheng had heard of his name. It was said that this fellow's secret technique was extremely terrifying. Once he controlled the blood slave, there was no longer any secrets to speak of. As long as Blood River King asked, the controlled blood slave would even spill everything about how it wet its bed when it was young. Leaking his privacy was secondary. The most important thing was that once he was controlled by Blood River King to become a blood slave, his blood essence would be continuously absorbed by him. He would die within a year. It was said that once, a king-level cultivator had offended Blood River King and had to hide his name and travel far away. He even changed his appearance on a daily basis for fear that his identity would be recognized and he would be hunted down by Blood River King. However, he had never dreamed that Blood River King would turn all of his relatives into blood slaves. Then, according to the information he had obtained, he had finally determined the direction in which he had escaped. Blood River King followed the path and controlled a large number of blood slaves to search for the king-level cultivator. In the end, the king-level cultivator disguised as a wanderer was found in a wanderer market about 100,000 miles away from the starting point. After being tortured by the Blood River King, he was transformed into a new blood slave. A year after the incident, someone happened to meet Blood River King and the king-level cultivator who had become a blood slave. However, the king-level cultivator no longer looked down on all living things. Instead, he looked haggard, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. After a while, someone found the king-level cultivator's body abandoned in the wilderness and eaten by a group of carrion-eating birds. Ever since the incident, Blood River King's reputation had spread far and wide, causing many cultivators in Lusheng to turn pale. The most important thing was that Blood River King had not yet become a law king. Therefore, when the cultivators heard that even Blood River King was helpless, the last glimmer of hope in their hearts was completely destroyed. Damn it. At most, I'll just break it open. Even if I destroy the task item, it's better than just staring at it. One of the king-level cultivators cursed, but it represented the thoughts of most of the cultivators in Lu City. At this moment, they were all ready to break the secret room with force. Even Bone Emperor was moved. He glanced at Tang Zhen and the others before turning around and moving. However, at this moment, a faint voice was heard by all the cultivators present. Don't worry, there might be other ways. Hearing this, the cultivators subconsciously wanted to reprimand him. After all, even the Blood River King had said that he was helpless. Who would dare to say that they had a way? However, when they saw the person who spoke, they immediately swallowed back their foul language. This was because the person who had spoken earlier was Tang Zhen, who had remained silent from the beginning. Although they had some doubts in their hearts, the prestige of a high-level cultivator was still there. Moreover, he had killed an old law king with a strong force. The remaining power was enough to intimidate everyone. Even Blood River King and the other two were looking at Tang Zhen with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. After a short period of contact, they had already realized that Tang Zhen definitely possessed many methods that they were unable to compare with. If Tang Zhen really had a method to break out of the secret room, it would definitely be something worth rejoicing over. However, they did not know that Tang Zhen had only stepped forward to prevent this group of people from messing around and causing their previous cracking work to be in vain. As long as he successfully obtained the item in the secret room, Tang Zhen would still be the biggest winner even if he failed the mission. Tang Zhen ignored the gazes from the surroundings and slowly walked to Captain Terobo, looking down at him. On the blood-stained ground, the Terobo man was already on the verge of death. However, when he saw Tang Zhen's eyes, he still managed to squeeze out some words with great difficulty. The cultivators didn't understand what he meant, but Tang Zhen understood it clearly. Despicable animals, let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Just as the cultivators were going crazy because of this foreign language, they were shocked to hear similar words coming from Tang Zhen's mouth. Look at you now, don't you look more like a dead dog? Tang Zhen didn't care about the dazed expressions of the other cultivators and the shock that flashed in Captain Terobo's eyes. He continued to speak in an icy cold tone. There's a saying in my hometown that goes, the winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. This saying shows that some people only care about the results and cannot distinguish right from wrong. As a loser, even if you have 10,000 reasons to look down on the winner, you can't change the fact that you're inferior to the winner in some way. Tang Zhen squatted down and gently knocked on Captain Terobo's armor, which was riddled with holes, as he stared at him coldly with a cold and contemptuous look in his eyes. You only have one choice now. Tell me how to open the secret room, or else. Tang Zhen had just said up to this point when a set of words suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, indicating that he had successfully broken through the secret room. Without any hesitation, Tang Zhen immediately ordered the hidden robots to take action and crack the secret room. After which, they entered it without making a sound. Fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on Tang Zhen. Otherwise, the robot would not be able to easily slip in. As for what was inside the secret room, Tang Zhen didn't have the time to carefully distinguish it. He only ordered the robot to keep it all. Tang Zhen's expression did not change throughout the entire process. The others also did not discover any abnormalities. However, when Captain Terobo saw that Tang Zhen had suddenly stopped talking, he couldn't help but sneer. Say something, why aren't you saying anything? Did you suddenly realize that death can't pose a threat to me, and you're at your wit's end? Hee, you're indeed a beast, an inferior species that hasn't fully evolved. Even your thoughts are so simple. These words were not spoken in the Terobo language, but the native language of this world. After a few days of learning, cultivator Lu Cheng could understand the general meaning. However, the content of his words disappointed everyone. As expected, Tang Zhen wasn't boasting. The Terobo man finally opened his mouth to speak. However, it was clear that he had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would not reveal the method to open the secret room. In that case, the cultivators' only option was to break open the secret chamber with brute force. 1078 All martial arts crippled. Tang Zhen looked at Captain Torobo in silence as an undetectable glint flashed in his eyes. He always had a feeling that this Torobo man's behavior was a little abnormal. He seemed to be fearless. However, his life was completely in the hands of Lu Cheng, and it was very likely that he would be beheaded in the next second. Moreover, with his injuries, there was almost no possibility of recovery. Of course, Tang Zhen did not dare to guarantee that the Taroboro's people did not have any powerful medical techniques that could save a dying person whose body was filled with bloody holes. If he had already thought that he would definitely die, which was why he would act in such a manner, it would be understandable. However, Tang Zhen had a feeling that things were definitely not that simple. This Tarobo man must be hiding some secret, which was why he was looking at him with such a strange expression. This kind of feeling made Tang Zhen feel uneasy. Therefore, he had to figure it out before he could truly feel at ease. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen looked at Captain Torobo, who was still sneering, as a string of cryptic words slowly flowed out from his mouth. It was the Tarobo language. The cultivators of Lu Cheng could not understand it, but the Tarobo captain could. When he heard this, his eyes, which were about to close, suddenly widened. He stared at Tang Zhen with a trace of fear and unwillingness. "Damn it, how did you know? Damn it," Captain Trebor roared as blood spurted out of his mouth, but he ignored it. He merely glared at Tang Zhen with all his might. If looks could kill, Tang Zhen would have already been torn into pieces. Tang Zhen looked at Captain Torobo expressionlessly. He ignored the captain's angry roar and continued to speak. "Bastard, damn it, you think you've won like this? Ha ha ha, even if you get those things in the secret chamber, you won't be able to escape death." After hearing this sentence, Tang Zhen no longer spoke. Instead, he looked coldly at Captain Torobo, who was a little out of control, with a cold glint in his eyes. "Looks like I was right. The Torobo people did have a backup plan." The captain of Torobo calmed down after his roar, but he no longer tried to hold himself back from falling. Instead, he laid down on the ground covered in blood and flesh in a seemingly comfortable position. When he looked at Tang Zhen again, there was an additional trace of pity and ridicule in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to be able to speak the language of Tarobo. However, it's not strange if you think about it. After all, many of us have fallen into your hands. It's not strange for you to be able to learn the language of Tarobo." Swallowing the fresh blood, the Tarobo captain looked at the metal dome and continued to mumble, "If that's the case, I'll tell you a big secret. Do you know why we chose to build a transfer station here? Because the core of this world has long been modified by us. We only need to activate a device, and it will absorb all the energy of the entire world. At that time, this planet would completely become a dead land without any energy, and teleportation would be impossible. Even cultivators like you won't be able to escape. You'll just be a group of ordinary people with slightly stronger physiques, but how can you be a match for the cyborgs?" When he said this, he looked at Tang Zhen and sneered. His tone was filled with an ice-cold killing intent. "Also, I'm sorry to inform you that after I realized that something was wrong, I activated the energy absorption device. It should take effect soon. Don't worry, none of you will be able to escape. All the cultivators in Lusheng deserve to die. You're only the first batch, and soon, there will be a second and a third batch. One day, the entire world of Lusheng will be destroyed by us, the Tarobo people. All the cultivators in the world of Lusheng will be killed." At this point, Captain Torobo's eyes dimmed, and a weak voice slowly came out of his mouth. "Little sister, Big Brother has avenged you. Not only did I destroy that invading tower, but I also killed many of their masters. We didn't lose out." Before he could finish, he had already died. Tang Zhen looked at Captain Torobo, who had died with his eyes wide open. He slowly stood up and turned to look at the cultivators of the Tower City. Their faces were filled with curiosity. They did not know what Tang Zhen had said to make this stubborn Torobo man shout so loudly. There were even people who guessed that Tang Zhen might have obtained the method to open the secret room from the other party. Everyone really wanted to know what the truth was. However, no one dared to force Tang Zhen to give an explanation because of such a guess. Once Tang Zhen was angered, apart from the Bone Emperor and the other two Law Kings, almost no one present could withstand his anger. Tang Zhen did know the way to open the secret room, but he didn't learn it from Captain Torobo. Instead, He learned it through a mobile phone application. And just now, after he told Captain Torobo the method to activate it, the other party was shocked and angry. In the end, under the stimulation, he revealed the secret that he had never intended to reveal even if he died. This tribesman said that it won't be long before the energy on this planet completely disappears. Even the energy stored in our bodies will be completely drained. When that time comes, an army of androids will appear and take our lives. Tang Zhen repeated Captain Torobo's words. Whether the others believed him or not had nothing to do with him. At the very least, Tang Zhen himself had already believed half of this statement. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, all the cultivators had different expressions. Some were disdainful, some were shocked, and there were even some who had faces of doubt. Originally, because of Tang Zhen's words, they were filled with wariness and respect towards the Torobo tribe. They were even prepared to fight to the death. However, after a round of battle, he realized that the Torobo people were nothing special. Therefore, some cultivators began to think that Tang Zhen was just boasting and deliberately flattering the tribesmen. In fact, after hearing Tang Zhen's words, they subconsciously guessed that the Manwang Lord was just trying to scare them again. Regardless of whether the other party is telling the truth or not, the most important thing for us now is to obtain the mission item. The Silver Wing Emperor glanced at the dead Captain Torobo and said to everyone, then headed straight for the secret room. Seeing this, the other king-level cultivators also followed, their eyes filled with anticipation. Bone Emperor and Blood River Emperor looked at each other before turning to Tang Zhen. Manwang King, did that Torobo man really say that? Tang Zhen coldly laughed when he heard this. He indifferently said, why would I lie to you? What good would I get? Good advice can't persuade a damned ghost. Since you don't take it seriously, this Tang has no choice. Everyone, please pray for your own blessings. After saying that, Tang Zhen didn't say anything else. He directly walked past the Bone Emperor duo and headed out of the transit station. A huge crisis was about to arrive, so it was better for him to make early preparations. This group of people still had thoughts about the secret room. However, they did not know that Tang Zhen had already ordered the robot to drop a bomb when it left. Regardless of whether they broke through the secret chamber or not, they would end up in ruins, and if they were not careful, they might be turned into dust along with this starship. He had snatched the mission item that the cornerstone platform had asked for. If he didn't clean up the traces, he might attract some trouble. Why would Tang Zhen do something that would leave behind future trouble? Just as Tang Zhen walked out of the Torobo battleship, a muffled sound came from the inside of the battleship. Then, flames soared into the sky. One after another, figures shot out rapidly. All of them were covered in dust, their faces full of frustration and unwillingness. Looking back at the Torobo warship that was engulfed in flames, some cultivators suggested going in to take a look. After all, flames were not a big problem for some of them. If he was lucky, he might be able to find the mission item from the remains. Everyone was moved by his words. Just as they were about to give it a try, they suddenly felt the ground under their feet shake, and then the entire underground space trembled. At the same time, the energy accumulated in their bodies began to drain away at a rapid speed, like water in a bucket that had been emptied. 1079 The impending crisis when the sudden change caught the cultivators off guard and they panicked. They were all very clear that once they lost the energy to support their cultivation skills, they were at most ordinary people with strong bodies and good fighting skills. To ordinary people, they were still very powerful, and it was not a problem for them to fight against 10 people. However, this kind of thing did not have any obvious advantage against high-tech weapons such as firearms. It was not even a match for them. It could be said that they had lost their greatest reliance, and they were just a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The thought of a group of king-level cultivators being turned into a hornet's nest by guns and weapons made the cultivators' faces turn gloomy. Damn it, what's going on? One of the king-level cultivators felt the energy in his body run out. He was terrified and lost. The energy in my body is all gone. I can't even hold my weapon now, let alone teleport. Another king-level cultivator looked at the heavy weapon on the ground and said with a bitter smile, "What should we do? If we encounter the cyborg now, I don't think we can escape." Compared to the warriors, the holy masters, who were more reliant on energy, looked like they were about to cry. The flames they released were not even the size of a fingernail, and they looked like they were about to collapse. It was depressing to look at. A gust of wind blew past, and the flame was actually extinguished. Everyone sighed when they saw this. Under normal circumstances, these flames would be several meters in diameter and could easily burn through steel. But now, it seemed like he couldn't even kill a rat. Blood River King and the other 3 law monarchs looked gloomy. Compared to the other king-class cultivators, their energy was flowing out much slower, but they couldn't last much longer either. For cultivators, this situation was undoubtedly the worst desperate situation. It was only at this moment that they finally realized that Tang Zhen's words were not deceiving them. Your Excellency Manwang King, I wonder if you have any way to solve this problem. The cultivators of Lusheng City who were present had experienced many storms and waves. Although they were at a loss for what to do with this sudden situation, they quickly calmed down and asked Tang Zhen for advice. After all, it was a warning from Tang Zhen. Perhaps, he would be able to find a solution to the problem. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over everyone in the surroundings. Not a trace of expression could be seen on his similarly gloomy face. I've estimated the rate of energy loss. It's obviously abnormally fast. No matter how powerful the energy absorption device of the Tarobo people is, it can't be so efficient. Thus, I'm guessing that the location of this device isn't too far away from us. It's even very likely that it's right under our feet. That's why it absorbed all of our energy in such a short time. As long as we can find the exact location of this device and destroy it, our energy will probably be restored, and we can also be teleported out of this world. You can either find the highest point in this world or fly high up in the sky. That way, you'll still have a chance. After saying that, Tang Zhen looked at the cultivators of Lucheng, who had a hopeful look on their faces, and coldly said, but don't be too happy yet. If you really want to solve the problem, the best way is to destroy the energy-absorbing device. The success rate of the other 2 methods should not be high. However, I estimate that the energy absorption device must be installed in an extremely hidden location. It will take some effort to find it. If we had enough time, this wouldn't be a problem, but the problem is that we don't have much time left. My guess is that after the energy absorption device is activated, the cyborgs supported by the Taroboros will also come after us. They are our biggest enemy right now. Without the energy to use our cultivation techniques, we are no match for these numerous cyborgs. We could lose our lives at any time. Tang Zhen did not continue after saying this. After all, this information was already sufficient. As for some of the speculations in his heart, he didn't need to say it out in public at all. It was enough as long as he was clear about it. Tarobo's arrangements were very targeted. Could it be that they had been on guard against the cultivators from Lu Cheng's attack, so they had specially prepared this energy isolation and absorption device? If that was the case, the cultivators of Lusheng must have been on the Tarobo people's list of precautions, which was why the current situation had occurred. Could it be that the conflict between the 2 sides had been so serious before this? Tang Zhen realized that his understanding of the Tower world and the Tarobo people was still too little. After the cultivators at the side heard Tang Zhen's words, they were silent for a moment before they began to spread out in all directions. They rummaged through the garbage wreckage and picked up the weapons that originally belonged to the cyborgs. At the same time, they tried to collect as many items as possible that might be useful. Just as Tang Zhen had said, if they were unable to destroy the energy-absorbing device and resist the cyborg's counterattack, the only outcome would be death. Therefore, they, who had lost their energy and become ordinary people, naturally had to arm themselves as much as possible to deal with the upcoming battle. From this point, it could be seen that the reason why the cultivators of Lu Cheng were so strong and difficult to deal with had a lot to do with their style of doing things. Tang Zhen was not idle either. After a round of hard work, he found a weapon similar to a sniper rifle on the remains of a cyborg. Other than that, there were also a few miscellaneous items that he had packed up and taken away. It was different from the past. The energy in his body had been depleted, and even his mental power was greatly suppressed. The mobile app even prompted that it was temporarily unavailable. Obviously, the operation of this mobile application was also inseparable from the various energies in the world. Tang Zhen also felt extremely helpless in the face of such a situation. However, he similarly did not have the slightest solution. Whether he lived or died, he could only leave it to fate. After simply packing up, Tang Zhen swept a glance at the cultivators in the Lusheng building beside him and took the lead to walk out. It's not safe here. If you don't want to die, then leave quickly. When they heard the words left behind by Tang Zhen, the cultivators looked at each other and followed after him one after another. In truth, They did not need Tang Zhen's reminder to know that this place was the cyborg headquarters. It would definitely be the primary target of attack. With their current situation, staying here was no different from waiting for death. Walking out of the cyborg headquarters along the damaged area, the cultivators realized that the world in front of them had become extremely strange. The world that had been filled with all sorts of colors had become extremely pale after all the energy had been absorbed. Even the leaves had turned snow white. Walking on the path filled with white trees and looking at the clusters of white flowers in the flower beds, it was a strange sight. On the contrary, the sky above them was blue. A large number of stars appeared during the day, making it look like an abstract oil painting. Lu Cheng had seen a lot of strange worlds and was used to this kind of change. After looking around, they spread out and tried to find the entrance to the underground and the energy absorption device. It was just that finding the entrance in such a large city was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention that their energy had been sucked dry. It was certainly not an easy task to accomplish this goal. Not long after the cultivators dispersed, the sound of a flying device could be heard as it flew across the sky above the city. Then, dozens of flying devices stopped near the cyborg headquarters. Teams of fully armed cyborgs walked out with murderous looks on their faces. 1080 The entire city's pursuit. After Tang Zhen saw this scene, he did not hesitate as his body directly charged into the building beside the street. With his current strength, he had no chance of winning against a large group of cyborg warriors. Pa pa pa, a series of rapid-firing sounds rang out, and at the same time, the curses of the cultivators in Lusheng City, the roar of bombs, and the sound of buildings collapsing could be heard. Tang Zhen observed from a distance and discovered that less than 500 meters away, several aircraft were besieging a cultivator from Lusheng City. The dense barrage of bullets caused the dust on the ground to fly. The King-class cultivator covered his head and tried to run away, but he was locked down by the aircraft and had no chance of escaping. In just a few seconds, this King-level cultivator, who used to be so powerful, was hit by bullets. His body was soaked in blood. The King-level cultivator cursed, but it was useless. Under the accurate shooting of the drone, all his limbs were broken, and he struggled on the ground. Tang Zhen coldly watched this scene. However, he did not have any intention of helping. This was because he could hardly even protect himself at this moment. If he were to help, he would definitely be implicated. He wasn't confident that he could escape the pursuit of the drone in this situation. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to see a group of fully armed cyborgs arrive in a car. They fiercely rushed to the front of the Lu Cheng cultivator and used a special kind of shackles to restrain his body. The cultivator from Lu Cheng tried to resist, but he was punched and kicked. Soon, his face was covered in blood. The Lu Cheng cultivator, whose face was covered in blood, saw that his struggle was useless. He could only laugh bitterly and give up completely. As if the cyborg was taking revenge on purpose, the cultivator's body suddenly stiffened and twitched from time to time after being shackled. Looking at cultivator Lu Cheng's expression, he knew that he must be in great pain. These special instruments of torture obviously had the function of electrocution and could continuously torture the imprisoned cultivators of Lusheng, making them obedient. Only the exhausted cultivators of Lusheng City could make the enemy feel a little at ease. Lu Cheng was thrown into the car and left. The rest of the cyborg soldiers split into small groups and started searching the streets. The city was very large and had suffered serious damage. It would take a lot of time for the half-androids to capture hundreds of cultivators in the city. However, they had the advantage and time. As time passed, the cultivators in Lusheng City would suffer the most. From time to time, the sound of gunfire came from the sky above the city, which also proved that the situation of the cultivators was not good. God knew how many people had been killed and how many had become captives. Tang Zhen quietly hid in a dark corner. He watched a few cyborgs walk past him. He hesitated for a moment but did not make a move. The most important thing at the moment was not to kill these cyborg warriors, but to find a way to find the location of the energy absorption device, or to temporarily escape from this dangerous city. Of course, no matter which task it was, it would be quite difficult for Tang Zhen. If he was not careful, he might fall into the hands of the cyborg. The consequences of being captured were simply unimaginable. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the corridor behind Tang Zhen. A middle-aged woman was currently sitting on the stairs. Her face revealed a frightened expression as she looked at Tang Zhen. Her body was also trembling non-stop. To the residents of this city, today was a day of disaster. A group of weirdos in strange clothes had turned the entire city into ruins. Therefore, the citizens were filled with fear for people who dressed like this. Because this middle-aged woman's house lacked water, she felt thirsty. Therefore, she had no choice but to go downstairs to look for water. In the end, she had just walked to the door when she saw the hidden Tang Zhen. The middle-aged woman was so shocked that she immediately screamed and fell to the ground. Tang Zhen was also startled. He looked at the middle-aged woman who was paralyzed on the ground and was secretly furious at his own carelessness. After being unable to use all his skills, his vigilance had dropped so much that he didn't even notice that someone was approaching him from behind. In such a state, how could he survive in this dangerous city? The worst thing was that the cyborg warriors who had just passed by had quickly returned because of the sudden scream. Tang Zhen cursed in his heart. Without any hesitation, he raised his gun and directly opened fire at the cyborg that was closest to him. After a gunshot, the cyborg warrior at the front fell to the ground, half of his head blown off. The other cyborg soldiers immediately opened fire. The concentrated bullets hit the walls around Tang Zhen. For a time, dust flew up, and holes were everywhere. Tang Zhen hurriedly hid in the corridor. At the same time, he raised his gun and killed another cyborg soldier. When they saw Tang Zhen hiding in the corridor, the cyborg soldiers called for help while following him in. However, as soon as they entered the entrance, they saw a bomb roll down. Boom! After a muffled sound, all of them flew backward and fell onto the street. Tang Zhen's figure appeared once again. He killed a few cyborg soldiers that were lying on the ground. After that, he took some weapons and equipment and quickly rushed to another street. This place had already been exposed, and reinforcements would arrive soon. It was better to retreat as soon as possible. As expected, Tang Zhen had only run a short distance when he heard a whistling sound being transmitted from above his head. Two flying devices that were nearly 10 meters long had appeared at the location of the battle earlier. They were currently circling and searching. A few majestic-looking war chariots drove over, and a group of cyborg warriors quickly jumped off the chariots and began to search the surroundings with the battle as the center. Tang Zhen glanced at a few of the tall and burly cyborg special agents whose bodies had been modified. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Before his strength was restricted, he could crush such a cyborg agent into powder with a single thought. But now, his life would be in danger if he was not careful. Tang Zhen inhaled a deep breath of air. He used the cover of the obstacles and carefully hid in the messy street. This street had obviously been destroyed by Lu Cheng's cultivators. It was a scene of raggle filled with the bodies of some citizens lying among the debris, and no one paid any attention to them. When Tang Zhen passed by a car, he discovered that there were 2 luggage bags inside. They were already opened, revealing the items inside. The car owner was of a similar build to him, but he had already died. Tang Zhen gently opened the car door and directly got in. After rummaging through the car, he found a set of fitting clothes. After taking off the purple gold armor and the windbreaker, he changed into a black coat that looked like a Chinese tunic suit. Tang Zhen's entire image immediately changed. Keeping the 2 pistols and the military knife close to his body, Tang Zhen gently snapped his fingers and a small flame appeared out of thin air. The flame came into contact with the car seat and immediately burst into flames, swallowing the car. Tang Zhen used the last trace of energy in his body and stored the purple gold armor into his storage space. After that, he fled to another area without turning his head back. 1081 Hidden and Uninvited Guest 1, hoo. A burst of rapid panting sounded, extremely clear in the dark corridor. Tang Zhen took a deep breath and stood up from the stairs. He took out an identity card from his pocket and carefully looked at it again. Perhaps it was because he was in a parallel world, but Tang Zhen was able to understand the words of this world. Therefore, simple reading was not difficult for him. In addition to his ID card, he also had a pile of personal belongings in his hand, all of which came from an unlucky guy on the street. This guy had been hit in the back by a falling object and was already dead. His personal belongings had also been collected by Tang Zhen, who was passing by. Relying on his powerful memory, Tang Zhen had long since memorized the topographic map of this city. Very quickly, he found the location of this building according to the information provided by these personal belongings. This was the unlucky person's home. Tang Zhen was prepared to hide here for a period of time before thinking about how to take action. Tang Zhen gently patted off the dust on his body and walked to the front of a metal door. He used the key to slowly open the door. A strange smell wafted out. It was obvious that the owner of this house did not like to do housework, so the room was very messy. Tang Zhen turned his head and took a glance before directly closing the door. After which, he passed through the living room and walked to the window. From this angle, the battle in the city was still going on, and the sound of gunfire could be heard from time to time. Although the strength of the Lu Cheng cultivators was limited, their accumulated experience and awareness were not erased. After the initial embarrassing situation, they began to counterattack and hide. It was impossible for the cyborgs to capture all the cultivators in Lu Cheng in a short time. What surprised Tang Zhen was that this battle didn't only involve Lu Cheng's cultivators and the cyborg. Some ordinary people seemed to have participated in it as well, constantly launching attacks at the cyborg. Although the destruction caused by the cultivators in Lusheng City had almost turned the city into ruins, it had also caused the loss of a large number of weapons and equipment. The ordinary people who fought against the cyborgs had used these weapons that they had collected during the chaos. On a street not far from the building where Tang Zhen was, there were dozens of ordinary people exchanging fire with the cyborgs. Unfortunately, their combat strength was far inferior to the cyborgs and they were being beaten back. In the process of retreating, an ordinary person would be hit by bullets from time to time. The bullets that could kill cyborgs were very powerful. Once hit, they would die without a complete corpse. The ordinary people seemed to be in a panic. They did not last long under the pursuit of the cyborg before they scattered and swarmed into the surrounding buildings. Tang Zhen retracted his gaze and casually drew the curtains. He then turned around and walked into the kitchen to start preparing food. After the battle, he had used up a lot of his energy and needed to replenish his energy with food. Fortunately, there were plenty of ingredients in the kitchen, enough for a few days' consumption. He did not have to take the risk to search for food. She had just mixed a ball of flour with water and kneaded it into a dough when someone suddenly knocked on the door a few times. Tang Zhen frowned slightly. He washed his hands and walked to the door. "Who is it?" Tang Zhen softly asked. There seemed to be a trace of caution and uneasiness in his tone, just like a timid citizen. "It's me, Bin Zi, quickly open the door." Tang Zhen frowned when he heard this. He did not expect that the person who had arrived would be the friend of the original owner. Once the other party entered the door, he would definitely discover that he had already occupied the magpie's nest. However, this was nothing. Tang Zhen had originally planned to find a local to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks about the secrets of this city and see if he could find the location of the energy-absorbing device. However, the breathing sounds outside the door told Tang Zhen that Bin Zi wasn't the only one at the door. There were 4 or 5 people, and at the same time, there was a faint smell of blood. Taking the initiative to come to the door, that's not bad. A trace of a smile surfaced on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth. He extended his hand and gently hooked it. The door lock was directly pulled open. A huge force came and the door was pulled open. Then, a man wearing a cap and a scarf rushed in, followed by 4 people. These guys looked like they were in a sorry state. There were bloodstains on their bodies and they were holding guns of all sizes. Quickly close the door. The last person to enter the room was a woman. She raised her gun and pointed it at Tang Zhen. Her eyes were very cold. Tang Zhen nodded. His expression seemed to be a little frightened as he obediently closed the door. He turned around to look at the uninvited guests, only to find that they were already lying on the floor in chairs in the room, looking as if they had just survived a disaster. The young man with the cap, who was the first to enter, looked at Tang Zhen. His brows slightly furrowed as he stood up and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" "Little Hao is my cousin. He went out this morning and hasn't returned yet." "Are you his friends?" Tang Zhen explained, after which, he extended his hand and pointed at those people who were lying here and there. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the young man named Bin Zi seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He then casually chatted with Tang Zhen about Little Hao. Clearly, he still had some doubts about Tang Zhen's identity. Hence, he used these words to probe. Tang Zhen had already obtained quite a lot of information from the personal items he had obtained. He was only vaguely replying with a few words, but it did not cause the other party to become suspicious. In the following time, it was Tang Zhen's turn to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Questions. What are you guys doing? Are you guys fighting with the half-mechs? Tang Zhen's memory was extremely good. He had long since seen that these miserable-looking people were the ordinary people who had fought with the cyborg earlier. When the youth called Bin Zi heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. We're the Starfire Legion that's fighting against the half-mechs. Have you heard of us?" Tang Zhen shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. Bin Zi felt a little depressed after seeing Tang Zhen's reaction. He was about to tell Tang Zhen about the glorious deeds of the Starfire Legion. In the end, the woman who had been leaning on the window turned her head and coldly glanced at Bin Zi. She then shouted at Tang Zhen, "Do you have food? If you do, then hurry up and cook for us. Don't ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Questions you shouldn't ask." When Bin Zi heard this, he shrugged his shoulders and smiled at Tang Zhen. "Brother, do us a favor and make us more food. We're all famished." Tang Zhen's expression didn't change as he nodded his head. He turned around and walked into the kitchen before continuing to make his noodles. The woman who was guarding the window asked Bin Zi to take over the sentry duty. She herself came to the kitchen door and looked at Tang Zhen who was cooking. "Where's your communication device? You'd better give it to me." Tang Zhen turned his head and swept his eyes over the other party. He shook his head. "I don't have that thing." The woman sneered and said in an unfriendly tone, "Do you think I'll believe you? I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. You can look for anything you want. If you find anything, just smash it. I have no objections." Tang Zhen coldly replied and prepared to boil water to steam the manto. "That's what you said. If you find it, don't blame me for being impolite." As the woman spoke, she actually leaned over and reached into Tang Zhen's pocket. "You're looking for death." A cold glint flashed in Tang Zhen's eyes. His left hand was suddenly swung out and ruthlessly smashed onto the woman's face, causing her to directly fall to the ground. When the other members of the Starfire Legion saw this scene, their expressions changed at the same time. Just as they were about to raise their guns, Tang Zhen had already pulled out 2 pistols and pointed them at the crowd. "You're just asking for trouble." Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He kicked the woman who had fallen to the ground into the living room and strode over. "Tie yourself up, or I'll take your lives right now," Tang Zhen said in a cold voice as he looked at the unsightly expressions on the faces of the Starfire Legion members. 1082 The native resistors, brother, don't be impulsive. We'll just do as you say." The young man named Bin Zi laughed as he threw the heavy gun in his hand on the ground, but his movements were deliberately slow. The other members of the Starfire Legion also had angry and unwilling expressions on their faces. However, they were also very clear that if Tang Zhen really opened fire, even if he didn't hit them, he would still attract the cyborg soldiers on the street. If that was the case, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. The other members of the Starfire Legion hesitated for a moment before they had no choice but to clench their teeth and throw away their weapons. At the same time, Bin Zi bound their hands and feet one after another, and finally, he trapped himself. After a short while, a bunch of people were lying on the ground, their faces full of unwillingness. Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He turned his head and glanced at the stove that was emitting steam. He placed the pistol on his waist and walked to the front of the trapped people. After checking the ropes on their bodies, Tang Zhen returned to the kitchen and continued to prepare his side dishes. It was as if the members of the Starfire Legion didn't exist. Tang Zhen carefully chopped the vegetables and mixed them with seasoning. After that, he washed his hands in satisfaction. The entire process was extremely leisurely. That kind of nonchalant attitude almost made everyone explode in anger. Tang Zhen walked to the window and observed for a moment. Then, he slowly walked to the front of the Starfire Legion members and pulled a man who was sitting on the sofa to the ground. He then leaned against the man comfortably. "Tell me, how do you want me to deal with you?" Tang Zhen pulled out a pistol and pointed it at a man's head. He then turned the hammer so that it was ready to fire at any time. The body of the man whose gun was pointed at the top of his head stiffened. He forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said to Tang Zhen, "Friend, let's talk this out. You must be a member of some anti-cyborg organization, right?" This was because cyborgs had extremely strict control over their weapons. Ordinary people had no chance of getting their hands on firearms. Moreover, the weapon used by Tang Zhen was a standard pistol specially used by cyborgs. Even if ordinary people encountered this kind of thing, they would stay away from it for fear of bringing disaster to themselves. Therefore, Tang Zhen, who had 2 standard pistols in his hands, was definitely not an ordinary citizen. "Did I let you speak?" You bastard. Tang Zhen's brows twitched. He kicked the man's stomach, causing his body to immediately twitch and twist. Tang Zhen revealed a fiendish expression. After letting out a low roar, he kept all the weapons on the ground. Stand up and follow me to see if there's anyone in the next room. Tang Zhen pointed his gun at Bin Zi, indicating that he should stand up and move with him. Reaching out to untie the rope on the other party, Bin Zi staggered up from the ground and carefully followed behind Tang Zhen. He walked to the corridor and gently knocked on the door of the two neighboring houses, but he found no response. The chaos happened during work hours, so the two households were probably not at home. They had not returned for 2 days. They were either in hiding or had met with an accident. Otherwise, it was impossible for them not to return home to hide. However, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, Tang Zhen still pried open the door. That swift and clean technique made Bin Zi dumbfounded. It only took 2 seconds to open the door. Big brother, you used to be a locksmith, right? Tang Zhen didn't care about Bin Zi's exclamation. He raised his gun and walked in to check. After confirming that no one was hiding, he closed the door and left. After returning to his house, Tang Zhen tied Bin Zi up and threw him on the sofa. This fellow's performance was pretty good. Therefore, Tang Zhen gave him a certain preferential treatment and he didn't need to lie on the cold ground. At this time, the steamed bun was already cooked. Tang Zhen went into the kitchen and took the steamed bun out. He brought it to the living room along with the side dishes. The aroma of freshly cooked food immediately filled the room. After placing the food on the table, Tang Zhen casually picked one up. He didn't care about the steam and directly ate it in big mouthfuls. Gulu, gulu, gulu. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard, and at the same time, there was the sound of a stomach growling. The members of the Starfire Legion gritted their teeth in hatred as they watched Tang Zhen eat the steamed bun. However, they were also extremely envious in their hearts. This was the first time they had discovered that an extremely ordinary food like mantou could actually taste so alluring. Big brother, can you let me have a bite too? Bin Zi lay on the sofa and swallowed his saliva as he begged Tang Zhen in a low voice. From the start of the battle until now, they had not had a single drop of water at all. They had long been so hungry that they had no strength left in their bodies. In fact, even they did not expect war to be so cruel. In less than 2 days, many of their companions had died at the hands of the cyborgs. It was already very tough for them to not break down even now when facing the dismembered body of their companion. Tang Zhen swept a glance at Bin Zi. He casually opened half a mantou and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Bin Zi didn't care that the steamed bun was hot, he pushed it against the back of the sofa and ate it in one go. Because his mouth was too dry, the steamed bun was a little difficult to swallow. This guy choked and rolled his eyes. Brother Junjun, please give me some water. Bin Zi licked his face as he spoke again with the steamed bun crumbs on the corner of his mouth. Kid, you're quite troublesome, go drink by yourself. Tang Zhen reached out and took out his military knife. He removed the ropes on Bin Zi's hands and feet, indicating that he could move freely. Bin Zi was stunned for a moment, then he stood up under his companion's expectant eyes and quickly poured a cup of water into his stomach. After letting out 2 comfortable groans, Bin Zi carefully walked in front of Tang Zhen and showed him a flattering smile. Big brother, look at us. We're all on the same side. We're all fighting against the cyborgs' oppression. We're considered comrades, right? Tang Zhen glanced at Bin Zi and said coldly, cut the crap, what are you planning to do? They haven't eaten all day, can they eat a little too? A trace of anticipation surfaced in the eyes of the people who were lying on the ground when they heard this. They were waiting for Tang Zhen's reply. If it wasn't for the fact that you didn't know the rules, you would have already filled your stomachs and wouldn't have to suffer like this. Tang Zhen pursed his lips and swept a glance at the woman whose nose was stained with quite a bit of blood. He then casually handed the basin of food to Bin Zi. The woman's face turned red. She snorted softly and turned her head in another direction. Bin Zi happily picked up the basin and walked to his companions to help them up. Then, he broke the steamed bun into pieces and stuffed it into his mouth. Everyone, who had long been starving, gobbled up the food one by one. During this period, they even bit Bin Zi's finger, causing him to grimace in pain. After feeding everyone one by one, Bin Zi ran to the window and observed for a while, then sat down on the sofa. Big brother, do you think we won't be able to escape? Bin Zi scratched his head and asked Tang Zhen in a depressed manner. You might not be able to live, but that doesn't include me. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the dejected faces of everyone as he spoke in a cold voice. Big brother, don't joke around. If you're with us, how can you escape the pursuit of the cyborgs? Bin Zi still had an annoyed expression. Although the current environment was still considered safe, they might fall into the hands of the cyborg at any time. The cyborg had never been merciful to rebels like them. His blood was boiling during the battle, but now that he was hiding, the fear in his heart was growing. Tang Zhen sat on the sofa. His gaze swept across the members of the Starfire Legion before he nodded gently. So, we're just grasshoppers on the same rope. Of course, if that's the case, then we should help each other. Big brother Junjun, what do you mean? 1083 Temporary Cooperation. What I mean is, I can help you get rid of the pursuit of the cyborgs and leave this city. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, Bin Zi wasn't the only one who looked at Tang Zhen in a daze. The other 4 Starfire Legion members who were tied up also perked up and looked at Tang Zhen. Big brother, you're saying you're going to help us escape? A trace of joy appeared on Bin Zi's face, and his tone carried a trace of anticipation. Now that the cyborg army had completely taken control of the city, the resistance members were like fish in a barrel. As time passed, they would be discovered by the cyborgs at any time. It could be said that without any help, they would not be able to escape death. No one could truly be unafraid of death. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope for life, people in desperate situations would firmly grasp it. Therefore, everyone's mood was lifted by Tang Zhen at this moment. However, they also had doubts in their hearts. They did not know if Tang Zhen alone would be able to help them escape from the pursuit of the half-robot. That's right, I can help you leave, Tang Zhen said in a certain tone. However, he quickly continued, however, I have a condition. I need to find a location, and I may need your help. I won't leave the city until I find this place. When Bin Zi heard this, he quickly patted his chest and said, Big brother, don't worry. There's no place in this city that I don't know. Tell me where you're looking for, and I'll help you think of a place. The place I'm looking for should be very well hidden. It has an entrance to the underground and is heavily guarded by cyborgs. There might be a large number of power supply equipment nearby. Tang Zhen thought for a moment before speaking with an uncertain tone. In fact, even he did not know where the target was. The description just now was just a guess. After hearing Tang Zhen's description, Bin Zi immediately reached out and scratched his hair. He looked like he was meditating, as if he was searching for a similar location in his memory. The others were also racking their brains to see if they had seen the place that Tang Zhen had described. After about a minute of silence, the woman who had been knocked to the ground by Tang Zhen suddenly opened her mouth and said in an uncertain tone, I seem to know the place you mentioned. Tang Zhen turned his head around and spoke in an indifferent tone, is that so? Can you tell me more? The woman gritted her teeth and looked at Tang Zhen, I can tell you, but you have to tell me first, how are you going to get us out? Clearly, they still had a trace of doubt toward Tang Zhen's promise. You'd better not lie to me. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to be better off dead. Tang Zhen said coldly and beckoned Bin Zi to bring the woman to the window. He then casually picked up a gun from the ground. Then, he rummaged around the house and finally found a tube-like object that looked like an oil filter. He fixed it directly on the muzzle. This item could be used as a silencer, and the effect was not bad. Everyone was somewhat baffled after seeing Tang Zhen's actions. They did not know what he was going to do. Ignoring the doubtful gazes of others, Tang Zhen came to another window. After carefully sizing it up for a while, he said to Bin Zi and the other man, look at the intersection ahead and remember not to blink. When Bin Zi and the other man heard this, they immediately looked at the intersection a few hundred meters away and saw 2 cyborg combat vehicles slowly approaching. On both sides of the tank were 7 or 8 cyborg warriors, who were looking around vigilantly. Just as Bin Zi and the other man saw this scene clearly, Tang Zhen, who was in front of another window, had already drawn the curtains. Then, he opened the window slightly. Pa pa pa, a series of strange gunshots rang out, and the advancing half-robot team suddenly stopped. At the same time, 4 to 5 of the half-robot warriors were shot in the head. The cyborg warriors who were suddenly attacked quickly dodged and tried to find the enemy's position. However, their movements were far slower than the speed of the bullets. In the process of dodging, several more cyborg warriors were hit. The sniper's marksmanship was so accurate that they were already scared out of their wits. They didn't even have time to judge the direction of the shot. In the blink of an eye, all the half-robot warriors on foot were shot and killed one by one. Even the driver of the chariot did not escape the fate of being shot and killed. Looking at the half-robot warriors lying on the street, Bin Zi's face was dull. The woman also looked at Tang Zhen as if she had seen a ghost. "Big brother, you're the spear god." After being stunned for a while, Bin Zi finally regained his senses and looked at Tang Zhen with an extremely adoring gaze. With just a rifle, he killed more than 10 cyborgs in less than 10 seconds. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Bin Zi wouldn't have believed that there was such a superb marksmanship in the world. If every member of the Starfire Legion had such marksmanship, the cyborg would have been thrown out of the city. Tang Zhen quickly closed the window and turned to look at Bin Zi and that woman. "How is it? Can I take you out like this?" The woman nodded, then shook her head. "Your marksmanship is indeed superb, but don't forget that cyborgs have more tricks up their sleeves. If you kill these cyborgs, it'll be equivalent to exposing your hiding spot. I estimate that it won't take long for the cyborg to lock onto our location based on the situation at the shooting scene." Tang Zhen nodded. He took out a military knife and untied the ropes on everyone's bodies. He then threw the firearms into their hands. "I didn't plan to hide here for a long time. Even if I didn't shoot just now, those cyborgs would have searched every house for you, so it's only a matter of time before this place is exposed. Now, you can't stay even if you don't want to." While he was speaking, Tang Zhen took out a backpack and threw the remaining steamed buns, biscuits, and a few bottles of mineral water into it. Then, he directly carried it on his back. Now, he was at most a strong ordinary person, so these things had to be carried with him. If he lacked any one of them, it would make it difficult for him to move. "By the way, do you know a more hidden route?" Tang Zhen looked at Bin Zi and casually asked. "I think it's best for us to advance along the underground drainage system. It should be safer that way." Bin Zi turned his head to look at the woman beside him and replied after seeing her nod, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's act immediately." Bin Zi and the others no longer hesitated. After quickly arranging their equipment, everyone immediately opened the door and carefully walked downstairs. After arriving downstairs, Tang Zhen and the others confirmed that there were no cyborgs nearby. They immediately ran to a hidden sewer nearby and went in one after another. 1084 Underground Escape 1. The city where the cyborg headquarters was located had been carefully designed and planned at the beginning of its construction. Not only were the buildings on the ground orderly, but even the underground was the same. In order to prevent rainwater from accumulating in the city, the underground drainage system was built like an underground tunnel. From time to time, special sludge cleaning robots would enter it to maintain the smooth flow. It would not be an exaggeration to call this place an underground city. However, the sewer was still a sewer, and the rancid smell and darkness would never be less, no matter how clean it was. A group of rats was startled and squeaked, scurrying around in the sewer. Tang Zhen and the others covered their noses. They quickly passed through a section where sewage flowed and headed toward the region ahead. The person leading the way was a middle-aged man with a long beard. He seemed to be a man of few words and rarely spoke along the way. Following the two sides of the sewer, they walked for about 2 kilometers before coming to a slightly dry area. "Hold on for a little longer, we'll be there soon," the bearded middle-aged man said in a low voice and took the lead to enter a hidden fork. After walking in the darkness for a while, they came to a place where a lot of garbage was thrown away. The middle-aged man who was leading the way stopped. "Everyone, rest here for a while. It's best to wait until night time before taking action." After the bearded man said this, he turned around to check on his companion's injuries. He seemed very uninterested. The wounded man was grazed by a stray bullet at the waist and almost lost his life. He didn't look very optimistic. If he wasn't treated in time, this person wouldn't be able to last for long. Tang Zhen quietly swept his gaze around the surroundings before finding a clean spot to sit down. "This used to be our temporary gathering place, but it was abandoned after the news was leaked." After Bin Zi walked over and explained, he sat down beside Tang Zhen and reached out to rub his injured knee. "Then why don't you use this underground passage to sneak out of the city?" Tang Zhen withdrew his gaze and casually asked. "Ever since the cyborgs discovered the secret of the sewers, they've released a type of patrol robot that will attack any living thing they encounter. It's also because of this that no one dares to enter this place, for fear of being killed by the patrol robots." Just as he said this, everyone heard the sound of water, as if something was wading through the water. "Everyone, be careful. The patrol robots are here." The woman on sentry duty in the distance gave a warning, and everyone immediately held their breath and pressed their bodies close to the ground. Their hands holding their weapons were shaking. The sound of water in the dark made everyone more and more nervous. Tang Zhen was also lying on the ground, but his eyes were staring at the corner in front of him. His eyes seemed to be shimmering in the darkness, causing Bin Zi to click his tongue in wonder. The sound of water became louder and louder, and laser-like rays swept across the surroundings. Then, a group of fluorescent robots that looked like fleas appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and their two blue eyes kept looking around. Because it was only a regular underground patrol, the detection method of these flea robots was not too high-end. Otherwise, even if Tang Zhen and the others were to hide, they would definitely be discovered. Fortunately, the patrol robots disappeared very quickly, and everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. However, in less than 10 minutes, the sound of water splashing reappeared, and it came from the same direction. "What's going on? Here we go again." Everyone's expression changed at the same time. Without any hesitation, they lay on the ground and held their breath again, waiting for the patrol robot to pass by. However, compared to the previous movement, the sound of water this time was clearly much louder. Just as everyone was feeling a little surprised, a strong light suddenly appeared and shone on the wall in front of them. Tang Zhen frowned slightly after seeing this scene. A trace of danger surged into his heart. Now that the entire city was in chaos, the cyborg would definitely increase his search for Lu Cheng's cultivators. Naturally, he would not let this dark corner of the underground escape. In that case, the patrol force in the underground sewers would definitely be greatly strengthened, and they would definitely not be able to deal with the situation as they had before. Just as he thought of this, he saw a huge black shadow suddenly appear. Upon closer inspection, it was a huge mechanical flea that almost occupied the entire tunnel. When it passed by the hiding place of Tang Zhen and the others, it suddenly stopped. A few strong lights shot over with lightning speed. "Not good, I've been discovered." Tang Zhen immediately jumped up. The rifle in his hand fired continuously, directly shattering the strong light. "Quickly run." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of bullets swept over, completely covering the area where everyone was. 2 Starfire Legion members couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the bullets. They didn't even have time to scream before they were torn into pieces. "Da Chang, little Dao." Bin Zi shouted in grief and indignation, his face full of pain. "Damn it." Tang Zhen awkwardly dodged. He grabbed the woman with a panicked expression and directly jumped into the ditch and began to run wildly. "Big brother, you should wait for me." Bin Zi was really lucky. He wasn't hit by the bullet screen just now and was chasing after Tang Zhen, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. The large flea-like robots couldn't participate in the pursuit because of the narrow passage, but the robots that were only a meter long kept making caw-caw sounds and chased after them. These robots moved very quickly, attacking as they ran, causing sparks to fly in the underground sewers. Seeing that the robot was about to catch up, Tang Zhen had no choice but to turn around and shoot, trying his best to slow down the robot's pursuit. The woman was panting, but she didn't hesitate to join in the attack. Even Bin Zi was panting and firing continuously. Under the suppression of the 3 rifles, a dozen of the patrol robots were blown up, but the remaining robots continued to rush over like crazy wild dogs. "We can't continue like this. We have to leave this place as soon as possible." After Tang Zhen emptied his magazine, he casually threw the rifle to the side and pulled out 2 pistols. "There doesn't seem to be an exit here. We have to advance a little further." Bin Zi shouted as he fired. "You lead the way, I'll be in charge of bringing up the rear." "Hurry up." At this moment, Tang Zhen had no choice but to go all out. Otherwise, the 3 of them would all die here. Bin Zi responded and staggered to the back. He pulled the woman and started to run for his life without looking back. Tang Zhen followed closely behind. He retreated while shooting. Relying on his accurate marksmanship to suppress the robots, he was able to keep the robots at a distance of over 20 meters. However, the bullets in the 2 pistols were limited. It didn't take long for them to run out of bullets. Tang Zhen glanced at the concrete wall beside him and punched the corner of the wall, causing a large piece of concrete to fall. He casually picked up a few pieces and ruthlessly smashed them on the robot that was rushing over. Tang Zhen took the opportunity to rush in the direction that Bin Zi had disappeared in. After stumbling all the way, the 3 of them finally found an exit and quickly climbed out. They didn't have time to check their surroundings. The three of them hurriedly ran towards the ruins in the distance and disappeared in a moment. 1085 An unpeaceful night. 1 Carefully hiding behind the ruins, Bin Zi's face was filled with a rejoicing expression as if he had just escaped death. When those flea-like robots were chasing them, their attacks never stopped. Under such circumstances, they were able to escape unscathed, which was indeed somewhat beyond Bin Zi's expectations. When they recalled the scene they had just experienced, Bin Zi and the other man subconsciously looked at Tang Zhen with a trace of gratitude in their eyes. Big brother, if it wasn't for you, I would have lost my life. I won't say any words of thanks. In the future, as long as there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Bin Zi patted his chest and said to Tang Zhen. The pale-faced woman did not say anything. However, she still nodded her head to express her thanks when Tang Zhen's gaze was cast over. No one was a fool. In such a dangerous environment, having the help of an expert like Tang Zhen by their side would undoubtedly increase their chances of survival by quite a lot. There's no need to thank me. Just remember to bring me to that place. Tang Zhen spoke indifferently, after which, he did not say anything else. Instead, he took a rest and replenished his strength as soon as possible. In the process of escaping just now, he had felt the long-lost threat of death. Avoiding the attacks of the flea robot made Tang Zhen almost use all his strength. At present, there was not a single trace of energy left in his body, and the liquid robot could not be used, causing him to temporarily lose contact with it. He could only rely on himself now. Fortunately, ordinary cyborg soldiers were still unable to pose a fatal threat to Tang Zhen, except for those patrol-level cyborgs. Tang Zhen would hide as far away as he could when facing such an enemy. This was because he clearly knew that he was no match for him. This feeling was very sullen, but he could only silently endure it. I have to recover my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, I might lose my life if I encounter the higher-ups of the cyborgs again. Tang Zhen carefully extended his head out of the ruins and attempted to observe the situation outside to determine if there was any danger in the surroundings. It was almost dusk, but the broken city was still filled with gunshots and rising flames. The cyborg's aircraft shuttled back and forth in the black smoke, constantly searching for traces of Lu Cheng's cultivators. At the same time, they would launch attacks on the resistance army who were constantly running around. From time to time, beams of light could be seen rising into the sky from the ruins, heading straight for the low-altitude aircraft. Some aircraft could not dodge in time and were hit, falling to the ground with flames and black smoke. This was the attack launched by the rebellion army. With their participation, the pressure on the cultivators in Lusheng City who were looking for energy absorption devices was greatly reduced. Take this time to rest. We'll leave at midnight. Tang Zhen returned to his hiding place and threw the food he brought to Bin Zi and that woman. He also kept a portion for himself. The two of them nodded and didn't say anything else. They both buried their heads and started eating. Tang Zhen was thinking of how to resolve the predicament he was in while eating. However, he was a little depressed to discover that the strength he currently possessed was really too weak. Tang Zhen, who was used to relying on his strength to suppress others, actually felt extremely uncomfortable in this situation where he was alone and surrounded by enemies from all sides. Could it be that he had been too reliant on mobile applications all this time? After throwing away those chaotic thoughts, Tang Zhen looked at the woman who was leaning against the wall to rest after having her fill. He lowered his voice and asked, "How did you know about that place? Are you sure you didn't remember it wrong?" Tang Zhen had no choice but to be a little more cautious. This was because every single step he took at this moment might result in him encountering a life-and-death crisis. Hence, he had to make a plan before taking action. After the woman heard Tang Zhen's question, she hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "I was once captured by the cyborgs and sent to their secret base where many members of the resistance were locked up. As you said, the secret base is underground and guarded by many cyborgs. I only know of this place, but I'm not sure if there are other similar places." After the woman explained in a few words, she didn't mention the specific location. She didn't say anything more, obviously in a bad mood. Tang Zhen did not force her. In any case, the woman would bring him to that place in a few hours. In the following time, none of the three were in the mood to chat. Instead, they seized the time to rest and replenish their strength. However, the occasional gunshots and other noises prevented them from getting a good rest. Under this annoying torture, it was finally midnight, and the whole city became much quieter. Tang Zhen stood up and reached out to rub his somewhat numb face. He waved his hand at Bin Zi and the other man. It's almost time. Let's start. Bin Zi and the other man also stood up and moved their hands and feet. The three of them began to carefully set off towards their destination under the cover of the night. Although the night did not affect the cyborgs' vision much, it was still not as convenient as the day. Moreover, the city was full of ruins. As long as they were careful, they could completely avoid the cyborgs' detection. Along the way, they carefully avoided the patrols of the cyborgs, killed a few guys who were alone, and obtained a few weapons. The three of them were getting closer and closer to their destination. After carefully passing through a street full of debris, Tang Zhen and the other two climbed up to the top of a building that had been destroyed in the hands of Lu Cheng's cultivators. Their eyes fell on the front. The first thing he saw was a building that gave off a sense of security and oppression. Its appearance was similar to the cyborg headquarters, but it did not have a metal shell. Instead, it looked more like a medieval castle. Huge searchlights were constantly sweeping from high above, and the defense alarm equipment was also activated at the same time to guard against any possible intruders. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people would not be able to get close to this building. Fortunately, this place had also been damaged by the cultivators of the tower, causing the defense here to be riddled with holes. Even though they had tried their best to fix it, there were still holes that could not be repaired in a short time. I'm talking about this place. If you have a way, you can go in and take a look. The woman said to Tang Zhen. However, there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. According to the intelligence obtained by the Starfire Legion, this should be the base for the cyborgs' experiments and modifications. Its defense level was only second to the teleportation transit station. They had tried to sneak in several times to obtain information, but they had failed in the end. The only time he had succeeded was when the woman had been caught and escaped. In the woman's eyes, although the man in front of her was powerful and mysterious, it would still be difficult to enter. She hoped that he wouldn't be killed by the cyborg. Otherwise, it would be more dangerous for her and Bin Zi to leave the city. At this time, Tang Zhen's attention was on the building in front of him. After carefully observing it for more than 10 minutes, he turned to look at Bin Zi and the woman. You two wait for me here. If I don't come out before dawn, you two hide first or find a way to leave. After leaving behind these words, Tang Zhen immediately sneaked toward the building like a ghost. 1086 entering in disguise when the cool night wind blew past, gently swaying the plants that had already turned snow white, as if it was snowing. Especially under the illumination of the searchlights, the snow-white color was even more striking, making people feel as if they were in a snowfield. He did not know if it was because of the energy-absorbing device, but the temperature at night had suddenly dropped to an extremely low level. When he breathed, he could even see a large amount of water vapor appear. It was extremely abnormal in this season. Tang Zhen slowly advanced along the damaged road that had been cleaned up. His movements were very careful in order to avoid attracting the attention of the cyborg. Perhaps it was because the experimental base had been too damaged, many of the original alarm devices had been damaged. Therefore, the cyborgs could only choose some infrared detection alarm devices and temporarily set them up in the outer area that needed to be defended. Ordinary people were unable to see these rays of light with their naked eyes. However, Tang Zhen was able to easily distinguish them. They were like thin and long ropes, blocking his way in a disorderly manner, and the slightest touch would sound an alarm. This ability was especially suitable at this moment. After one's cultivation reached the king level, they would begin to evolve. The eyes were also one of the organs that evolved. As a law cultivator, Tang Zhen's evolution was even more obvious. Even if the Turobo people had taken away their energy, their ability to evolve could not be restricted. Therefore, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were extremely strong and had many special abilities that far exceeded ordinary people. Using his special and abnormal vision, Tang Zhen easily avoided those light rays and continued to advance toward the inner region. Tang Zhen suddenly stopped his footsteps after he had advanced for around 100 meters or so. He began to observe once again. About 50 meters away from him, there were several cyborg warriors guarding the entrance. Two spider-like robots about 3 meters tall stood still, but from their flashing status lights, it was obvious that they were in an active state. If he was discovered by the cyborg, he would definitely suffer an extremely fierce attack. With Tang Zhen's current strength, it was impossible for him to resist such a rain of bullets. However, other than this entrance, the other locations were even more heavily guarded. It was impossible to enter in a short period of time. Tang Zhen frowned slightly. He was thinking about how to sneak into this building. However, he discovered that there seemed to be no better method other than forcefully attacking. Just as he was feeling slightly troubled, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a slight noise coming from the grass not far away. Tang Zhen's heart trembled slightly as he seemed to have realized something. He was like a ghost as he quietly approached the source of the sound. It took him a few minutes to cover the distance of more than 10 meters. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on a pile of junk. After being silent for a few seconds, Tang Zhen was like a cheetah preying on its prey in the night. He landed on the pile of junk with lightning speed and a military knife stabbed down. A slight noise could be heard, and then everything returned to silence. However, Tang Zhen's actions did not stop. Instead, he gently dragged out a corpse from under the debris. After which, he changed the other party's clothes into his own. Among the cyborgs, other than the high-level personnel, the ordinary soldiers did not have a high degree of modification. Their appearance did not look much different from ordinary people. Tang Zhen only needed a simple disguise and he could fool them. Of course, such a disguise could only be concealed for a short period of time. If it was noticed, it would be exposed in minutes. He planned to use this disguise to sneak into the base without being noticed. As for whether he would succeed, it was hard to say at the moment. Just as Tang Zhen was prepared to take action, he heard the roar of a car coming from not far away. At the same time, a strong light appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Zhen directly hid in a pit by the side of the road and did his best to stick his body close to the ground. Just as he hid himself, several tanks appeared one after another and sped towards the building. They were filled with cyborg soldiers with loaded guns. Several cultivators of Lu City were locked up by special torture devices. They were covered in blood and wounds, looking very embarrassed. It was obvious that the cyborgs were very afraid of the cultivators of Lusheng, so even though they were bound by torture devices, their muzzles were still firmly pointed at them. In addition to the cultivators of Lu Cheng, there were more than a dozen members of the resistance on the chariot. They were also covered in wounds and their hands and feet were tied up. When the war chariot passed by Tang Zhen's location, he directly shot out from the pit. After which, he scuttled to the rear of the last war chariot as though he was flying close to the ground. Tang Zhen's palm suddenly clenched and his body was firmly stuck to the bottom of the war chariot. No one discovered anything unusual during the entire process. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the roadblock. After scanning the area with electronic devices, the vehicle continued moving forward. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to enter the base, they would have to go through a very strict inspection. Under the scanning of technological equipment, even a fly could not easily sneak in. If it wasn't for the fact that the original inspection tunnel had been destroyed and that there were many captives on the vehicle, Tang Zhen, who was hidden under the vehicle, would definitely not have been able to pass through easily. After luckily avoiding the guards at the entrance, Tang Zhen followed the vehicle into the research base. He also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. And NBSP, after entering the gate, the chariot circled a few times before finally stopping in front of a building. "Hurry up and get out of the car." A cyborg officer jumped down from the vehicle and directed the soldiers to bring the captives down. Then, he walked to a tightly closed metal door not far away and pressed his palm on it. No one noticed that when everyone got off the car, Tang Zhen suddenly extended his hand and grabbed a cyborg soldier at the back. He used a little strength and pulled him out of the car. At the same time, he shook his arm slightly and the huge force had already shaken him to death. The entire process was silent. After which, Tang Zhen stood up and joined the group that was escorting the prisoners. Verification complete. Please enter. The metal door opened, and a group of people stepped in. Perhaps it was because they had formed a temporary team, or perhaps it was for other reasons, so no one noticed that someone had been replaced in the team. Tang Zhen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He also gently lowered the rifle that he was tightly holding. After entering the brightly lit hall, the group continued to walk forward for a distance, and then stopped at a marked ground. A soft sound rang out, and everyone began to descend rapidly, heading deep into the ground. Swish! The descent was not long, but judging from their speed, they should be 100 meters below the ground. The protective objects around them were removed, and a spacious hall appeared in front of everyone. More than a dozen cyborgs were standing at the edge of the hall, coldly sweeping their eyes over the people who had just come down. lock these intruders in the S-class cells, and the members of the resistance in the ordinary cells. Let's go. The leader ordered again. The cyborg soldiers were divided into two groups and escorted their captives to a passage. 1087 Saving the cultivators of Lucheng. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard in the empty passage. The long and narrow passage seemed to have no end. The silver-white alloy walls were everywhere, making people feel extremely depressed. It was impossible to find anything with just a visual inspection, unless the hidden door was opened. Only then would they be able to see what was behind. However, judging from the cyborg warrior's appearance, it did not seem to be held here. Under the cover of his helmet, Tang Zhen continued to observe his surroundings. He was planning how to escape from this place or how to use the terrain to defend himself after alerting the cyborg. His ability to fight alone was limited, so he had to think of a way out if the operation failed. Based on what he had observed just now, he could confirm that the defense of this experimental base was far inferior to that of the transmission transit station. After all, that was the place where the cyborgs were responsible for guarding. Although the level of defense here was not high, it still posed quite a big risk to the current Tang Zhen. If possible, it would be best to rescue all the cultivators of Lucheng who were imprisoned here and have them cooperate with him. This way, the success rate would be greatly improved. As he thought of this, Tang Zhen glanced at the few dispirited cultivators from Lucheng and started to prepare in silence. As long as the time was right, he would not hesitate to save them. After walking for a few more minutes, the group came to the end of the passage and took the elevator deeper underground. Obviously, there was more than one floor in the underground base, and the prison for Lucheng should be deeper inside the base. Ka, with a soft sound, the elevator door opened, and a huge space entered their eyes. Transparent containers that were more than 3 meters tall appeared in front of Tang Zhen in rows. The bases were filled with monitors that were constantly flashing. In these containers, there were many modified cyborgs with tubes inserted all over their bodies. In addition to these half-mechs, there were also some containers filled with a light gray liquid. The cultivators of Lucheng seemed to have lost their consciousness. Tang Zhen sighed in relief after seeing this scene. As long as the cyborgs didn't kill the captured Lucheng, there was still hope. Otherwise, even if they managed to get out of the predicament, the savage war zone would still suffer unpredictable losses. After all, the number of king-level cultivators participating in this operation was 1/3 of the entire battle zone. Although the life and death of the cultivators in the other Lusheng had nothing to do with Tang Zhen, the assistance of these cultivators was indispensable if he wanted to survive in the face of death. Originally, Tang Zhen was a little worried because of the lack of manpower. However, after seeing these cultivators, the pressure on him was reduced by a lot. At this moment, there were quite a number of people moving about in the hall. As Tang Zhen and the others entered, the cyborg warrior in charge of guarding this place immediately walked forward and prepared to hand over the captives. After the handover was completed, the half-robot warriors in charge of escorting them would return to the team and continue to participate in the clearing of the remaining enemies in the city. It was also at this moment that Tang Zhen had to take action. Just as the cyborg soldiers were exchanging blows, Tang Zhen suddenly pulled out his military knife and stabbed it into the bodies of 4 cyborg soldiers at an unbelievable speed. At the same time when their bodies were convulsing, the military knife in Tang Zhen's hand flashed with a cold glint as it slashed across the throat of the half-robot warrior. The half-robot warrior, who was still made of flesh and blood, fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The entire process happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Before the other cyborg soldiers could react, Tang Zhen had already pulled out his rifle and fired out a series of fire snakes. The quiet underground space was immediately filled with intense gunfire. In just a few seconds, all the cyborg soldiers in his line of sight were shot and fell to the ground. Tang Zhen half knelt on the ground. After shooting another enemy who revealed his head, he conveniently found a card on the cyborg soldier's body. He swept the instruments of torture at the cultivators of Lucheng, and with a few cracking sounds, those instruments of torture fell off their hands and feet. Lucheng, who was waiting for an opportunity to escape, was stunned for a moment. He then jumped up from the ground and picked up the weapon from the cyborg's corpse. "Who are you?" A cultivator from Lucheng pointed his gun at Tang Zhen and asked in a cold voice. Tang Zhen took off his helmet and used his cold eyes to sweep across the Lucheng cultivator. "It's the Manwang King." The cultivator holding the gun was stunned for a moment. He quickly turned the gun to the side and looked apologetic. Tang Zhen nodded and said to the cultivators of Lu Cheng, "You're in charge of clearing the remaining cyborgs. I'll go rescue the others. Move out immediately." After confirming Tang Zhen's identity, the cultivators of Lusheng no longer had any doubts in their hearts. They immediately followed Tang Zhen's command and began to clean up the cyborgs that came over. With eyes burning with the anger of revenge, the cultivators from Lu Cheng were like tigers out of their cages. They crushed the cyborg soldiers with a crushing posture. Tang Zhen quickly rushed to the location of a container. He reached out and tapped on the screen a few times before moving on to the next container that contained Lu Cheng. Following Tang Zhen's operation, the containers began to empty the liquid, quickly revealing Lu Cheng's cultivators inside. After that, electric currents appeared and went through the tubes attached to the cultivators of Lu Cheng, wrapping around their bodies. "Who?" The Lu Cheng cultivator trembled and opened his eyes. He looked around with killing intent. Although they were captured by the cyborg, it was only because they were alone and their abilities were limited. Even so, they still caused great losses to the cyborg. At this moment, they had regained their freedom. Voila! With a series of crisp sounds, the containers were shattered by the cultivators of Lusheng who had woken up. Then, without anyone's command, these cultivators began to attack the cyborgs around them. The cultivators in Lusheng didn't even let go of the containers that contained the cyborgs. They smashed them into pieces one after another. At the same time, the cultivators in Lusheng used everything they could, be it fighting barehanded or operating guns, to kill the cyborg warrior. In just a few minutes, all the cyborgs in the square were killed, leaving only cultivators of different appearances standing proudly. "Damn it, I've finally vented my anger. This feels great. Who was the one who saved me? I owe him a favor. It's the Manwang King. The Manwang King saved us. Where's the Manwang King? I'll go thank him." The cultivators in the Lusheng shouted a few words at the same time and then began to look for Tang Zhen's traces. In the end, they found him standing in front of a piece of equipment, frowning and thinking about something. While he was thinking, his hands were still operating. Seeing the dozens of rescued cultivators of Lusheng gathering together, Tang Zhen threw away the thoughts in his mind and stood up to look at the crowd. "I'm going to try to crack the control system here, which may take some time. The battle just now must have alerted the cyborgs, and they should launch a counterattack soon, so you must keep them out. If we can't succeed, then we can only fight it out with brute force. That way, we'll be in deep trouble." 1088 Humanoid Charger 1. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he ignored the cultivators in the building. Instead, he once again sat in front of the electronic device and began to operate it with both hands. "Manwang Lord, don't worry. With us here, those cyborgs won't be able to set foot in here." The cultivators of the city didn't hesitate at all after hearing this. After promising Tang Zhen, they immediately took out their weapons and began to defend. They were very clear in their hearts that Tang Zhen was their only hope of leaving this place. Therefore, they could not let Tang Zhen be disturbed no matter what. Just as the cultivators were blocking the entrance of the square and preparing to fight the cyborg, Tang Zhen was actually trying to activate his phone. Through the operation just now, Tang Zhen had already confirmed that it was impossible to hack into the base's control system within a short period of time. Therefore, he could only think of another method. If the phone could still be used, Tang Zhen would definitely be able to easily solve the problem in front of him by relying on the magical application of the all-purpose electronic kit. However, ever since the energy absorption device of the Teroboros people was activated, Tang Zhen's phone had fallen into a black screen state and could not be used at all. Obviously, this phone also needed to rely on the energy of heaven and earth to operate, otherwise, it would not have such a strange situation. However, the entire city's energy had been completely drained. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to obtain the energy to let it work again. However, the electronic equipment of the half-robot that was still operating normally made Tang Zhen think of a possibility. Electricity was also a type of energy, so could it be used to charge the phone and restore it to work? Regardless of whether this method was feasible or not, it was the only method Tang Zhen could think of at the moment. Tang Zhen did not have much time to think about the dangerous situation he was currently in. Therefore, he began to act without any hesitation. After checking the ground, he lifted the insulated floor directly, revealing all kinds of wires under it. He searched along the circuit and pulled out a cable as thick as an arm. He then removed the protective layer on the surface. He chose 2 of the wires and tore them off. Then, Tang Zhen held them with his left and right hands, letting the current pass through his body. He didn't dare to touch the phone directly with the current as it might destroy it. Although the possibility of this was very small, Zhen Tang didn't dare to take the risk. What he had to do now was to use his body as a conductor to see if the phone could absorb the current into his body. Regardless of whether it worked or not, he had to try it. Only the heavens knew how high the voltage used by the cyborg device was. When the current entered Tang Zhen's body, even his abnormal physique was somewhat unable to withstand it. A numb, painful, and itchy feeling spread throughout his entire body. However, in order to charge his phone, Tang Zhen gritted his teeth and persevered. His clenched fists never loosened. Hurry up and turn on the phone, hurry up and turn it on. Tang Zhen silently prayed in his heart, but there was no response from his phone. It was still dark. It was also at this moment that concentrated gunfire rang out. Tang Zhen turned around and saw a large number of cyborg soldiers appearing at the entrance of the square. These cyborg warriors attacked while advancing toward the square. A few cyborgs with powerful auras were mixed in with them. The cultivators of Lusheng City, who had been hiding for a long time, were now retaliating. Although the number of weapons was limited, their accurate marksmanship still shocked the cyborg. In a short time, the cultivators in Lusheng City had become familiar with firearms and were using them quite well. However, the current situation was not optimistic. As the number of cyborgs continued to increase, it was only a matter of time before they reached the square. When Tang Zhen saw this scene, he was secretly anxious. He gritted his teeth and tore the entire electric cable, directly holding the exposed wire in his hand. As if he had been hit by a car, Zhen Tang's body kept trembling as if it would explode at any moment. Without the protection of the energy in his body, the electric current began to destroy his body. Even though his physique was extraordinary, he still had to endure great pain. Hurry up and turn on the phone, turn on the phone. Tang Zhen was on the verge of shouting out. His eyes were firmly fixed on the phone's interface. Both of his eyes were bloodshot. However, even though an electric current continuously passed through Tang Zhen's body, the phone still didn't have any reaction. It was as if this method didn't work. Tang Zhen was a little disappointed. Just as he was about to release his palm, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. His phone actually slowly turned on. Tang Zhen's heart was immediately filled with great joy when he saw this familiar scene. Without any hesitation, he summoned his flying sword to attack and locked onto the cyborgs that were about to rush into the square. Tang Zhen clearly understood the terrifying destructive power of the summoning flying swords. The ground that was merely 100 meters or so was simply unable to stop their piercing. Everyone, hold on, our reinforcements are here. After Tang Zhen shouted, he activated his all-purpose electronic kit. He was prepared to obtain all the information about this base and use it to lock onto the location of the energy absorption device. Tang Zhen also issued a return command to the liquid robot that had lost contact with him, letting it return to his side at lightning speed. The mission item was in its hands, and it could not afford to lose it. Just as Zhen Tang was rapidly operating his mobile app, thinking of a way to deal with the situation in front of him, the battle in the square was still ongoing. After Tang Zhen's shout, the cultivators in Lusheng City were slightly stunned. They couldn't figure out where the reinforcements came from. However, in the next second, they knew what Tang Zhen's words meant. With a sharp whistling sound, streams of colorful light pierced through the ceiling above them and shuttled back and forth among the cyborgs. A series of screams could be heard. Wherever the rainbow light passed, the attacking cyborgs fell to the ground one after another, their bodies broken into two pieces. The flying sword only made a few rounds, and the aggressive cyborgs were all turned into minced meat on the ground, and an indescribable stench filled the air. All the cultivators looked at this scene in a daze, then revealed looks of pleasant surprise. What kind of cultivator skill is this? It should be some sort of unique secret technique of the Manwang King. Its power is truly extraordinary. This means that the Manwang Queen has recovered her strength. How did she recover? Didn't you see him holding that rope in his hand? I guess that's the reason. Why don't we try it too? There was more than one cultivator in Lusheng who noticed Tang Zhen's strange behavior. When they realized that this method might have caused Tang Zhen to recover his strength, they immediately became eager to try. For the cultivators in Lusheng, being able to recover their original strength was a huge temptation that they could not refuse. 1089 Rushing out of the underground base, one looking at the flickering eyes of the cultivators in the building, one could tell that they were not calm at all. Even if Tang Zhen stopped them, they would still try. Otherwise, they would not be willing to give up. However, they did not know that Tang Zhen did not recover his own cultivation. Instead, he had recovered a powerful special item. Of course, Tang Zhen wouldn't explain, and those cultivators in Lusheng wouldn't believe him. After about 10 seconds of silence, several cultivators of Lusheng City lifted the floor under their feet in the blink of an eye and found a few cables as thick as an arm. They twisted the power cable with brute force, ignored the crackling current, and directly held the power cable in their hands. This was an imitation of Tang Zhen's actions. As for why, they didn't know. However, they could feel the current in the electric cable and had a trace of anticipation in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, the electric current flowed into the bodies of these cultivators. Under the gazes of the cultivators of Lusheng, the hair on the cultivators' bodies immediately flew up. Then, they trembled and fell to the ground with white foam at their mouths. All the cultivators were dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened and whether these guys had succeeded. Swish! The sound of a machine stopping could be heard, and the entire square immediately fell into darkness. The scene was terrifyingly quiet. Damn it, what are you guys doing? Tang Zhen roared and stood up from the ground. He glared at the cultivators of Lusheng City who had a guilty conscience. Tang Zhen glanced at the cultivators from Lusheng City who had crawled up from the ground with a depressed expression. He pointed at them angrily and sighed softly. You can't accomplish anything, but you can ruin everything. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Tang Zhen picked up a rifle from the ground and waved at the crowd. I already know the exact location of the energy-absorbing device. We'll rush over now and destroy it. But I have to remind you that if you cause any more trouble, you will bear the consequences. Looking at the furious Tang Zhen, all the cultivators were speechless. There were even some who looked ashamed. Tang Zhen coldly snorted and no longer spoke. In fact, Tang Zhen had finally found the exact location of the energy absorption device at the last moment before the power was cut off. However, the energy absorption device was not located in the base but in another area of the city. Tang Zhen had to pass through the blockade of the cyborgs to reach it. Since the target's location had already been determined, Tang Zhen naturally wanted to immediately begin his operation to prevent any unexpected changes from happening. The cultivators in Lusheng City followed Tang Zhen's lead. After hearing his order, they immediately responded and followed closely with their weapons. The entire base was in complete darkness, and the backup power supply system had not been activated. If they wanted to leave, they had to restore the power supply and take the elevator. However, Tang Zhen did not plan to do this. This was because after seeing the structural diagram of the experimental base, he knew that there was another passageway here. It would be connected to the surface by a cable car. On normal days, this passage would be sealed off and would only be opened in an emergency. The place that Tang Zhen wanted to go was precisely this tunnel. According to the memory in his mind, Tang Zhen and the others continued to move forward in the passage with the emergency lighting system activated. From time to time, they would encounter cyborgs blocking their way. Along the way, the gunshots did not stop. While they were moving forward, Tang Zhen unexpectedly encountered a group of resistance members who had escaped. They were surrounded by a group of cyborgs and were rescued by Tang Zhen and the others at the critical moment. Of course, Tang Zhen and the others had only done so in passing. After all, the other party was blocking their path and they could not avoid it. However, when the rescued members of the resistance saw the appearance of Tang Zhen and the others, they were all frightened and subconsciously began to retreat. They had a deep impression of the invaders who had destroyed the entire city. Now that these people had appeared in front of them, how could they not be afraid? Even though they had weapons in their hands, they could not give them a sense of security. In the eyes of the resistance, the cultivators in Lucheng were no different from demons. Looking at the members of the resistance who had disappeared in the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen sneered and continued to lead his men forward. If these guys followed him, they might have a chance to escape. However, if they were to face the pursuit of the cyborg alone, they would definitely be in danger. Let's go faster. Otherwise, the cyborgs will realize our intentions and destroy the passage. He pushed all the way to the location of the passage and used brute force to open the sealed metal door. Then, a track that slanted upwards appeared in front of him. The cable car had an independent power supply system. Even though the power of the base had been shut down, it could still operate normally. Everyone, get in the car, we don't have much time. After Tang Zhen called out, he immediately went to the driver's seat. After fiddling with it a few times, the car slowly started. He was the only cultivator who could handle this thing. If another cultivator from Lucheng came up, the car might be destroyed in less than a minute. After all the cultivators of Lucheng got on the car, Tang Zhen started the car. Then, the car began to climb rapidly under the pull of the cable. They were less than 100 meters from the ground, so it wouldn't take long for them to climb up. This exit was hidden under an ordinary building. Tang Zhen and the rest easily killed the cyborgs guarding it and rushed to the chaotic street. What they had to face next was the cyborg warriors that covered the entire city, as well as the aircraft that flew over their heads from time to time. If it was just Tang Zhen and the dozens of cultivators from Lucheng, they would probably be trapped to death by the half-androids that appeared one after another before they reached their destination. The other cultivators in Lucheng also realized this, so they looked at Tang Zhen in unison, waiting for him to make a decision. Fortunately, Tang Zhen was prepared. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, he took out a stack of cards that flickered with a strange light and picked one out. This is a Suan Ni storage card. That's right, the Holy Dragon City's storage cards are good for the people, so why wouldn't the Wilderness King store them? Manwang King, what's in your card? Show it to everyone, he shouted. A group of cultivators from Lucheng looked at the card in Tang Zhen's hand, their eyes filled with anticipation. Tang Zhen didn't keep him in suspense. He reached out and tore the card into pieces. Immediately, a stream of light appeared in front of everyone. In the dark night, several huge armed robots appeared out of thin air. Their black muzzles were pointed at the sky, ready to attack at any time. With just these armed robots, it was impossible to guarantee that Tang Zhen and the others would reach their destination safely. Therefore, Tang Zhen took out another card, tore it, and released more than a dozen drones. There were armed robots on the ground to clear the way, and there were unmanned aerial vehicles on top of their heads for protection. Tang Zhen took out a pile of weapons and directly distributed them to the dozens of cultivators in Lucheng. After seeing that all the cultivators were armed to the teeth, Tang Zhen gave the order and immediately set off towards their destination. Since we can't hide our team from the cyborgs, we might as well make a big noise. This way, we can attract the other hidden cultivators from Lucheng. With their participation, our combat power can be enhanced a lot, one of the cultivators suggested to Tang Zhen. After thinking for a while, Tang Zhen nodded his head. 1090 Chapter 1087 Rampage without fear. Time was of the essence. After locking onto the target's location, the cultivators immediately began to move. The armed robots were in charge of clearing the way, and the drones guarded and investigated above them. Dozens of cultivators of Lucheng City, armed with all kinds of weapons, began to move forward along the shortest route. With heavy steps, the armed robots stomped heavily on the solid road. The cars that were abandoned on the road after their engines died were sent flying to both sides of the road one after another. The black muzzles of the guns kept moving, and any target that was identified as an enemy would be attacked like a storm. The silence of the night was once again broken. The group was almost unobstructed as they easily crossed the two streets. From the buildings on both sides of the road, people constantly poked their heads out and secretly sized up this group of strange-looking people, their eyes full of fear. Although it was late at night, the frightened citizens could still confirm that this group of people was definitely not cyborg warriors or members of the resistance organization who took the opportunity to emerge. After all, the cultivators of Lucheng had all kinds of strange appearances. With just one look, one could tell that they were definitely not indigenous people. The aboriginals were full of fear for the intruders who had destroyed the city. Therefore, after confirming the identity of the cultivators in the building, they immediately curled up in their houses like frightened birds. As long as they did not come out to cause trouble, the cultivators of Lucheng City could not be bothered with these fragile citizens. They swaggered along the street. As the group advanced, there were even people constantly shouting in a language that the indigenous people had never heard before. If there were cultivators of Lucheng nearby, they would definitely come over to take a look after hearing the contents of the shout. This was because this was the language of the world of Lucheng, and it was an attempt to gather the cultivators of Lucheng who were fighting for themselves. At present, the cultivators of Lucheng were all alone. They had to work together to overcome the difficulties in front of them. During the process of moving forward, Tang Zhen stood on the shoulder of an armed robot and constantly looked at the information images sent back by the drone in order to obtain accurate information about the cyborg. When the team reached the third street, a group of half-androids drove a tank and blocked Lucheng's way. The moment the cyborg revealed his head, the armed robot, which had already entered its attack mode, suddenly opened fire. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously on the street, and the dense barrage of bullets was like a sword of fire, directly slashing at the cyborg's tank. The cyborg tank at the front was directly blown up. The cyborg warriors on the tank could not dodge in time and were immediately swallowed by the flames, their bodies torn into pieces. When the tanks behind saw this, they immediately scattered in all directions. After quickly stopping at every corner of the street, the cyborg warriors began to fight back. The various weapons and equipment set up on the chariots also shot out terrifying flames one after another. Countless bullets were mixed with miniature missiles, which kept shooting toward the area where the Lu Cheng cultivators were. Explosions and violent flames soared into the sky. The cultivators of Lusheng City on the street were immediately enveloped by the flames of war, and they kept fighting back while dodging. Their figures flashed rapidly, and they would never stay in a fixed place. Whether it was the sewers, the windows of the houses, or the top of the buildings, the figures of cultivators could be seen everywhere. Bullets were fired from their weapons, knocking down the cyborgs or the tanks. The armed robots on the ground and the unmanned aircraft that returned were also launching attacks on the enemy. A fire dragon spread along the long street. At the same time as they attacked, Tang Zhen and the others also continued to advance in the flames of war. The intense battle had already alerted the cyborgs in the city and the cultivators who were hiding. They all gathered at the battle site. It did not take long for the cyborg inspectors who came from other areas to reinforce the troops to appear near the battlefield one after another, attempting to attack the cultivators in Lu Cheng. To Lu Cheng's cultivators, whose cultivation was restricted, these cyborg inspectors were a big threat. After all, their strength was almost equivalent to a Lord-tier cultivator. With almost all the higher-ups of the cyborgs wiped out, these area patrollers were the strongest combat force among the cyborgs. They were not to be underestimated. Tang Zhen had long been keeping an eye on the movements around the battlefield. Therefore, the moment these cyborg inspectors appeared, he did not hesitate to rush forward and tear the card in his hand. The skill cards that he had exchanged and accumulated back then were finally put to use at this moment. With these skill cards, Tang Zhen was not afraid of these cyborg patrol inspectors at all. Even if his cultivation base was restricted, he could still kill in all directions. Following Tang Zhen's advance, an ice battle armor rapidly appeared on the surface of his body. Under the illumination of the flames, it was like an exquisite gem that flickered with a dazzling light. However, the appearance of this ice armor meant that death had arrived. With a long howl, Tang Zhen's figure had already appeared in front of a regional inspector. The icy saber in his hand slashed out fiercely. The cyborg patrol inspector was shocked and quickly dodged the sharp blade. At the same time, he brandished a long metal whip that was covered in dazzling lightning at Tang Zhen. A white plant was swept by the metal whip and immediately burned and broke. It was obvious that this weapon had quite a shocking destructive power. Once hit, it would definitely kill or injure the target. Tang Zhen's body twisted slightly to avoid the attack of the metal whip. At the same time, he swung his sword upward and stabbed it into the cyborg patrol inspector's body without any obstruction. The opponent's body, which had been modified with a special alloy, was unable to withstand the slash of the icy battle saber and was instantly shattered. After taking out one enemy, Tang Zhen charged towards another. His skill card had a time limit, so he had to get rid of all the inspectors before he deactivated it. The inspectors who were participating in the attack had already discovered Tang Zhen. After realizing his uniqueness, they actually attacked him in unison. Hee, I'm afraid you won't come. Tang Zhen coldly laughed. Numerous ice blades suddenly appeared on both ends of his arms. His back and legs were also densely covered with ice spikes. A long tail made of ice instantly appeared behind him. After the transformation, Tang Zhen had completely turned into a combat weapon. At this moment, several semi-mechanical inspectors had already arrived in front of him. Their cold and hot weapons landed on Zhen Tang's body, causing the ice on his armor to continuously fall. Tang Zhen turned a blind eye to it. His entire person was like a berserk ferocious beast as he forcefully collided with those semi-mechanical inspectors. After which, he continued to brandish his fists and feet, causing dark red blood and minced meat to continuously fly. Even though his cultivation was restricted, he was still a true law king. Now that he could use his cultivation techniques again, how could these cyborg patrol inspectors be his match? The cyborg that was attacked by Tang Zhen was instantly dismembered into over a dozen pieces, turned into ice blocks, and shattered into pieces. Seeing that their companion had been easily dealt with by Tang Zhen, the other semi-automatic inspectors were shocked. Tang Zhen's ruthlessness caused them to recall the terrifying memories of the cultivators in the city. Before the energy absorption device was activated, Lu Cheng's cultivator was definitely an existence that they could not resist. This guy is too strong. Let's hide. After an inspector was killed, the remaining people all gave up on attacking and prepared to call for fighter jets to surround and attack Tang Zhen. From Tang Zhen's current performance, they would definitely die if they continued to hesitate. 1091 The burning street. After Lu Cheng's cultivators attacked the cyborg headquarters, they carried out a purge operation. The king-level cultivators, who never showed mercy to the enemy, killed almost all the higher-ups of the cyborgs. Almost all of the high-level combat personnel of the half-mechs had been killed in this battle. As for the rest of the cyborg warriors, they were no longer a threat to the cultivators of Lu Cheng, so they were let go. However, as the energy absorption device was activated and the cultivators in Lu Cheng were restricted, the cyborgs immediately began to fight back, which was also unexpected. The leaders of these cyborgs were the district inspectors who were stationed in various districts and were returning to provide support. As long as the half-machine inspectors in charge of the command were killed, they would definitely panic and no longer pose a serious threat to the cultivators of the building. Tang Zhen had long made up his mind that he would never let these cyborg inspectors leave alive. Just as the enemies were fleeing in all directions, several cultivators from Lu Cheng who had been waiting for a long time suddenly appeared. They sneered and tore the skill cards in their hands. With a flash of light, a set of ice armor appeared on the cultivators' bodies. Under the fearful gazes of the cyborg inspectors, they pounced on them. These cultivators had been through hundreds of battles, and their combat experience was not something the cyborg inspectors could compare to. The moment they blocked the cyborg inspectors, their opponent's fate was sealed. Tang Zhen coldly swept his gaze in the direction of the battle before turning his attention back to the street in front of him. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he watched the cyborg soldiers continuously swarming over. This was a battle to the death. The outcome of the loser was destined to be incomparably miserable. How could Tang Zhen show mercy in such a situation? He operated the device on his wrist a few times, and the drones that had been hovering above him immediately rushed to the enemy and fired a series of powerful bombs. The entire street was immediately covered in flames, and the indiscriminate fuel-air explosive shot out countless terrifying metal balls, blasting the buildings within the area of effect into smithereens. The cyborgs that were within the range of the attack had finger-sized holes all over their bodies, and even their bodies were torn beyond recognition. The aggressive cyborg warriors were severely injured, and their momentum was slowed down. Before they could recover from the chaos, there was a commotion behind them. Members of the resistance appeared one by one and launched a surprise attack in the ruins of the building, causing the cyborg warriors to be flustered for a while. They kept attacking the surrounding buildings. In this chaotic environment, there would be a figure as fast as the wind appearing from time to time. They were either using cold weapons or carrying firearms, reaping the lives of the cyborg warriors with high efficiency. These figures were the cultivators of Lusheng who had rushed over after discovering the abnormality. As the battle became more and more intense, more and more cultivators of Lusheng gathered. There were hundreds of cultivators in Lusheng who participated in this operation. After their cultivation was restricted, some unlucky cultivators were captured and rescued by Tang Zhen. There were also some who lost their lives in the process of hiding from the pursuit because of bad luck. Of course, this was only a small number. Most of the remaining people had already gone into hiding. Just like Tang Zhen, while these cultivators were hiding from the cyborgs, they were also actively looking for a solution to the problem. Tang Zhen had been paying attention to the movements in the surroundings for a long time. When he noticed the cultivators of Lusheng appear, he immediately commanded the resistance organization and cultivators who were fighting on their own through the speaker on the armed robot. "I'm Tang Zhen from the Holy Dragon City, and I'm in charge of commanding this team. Now, all cultivators in the building city, please listen to the command and follow the 9th Avenue straight to the location of the information tower. Our target is that building. The energy absorption device is hidden there, and we must destroy it as soon as possible. You're in charge of clearing the way, and any enemies who block your way will be eliminated." He spoke in the language of the world of Lusheng. The natives couldn't understand him, but the cultivators of the world of Lusheng could. When he repeated this for the second time, the cultivators hiding in the streets, alleys, or on the roofs of buildings had already begun to move. They moved quickly along the street, constantly clearing the enemies they encountered along the way. Bullets, darts, and stone arrows were shot continuously, hitting the cyborgs so hard that they couldn't even lift their heads. At the top of a half-collapsed building, Xianxia was wearing a black leather coat and holding a compound bow and arrow in her hand. She was shooting at a cyborg that had not appeared. Her archery was extremely accurate, and every arrow she shot would hit a vital part of the cyborg. Even though the cyborgs' bodies had been modified, their bodies were not made of pure steel. They would still lose their lives if they were shot by the arrows. Beside her were a few other female cultivators, including the Silver Wing Emperor. "My lord, should we go meet up with the Manwang Lord?" A female cultivator holding a steel bar connected to a concrete block was constantly scanning the sky, as if she was on guard against something. Sweeping a glance at Tang Zhen, who was standing on the armed robot, the well-built female cultivator looked towards the Silver Wing Emperor and casually asked, "There's no need for us to stick together. We'll be attacked by the cyborgs if we do that. We only need to help them in the dark." The Silver Wing Emperor shook his head. At the same time he turned to look at the top of another building, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Bone Emperor and Blood River Emperor, the two Law Kings, led dozens of cultivators and looked down at the war-torn street. It was obvious that they had no intention of showing their faces before they had complete control of the situation. Although they wouldn't participate in the team under Tang Zhen's command, they didn't intend to stand by and watch. After all, the cultivators in Lusheng could only restore their original cultivation after turning off the energy absorption device. With the full cooperation of these cultivators, the number of casualties of the cyborgs continued to increase. The speed of Tang Zhen and the others' advancement also became faster. Seeing that their comrades were being shot one after another, the cyborg warriors were terrified and kept shooting. Any moving target that appeared in the infrared night vision device would be attacked immediately as long as they did not have the of an ally. At the same time, the cyborg also controlled the drone to search for the cultivators hiding on top of the buildings. Fire snakes appeared in the night sky and smashed the buildings into pieces. Seeing this, the female cultivator next to Xianxia immediately waved the concrete block in her hand and threw it at the low-flying cyborg. The concrete block flew into the sky and smashed into one of the drones. In the midst of the fire, the drone crashed into a building and set the residential building on fire. The other cultivators in Lusheng also took action. They either threw javelins, rocks, or used guns to attack, blowing up the drones one after another. When the members of the resistance saw this, they also joined in. The three groups of people rushed straight to their destination like a hot knife through butter. 1092 The defeated half-robot. As time passed, the battle became more and more intense. With the straight main road in front of them as the center, the cyborgs all over the city were surging forward continuously. They were like surging waves, trying to devour the resistors. The cyborg hated and feared the cultivators of Lusheng who had shaken their rule. Many years ago, the Teroboros had suddenly appeared and taught the natives the ability to modify their bodies. They had tried to use their power to watch over this world and ensure that the transit station was operating normally. After obtaining this ability, the higher-ups of the cyborgs immediately regarded it as the ultimate power to control the world. In order to ensure that the power could be controlled to the maximum extent, the higher-ups of the cyborgs did not modify the cyborgs in batches. Instead, they strictly controlled the number of cyborgs. The resources were not endless. If they were to enjoy, the less the power they had to share, the better. In the end, relying on the small number of powerful cyborg warriors, the upper echelons of the cyborgs firmly ruled the world, and their position had not wavered for many years. In this native world, the cyborgs were the only overlords. However, the higher-ups of the cyborgs and the Teroboros people did not expect that one day, enemies from other worlds would invade. The cyborg warriors, which were always sufficient for their use, were suddenly outnumbered when faced with the cultivators in the city. For example, the city in front of them had gathered cyborg warriors from all over the world, accounting for more than 60% of the total number. However, with most of the half-android higher-ups killed, even the total number of half-android soldiers, which was close to 5,000, could not effectively suppress the cultivators of Lucheng. Moreover, due to the city's terrain, they were unable to display their full combat power, so they were restricted in urban combat. The resistance and the cultivators of Lusheng City had turned the city into a mill of flesh and blood, gradually grinding the half-robot warriors who were trapped in the cage. However, in the process of The battle, the resistance also suffered heavy losses. Compared to the powerful cultivators of Liu Cheng, they were only ordinary people and could only be crushed by the cyborg warriors. In the process of the battle, the members of the resistance gradually discovered one thing. When they fought the cyborgs alone, they were quickly beaten to the point where they could not even lift their heads. The casualty rate was extremely high. However, when they followed Liu Cheng's cultivators and attacked while the cyborgs' firepower was attracted by them, they often received quite exciting results. The leaders of the resistance organizations who had gathered from all over the world and tried to occupy the cyborg headquarters changed their tactics tacitly and began to follow the cultivators from Liu Cheng. Although the other party was strange in shape and was the main culprit who destroyed the city, at least at this moment, both sides were facing the same enemy. When the cultivators in Lusheng noticed this, they didn't reject or oppose it. In addition, they were used to fighting as a group, so they formed a tacit understanding with each other. With this tactic, although the cultivators and the resistance were fewer in number than the cyborg warriors, they had the upper hand. In addition, there was another reason. Because the half-mechs were invincible in the local world, their weapons and equipment had almost never been updated. It was normal for such a situation to occur. After all, this world had deliberately restricted the development of technology. The restrictions on weapons were also extremely strict. In the face of the almost unarmed, indigenous people, the cyborgs did not need to upgrade their weapons and equipment at all. As a result, the half-mech-controlled robots and the unmanned drones were obviously not as lethal. They could not even compare to the products made by the Holy Dragon City. The Holy Dragon City's high-tech weapons originated from the technology of the Terobo people, and the cyborg, as a servant of the Terobo people, was actually suppressed in this aspect. It was a bit ironic. Perhaps the cyborgs did not know how to make progress, or perhaps the tribesmen were intentionally restricting them. Regardless of the reason, the situation of the cyborgs would inevitably become more and more disadvantageous. Unknowingly, the half-robot team began to lock up. Finally, with Tang Zhen's group as the center, they began to enter a defensive stage. The cultivators of Lusheng City and the members of the resistance who came from all directions also launched their final attack. As Tang Zhen once again tore two storage cards apart, a row of armed robots appeared out of thin air. The team that originally had a few destroyed in the battle once again formed a terrifying assault firepower. The members of the resistance who witnessed this scene couldn't help but cheer, and their morale rose again. Other than the armed robots, Tang Zhen also released a batch of unmanned aircraft and also joined the attacking camp. As the drones flew across the sky, sparks of death were set off in the cyborgs' camp. On the ground, the cultivators of Lusheng and the members of the resistance who had received the weapons of the cyborgs continued to devour the cyborgs' position at an extremely fast speed. There were bullets flying everywhere, and explosions rang out one after another. Broken cyborg bodies were lying in the ruins, trampled by heavy armed robots. At this moment, the cultivators of Lusheng no longer held back. They shuttled through the waves of death like soul reapers in the human world. They kept waving the weapons in their hands and harvesting the lives of the cyborgs. As the blades danced and blood splashed, the cultivators in Liu Cheng returned to their original appearance when they were conquering the other world, turning into the otherworldly demons that terrified the native enemies. Even though the cultivators in Lusheng City had their cultivation restricted, they were still invincible on the battlefield. The cyborg warriors began to panic in the face of the cultivators of Liu Cheng, who seemed to have entered a no-man's land. The chaotic scene became more and more obvious, especially after the officers among them were paid special attention to by the cultivators of Liu Cheng and were killed one by one. In fact, the combat mode of the half-androids was very similar to the combat mode of the nanomachines. The leader would give the command, and the subordinate members would follow it with all their might. Their advantage was in group combat, while the cyborg agents and inspectors were good at fighting alone. Therefore, after the officers were killed one after another, the cyborg warriors immediately fought for themselves like headless flies. Such behavior on the battlefield was definitely digging their own graves. The attacking cultivators and the commanders of the rebellion army quickly discovered the enemy's abnormality and successfully seized the fleeting opportunity to quickly divide the defensive area of the cyborgs. A few giant bombs fell from the sky and landed in the center of the cyborg camp, setting off a terrifying wave of death. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The cyborg warrior, who had lost his fighting spirit, completely collapsed and began to flee in all directions. 1093 Energy Absorption Device 1 Tang Zhen jumped down from the armed robot's back and his feet heavily stepped on the ground. He was surrounded by scattered objects. There were the bodies of cyborgs and the remains of the resistance. They were covered by building fragments and became embellishments on the battlefield. Death and blood were the eternal themes of the battlefield. The losers would be trampled under the feet, while the victors would look down proudly in the smoke. Behind Tang Zhen, the blood-covered cultivators of Lusheng City carried their weapons and followed closely behind him. They were constantly scanning the surroundings with cold eyes. Although there were only a few dozen of them, they exuded a frightening aura, as if they were lions who had defeated their enemies and were swaggering in their territory. As Tang Zhen and the others walked towards the building in front of them, the Silver Wing Emperor, Bone Emperor, and Blood River Emperor appeared from the ruins. They looked at Tang Zhen, who was walking in front, and followed after a moment of hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the number of cultivators in Lucheng had reached several hundred, and they had regathered here. Tang Zhen ignored Blood River King and the others. This was because their earlier performance had made him feel somewhat annoyed. Of course, Tang Zhen understood their choice very well. In fact, before the situation was clear, their choice was not wrong. After all, in the situation where their cultivation was restricted, the cultivators of Lusheng could lose their lives at any time. To the cultivators of Lucheng, death was not scary. They had been through countless life and death struggles to become king-level cultivators. They were afraid that their towers would be affected after their deaths. After all, they were the stabilizing pillars of their towers. If they were to die, the future of their towers would be unpredictable. The lives of all the residents of the city were on their shoulders, so sometimes they didn't live for themselves. At the other corners of the battlefield, the resistance members were also watching this scene silently, their expressions conflicted. They were actually more worried about the cultivators from Lucheng who had just fought side by side. From their previous performance, they could see that this group of outsiders with different forms obviously had more powerful strength than the cyborgs. Many members of the resistance army had witnessed the cultivators of Lucheng destroy the city while talking and laughing. In the process of fighting with them, they had also witnessed the powerful combat skills of these cultivators even after they had lost their cultivation. There were only a few hundred cultivators in the city, but they were enough to strike fear into the hearts of the resistance. They knew very well that if such an existence were to try to rule the world, it would be even more difficult to overturn than the cyborgs. The leaders of the resistance had already started to get in touch with each other, hiding together and secretly discussing. The battle of interests on the battlefield would never stop. Even if two forces were cooperating with each other a second ago, they would secretly stab each other in the back when they were about to share the fruits of victory. Tang Zhen was currently unaware of the small actions of the resistance army. However, he did not mind using the most cautious attitude to guess these potential enemies. Even if he did not have the intention to conquer this world, it did not mean that others would have bad intentions. At this moment, everyone had already arrived at the front of the building. Tang Zhen glanced at the wall that had become riddled with holes due to the battle and took the lead to walk in. In fact, before Tang Zhen and the rest arrived, this building had already been damaged by the cultivators of the city building. There was a huge hole in the middle of the building, causing the building to be on the verge of collapse. Because it could collapse at any time after being damaged, the building had long been empty, and there were debris scattered everywhere. According to the information he had obtained from the cyborg experimental base, Tang Zhen directly walked to a room on the first floor. He walked around a few times before opening a door. The exterior of the room was very ordinary, and it was only used as a storage room, but that was only the surface. In the underground space below the room, there was an energy absorption device. The higher-ups of the cyborgs knew of its existence, but no one was interested in it. Perhaps even they didn't know what the use of this thing was. Even before Tang Zhen and the rest arrived, this thing had been sealed here for many years. During this period, no one had maintained it. Even the Teroboros people seemed to have forgotten about this item, or perhaps they had deliberately made people forget about its existence. Before it was used, it was just an unknown machine in hibernation. However, when this thing was activated, hundreds of powerful king-level cultivators almost lost their lives here. From this, it could be seen that the world of Lusheng and the tribesmen must have come into contact with each other a long time ago, which was why the tribesmen had created this energy-absorbing device specifically to deal with the cultivators of Lusheng. Of course, it could also be used to deal with other enemies who relied on heaven and earth energy to fight, and as a result, the Lucheng cultivators were careless and fell for it. However, judging from the information he had, it was very likely that the world of Lusheng and the tribesmen had long been like fire and water, which was why there was a special call for recruitment. Now that the transit station had been destroyed, would the Teroboros people take action against the cultivators of Lusheng? A trace of worry faintly rose in Tang Zhen's heart when he thought of this. The cultivators of Lusheng were indeed powerful, but if the tribesmen really came and activated the energy absorption device, would they be a match for them? Or did the cornerstone platform already have a targeted solution to this unfavorable situation? As this thought continued to flash in his heart, Tang Zhen had already started to search the room. Very quickly, he discovered that behind this ordinary wall, there was actually a special alloy with extremely high strength. If he still had his cultivation, he could have easily destroyed it. However, he could only enter through normal means. The other cultivators of Lucheng also came forward to help. Under the search of everyone, the house that was dozens of square meters in size was soon unrecognizable. A hidden control panel appeared, but everyone was helpless in the face of the flashing characters on it. Tang Zhen, who had once operated a similar item in public, naturally had high hopes for everyone. Tang Zhen did not hesitate. He immediately walked to the front of the platform and began to operate it at a speed that dazzled everyone's eyes. Tang Zhen, who didn't know much about the Terobo people, wasn't messing around. Instead, he turned on his phone and used the remaining energy to start that universal electronic kit. As the application was rapidly cracked, Tang Zhen also operated according to the answer and very quickly completed the activation command. Crack, a crisp sound was transmitted over as the surrounding walls of the room began to move backward. At the same time, a huge underground space that was brightly lit slowly appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. The ground that Tang Zhen and the others were standing on had turned into a metal platform that was suspended high in the air. Below their feet was a tower that was made of various crystals and special alloys. It was rhythmically flashing with a dazzling 7-colored light. He tore the card in his hand and a pair of gorgeous wings appeared behind Tang Zhen. After flapping a few times, he jumped down. After flying around the energy absorption device, Tang Zhen hovered in the air and his gaze fell on the central area of the energy absorption device. A 7-colored crystal was floating inside the device. The inside of the crystal was glowing, and it seemed to contain a terrifying power. Tang Zhen's eyes were attracted and could not move away for a long time. 1094 Energy Rain 1 Tang Zhen only needed a single glance to confirm that this 7-colored crystal was definitely not an ordinary item. Even if he couldn't figure out the operating principle of the device in a short time, he could be sure of one thing, and that was that the rainbow crystal was definitely the core component of the energy absorption device. It had an irreplaceable role. Although Tang Zhen really wanted to directly take away the 7-colored crystal, he was more concerned about the energy absorbing device. He was afraid that it would be destroyed. After personally experiencing it, Tang Zhen was very clear about how strong the effect of this energy absorbing device was. Moreover, its operating principle was also worthy of in-depth research. Although he didn't know how large the energy absorption range was, it could absorb any form of energy. It was designed specifically for the world energy used by cultivators. For example, in the original world, electricity could be used in almost every corner. If this could really be done, then once it was activated, it would be no different from a terrible disaster. In the absence of electricity, the entire modern society would be completely paralyzed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would return to the primitive era overnight. The cultivators of Lusheng had conquered thousands of worlds, and there was a high chance that they would encounter a technological world. When the time came, as long as this device was activated, the resistance of the indigenous people would collapse without being attacked. Without modern weapons to rely on, the native forces would be vulnerable in the face of the cultivators in Lusheng who were proficient in cold weapons and accurate in using firearms. Therefore, after Tang Zhen found out about the existence of this energy-absorbing device, he had already begun to pay attention to it and tried to replicate and move it to Holy Dragon City. The 7-colored crystal before him was undoubtedly the energy-storing core. Only the heavens knew what material it was made of to be able to store such a terrifying amount of energy. If it were to explode at this moment, Tang Zhen would not doubt that the entire city would be razed to the ground in an instant. Just as he was observing the entire device, a gust of wind blew past him, and a human figure appeared beside him. It was the Silver Wing Emperor with his wings spread out. Although his cultivation was restricted, the Silver Wing Emperor's flying ability wasn't affected at all. After Tang Zhen entered the underground space, she followed closely behind. Following Tang Zhen's line of sight, the Silver Wing Emperor also saw the seven-colored crystal. After sizing it up, his face revealed a trace of shock. It was obvious that she had sensed the terrifying energy stored within the rainbow crystal. Manwang King, what is this thing? It shouldn't explode, right? Another two sounds rang out. It was Blood River Emperor and Bone Emperor. However, compared to Tang Zhen and Silver Wing Emperor, they had to rely on a rope to fall. One of their feet stepped on the rope while their other hand pulled the rope. The two of them glanced at the seven-colored crystal and asked Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's eyes swept over the three of them when he heard this and gently nodded. These three fellows had come down at this moment. It was obvious that they did not want to miss out on the good stuff that might possibly exist. Or perhaps, they were afraid that Tang Zhen would use some method to recover their cultivation. They could not be considered to be familiar with Tang Zhen. When dealing with this kind of important matter that concerned life and death, they would definitely have to personally handle it in order to be at ease. This Tang will be turning off the energy absorption device next. There may be danger during this period. Do the three of you still want to continue watching from the side? Tang Zhen retracted his gaze from the seven-colored crystal and turned to look at the three Law Kings beside him. The corner of his mouth carried a trace of a mocking smile. Tang Zhen did not dare to guarantee that no unexpected situation would occur if these three fellows were to continue to stay tactfully. When the Blood River King and the other two Law Monarchs heard this, they looked at each other and expressed that they would not delay Tang Zhen's matter. They would just wait at the side. In just a few minutes, the three of them had already checked their surroundings and confirmed that the rainbow crystal was the only valuable thing in this underground space apart from the energy absorption device that they couldn't understand. However, this thing was a hot potato. If it wasn't handled properly, it might be blown to smithereens. Therefore, the three of them maintained a respectful distance from this seven-colored crystal. There was another point. The three of them could already see that Tang Zhen was extremely concerned about the energy-absorbing device. He even revealed a trace of intention to keep it for himself. Although Tang Zhen's actions were a little overbearing, the three Law Kings surprisingly didn't have any thoughts of fighting over it. Firstly, it was because Tang Zhen had contributed the most in this matter, so he should have the right to choose the spoils first. In addition, most of the cultivators in Lusheng City were very averse to technological items. They were not used to them and did not know how to maintain them. If there was a problem at a critical moment, they might lose their lives. Therefore, even if many technological weapons were powerful, the cultivators of Lusheng would still insist on using their original cold weapons. Not to mention, the swords and sabers forged by secret techniques, as well as the strong bows and crossbows with abnormal range, might not be much worse than firearms in terms of lethality. Moreover, they were more adaptable. Therefore, it was better to give this seven-colored crystal to Tang Zhen as a favor. Tang Zhen nodded in satisfaction when he saw the three Law Kings retreat to the side. He slowly descended to the bottom of the underground space. Turning off the energy absorption device also required a special password and identity authorization. Using the mobile phone application that was about to be turned off, Tang Zhen quickly launched the hack. When the cracking was completed, the mobile phone interface fell into darkness again. It was clearly completely shut down. He fiddled with the translucent control panel for a while, and the energy absorption tower, which was tens of meters tall, began to emit a buzzing sound. Then, it began to shut down from both ends, and finally, it fell into complete darkness. The originally brightly lit underground space instantly became dark and quiet. The instant the energy-absorbing device was shut down, Tang Zhen immediately felt traces of energy appearing out of thin air and gradually filling the surrounding sky and earth. However, the process of energy recovery was very slow. If Lu Cheng wanted to recover his original strength, he would have to wait at least a few days. The whole process of closing was calm. After the cultivators of Lusheng saw the underground space darken, they immediately felt the trace of heaven and earth energy, and the invisible shackles on their bodies disappeared completely. On the contrary, a shocking phenomenon appeared outside the building. The instant Tang Zhen turned off the energy-absorbing device, the sky above the building suddenly trembled. After that, it was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm water surface, causing ripples to continuously spread in all directions. As the waves surged, they constantly changed color. At the same time, wisps of cloud-like energy were constantly sprinkling down to the ground like a misty rain. When the energy mist rain fell on a person, it immediately melted and disappeared, giving them a boost in spirit. As for the albinism plants, after coming into contact with the energy mist, they immediately began to turn green at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, they began to grow crazily. The grass that was originally an inch tall actually grew to the height of an adult. After the ruins and houses were moistened by the energy mist rain, they began to change from a gray color to green. That was the crazily growing moss and all kinds of plants, which completely covered the walls and ruins in the blink of an eye. It was estimated that it would not take long for this city made of reinforced concrete to immediately become a green ocean. The citizens hiding in their homes and the members of the resistance outside were all stunned by the change in front of them. They looked at the center of the change in unison, their eyes full of complex emotions and fear. 1095 The cornerstone platform's big move. Haha, it's finally back to normal. I've been suffocating for the past few days. Although the energy is thin, it is gradually increasing. It should be enough for now. Hey, my resident identity card is reacting. Me too. It turns out that the cornerstone platform has released new mission information. Quickly take a look. What does it say? Feeling the energy in their bodies beginning to accumulate again, Lu Cheng's cultivators were all happy. At the same time, they also found that after the heaven and earth energy reappeared, the cornerstone platform also sent a message. However, the content of the message was very surprising. The Teroboros have already dispatched several large warships and are rapidly approaching through other teleportation transit stations. They will probably arrive in this world in 10 days. Please prepare for battle immediately. You must defeat the enemy completely. All the king-level cultivators participating in this mission will receive a chance to teleport to Lu City. The number of people is limited to 10,000. Please use it as soon as possible. At the same time, the cornerstone platform will teleport the war tower to provide logistical support for the cultivators in the tower. All cultivators in the tower must do their best to ensure their safety. Once the war tower is destroyed, all cultivators will not be able to receive support from the cornerstone platform. Closing square bracket question mark ... exclamation mark question mark. However, on the 3 fingers wide resident identity card, the words kept flashing one after another. The cultivators of Lusheng looked at the contents of the messages and their faces turned very ugly. Damn it, what's going on? Sending out the war towers and at the same time providing 10,000 teleportation slots for each tower, what is the cornerstone platform trying to do? We have a few hundred cultivators in Lusheng who participated in this operation. This way, the total number of residents in Lusheng who will be teleported here will reach several million. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen such a big movement. All the cultivators immediately started discussing and guessing the purpose of the cornerstone platform's move. When they thought of the battle that might happen in 10 days, their hearts became heavy. Through the cyborgs and the energy-absorbing devices, the cultivators had a taste of the Teroboros' methods. For the cornerstone platform to mobilize so many people and send millions of Lusheng residents to participate in the battle, the Terobo people were clearly not simple opponents. In a battle with such a powerful enemy, the slightest carelessness would lead to a tragic defeat. However, things had already been set in stone. The orders of the cornerstone platform could not be defied. Even if the cultivators were unwilling, they could only grit their teeth and carry out the order. As for how this battle would be carried out, whether they were united or fighting on their own, that would depend on the situation. Tang Zhen had also seen the information released by the cornerstone platform. Just like the cultivators from Lu Cheng, his brows were tightly knitted together as he pondered. Compared to the other cultivators of Lu Cheng, Tang Zhen was more aware of how powerful the Terobo people were. Originally, he had intended to avoid contact with them as much as possible to prevent Lu Cheng's strength from being damaged. However, he had never expected that the cornerstone platform would actually issue such a fucking mission, teleporting millions of residents in the city all at once to prepare for a battle with the Teroboros. In fact, when fighting against an enemy of this level, the number of people would not affect the final outcome. It was just like a group of strong ants, it was impossible to fight against a strong human. The other party only needed a light kick to crush the ants on the ground into powder. Of course, nothing was absolute. If they were faced with a colony of over 1 million terrifying marching ants, even the strongest human would have to flee. If he was not careful, he would be killed by this weak and terrifying ant. With the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng, they would not be reduced to the level of ants. However, the Tarobo people were definitely not unarmed ordinary people. The moment a collision occurred between the two sides, it was destined to be a terrifying war that would destroy the world. The Holy Dragon City was currently in the midst of a war in Timriel, but the Cornerstone Platform's orders were more important than anything else. Therefore, even though they were still in the middle of the mission of invading another world, they still needed to mobilize the cultivators in the city to participate in the battle. This matter could not be delayed. After all, the cultivators did not have much time left. With the recovery of the heaven and earth energy, his phone could be used normally again. Tang Zhen stored the information he had collected about the energy-absorbing device and then quickly flew toward the ground. He could ignore the other things, but he had to take the absorption device away. However, he had to teleport the residents of his building over first. Such a large device would require many people to dismantle and carefully preserve records. The Holy Dragon City was not lacking in such professionals. Just as the cultivators in Lusheng received the message from the Cornerstone Platform, the leaders of the resistance organizations gathered outside finally reached a consensus. With the cyborgs fleeing, the hundreds of cultivators from Lucheng were their biggest enemy. The resistance would never allow such a dangerous element to exist in their territory. After some discussion, they decided to take advantage of the God-given opportunity when the cultivators in the building gathered together and buried them all in the building. To be on the safe side, the resistance had completely sealed off the surrounding area of the building. In the grass that was enough to block an adult, dark muzzles were pointed in their direction. The ammunition left behind by the cyborgs had been modified into powerful bombs. After they were detonated, they could easily blow up an entire building. If the plan was successfully carried out, these weird-looking guys would be completely buried in the ruins. Of course, they could not let the Lucheng cultivators find out about this. Otherwise, with their powerful strength, they would definitely be able to break out of the encirclement of the resistance army before the plan was implemented. A group of members of the resistance were carrying modified bombs. They were using the wildly growing plants as cover as they quickly approached the building that Tang Zhen and the others had entered in an attempt to detonate it directly. However, just as they approached the building and before they could place the bomb, they saw some cultivators coming out of the building. The fearsomeness of the Lucheng cultivators had long left a deep impression on the members of the resistance. Now that they saw them appear, they immediately became nervous. Move quickly. If they discover us, we'll immediately lose our lives. Retreat. A member of the resistance warned his companion, then immediately activated the timed detonation device and quickly retreated under the cover of the grass. When they had retreated far enough, the bomb would be remotely detonated and completely destroy the building. However, the commanders of the resistance who were waiting anxiously in the distance did not give their companions enough time to retreat. When they found that more and more cultivators were walking out of the buildings, they could not wait to detonate the bomb. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the entire ground shook. Even the tall buildings began to shake. Seeing this, the leaders of the resistance were overjoyed. In their eyes, the cultivators in Lusheng were doomed to die. However, at this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the area enveloped by the explosion. You're looking for death. Following the roar, a figure soared into the sky and actually rushed directly to the center of the explosion. No one knew what the figure did, but the terrifying explosion was actually suppressed in a fixed area, and then disappeared in a short few seconds. This strange scene left the resistance commanders in the distance dumbfounded. They really couldn't imagine what method the other party had used to offset the terrifying shock wave of the explosion. Just as the leaders of the resistance were panicking and confused, the figure in the air slowly turned around, his cold gaze landing on where they were. When they met this cold gaze and felt the killing intent within, the leaders of the resistance felt a chill in their hearts. 1096 The Tower of War. Damn it, what the hell happened? Why did the explosion suddenly disappear? On the ruins of a building in the distance, a leader of the rebel organization looked at this scene in a daze and couldn't help but shout in a low voice. This was especially so when he saw Tang Zhen, who was suspended in the air and looking at him with a face filled with killing intent. His body could not help but tremble. The explosion had already happened, and the whole building had begun to shake. It looked like it was about to collapse, and this process was already unstoppable. However, the leaders of the resistance had never dreamed that someone would be able to reverse the process and dissipate the explosion. Such a terrifying method had already exceeded their scope of knowledge. This group of strange people from unknown places all had terrifying power. Although they had disappeared a few days ago for unknown reasons and had to hide everywhere after being chased by the cyborgs, that was all in the past. Now that they were able to float in the sky, it proved that their powers had been completely restored. What they had done earlier had obviously angered this group of terrifying monsters. When they thought of their terrifying ability to destroy the world, all the leaders of the resistance felt despair. "What are you waiting for? Retreat!" One of the leaders of the resistance shouted out without any backbone, but it represented the true thoughts of the people. The crowd, who had been smug just a moment ago, immediately fled into the ruins like stray dogs, trying to avoid the pursuit of the cultivators of the building. However, their actions were destined to be in vain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being torn could be heard continuously as cultivators from Lu Cheng appeared in the sky. They were floating near Tang Zhen, and their faces were also filled with anger. If Tang Zhen had not turned off the energy absorption device, allowing them to finally absorb a trace of energy, the explosion would have buried them under the ruins. A king-level cultivator with his cultivation restricted was just a strong ordinary person. If he was hit by a building that weighed thousands of tons, he would definitely die. Although the Manwang Lord managed to suppress the explosion with his powerful mental energy and carried the debris to support the damaged wall, the natives who tried to plot against him had to pay the price. "Kill them," Bone Emperor growled, and the dozen king-level cultivators behind him immediately flew forward, raising their sabers with sinister smiles. Streaks of blood flashed, and the leaders of the resistance who were fleeing in all directions screamed in pain. All of them died without an intact corpse. The members who followed the leader of the resistance also couldn't escape the pursuit of the cultivators in Lu Cheng. Of course, the reason they were killed was that they shouldn't have been with the leaders. There was a debtor for every grievance. Although the cultivators in Lusheng were angry, they would not kill the innocent. This had nothing to do with kindness. They just didn't want to waste their time. As for the other rats, the cultivators in Lu Cheng didn't even bother to care about them. Moreover, the cultivators in Lu City had not fully recovered their strength and could not use their terrifying large-scale killing skills. Otherwise, all it would take was a king-level cultivator to kill all the members of the resistance organization. However, in the process of the pursuit, it could not be ruled out that there were members of the rebellion army who shot at them. In the end, those who did so were eventually killed by the cultivators floating in the sky. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's quickly discuss this and then teleport the residents of our towers over. Blood River King glanced at the members of the resistance who were running around in the ruins. His eyes showed a hint of disdain, then he said in a calm tone. All the cultivators nodded. They had the same thought. Tang Zhen turned around and operated his wrist a few times. Soon after, a holographic map appeared in front of the cultivators. It was extremely clear. This thing seems pretty good. If Manwang King is free, can you give me two to play with? Blood River King glanced at the wrist guard computer and asked casually. If you want it, I'll have someone send it to you later. Tang Zhen nodded, after which, he pointed at the holographic map and said to everyone, "This is the map of the city beneath our feet. It is also the location of the cyborg headquarters. I estimate that after the tribesmen arrive, they will also arrive here first. We can either gather together and launch an attack when the Teroboros arrive to decide the outcome of the battle in one go, or we can prepare for a long battle. We can choose a suitable camp and slowly deal with the enemy." Tang Zhen raised his head and looked at the hundreds of cultivators gathered around him, waiting for their decision. This operation will mobilize millions of residents in the city. It's obvious that the other party is a tough nut to crack. I don't think we can defeat the Terobo tribe so easily. Blood River King was the first to speak, and his words were agreed by many cultivators. It's good that they are scattered. After all, millions of people are gathered together. The enemy only needs one wave of fierce attacks to cause heavy casualties to us. However, don't forget that we still have a mission, which is to protect the war tower and make sure that it won't be destroyed by the tribesmen. So, we can't go too far away. The Silver Wing Emperor's voice resounded. Her words also made the cultivators feel slightly awkward. It was just as she had said. The towers had to be spread out to avoid the concentrated fire of the Terobo people, but the war towers that they had to protect had tied their hands down. Whenever a large-scale war like this happened, the war tower was an indispensable thing. It was equivalent to a super cornerstone platform that provided various war supplies to the cultivators who participated in the war. Once the battle tower was destroyed, the cultivators who participated in the battle would be in a situation where they would have no support and would be in chaos soon. In fact, all the cultivators were curious and looking forward to the war tower. Because the probability of the appearance of the war tower was extremely low, only 2 or 3 cultivators who had participated in this operation had seen it with their own eyes. Compared to the foundation stone platform in the tower, the trading platform in the war tower was more advanced. Not only did it have an uncountable number of precious items, but it also provided advanced cultivator skills. As long as the cultivators in the tower had enough battle merits, they could exchange for them at any time. To the cultivators of the City of War, the appearance of the City of War was definitely a rare opportunity. This was because even some king-level cultivators could only use ordinary cultivation techniques. Even if they wanted to upgrade their techniques, they couldn't find a suitable way. Even if it was a national-level building, before it was upgraded to a certain level, it was also not qualified to exchange for advanced cultivator skills. Therefore, many of the king-level cultivators were looking forward to this battle. 1097 Building an underground space war was not child's play, so every step had to be planned in detail and not allowed for carelessness. However, although the cultivators of the city tower were good at group battles, they were all centered around the city they belonged to. The war that was currently being fought by hundreds of cities was not suitable for them. There might even be some uncontrollable changes on the battlefield due to the large number of people. Under such circumstances, a strong leader should have been elected to command and mobilize the cultivators who seemed to have gathered together but were actually a pile of loose sand to fight. It wasn't easy to achieve this. Although the cultivators of Lusheng didn't reject cooperation, they would never put the fate of their Lusheng into the hands of others. Even if there were 4 powerful law kings present, they still couldn't make these cultivators compromise. Furthermore, with the activation of the teleportation array, there would be a large number of high-level cultivators among the millions of residents who would arrive here. The number of king-level cultivators would also increase. As their confidence and strength increased, these cultivators would probably be more unwilling to be controlled by others, and might even subconsciously stay away from other buildings. However, if that was the case, the future war would be filled with the unknown. Tang Zhen had already anticipated such a situation. Therefore, he remained silent at this moment and waited for the cultivators to make a decision. This was because the final result would definitely not be satisfactory. After half an hour of discussion, the cultivators came up with a preliminary plan. In order to ensure that the war tower would not be destroyed, they had to find a hidden and safe place for it, and the most suitable place at the moment was the ground under their feet. To the cultivators of Lusheng, it was not a difficult task to open up a large underground space to prevent the weapons of the Tarobo people from destroying it. Of course, to be on the safe side, the underground space had to be deep enough and strong enough. After the war tower was settled, the other towers would use it as the center and choose their own encampment. After the discussion, the cultivators immediately began to move. With the city as the center, they began to open up a space underground. Due to the existence of the underground headquarters of the cyborgs, this process was greatly reduced. Due to time constraints, the cultivators didn't have enough time to make sufficient preparations, so they could only make do with it. In fact, with the depth and sturdiness of this place, it could be used as a storage place for the war tower after some slight modifications. Moreover, the city's ruins had a dense underground sewer system, which could also provide enough hiding space for the cultivators in the building. Of course, there were risks involved in doing so. If the tribesmen launched a violent attack on the ground or blasted the entire city into a deep pit, the war tower could still be destroyed. However, this was how war was, and the cultivators of Lusheng City didn't have much choice. They had to bear the risk. After Tang Zhen checked the map, he finally chose a mountain peak at the edge of the city and made it the Holy Dragon City's base. He would open up a space under the mountain and then build another passage underground to connect with the war tower in the city, providing a way for the cultivators in the tower to go back and forth. With the magical application of the terrain transformation plugin, Tang Zhen only needed a short time to complete this task. After completing these tasks, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators would be able to make sufficient preparations and wait for the arrival of the Taroboros. As the discussion ended, the cultivators immediately scattered and moved. Tang Zhen also flew toward the chosen location. As he flew past the sky of the city, Tang Zhen saw many frightened citizens trying to escape from this terrifying city with their families. However, the dense vegetation and the monsters that had already begun to mutate made it difficult for them to move. There were even some cultivators who used special methods to speed up the mutation process of plants and animals, causing monsters to run amok in the city. The purpose of the Lu Cheng cultivators' actions was only to create some trouble for the tribesmen when they arrived. However, to the residents of the city, this was no different from a disaster. Although the disaster had already happened, it had only worsened. In fact, the cultivators of Lusheng City couldn't be bothered with the plight of the ordinary citizens. They wouldn't stop them from escaping, nor would they provide them with any help. Whether they would live or die in the future would depend on the luck of the citizens. In the end, the frightened citizens had to retreat to their homes and pray for the disaster to pass quickly. At the same time, they kept cursing the cultivators in Lusheng City. However, the citizens didn't know that an even more terrifying disaster was coming. If they didn't escape now, they would probably have no chance of escaping. It did not take long for Tang Zhen to arrive in the sky above the mountain peak. He slowly landed on an empty ground at the foot of the mountain. More than a dozen townsfolk who were digging for wild vegetables nearby saw this and their faces were filled with fear. They quickly fled into the forest in the distance. Tang Zhen ignored these people. Instead, he sized up his surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on the middle of a forest. The grass on the ground instantly shattered into powder, and a deep pit quickly appeared on the originally flat ground. By relying on his powerful mental energy, the soil and rocks in front of him were quickly pushed to the sides. Tang Zhen followed this tunnel and continued to advance underground. Unknowingly, Tang Zhen had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. He was 400 to 500 meters above the ground. It was dark all around him, and the soil completely wrapped him up. The thick soil almost isolated all sound. If someone with claustrophobia were in this place, they would probably immediately become agitated and restless. However, Tang Zhen unexpectedly felt a sense of security. This was because the thick and heavy ground around him could provide sufficient protection for the residents of his building. Even if the Tarobo people had powerful weapons, they would probably not be able to reach this depth. Of course, if the other party had a weapon that targeted him, it would be a different story. He familiarly activated the terrain transformation plugin, and soon after, he saw the soil around Tang Zhen rapidly expand and a huge underground space appeared in front of him. In the process of space expansion, huge pillars were preserved, making the underground space very neat. After the usage time of the application was over, the expansion of the space had been completed, and the next step was the reinforcement process. With the guidance of his thoughts, an indescribable and terrifying flame exploded, filling the entire underground space. Even without sufficient air, this special law of fire was still burning fiercely. The soil that was burned by the fire quickly turned red and gradually developed in the direction of ceramic. The entire process didn't take much time. When the flames under Tang Zhen's control disappeared, the entire underground space was already red and filled with a terrifying heat wave. High temperatures were also a branch of the fire laws. Therefore, there was no need for a long cooling process. Tang Zhen only needed to circulate the power of the laws to return the temperature of this space to normal. When everything was over, the underground space in front of Tang Zhen had completely taken shape and turned into a solid underground fortress. 1098 Another journey. 1. It was midnight on the continent of Timlad. At the forbidden area near Snow City, people were moving about. The lighting device floating in the air illuminated the ground. The roar of the engine was endless. Military vehicles were speeding over from the distance and stopped below the Holy Dragon City high in the sky. The carriage doors were violently pushed open, and one after another, Holy Dragon City cultivators covered in dust, exuding a faint murderous aura, jumped down from the chariots, then quickly gathered in the designated area. From time to time, there would be aircraft landing slowly in the sky. There were even cultivators flying in the air, returning as fast as lightning. The contract cultivators who were in charge of supporting work were already stunned by the scene in front of them. This was the first time they had seen such a magnificent scene since they joined the Holy Dragon City. Among the Holy Dragon City cultivators who invaded the continent of Timriel, more than half of their experts had already gathered here. With so many cultivators gathered together, they could definitely start a terrifying war. At present, no lord on the continent of Timriel could resist this group of wolf-like cultivators. Fortunately, other than taking over Snow City, Holy Dragon City had no intention of invading other territories. This allowed the various factions on the continents to heave a sigh of relief. After all, with their strength, they couldn't compare with the cultivators of Lusheng who killed gods with ease. Once they really fought on the battlefield, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. The fearsome reputation of the Holy Dragon City's cultivators had already spread throughout the entire Otherworld continent in a short period of time. As they silently muttered the names of the Holy Dragon City cultivators who had already made a name for themselves and were well known to the native cultivators, the few contract cultivators were already dumbfounded. Oh my god, what is Holy Dragon City planning to do? Are they going to kill a god again? What's going on? One of the native cultivators asked as he suppressed the shock in his heart. When the contract cultivator heard this, he shook his head slightly and said in a doubtful tone, "So far, the Holy Dragon City has already killed 5 aboriginal deities and supported 3 saint-level cultivators to obtain godhood. It can be said that there is no power in the entire continent that can resist them. I've heard that the gods were afraid that Holy Dragon City would target them and had long since sealed off their divine kingdoms, cutting off all contact with the outside world. Even the most devout believers could no longer sense any aura of the gods. It was estimated that it would take at least 100 years for the passage to be restored before these gods would appear in front of the people. Under such circumstances, no matter how capable the Holy Dragon City was, it would be impossible for them to lock onto the entrance to the divine kingdom in the void. Thus, the slaughter of gods would not happen for a long time. Therefore, I believe that although Holy Dragon City is definitely going to do something big, it's definitely not to kill a god." The contract cultivators beside him felt that it made sense and nodded in unison. However, they became even more curious. Why did the Holy Dragon City mobilize so many people? The world of Lusheng, Holy Dragon City. Ever since the Holy Dragon City launched an invasion on the world of Timriel, the original location of the main tower had been completely sealed off, and no one was allowed to approach it. Even if the Holy Dragon City's residents wanted to go over, they would be stopped by the Holy Dragon City's soldiers on duty. There was no possibility of them making an exception. However, this morning, many Holy Dragon City residents and foreign merchants were surprised to find that there were vehicles continuously entering the heavily guarded main tower. In addition to the vehicles that were fully loaded with supplies, there were also many scientific researchers mixed in, discussing something with excitement. At the same time, terrifying tamed war beasts followed in groups under the control of the Holy Dragon City cultivators. This unusual scene immediately attracted the attention of many people, and they all privately inquired about what exactly had happened. Before they could figure out what was going on, they saw a group of foreign merchants rushing out of the crowd, shouting at their guards, and running toward the main city. The foreign merchants, who had been anxious for a long time, immediately stopped the familiar merchants and asked what happened. The foreign merchant who was stopped had an impatient look on his face. However, under the flattery of his peers, he still proudly explained the reason. "You guys don't know yet, but all the high-level towers in the entire wilderness war zone have received a conscription order. Each tower has mobilized 10,000 cultivators to the other world, ready to fight against an enemy called Wave. City Lord Tang Zhen has given the order to specially approve 20 merchant slots, allowing us to follow the teleportation to the other world to do business." All the merchants gasped when they heard this. After all, this was the first time they had heard of such a shocking thing. However, after the initial shock, the foreign merchants looked at the other party in surprise and asked in a puzzled tone, "Is there something wrong with your brain? The other world is about to go to war, and there's no time to hide. Why do you still want to go there?" When the foreign merchant heard this, he immediately laughed in disdain. Then, he looked at his peers with disdain and said indifferently, "What do you guys know? The more you go to places like this, the more opportunities you have to make a fortune. City Lord Tang Zhen said that not only will our teleportation be free, but we will also be protected by the Holy Dragon City cultivators. As for what we need to do, that is to do business with those participating Lusheng. The City Lord has already promised that for every business deal, he will give us a 1% commission. Don't underestimate this 1%. The weapons and special goods sold in Holy Dragon City are all in high demand. As long as you take them out, you won't have to worry about selling them, and there will definitely be a lot of them. The Holy Dragon City cultivators had to go to war, so they didn't have time to deal with these things. In the end, this good thing fell into our hands. Don't the merchants in the Holy Dragon City have a saying, 'Wealth comes from danger'? This brother is going all out this time. As long as I come back alive, I'll definitely make a fortune." After saying this, the foreign merchant revealed a solemn expression and cupped his hands in salute to his peers. "My friends, Please take care. I'll be leaving first." As soon as he finished speaking, the fat foreign merchant, who was wearing 4 to 5 layers of armor, nimbly turned around and jumped into the Holy Dragon City's military vehicle, leaving a trail of dust behind. As they watched the other party's figure disappear into the distance, the merchants had complicated expressions on their faces. Some were disdainful, some were suspicious, but most of them were envious. As long as these 20 people completed this mission, they would definitely be able to ride on the Holy Dragon City's coattails and soar to great heights. Time passed without them realizing it. More and more Holy Dragon City residents and foreign races gathered. They formed a magnificent sea of people, waiting for the time to teleport. The Holy Dragon City warriors, who had been through this kind of situation before, were holding their weapons to maintain order. Ling Shuzi, leading dozens of newborn children of the Spirit Clan, stood with the cultivators who had stayed behind in the Holy Dragon City to see off the residents of the Tower City who were preparing to teleport. "Grandpa, what are the uncles doing? What's going on?" A spirit child who had just learned how to speak asked curiously while sitting in Ling Xuzi's arms. As a King Realm cultivator, Ling Xuz looked at the child in his arms with a smile like an old man playing with his grandson. The Holy Dragon City's technology allowed him to see his blood-related kin again after only a few years. It was also for this reason that Ling Xuz took the initiative to take on the heavy responsibility of guarding the Holy Dragon City to ensure that it would not be attacked by the enemy. After hearing the child's question, Ling Xuz hesitated for a while and then said with a smile, "The uncles are going to a very far place to do something very important, even related to life and death." "Grandpa, I don't understand. What is a matter of life and death?" And NBSP, spirit race children were born with extraordinary intelligence, so they could not be treated as simple and ignorant children. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, only by constantly improving one's strength can one ensure that one will not be eliminated. This was the case in the past, and it will still be the case in the future. "Grandpa, will the uncles come back?" "They will, because no matter what happens, the city lord will bring them back because this is their home." Yingluo. 1099 Millions of cultivators fall from the sky. It was late at night. The once prosperous city was now covered in wild grass. The lights of the past had disappeared and were replaced by fist-sized mutated fireflies. They were like balls of dancing flames, constantly dancing in the grass. Huge mutated monsters were entrenched near the messy ruins. They were looking up at the sky and letting out uneasy roars. This was because they had already sensed that something strange was about to happen to the land. As for the residents trapped in the city, they were all trembling in the dark, and the despair on their faces grew stronger. At this moment, hundreds of cultivators in the city were looking up at the sky with anticipation. As the time neared midnight, hundreds of lights suddenly shot into the sky around the dark city. They flew higher and finally gathered together. The clear night sky suddenly turned gloomy. At the same time, an extremely huge black vortex of clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. It blocked all the stars and made the night sky even darker. The monster's roars became more intense, but there was a hint of submission and despair in its voice. The townsfolk who were secretly hiding behind the windows soon saw a scene that left them dumbfounded and unforgettable. In the boundless sky, countless bright stars were slowly appearing from the black hole-like vortex. Then, they fell to the vast land under their feet in reverse like lit lanterns. The entire sky was filled with this ball of light, and the originally dark night sky became much brighter. This scene was extremely spectacular and beautiful. It was suffocating and made people forget about the disaster around them. They were simply intoxicated in it. There were even many citizens who took out their cameras and took pictures of this moment that was destined to be remembered in the history of this world. However, they didn't realize that the appearance of this beautiful scene actually represented the official beginning of the catastrophe. As the balls of light continued to fall, people finally saw the scene inside the balls of light. Their originally intoxicated expressions were gradually replaced by fear and unease. This was because everyone could clearly see that the objects shrouded in the light were actually creatures of various shapes and sizes. They were sizing up the world with greedy eyes. Some of the monsters were even taller than trees and larger than trucks. One look was enough to make one tremble in fear. After seeing this scene, how could the people not know that these balls of light were the companions of the murderers who destroyed the city? However, when the city was destroyed, there were only a few hundred murderers. Now, the number had increased by more than 10,000 times. Endless despair and fear rose in their hearts. The citizens were no longer in the mood to watch the show. Instead, they gathered together, trembling. They were either thinking about how to save themselves or waiting for death in despair. At this time, the balls of light in the night sky were still falling. When they were about 1,000 meters above the ground, these balls of light seemed to be pulled by some invisible force and flew toward different areas. The king-level cultivators smiled as they watched the residents of the city land beside them. At this moment, Tang Zhen was also standing at the peak of the mountain. His brows relaxed as he watched Da Shang and the rich captain dance in the ball of light. They landed on the ground with a pleasantly surprised expression. In an instant, the entire mountain peak was filled with balls of light of different sizes, and excited shouts and roars of war beasts rose and fell. The cornerstone platform is indeed not simple. It actually has such a gorgeous large-scale teleportation method. Tang Zhen muttered to himself. Just as he was about to welcome Qianlong, Little Rui and the rest, the smile on his face froze. It was also at this moment that a ball of light descended from the sky and directly collided into Tang Zhen's chest. "Brother-in-law, are you surprised?" A clear voice sounded out. Soon after, a beautiful girl in black battle armor with a heroic spirit hugged Tang Zhen and shouted in an excited tone. Tang Zhen's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot. He coldly looked at the coquettish girl in his embrace and softly questioned, "You little brat, who asked you to come over?" After he finished speaking, he glanced at the Holy Dragon City's lords who were in charge of guarding the place, only to see the other party's bitter smile and helpless expression. Tang Zhen naturally understood what she meant, so he rudely rubbed Mirang Ziyu's head and pushed her aside. "I don't care how you got here, but from now on, you must always be by my side. If you dare to take a step away, I'll break your legs." Tang Zhen's tone was extremely stern. Those who were not familiar with him would definitely be frightened to the point that their legs turned soft. However, Qianlong and the others by the side acted as though they did not see it and continued to chat. This was the city lord's family matter. They would not interfere and asked please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About anything, Mirang Ziyu pouted and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Why? I'm a Lord Cultivator now. How many people can bully me? Not even Lord Cultivators. If you want to go out and cause trouble, you have to defeat me first. Brother-in-law, you're such a bully. I hate you. Shut up and go to the side." Tang Zhen ignored the little girl who had run to the big bear's side and sulked. He turned his head to look at Qianlong and the others before gently nodding his head. The dozens of Lord-level cultivators in front of him were all the core figures of the Holy Dragon City's cultivators. Because the scale of the battle this time was extremely large and the enemy was quite strong, Tang Zhen had mobilized them all. As for the world of Lusheng and Timrel, there were two king-level cultivators, Ling Xuz and Fatty, guarding them, so Tang Zhen didn't have to worry about anything. Tang Zhen had already sorted out the entire process of the incident and sent it to everyone through the wrist guard computer. While the lords were looking at the information, Tang Zhen pointed at the entrance of the underground space, indicating for everyone to enter and wait for further instructions. Soon after, a batch of defensive weapons was also installed. They were cleverly hidden between the rocks and trees, and they would not be discovered if one did not look carefully. Immediately after, Tang Zhen led dozens of scientific research experts and nearly 100 cultivators from Lucheng to the city not far away. There was still an energy absorption device there, waiting for him to dismantle and transport it back. With a series of rumbling sounds, more than a dozen tanks began to move forward on the grass-covered road. Along the way, the figures of monsters could be seen flashing from time to time. After sensing the terrifying aura of Lu Cheng's cultivators, these mutated, brutal, and bloodthirsty monsters quickly ran away with their tails between their legs, wailing in sorrow as they ran. In the eyes of ordinary citizens, they were extremely terrifying, but in the eyes of the cultivators in Lusheng, they were as weak as chickens and ducks, not even worth mentioning. The road was smooth, and the Holy Dragon City's convoy arrived directly at their destination. They stopped in unison. "This is the place. You guys go and dismantle the energy-absorbing device underground, then put it in the storage ring and bring it back." Tang Zhen suddenly turned his head to look at the ruins in the distance after giving his instructions. A cold glint was revealed in his eyes. "I still have things to deal with, so I'll leave the safety here to you." Tang Zhen had already soared into the sky when his voice had just sounded. He flew straight towards a building that was several tens of stories high. 1101 versus many. 1. The night wind gently caressed the wild grass, making a rustling sound. The top of the building under his feet was now covered with vines, winding down the wall. More than a dozen tall foreign cultivators were standing on the top of the building, coldly looking at Tang Zhen, who was standing opposite. The ice-cold blade was reflecting rays of cold light and exuding a bloody aura. An unconcealed killing intent was revealed from the eyes of these foreign race cultivators. If their gazes could be transformed into blades, Tang Zhen would have long been cut into countless pieces. From the auras of these foreign cultivators, he could determine that there were 3 king-level cultivators among them. The rest were peak lord-level experts. In some other worlds, they could become overlords. The cultivator in the lead was covered in dark golden scales. He was surging with a thick nomological aura, and countless dust flew around him. However, they quickly turned into translucent crystals and then disintegrated into powder. This was a Law King, and he should also have grasped Earth-type Law power. As for what branch it was, he couldn't be sure for now. No matter what, this was a strong enemy that could not be underestimated. At this moment, this Law King was coldly looking at Tang Zhen. There was no expression on his ferocious face, only a pair of blood-red eyes that were turning from time to time. The other party's appearance was so obvious that Tang Zhen only needed a single glance to confirm that they were all cultivators from the Black Prison Tower. "Manwang King Tang Zhen, you're really bold." One of the king-level cultivators was the first to speak. He roared at Tang Zhen as the horn on his head began to flash. This was clearly a rare cultivation technique that could be used at any time. Tang Zhen glanced at the king-level cultivator and sneered. Then, he ignored him and looked at the Law King. According to the information he had, there were 2 Law Kings in the Abyss Prison Tower. One of them was the Red Horn King, who had been killed by him. The other Law King was the City Lord of the Black Prison Tower, titled Gold Horn King. It was said that he had been a Law King for many years and rarely appeared in front of outsiders. He didn't expect that the special mission this time would actually attract him. However, it wasn't strange when he thought about it. After all, this mission was extremely rare. Moreover, with the fall of the Red Horn King, the resident identity card he had stored in the tower would also be erased. The Abyss Prison Tower naturally placed great importance on the death of a Law King. They had to figure out the cause and effect. Many cultivators in Lu City had witnessed Tang Zhen killing the Red Horn King. Therefore, the other party only needed to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. A little to know the details of the matter. Looking at the attitude of the Golden Horn King, it was obvious that he wanted to take revenge for Red Horn. Seeing Tang Zhen looking at him, one of the city lord's horns broke. The Law King Golden Horn King, who had the other golden horn, let out a cold snort. "Your Excellency Manwang King, Red Horn King was killed by you, right?" "You're mistaken. He was the one who first prepared to plot against me. That's why I took action." Tang Zhen shook his head and softly said, "So you admit it? So what if I admit it? So what if I don't? Is there a difference?" Tang Zhen sneered as he looked at the Golden Horn King, using a disdainful tone. The Gold Horn Emperor laughed coldly. "That's right. Whether you admit it or not, you will have to pay with your life today. And all the residents of your tower will be buried with you." "Oh, is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to kill me." A wisp of flame appeared in Tang Zhen's eyes, causing his eyes to become extremely strange. Even when he opened his mouth to speak, spiritual fire snakes continuously gushed out from his mouth. The surrounding air seemed to have become extremely hot, and the moisture in the vines quickly withered, as if they could be set on fire at any time. The most shocking thing was that the night sky above them was rapidly changing color. Lava-like flames were constantly flowing down and burning violently around the tall building. If one were to look at it from the sky, these burning flames would actually form a huge runic magic circle, as if it was accumulating a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Feeling the power of this flame, other than Golden Horn King, the other cultivators of Black Prison Tower City were all shocked. The Golden Horn King looked at Tang Zhen, who was already covered in flames. He gently raised both his hands and with a loud boom, 2 huge golden earth dragons rose up from the ground. They looked extremely realistic, one on the left and one on the right, standing around the building. It's rumored that the Holy Dragon City Master is a legend. Today, I've seen it for myself, and it's indeed true. In just a few years, he's cultivated to such a level. Even those God's favored sons in the super battlefields might not be able to compare with you. As he said this, the killing intent within the Golden Horned King's body boiled as he charged towards Tang Zhen's position. Unfortunately, everything will become a thing of the past. You will die today. At the same time he roared, the Golden Horned King had already charged in front of Tang Zhen. At the same time, countless huge earth spears formed from the earth, their tips shining with golden light, shot straight at Tang Zhen's position. The two golden earth dragons swiftly entwined over. They broke through the fiery barrier in front of them and attempted to swallow Tang Zhen in one bite. The other cultivators of the Black Prison Tower also used their own techniques, trying to find an opportunity to kill Tang Zhen in the collision of the two Law Kings' domains. Facing the aggressive enemy, Tang Zhen didn't dodge at all. He turned into a fire dragon and charged towards the Golden Horn King. Boom! With a loud bang, the two earth dragons shattered into countless pieces, wrapped in eternal flames, and flew in all directions. Goldhorn King, if that's all you've got, you should get the hell back to your smelly old home. Tang Zhen's figure flashed out from the flames. The surrounding flame barrier blocked the stone spear. After which, he extended his hand and pointed at the cultivators of the Abyss Prison Tower. These guys are too much of an eyesore. How about I help you get rid of them first? His voice had just sounded when dozens of rays of light descended from the sky. They were the summoning flying swords that Tang Zhen frequently used. The cultivators of the prison cell tower changed their expressions and dodged in all directions, trying to avoid this destructive attack. The Golden Horn King's pupil shrank, a golden wall shot up into the sky, attempting to stop the flying sword's pursuit. Ding ding ding, a series of collision sounds were heard. The summoning flying sword that had once helped Tang Zhen kill countless enemies was actually blocked by this golden earth wall. It let out a crisp wail and dissipated into the air in the blink of an eye. This is a flying sword, right? I'm surprised that you know the cultivation methods of those cultivators from the other world. This thing's destructive power is pretty good, but it's useless in front of me. The Golden Horn King laughed coldly, his face filled with pride. At the same time, his hands danced and countless golden earth balls floated up from the ground, smashing towards Tang Zhen. It's useless. How about this? As his voice fell, a runic magic circle formed by fire snakes suddenly appeared in front of Tang Zhen. It echoed with the flames around the building. Heaven and earth smelt, incinerate all things. The flames above his head immediately became like a huge pot, completely covering the area covered by the power of the law. At the same time, a waterfall of flames poured down, as if to fill the entire area. A Lord Cultivator of the Black Prison Tower couldn't dodge in time and was drenched in the flames. He let out a shrill scream and turned into ashes in an instant. 1101 The Gold Horn King's fear. 1. The heavenly fire poured down on the ground like the Milky Way, creating a sea of fire that devoured everything. The moment the sea of fire covered the ground, black smoke rose up. Even the hard rocks were quickly melted, turning into flowing lava. The Golden Horn King's connection with the earth was forcefully cut off, no longer able to pose a threat to Tang Zhen. The Gold Horn King, who had always had a sinister smile and a confident expression, had a slight change of expression. He looked at Tang Zhen with a trace of suspicion. At this time, the magma ground was a land of death. It could be said that whoever touched it would die. Looking at the surging fire waves on the ground, the cultivators of the Abyss Prison Tower were frightened and hurriedly flew higher, afraid that they would be swallowed by the rolling red liquid. Right at this moment, a change suddenly occurred. Another shrill scream was heard. From the surging lava, there was actually a vivid fire dragon rolling out. Its agile eyes flashed with an ominous light and it swallowed the nearest lord of the Black Prison Tower cultivator in one bite. This fire dragon wasn't a golden earth dragon formed from the Golden Horned King's law energy, but was filled with life, looking extremely lifelike. Not far away, when the Golden Horned King saw this scene, the shock in his eyes grew even more intense. He stared unblinkingly at the fire dragon, and the attack he was about to launch was also stopped. After the fire dragon swallowed the cultivators of the Abyss Prison Tower, it raised its head and let out a desolate roar. Then, it turned back and swam in the magma with an extremely excited and happy expression. At the same time, another fire dragon also poked its head out of the sea of fire. It rode the lava and flew up dozens of meters high, then opened its mouth and sprayed a large rain of fire. The rain of fire almost covered the entire sky, burning the cultivators of the Black Prison Gate and making them scream in pain. The few cultivators with the lowest cultivation had to bite their teeth and cut off their skin and flesh that were stained with the fire. The moment the skin and flesh fell off, they were immediately devoured by the flames and turned into a pile of ashes. The cultivators who saw this scene rejoiced. Although their limbs were crippled, it was still better than being burned to ashes by the inextinguishable flames. But even so, there was still a cultivator from the Black Prison Tower who was covered in burns. He was caught up by the fire dragon and swallowed into his stomach. In the blink of an eye, 3 of their companions were killed and several cultivators of the Black Prison Tower were seriously injured. The remaining cultivators of the prison cell tower roared in grief and indignation. However, they had no choice but to flee for their lives under the pursuit of the 2 fire dragons. After what had just happened, they knew the power of the fire rain. Even if they were king-level cultivators, they would be severely injured or die if they were touched by the fire rain. A trace of despair and grief appeared on their faces. In this environment full of murderous intent, they were powerful cultivators, but they could only hide in all directions like stray dogs. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying the suppression of a nomological king on low-level cultivators was. Being within the range of the power of nomological laws, they were almost in a race with death. The slightest carelessness would cost them their lives. In fact, they should not have participated in this battle, but it was too late to regret it now. They could only blame themselves for underestimating their enemy back then. They always thought that Tang Zhen had just advanced to become a law king not long ago and could only grasp some rough use of the power of law. In comparison, the Gold Horn King had been a law emperor for many years, and he was extremely familiar with the earth element. He had rarely met a worthy opponent in the past 100 years. Under such a situation, the cultivators of the Black Prison Tower would naturally think that Tang Zhen was not the Golden Horn King's opponent and might even be killed. Their role might just be to cheer. However, only after Tang Zhen and the Golden Horn King exchanged blows did they realize that they had made a huge mistake. Because the other wasn't as weak as they had thought, but was instead extremely ferocious. Even with the Golden Horn King's methods, he was actually unable to do anything to the other. After exchanging a few blows, even they had become the target of the attacks. The cultivators of the Black Prison Tower had already realized that this young sacred dragon city master had not just grasped the power of law, but had used it to perfection. Even compared to the Golden Horn King, he was not much weaker. In just a few years, he had such terrifying strength. This damn guy was simply a monster. Although he was cursing in his heart, in this life and death situation, there was no use complaining or regretting. The only thing he could do was to escape this terrifying attack and save his own life. The cultivators of the prison cell city who were dodging didn't see it. Not far away, the Gold Horn King was gritting his teeth as he looked at this scene. The killing intent and jealousy in his eyes almost materialized. However, in the blink of an eye, that malevolence disappeared and was replaced by a calm expression. Slowly turning his head around, looking at Tang Zhen whose pupils had disappeared, with only the 7-colored flame left, the Golden Horn King used a calm tone to say, "I admit that I've underestimated you. I didn't think that your control of laws had already reached such a level. Those 2 fire dragons just now should be the magical elemental creatures you created after you completely mastered the power of laws, right?" Tang Zhen, who was wrapped in flames, tilted his head, as he revealed a malevolent smile towards the Golden Horn King, before gently nodding his head. When the Gold Horn King saw this, he only thought that Tang Zhen had tacitly agreed to his guess. However, he didn't know that this method of creating an elemental fire dragon was actually a high-level fire law application he had exchanged for after spending all the fire origin stones he had collected. Magical elemental creature, a high-level application of fire elemental laws. Under the right environment, 2 powerful magical elemental creatures can be born. This creature's strength is equivalent to a king-level cultivator. It can only last for 1 minute. Note: this elemental creature can only survive in the area covered by the power of laws. Once it leaves, it will immediately disappear. After receiving the Cornerstone Platform's order and knowing that all Lu Cheng's participating in the special operation would send reinforcements, Tang Zhen had already expected this scene to happen. With the style of the Abyss Prison Tower, how could it sit back and watch a nomological cultivator be killed? It would definitely pursue this matter. With his current strength, he was still unable to fight against an old city. The only power he could rely on was the powerful mobile application. Therefore, Tang Zhen didn't hesitate. He directly took out all his fire origin stones and exchanged them for a few law applications with extremely powerful destructive power. Among them was this high-level law application that almost consumed 80% of his origin stones. From the Gold Horn King's current expression, the high-level law usage effect was not bad. This fellow was indeed scared stiff. After all, from the start of the battle until now, the Earth Law energy that the Gold Horn King had used had only reached the middle level. Even though it was only a single word away from the high level, the killing power was still miles apart. Especially these Law elemental creatures, they were born with the strength of a king-level cultivator. If dozens of them attacked at the same time, even the Gold Horn King would not be able to escape death. The more experienced one was in the pugilistic world, the less daring one would be. The Gold Horn King was probably already afraid of this, and in order to avoid his life being threatened, he would definitely choose to stop the battle. This expected battle had basically come to an end. 1102 The dilemma of material shortage. 1 Actually, Tang Zhen had some regrets in his heart. That was that he didn't take this chance to kill the Golden Horn King, as it would leave behind future problems. This was a hungry wolf. As long as it did not die, it would be a fatal threat to Holy Dragon City. It was a pity that he had only been a Law King for a short time, and his current strength was indeed slightly inferior to the Golden Horn King. He could only rely on his Law usage to gain the upper hand in battle. What caused Tang Zhen to feel a little regretful was that the exchanged Law application also had a time limit. It was definitely not the case that one could create Law elemental creatures without a time limit or a limit after truly grasping the power of a high-level Law. Under such a situation, the Gold Horn Emperor was destined to die. Tang Zhen had also planned to activate another Law star and master a new kind of Law power. This way, he would have an additional surprise killing technique when he fought with his enemies. However, just as he was about to activate it, he was notified that his comprehension of the fire elemental nomological power was insufficient, and he could not activate a new nomological star. In other words, it was impossible for Tang Zhen to activate a new Law star before he completely mastered the fire elemental laws. He could only do it step by step. Of course, if he could download and activate all the fire elemental laws, then the insights he gained each time he downloaded and activated them would be enough to piece together all his insights into the fire elemental laws. However, the amount of fire attribute origin stones required for this method was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Tang Zhen was simply unable to take it out right now. Although it cost a lot of money, this was an extremely stable way. It was also one of the manifestations of the phone's heaven-defying functions, which other cultivators of the laws could only dream of. If this kind of opportunity to completely comprehend the power of laws after spending origin stones was presented in front of other Law Kings, they would probably do everything they could to collect enough origin stones. Just as these thoughts were flashing through Tang Zhen's mind, the Golden Horn King spoke again. Man Wang Wang is indeed a new legendary figure. I am truly impressed. The killing intent on his face instantly disappeared, as if the life and death battle earlier didn't exist. He looked at Tang Zhen and said with a calm tone, since ancient times, the cultivators of Lu City have respected strength. Since the Red-Horned King is not your opponent, then he can only blame his inferior skills. Now that a powerful enemy is approaching, the cultivators in the entire wilderness should cooperate with each other, not fight among themselves. Since that's the case, we can put the matter of the Red-Horned King aside for the time being, and wait until this mission is over, then we'll settle it. How about it? When the Golden Horn King said these words, he didn't have any shame on his face. He was indeed worthy of being an experienced Law King. He was so slippery that after realizing that he might not be Tang Zhen's opponent, he immediately chose to hide and retreat. Even if it was such a great enmity, he could still pretend that he did not care at all. Tang Zhen was naturally extremely clear in his heart that this fellow was a poisonous snake. Although he was unable to bite him this time around, he would definitely not let go of any thoughts of revenge. As long as he got the chance, the Golden Horn King would definitely reveal his sharpest fangs and bite down on Tang Zhen. As for Tang Zhen himself, how could he not have similar thoughts? Ever since the Black Prison Tower City schemed against the Holy Dragon City, the enmity between the two sides could no longer be resolved. Tang Zhen did not have the slightest intention of holding back. This time, the two sides had unexpectedly met during the special mission. This was definitely an excellent opportunity to make a move. With Tang Zhen's style of doing things, even if he didn't die, he would at least skin the Black Prison Tower alive. Both sides had their own thoughts and the battle ended hastily. Even if the Black Prison Tower suffered a small loss, they were not in the mood to care about it. The Golden Horn King was also a decisive person. After seeing Tang Zhen agree to his suggestion, he immediately retreated, grabbing the remaining cultivators of the Black Prison Tower and disappearing into the night. Tang Zhen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his enemy had disappeared. The flames on his body disappeared and a trace of exhaustion appeared on his face. He slowly sat on the top of the ruins, took out a bottle of wine from his storage space, raised his head, and poured it into his mouth. Under the nourishment of the rich wine, his throat, which was on fire, also felt much more comfortable. His cultivation was not high enough. Once he forcefully used a high-level nomological law application, it would leave behind obvious aftereffects. Therefore, unless it was an urgent situation, it was best not to use it. Tang Zhen threw the empty wine bottle to the side. He turned his head and glanced at the building in the distance before softly saying, "Elder Situ, have you seen enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, Situ Yuanji appeared from behind a ruined building and walked over while laughing. Just as he was about to approach Tang Zhen, Situ Yuanji's expression turned serious as he bowed to Tang Zhen. This was the etiquette for a low-level cultivator to face a high-level cultivator. Even if Situ Yuanji was much older than Tang Zhen, he couldn't neglect this aspect. The scene of me exploring the giant tower with the Wilderness King is still vivid in my mind. The only difference is that I still haven't made any progress, but your name has already shaken the entire war zone. Congratulations. Because of Heaven Battling City's inheritance, Situ Yuanji's words and actions were rather old-fashioned, and Tang Zhen was already used to it. You're too polite, Elder Situ. I didn't think that you'd be participating in this mission as well. It's really surprising, Tang Zhen said indifferently. He stood up from the ground and swept his gaze around him. The corner of his mouth faintly revealed a trace of a cold smile. When Situ Yuanji saw this, he laughed and said, "After tonight's battle, I think your reputation will rise to another level. After all, there are only a few cultivators in the entire wilderness who can force the Golden Horn King to retreat. The battle just now had attracted a lot of king-level cultivators. This was a great opportunity to watch. How could they miss it? Coming to watch the battle without permission was equivalent to prying into a cultivator's privacy, which was absolutely a taboo. Those guys who were secretly watching probably couldn't wait to hide, so why would they take the initiative to jump out?" Tang Zhen nodded and looked at Situ Yuanji. "Then why did you come out, Elder Situ? Aren't you afraid that I'll vent my anger on you?" Situ Yuanji shook his head. "Based on my understanding of you, you wouldn't do such a thing. What's there to be afraid of? Is that so? You know me well." After the two of them chatted for a while, they finally got down to business. The mission this time was too rushed, and we were unable to make sufficient preparations. We were slightly lacking in both weapons and supplies. The reason I'm here is to purchase another batch of weapons from your excellency, the kind that your Lusheng soldiers use. The price is negotiable. Situ Yuanji stated his intention and waited for Tang Zhen's reply. Before he came to look for Tang Zhen, he had already learned about the entire process of the mission from his granddaughter. He was also clear that it would be impossible to fight against the enemy that was about to arrive with just cold weapons. However, Heaven Battling City, which was used to using cold weapons in battle, didn't have much in reserve, and because it wasn't teleported through a tower, it couldn't be brought over. They were not like the Holy Dragon City, who had sufficient storage equipment and could carry large amounts of supplies without any worries. In this aspect, Situ Yuanji was really envious. Because in the entire wilderness war zone, only Holy Dragon City could do this. 1103 The survivors in the ruins. 1. The teleportation of Lusheng required the construction of a teleportation channel. In a state of emergency, this process might take 3 or 5 days. Before it was teleported over, the cultivators of Lusheng had to figure out all the expenses themselves. After realizing this problem, the cultivators in Lusheng immediately took action and began to collect materials with the city as the center. Millions of cultivators were eating and chewing, which was definitely a terrifying consumption. It was impossible to solve the problem by collecting them alone. The food was not a problem as Lu Cheng's cultivators had brought along dry food before they were teleported. It should be enough to last them for a few days. However, the biggest problem was the weapons and equipment. If the enemy was just an ordinary person, it would not be a big problem for them to fight with cold weapons. However, if the enemy was also strong and equipped with powerful technological weapons, the cultivators in Lu Cheng would undoubtedly be at a great disadvantage. This was especially true for the first few hundred cultivators of Lusheng who had entered this world. After their cultivation was restricted and they were chased by the cyborg, they felt this even more deeply. It was also under the persistence of these powerful king-level cultivators that the various towers began to attach great importance to weapons such as guns. However, this kind of lethal weapon of war was not easy to find, especially since the half-cyborg's weapon reserve was not large and could not meet the needs of the cultivators in Lucheng. Even though they had collected some weapons left behind by the cyborgs, most of them were damaged. Without any repair or spare parts, the cultivators in Lucheng could only throw them away as scrap iron. Although some resources could be exchanged from the war tower, they would require precious battle merits. Who would be willing to waste them if they could collect them? Therefore, when Situ Yung, who was in a similar predicament, thought of Tang Zhen immediately. Looking at the helpless Situ Yung, Tang Zhen was in a good mood. This situation was also within his expectations. Therefore, before the arrival of the Holy Dragon City's reinforcements, Tang Zhen had already sent a message to the cultivators in the Tower City to pack up and bring over the overstocked weapons in the Holy Dragon City's inventory. Those weapons had been piled up for a long time. Although they were not as lethal as the weapons of the cyborgs, they were still real killing weapons. In order to store these items, almost all the caves in the Holy Dragon City were occupied. Now, he could finally make some space for other things. Because of the storage card, it was not difficult to carry these weapons. All he needed to do was to put them in his pocket. As long as the war did not end in a short period of time, the weapons and equipment that Tang Zhen had brought would definitely be easily sold and he would earn a huge sum of money. In the end, in less than a day, there was business at his door. It was also because he had expected such a situation to happen that Tang Zhen especially allowed some merchants to follow the teleportation and let them handle the business matters. As for the Holy Dragon City's cultivators, they should just focus on fighting the war. After chatting with Situ Yung for a while, they said goodbye to each other. Tang Zhen also turned around to check on the progress of the dismantling of the energy absorption device. Tang Zhen was extremely interested in this special device. Therefore, he could not afford to lose it. In the midst of the indigenous people's uneasy mood, the long night finally passed. The sun once again shone on the earth, illuminating the city that had almost become a tropical rainforest. The once prosperous land had turned into scorched earth, leaving behind only a land of wolf lodges that were then covered by wild grass. The hungry citizens carefully walked out of their homes and carefully explored the vicinity of their homes, looking for food to fill their stomachs. Due to the mutation of animals and plants, the size of the fruit had grown crazily, so the fruits of many plants had become abnormally large. From time to time, giant fruits could be seen lying in the grass, being gnawed on by animals. With this food, the townsfolk didn't have to worry about going hungry for a while. However, the monsters and cultivators that appeared from time to time still made them feel as if they were walking on thin ice. They didn't dare to go too far, for fear that they would never return. In a dilapidated building covered by vines, a dozen men and women were gathered in a room. They were surrounding a tomato the size of a basin and were swallowing it. The mutated fruit did not taste good. It was sour and bitter. If they were not so hungry, they would not eat this at all. After wiping the red juice from the corner of his mouth, Bin Zi slowly walked to the concealed window and carefully observed the situation outside. The long street was still quiet and didn't seem to be in any danger, but Bin Zi knew that there were quite terrifying monsters hidden in the weeds on both sides of the road. Sure enough, as he observed carefully, he soon found a huge snake-shaped creature more than 10 meters long. It was slowly swimming under the wreckage of a car, and then it sprang out at lightning speed and entangled a monster that looked like a mutant rat. After fighting for a while, the snake-like creature won. After swallowing the rat monster in one bite, it lay on the top of the ruins and lazily basked in the sun. After swallowing his saliva, Bin Zi returned to the crowd worriedly and looked at the woman beside him. "Big sister, when are we leaving this place? If we stay here any longer, we might be eaten by the monsters." The woman who had once led the way for Tang Zhen and was called Big Sister by Bin Zi thought for a moment and said softly, "It's impossible to leave now that the monsters on the ground are running rampant. It's the same for the underground sewers, which are even more dangerous than the ground." Bin Zi nodded when he heard this. He seemed to have recalled the scene of encountering the monster underground yesterday and couldn't help but shiver. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have been like the other unlucky guys and turned into the monster's excrement. This won't do, that won't do. What should we do? Are we just going to wait for death here? A beautiful woman in men's clothes couldn't help but roar, her voice full of resentment. Bin Zi glanced at the woman and snorted, "If you're not satisfied, then get out of here immediately. No one is begging you to stay." The woman's eyes widened as if she was about to get angry, but in the end, she just snorted and turned her head away. "All right, we have to rely on each other to get through this difficult time. Don't start an internal conflict." A white-haired old man sighed and tried to persuade them. When he saw that Bin Zi and the woman were ignoring him, he shook his head with a bitter smile. The big sister ignored the others and kept looking at the map in her hand, as if she was studying the route to leave the city. With the arrival of millions of cultivators, the city had become even more unsafe. In addition to facing all kinds of animals and plants, the survivors also had to be careful of alien invaders of all shapes and sizes. Compared to the brutal monsters, the powerful cultivators were the biggest enemies of the survivors. They were intelligent life forms and knew how to think and analyze. Once these cultivators locked onto the survivors, they would probably all die. Just as Big Sister was trying to figure out an escape route and everyone was silent, the crisp sound of a gunshot suddenly rang out from outside, causing everyone's expression to change. Bin Zi nimbly picked up a gun and rushed to the window in a few steps, nervously searching the streets below. A figure scuttled out of the wild grass at a frightening speed. After running on the street for a distance, he actually entered the building where everyone was hiding. After seeing this scene, Bin Zi's heart instantly turned cold. 11:04 confrontation 1. A few seconds after the figure entered the building, more than a dozen strong figures in armor suddenly appeared. They were carrying guns and swords, constantly searching every corner. The snake-shaped monster that made Bin Zi extremely apprehensive tried to attack one of the pursuers, but in the blink of an eye, it was cut into a dozen pieces and fell on the road, writhing continuously. Bin Zi, who had witnessed the entire process, actually didn't see how the other party struck with his saber. He only saw a flash of light, which showed how terrifying the other party's speed was. Looking at the vigorous movements of those pursuers and their murderous eyes, Bin Zi knew that things were going to be troublesome. Once the pursuers followed the trail and entered the building, their hiding place would be exposed. Who knew if those fierce guys would kill him? Just as he was about to turn around and tell his companions about his discovery, he was surprised to find that the door of the room he was hiding in had quietly opened a gap. Before Bin Zi could give a warning, he saw that the big sister had already raised the rifle in her hand and was aiming at the open door. "Who is it? Come out." As soon as the big sister finished speaking, a black shadow rushed in quickly. However, he fell to the ground after taking 2 steps into the house. Everyone was shocked by the unexpected situation. The woman in the man's clothes screamed and ran to another room. "Damn it, what are you shouting for?" When Bin Zi saw this, he cursed angrily and quickly turned the gun to point at the black shadow lying on the ground. Only then did he realize that the black shadow was actually a cyborg. However, it looked extremely miserable, and its body was covered in wounds. Although the cyborg was lying on the ground, he was still conscious. He raised his hand with difficulty and looked up at Bin Zi and the others. "Help me, don't let those intruders catch me." When Bin Zi heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the big sister. He didn't know what to do. After all, as members of the resistance, they were the arch-enemies of these cyborgs. However, the cyborg organization only existed in name now. The remaining cyborgs in the city were gradually cleaned up by cultivators in Lucheng. His former enemy had asked him for help. Should he help or not? Big Sister's expression was grave as she slowly walked to the cyborg and asked in a cold tone, "Why did the people outside capture you? Is it because you're a cyborg?" The cyborg nodded with difficulty. This action seemed to have exhausted all his strength, so his head soon drooped down. When the big sister saw this, she gave Bin Zi a look and then slowly raised the gun in her hand. Bin Zi's body began to move backward and he was getting closer and closer to the window. Just as he was about to reach the window, the woman in the other room suddenly rushed out. Before anyone could react, she walked up to the cyborg and asked in a voice full of anticipation, "If we help you, will you be able to take us out of here?" After seeing this scene, Big Sister and Bin Zi both secretly cursed, "Idiot," and then quickly retreated. The cyborg, who was lying on the ground in a weak state, suddenly grabbed the woman and strangled her neck. With the strength of the cyborg's arm, it could break her neck with a slight twist. Then, the cyborg got up from the ground and swung his arm, which was half metal and half flesh. The woman immediately showed a painful expression and looked in the direction of the big sister with a pleading look. Help me leave this city, or find a hidden place. Otherwise, I'll kill her. A cold and emotionless voice came out of the cyborg's mouth. When he looked at the guns in the big sister's hands, there was a hint of fear. Unlike the undying King Kong, cyborgs would die immediately after being hit by heavy firearms. When Bin Zi heard this, he smiled disdainfully. He glanced at the woman who was constantly struggling and said coldly, "What does her life or death have to do with us? If you want to kill her, just kill her. Why are you talking so much?" When the woman whose neck was being strangled heard this, a look of despair immediately appeared on her face, and she looked at Bin Zi with eyes full of resentment. Big Sister did not say a word. She held her gun steadily and locked her eyes on the cyborg who was using the woman's body to shield herself. It was obvious that the cyborg was afraid of the weapon in his hand. Otherwise, he would not have put on an act after entering the room. Instead, he would have controlled everyone directly. As long as the weapon was in his hands, the cyborg would not dare to act rashly. After hearing Bin Zi's answer, the half-robot was slightly stunned and asked with some doubt, "This is your companion? Don't you care about her life?" "You're wrong. She's not our companion, but a burden who only knows how to complain. We just happened to meet by chance. So, if you want to use her to threaten us, you've definitely made a mistake." Bin Zi's merciless answer made the woman completely despair. Her heart was also filled with regret and resentment. She didn't expect that the cyborg she had been protecting and placing high hopes on would use her life as a bargaining chip. The two men who usually flattered her were hiding in the corner, not daring to make a sound. However, the woman did not think of the possibility that the cyborg would let her go after she lost her value and find other ways to solve the problem. The cyborg did not expect this to happen. Since the hostage in his hand was useless, he had lost the right to negotiate. After thinking for a moment, the half-robot said, "As long as you help me, not only can I release your companions and take you out of this city, but I can also guarantee that I will give you unimaginable benefits after defeating these invaders." Seeing that a few survivors were tempted, the cyborg continued to tempt them. "My request is actually very simple. I just need you to help me get a few energy batteries. As long as you're careful, it'll be easy to do, right?" After hearing the cyborg's request, a few of them were already tempted. They kept looking at Big Sister, as if signaling her to quickly agree. The Big Sister sneered and said in a disdainful tone, "If any of you are willing to help him, I will not stop you. However, we will not participate in this matter. Bin Zi, let's go." After throwing out this sentence, Bin Zi and Big Sister slowly moved towards the door. "No, we can't let them leave. What if they tell on us?" The woman, who was previously controlled by the cyborg, had finally escaped. She ignored the pain in her throat and immediately stood in front of the two. "You can leave, but you must hand over your weapons. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." The woman's eyes flashed with a trace of pride and killing intent. She looked at the survivors who had raised their weapons and narrowed her eyes. "In your dreams? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" Bin Zi sneered and directly pointed the gun at the woman's forehead. Feeling the coldness of the gun barrel, the woman was so scared that her legs went weak, but she still stood in place. "Kill me if you have the guts, but don't even think about living." The woman didn't know where she got the courage from, but she actually ignored the threat of death and sneered at Bin Zi in disdain. 1105 Big Sister's request. The hatred in her heart continued to surge, and even though the gun was pointed at her, the woman still did not choose to dodge. "Put down your guns, or I won't be polite." A man holding a weapon suddenly roared at Big Sister in a deep voice. At the same time, he subconsciously moved closer to the cyborg. There were 4 or 5 other survivors who did the same thing. They had all decided to work with the cyborg to help him find power batteries. However, they didn't know that doing so was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Bin Zi was so angry that he laughed instead. He looked coldly at his companions who were chatting just now and chuckled, "You idiots, shoot if you have the guts. Let's see who dies first. Let me remind you, there are intruders everywhere down there. If they hear the gunshot, none of you will survive." Upon hearing Bin Zi's words, the survivors were all stunned, and panic appeared on their faces. Seeing this, the cyborg waved his hand at Bin Zi and Big Sister. "You can leave, but please don't sell us out." At this moment, the cyborg was suppressing the killing intent in his heart. If not for the fact that the energy in his body was about to be exhausted, he would not have to go through so much trouble and would have killed both of them. However, as long as he used the energy batteries collected by the residents in front of him, his weapon system and various auxiliary functions could be reused. At that time, as long as he was careful, he could definitely escape from this city controlled by the cultivators of Lushang. As for his previous promise to lead the survivors out of this place, it didn't matter where the dead were buried. Seeing that the cyborg had agreed to let Big Sis and the others leave, the survivors did not force them to stay any longer. They all silently watched the two of them retreat to the door. No, they can't leave. Kill them, the woman beside him suddenly shouted, grabbed a gun from a survivor's hand, and pulled the trigger in the direction of the door. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Bin Zi blocked in front of the lady boss and slowly fell to the ground. Idiot! The cyborg roared and rushed to the woman, punching her in the head. PFF'd. Like a shattered watermelon, half of the woman's head disappeared in an instant, leaving only her lower jaw on her neck, and blood kept spurting out. When the survivors saw this, they all cried out in shock and looked at the cyborg in horror. Never in their dreams did they expect that the other party would suddenly turn hostile and kill the woman so casually. After killing the woman, the cyborg picked up the gun in her hand and quickly rushed toward the door. The gunshots just now had definitely attracted the attention of the cultivators in Luchang. It wouldn't take long for them to come here, so they had to escape as soon as possible. However, the big sister who was guarding the door had already raised her gun and aimed it at the cyborg. Damn it, get out of my way! The cyborg roared, and the alloy arm holding the gun was trembling slightly. No one can leave. If we die, we'll die together. Big sister's eyes were bloodshot, and there was a hint of madness in her eyes. Her companion, who had accompanied her through life and death, had fallen in front of her, and this made her almost completely break down. His hysterical appearance immediately frightened the cyborg and the survivors, making them at a loss. Don't be rash. I'm just leaving. I won't hurt you, the cyborg explained, but Big Sister remained unmoved. She was still staring at him with her blood-red eyes filled with tears. A hint of killing intent appeared in the cyborg's eyes. He placed his finger on the trigger and began to exert force. Don't worry, none of you will be able to leave. At this moment of daggers drawn, a cold voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble slightly. At the window, a cultivator in black armor was standing quietly, coldly looking at the people in the room. When did he enter the room? No one had noticed him at all. Despair appeared in the cyborg's eyes. After this period of interaction, he knew better than anyone else how terrifying Lu Cheng's cultivators were. Now that the power battery in his body had been depleted, and he was trapped in this narrow room by the other party, he was afraid that there was no possibility of escape. The half-robot threw away the gun in its hand and turned around. It showed a miserable smile and asked the cultivator from Lushang, "Tell me, what do you want?" The Lu Cheng cultivator looked at the cyborg, stretched out his left arm, and tapped a few times. Then he said loudly, "Luo Changfeng, a brain mutant. He was absorbed and modified by the cyborg organization 20 years ago. I'm currently a cyborg special grade engineer, mainly responsible for cyborg body modification work. My security level is SSS, am I right?" The cyborg chuckled and nodded at cultivator Lu Cheng. He sighed and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a level of information. Obviously, the core database has been hacked by you. There are no more secrets left." After a pause, he looked at the computer on cultivator Lu Cheng's wrist, seemingly very interested. This was a habit. If he was given enough time, he would even want to own one and research it. "At first, I thought you intruders only knew violence and destruction, but ever since the energy absorption device was shut down, I guess that you must have mastered quite a powerful technological means. This was because if there was even the slightest mistake in the process of shutting down the energy absorption device, it would completely explode, raising everything within a radius of 1,000 miles to the ground. At that time, I thought that I would not be able to escape death, but it turned out to be a false alarm. However, our advantage was also completely lost in this way. The battle that happened later proved this point. The cyborg named Luo Changfeng seemed to know that he was doomed, so he completely relaxed and talked to the cultivator Lu Cheng. The other survivors looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. They were all at a loss, especially when they found out that this terrifying invader was actually a handsome young man who looked exactly the same as them. A strange feeling rose in their hearts. The Lu Cheng cultivator laughed lightly and glanced coldly at the nervous survivors. He turned to the cyborg and said, "Our city lord is very interested in you, so he would like to invite you over. Please do not refuse." Luo Changfeng chuckled and said to the cultivator from Lu Cheng, "Do I still have the right to refuse at this point? All right, then please come with me." Lu Cheng reached out his hand and motioned for Luo Changfeng to follow him downstairs. As for the survivors standing aside, the Lu Cheng cultivators didn't pay any attention to them at all during the whole process. To the cultivators of Lu City, they didn't need to pay attention to these weak natives at all. They could even ignore their existence. When they passed by the door, the dazed big sister suddenly jumped up and blocked the path of the Lu Cheng cultivator. The Lu Cheng cultivator who was blocked didn't change his expression. He stared at the big sister and said, "Make way, or you'll regret it." Big sister looked at the cultivator and shook her head. Then, she said firmly, "Some of you owe me a promise, so I hope you can help me and save my companions." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. 1106 items in the secret room and uneasiness. Ignoring the curious and surprised looks of the others, Big Sister just stared at the Lu Cheng cultivator in a daze, her eyes full of desire and expectation. When the cultivator from Lu Cheng heard this, he immediately showed a trace of curiosity and asked, "Oh, there's such a thing. Tell me, who owes you a favor?" As a cultivator of Lu City, it was rare for him to lose a favor from an ordinary native. So, he wanted to know who this person was. That person is about the same age as you, but his eyes are very sharp. The style of his armor is similar to yours, but it is a purple gold xianxia. After listening to the big sister's description, a strange expression gradually appeared on the cultivator's face. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. He was all too familiar with this image, so his first reaction was disbelief. After all, that person had always given people the impression of being powerful and mysterious. How could he owe a favor to an ordinary native? However, if what this woman said was true, then this favor would be too big. Since the other party was related to the one he thought of, he had to deal with this matter carefully. Therefore, cultivator Lu Cheng asked again, "I'll ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." "You again, are you sure this person owes you a favor?" Cultivator Lu Cheng stared at the big sister and asked in a very serious tone. "I'm sure." "All right then, take a look at this picture. Is this the person in it?" As he spoke, the cultivator operated his computer and a holographic image popped up. It was a snapshot of Tang Zhen commanding the battle. The background should be the decisive battle in the water world. The big sister glanced at the image and nodded with certainty. "That's right, it's him." Cultivator Lu Cheng nodded and operated the computer on his wrist again, as if he was contacting someone. "I beg you, please hurry up. My companion can't hold on any longer." The big sister looked at Bin Zi, who was covered in blood, and raised her head to beg the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Upon hearing this, the Lu Cheng cultivator immediately took out an item that looked like a talisman from his waist and pressed it directly on Bin Zi's body. Immediately, a ray of light protected the wound. Bin Zi, who was originally on the verge of death, suddenly became a lot quieter, and his complexion looked much better. "Don't worry, with this thing, your companion won't die for the time being." While they were talking, cultivator Lu Cheng had already sent out the video of Big Sister and was ready to do the final confirmation procedure. After a few seconds, he received a reply. His superior informed him to accept the Big Sister's request. "All right, come with us." Then, cultivator Lu Cheng called out to the door, and two cultivators came in. They used a folding stretcher to lift Bin Zi and quickly went downstairs. The survivors looked at each other and then all rushed to the window. The scene on the street made them suck in a cold breath. Hundreds of Lusheng cultivators in black armor had completely blocked the entire street. Drones were circling above them, searching for possible hidden enemies. A cyborg aircraft that was slightly bigger than a truck was parked in the middle of the street. After Big Sis and Bin Zi got on it, they quickly rose from the ground and drove in the direction of the city. After seeing this scene, the survivors didn't know what to feel. Just now, everyone was still gathered together to discuss how to escape, but in the blink of an eye, one died and one was injured. Among them, the injured Bin Zi and the big sister had already successfully left this dangerous city. As for their fate, it was full of unknown. Only the heavens knew how long they could last in such a dangerous environment. After Tang Zhen returned to the underground base at the foot of the mountain, he entered a cave alone and slowly sat down. On the wall in front of him, a slightly protruding part of the wall trembled and then condensed into a human-shaped object. Its face was smooth, and as it left the wall, the surface of its body began to turn black. It was the liquid robot that had regained its connection. "Well done, take out the item." Following Tang Zhen's order, the liquid robot took a step forward and placed a storage ring in Tang Zhen's hand. After taking a glance at the ring, Tang Zhen used his spiritual force to shield the surrounding space and released the items inside. He could not wait to see what the Teroboros were keeping in their secret chamber, which was why the cornerstone platform had issued a special call. However, when the items in the ring were taken out, Tang Zhen was slightly stunned. This was because the mission item had really exceeded his expectations. If he wasn't wrong, the stone-like objects in front of him were clearly the foundation stone platform that had been cut into 8 pieces. What was he doing? With a trace of doubt, Tang Zhen checked again and confirmed that there was nothing else. Tang Zhen raised his head and glanced at the liquid robot before shaking his head. This liquid robot would definitely carry out his orders thoroughly. Even a speck of dust in the secret room would be brought back, so the possibility of missing was very small. Now, it was certain that this was the only item in the Teroboros' secret chamber. However, the tribesmen had gone through so much trouble to transport a shattered cornerstone platform, and the cornerstone platform had mobilized so many people to snatch it. What was their purpose? With a mind full of doubts, Tang Zhen began to size up the stones on the ground. He wanted to figure out what was so strange about this thing. After carefully thinking back, he was shocked to find that this seemed to be the first time he had seen an independent cornerstone platform, because after every tower was destroyed, the cornerstone platform inside would disappear without a trace. This was a bizarre situation. If he had not seen the broken foundation stone platform today, he would not have realized this. Then where did the destroyed cornerstone platform go? Why was the cornerstone platform in front of him preserved? Tang Zhen's mind jolted when he thought of this. When he carefully observed again, he discovered that the surface of these shattered stones had actually been specially treated. There seemed to be a kind of strange force field that firmly wrapped the stone within it. The stone that was wrapped in it was extremely unstable, as if it had already turned into energy. It was only because of the existence of this strange force field that it did not dissipate into nothingness. It was obvious that the Teroboros had used some special method to preserve the foundation stone platform that was supposed to have disappeared. What was the purpose of keeping this cornerstone platform? When he tried to assemble them, Tang Zhen was surprised to discover that there was a hidden space within these stone pieces. It seemed to have once stored an item. Of course, the item had already disappeared, leaving only an empty groove. Tang Zhen had a premonition that the item that had disappeared was the true core of the cornerstone platform. He had a guess that the cornerstone platform might not have issued the mission for these broken stones, but for the thing in the groove. In order to confirm his guess, Tang Zhen took out an item from his storage space. It was the item identification card that he had obtained from the lottery. The probability of this item appearing wasn't high, so every card was saved by Tang Zhen in order to be used when needed. Following the tearing of the card, a stream of light landed on the rock. Soon after, a set of words appeared in front of Tang Zhen. The shattered cornerstone platform cannot be restored because the core of the energy terminal has been lost. Its value has been greatly reduced, so you can throw it away. Closing square bracket ... Tang Zhen revealed an, as expected, expression. It seemed that the matter was as he had guessed. The so-called energy terminal core was no longer there, and it was the most important thing in the cornerstone platform. But the problem was that the core of the energy terminal was so important that the Teroboros would not let it go so easily, and why would they ship a bunch of useless shells to this world? Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed. He seemed to have smelled a trace of conspiracy. 1107 Mutation and backpass in an unknown space, there was endless darkness. In this special and wondrous place, there was a huge milky white ball of light floating in the air. Countless tentacles extended from it, constantly squirming gently. Every time the tentacles wriggled, there would be more or less items appearing in the space. It was unknown how many years this scene had lasted, and it seemed like it had never changed. Until one day, a certain area on the ball of light suddenly dimmed. Then, starting from that abnormal area, black blood vessel-like objects appeared, like ink that was sprinkled into the water, and began to seep into the surrounding area. The bright white ball of light trembled violently and burst with light, completely illuminating the space within a radius of 1,000 miles. In an instant, treasure light shot into the sky, dazzling everyone. It turned out that in this vast space, there were countless items piled up. Priceless treasures, brains, origin stones, and so on were piled up into small mountains. The total amount of wealth here was simply impossible to estimate. Even if they could obtain a small portion of it, they would definitely be the richest in the world. However, the light that was shining on the treasure was flickering. As time passed, the light became dimmer and dimmer. On the other hand, half of the huge ball of light had become as black as ink, revealing a trace of chilling strangeness. While the fight was going on, more than half of the black balls of light were constantly flashing with subtitles. The other half-white ball of light seemed to have become more urgent and was trying its best to stop the text from appearing. However, after trying for a long time, it had no effect. The other half of the black ball of light exerted force again and seized a large area. As the black color continued to suppress the white part became smaller and smaller, and the light became weaker and weaker. From the looks of it, it wouldn't take long for the white part to be occupied, and then it would completely become a black ball. Because this strange and intense scene was happening in an unknown space, no one had witnessed it, nor did they know that a certain magical existence was about to be completely controlled by some unknown force. Timrel, Snow Hill. Teams of Holy Dragon City soldiers who were on a mission suddenly took out their identity cards in unison, looking at the contents displayed on them in surprise. Due to special reasons, all Lusheng that are carrying out missions in the other world will activate the return link in 3 days. I hope all Lusheng residents can return to their respective Lusheng as soon as possible to avoid missing the teleportation and staying in the other world. After seeing the identity card prompt, the soldiers looked at each other and had the urge to curse. As a resident of the tower, one thing he had to remember was that the cornerstone platform would never release false information. Once an order was issued, it must be strictly followed. Therefore, after 3 days, the Holy Dragon City would definitely return to the Lusheng world. After seeing this message, the residents of Holy Dragon City were very unwilling. As the control over Timlad continued to strengthen, the daily harvest of Holy Dragon City was enough to make people drool. As long as this situation continued for a year, the Holy Dragon City would definitely return with a bountiful harvest. However, this order in front of them made the Holy Dragon City's residents' dreams come to nothing. It was as if they had found a treasure after much difficulty, but after taking only a few treasures, the cave sank into the ground. That kind of depressed feeling simply couldn't be described with words. However, even if they were depressed, they still had to carry out orders. So after receiving the message, the commanders of the various armies immediately issued orders. Hundreds of thousands of Holy Dragon City soldiers began to quickly return to the Holy Dragon City's area. Such a large-scale military mobilization immediately alarmed the native people of Timriel, who were on tenterhooks all day long. They mistakenly thought that the Holy Dragon City was about to make another big move. In the end, they were shocked to find that the Holy Dragon City had actually withdrawn all of their legions and were heading straight for the floating city outside of Snow City. Could it be that this group of otherworldly demons is preparing to leave this world? After realizing this, the Aboriginals were both surprised and overjoyed. For a moment, they did not care about anything else and only continuously sent out spies to investigate the Holy Dragon City's movements. The information that they received made them overjoyed. As they had expected, the Holy Dragon City's various legions were gathering under the floating city and being absorbed by the light pillar that descended from the sky. Even the troops in charge of defense below the floating city, as well as many contract cultivators, had also retreated to the city tower. There was not a single Holy Dragon City combat personnel left on the ground. For a time, the matter of what had happened to the otherworldly demons that had caused them to hurriedly gather and evacuate from Timriel became the most discussed topic among the native forces. The native forces would never be able to determine the real reason just by guessing. Of course, even if they couldn't guess it, it didn't matter. As long as these evil demons could leave, they would thank the heavens. After all, during the time when the Holy Dragon City had descended, they had not been able to sleep well. From time to time, they would dream that the Holy Dragon City had come to attack them, and then wake up from the nightmare with cold sweat. Now that the otherworldly demons were finally leaving Timrel, they were just short of celebrating and holding a grand banquet. Before they knew it, the bold native cultivators and residents began to gather near the floating city, waiting for the exciting moment to come. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, a huge vortex appeared in the sky above Holy Dragon City, which was 10,000 meters in the air, and it continued to expand. The Holy Dragon City, which was like a piece of floating land, began to move toward the vortex. It would probably disappear completely in a short time. After seeing this scene, the native forces who had been looking forward to it immediately cheered loudly. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. The heavens had taken pity on them. Ever since this group of otherworldly demons had descended, the entire Timriel had been thrown into chaos. At least 500,000 natives had died at their hands, directly or indirectly. For the continent of Timriel, this was no different from a catastrophe. God bless. Those damn demons are finally gone. Old John, you bastard, did you see that? The heavenly demon tribe has left. We finally don't have to hide here and there anymore. Let's hope they die a horrible death, these evil demons. The sounds of celebration and chaos came from the ground, almost soaring into the sky. However, some people with sharp eyes noticed that the floating city's 12 arms were suddenly flashing. A sense of danger rose in their hearts. However, before they could react, they saw countless objects falling from the sky, smashing toward the people on the ground. The people who had been cheering immediately began to flee in all directions like frightened rabbits. They had a deep impression of the terrifying power of the Holy Dragon City's weapons. They were afraid that the thing that fell was the bomb that had made a loud noise. However, their speed of escape was obviously not as fast as the speed at which the items fell. It only took about a minute for the items to fall. It wasn't until the Aboriginals were smashed in the head and face that they realized in shock that these things were all domestic garbage. Smelling the stinky smell on their bodies, the natives roared angrily at the sky. This group of damn otherworldly demons actually didn't forget to discuss them before leaving. Just as they were cursing, the huge image of a fat cultivator suddenly appeared in the sky, almost blocking the entire sky. Then, an arrogant voice spread. Don't be too happy just yet, you guys. It won't be long before I come back. After hearing this, all the native cultivators were dumbfounded and looked desperate. 1108 The plan of the Teroboros people in the vast starry sky. 5 enormous Terobo battleships were advancing at high speed, approaching a blue planet. Based on the fleet's current speed, they would probably reach their destination in a few days. They were like moving asteroids, and the wreckage of the warships outside Holy Dragon City was not even 1/10 of their size. Such a huge warship must have an extremely terrifying carrying capacity and also had terrifying weapons. Although there were millions of cultivators in Lu City, it was hard to predict the outcome of the battle against such an enemy. After all, the enemy was in the sky, and less than 1/10 of the cultivators in Lusheng could fly. As for those who could fly out of the atmosphere and fight in outer space, there seemed to be no one at all. How could the battle continue when faced with such an enemy? At the center of the command ship, a few Teroboros people in silver armor were watching a series of encrypted videos. According to the information they had, Lu Cheng's cultivators in the wilderness warzone had not cracked this kind of encrypted communication method. Therefore, this information would never be intercepted by them. The scene recorded in the holographic image was the activity scene of the cultivators of Lusheng. There were even symbols marked on the map, which were the temporary encampment of the cultivators of Lusheng. It could be said that with the appearance of this information, the secrets of the cultivators in Lu Cheng were completely exposed to the enemy. There were no more secrets to speak of. Of course, the Terobo people did not completely believe the content of the information. After all, when the cultivators of Lusheng chose their encampment, they did not hide much. Who knew if they did it on purpose? A cunning rabbit had 3 burrows. When facing this group of powerful enemies, it was never too much to be careful. Even though they had high-tech weapons, the Terobo people, who had dealt with Lu Cheng's cultivators many times, had learned to face these enemies who had magical abilities and made them suffer. Of course, with the weapons the Terobo fleet had, they could launch an attack from space and wipe out the cultivators on the ground. In fact, the tribesmen even had a fearsome attack technique that could completely crush their target in a designated area and make them disappear in the 3-dimensional space. This type of attack was somewhat similar to dimensional attacks, but it was not fully developed. Currently, it only existed in the laboratory of the highest academy of science in the Terobo Empire, and could not be used in battle. And according to some rumors, this kind of appalling attack method was actually obtained from the corpses of a group of cultivators in Lu City with extremely terrifying combat strength. In order to get rid of them, the Teroboros had paid a heavy price, and both of their warships were completely destroyed. That was why the tribesmen had always placed great importance on mystical items and live captives in the world of Lusheng. This was also the reason why the Imperial Academy of Science had repeatedly requested for a ground battle before their departure. They were in urgent need of a batch of test subjects to carry out large-scale experiments. However, who knew how many elite soldiers of the Empire would be sacrificed in this case? The main reason was that they lacked lab rats for research. These damn guys, are the lives of the Empire's soldiers not as important as those war monsters in their eyes? Even though he felt indignant, as a soldier and a second-class citizen who did not have much say, the fleet commander had to carry out the orders given by the influential people of the Empire. If he disobeyed orders and acted on his own, then he would definitely be questioned and blamed when the war video was reviewed later. This would have a huge impact on the future career of the commander. Between official duties and comradeship, the fleet commander could only choose the former. With mixed feelings, the fleet commander and the others finished reading the report. Then, he turned around and looked at everyone with a sharp gaze. This is the real-time information from the cyborgs. Due to the attack by the cultivators of Lucheng, they have lost 2/3 of their total number. The survivors are now scattered across the planet. As for the cyborg headquarters occupied by cultivators of Lucheng, there were only a dozen special cyborgs in it. They were able to escape the cultivators of Lucheng's pursuit because they looked no different from ordinary natives. At this point, he paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. Then he continued, "Of course, this isn't the key. We don't count on them for the battle. The key is that we're going to face more than 3 million cultivators in Lusheng. It can be said that 2/3 of the elite cultivators in the Savage War Zone are currently concentrated on this planet. What awaits us is definitely a brutal war." After hearing the number, the 4 Teroboros men in front of the commander were shocked. "Those damn guys from the Imperial Military Headquarters, are they trying to kill us? Our total number of soldiers is no more than 3 million, and only 2.2 million can be directly deployed for ground combat. We don't have the advantage in numbers, especially when fighting on the ground, because we have to injure but not kill. Our combat power will be weakened. This is simply a trap. Let us deal with the tough bones, and then the children of the influential people of the Empire will attack the nest of the cultivators in Lusheng. Not only do we not have to face a large number of enemies, but we can also break them one by one and easily get a huge amount of spoils and captives. This is too unfair. Hehe, I knew that good things wouldn't fall on our heads." Looking at the angry faces of the 4 captains, the commander sighed and said in a stern tone, "Don't complain. Remember that you are soldiers of the Empire, and you must strictly follow orders. Moreover, once we win this war, it will definitely shake the entire Empire. At that time, you will definitely be able to get your share of the benefits." The 4 captains stopped complaining and looked at the commander in unison. The other party was right. The more powerful the enemy, the larger the scale of the war, the easier it was to accumulate military merits, allowing them to climb higher. Perhaps because of this war, their citizen status could be raised by another level, and they would become an existence that countless low-level Terobo people looked up to. Seeing that his men were tempted, the commander immediately struck while the iron was hot and gave the order to prepare for battle. From now on, all members of the ground forces will immediately return to their respective troops. The standard of their weapons and equipment will be set as the highest grade hunting suit. The transport ships and unmanned attack aircraft were all out of the warehouse, ready to land at any time. In addition, before landing, we can release the number 9 paralyzing poison gas bomb to weaken the resistance of the cultivators in Lusheng as much as possible. After some thought, the commander added, "Give orders to the remaining cyborgs and tell them to quickly gather at the headquarters. It's best if they can organize a large number of native armies to fight together. Set up a defensive circle around the periphery and help us capture and intercept the cultivators of Lusheng who are trying to escape. I'm going to set up an all-encompassing net to trap all these cultivators, and then I'll take my time to capture them all in one go." At this point, the commander's lips curled into a cold smile, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. Although the nobles of the Imperial Academy of Sciences wanted to capture him alive, as long as he was still alive, they wouldn't be able to find any fault with him. In order to ensure victory as much as possible and prevent any unexpected situations from happening, he didn't mind using some special means. After all, war itself was a war that would use all means. 1109 The delayed war tower in the underground base outside the city, Tang Zhen was with the Holy Dragon City's researchers, studying the dismantled energy absorption device. This kind of device was a great threat to the cultivators in Lusheng. The experience a few days ago had left a deep impression on him. Therefore, before he solved this problem, he had almost no hope of winning the war. He didn't believe that the Turobo people, who had such a powerful weapon, wouldn't use it during the battle to weaken the cultivators in the city. If he had a choice, Tang Zhen would rather not participate in this war and bring his citizens back to Holy Dragon City. However, he did not know that the wilderness was facing the same situation as them. They were probably also facing a scheme, a cruel and merciless war. At this moment, a Holy Dragon City resident who looked very young but had a rather steady manner of doing things was standing in front of an instrument and speaking to Tang Zhen. According to our research, this energy absorption device can't work anytime and anywhere. It needs certain special conditions to work. Tang Zhen's eyes brightened when he heard this. He gently nodded his head and waited for the other party's explanation. Through experiments, it has been proven that there is a special metal element in the soil of this city. When this energy-absorbing device is activated, these metal elements will automatically burn and then produce a strange force field that will squeeze out the natural energy that cultivators need. At the same time, the energy absorption device will also begin to work, absorbing the world energy instantly and storing it in the rainbow crystal in the core. Tang Zhen nodded his head gently and said, "In that case, without the metal element, the energy absorption device will not work, right?" That's basically what it means. After the last activation, the metal elements sprayed on the city have been used up, so even if it's activated again, there won't be a sudden disappearance of world energy. Then, is there a possibility that before the tribesmen activated, they sprayed this metal element into a designated area without us noticing? That's possible, but we can design a detection device and install it on the bracer computer. Once it detects the metal element, we can immediately retreat to a safe area. Tang Zhen sighed in relief after hearing the other party's explanation. Although the method of constant detection was somewhat passive, it was still much better than having his energy sucked dry and his cultivation base limited. As the experiment progressed, he would probably find the corresponding defense means. Tang Zhen's mood was clearly much more relaxed after he confirmed that this energy-absorbing device also had its shortcomings. During these few days, the energy-absorbing device had been shrouding his mind like a dark cloud. Before he could find a way to deal with it, Tang Zhen absolutely did not dare to lower his guard. After stopping for another 10 minutes or so, Tang Zhen returned to the center of the underground space and coincidentally met Qianlong, who had just returned from his patrol. The two of them walked side by side, and after a few words, Qianlong casually mentioned the War Tower. "I've heard of the Tower of War a long time ago, but I've never had the chance to see it. This time, I must seize the opportunity in exchange for 2 advanced cultivator skills." Looking at the smug expression on Thousand Dragon's face, it was obvious that he had already prepared the battle points and was waiting for the war tower to descend. Tang Zhen subconsciously recalled the shattered foundation stone platform when he heard Qianlong's words. A trace of doubt surfaced on his face. It had been 5 days since he received the order from the cornerstone platform, but the war tower had not been teleported over. Was it because the construction of the dimensional gateway was too difficult, or something had happened in the process? Otherwise, the war tower would not have appeared yet. The war was coming, and there were too many items to exchange for the millions of Lusheng. If the exchange was not done in time, the cultivators who lacked logistics supplies would inevitably be in a very passive position. Why was the cornerstone platform so unreliable this time? First, they gathered hundreds of king-level cultivators and teleported them over to snatch items that were of no value. Then, they suddenly teleported millions of residents over. They seemed to be impatient. In the end, after so many people were mobilized, the war tower, which should have appeared at the first moment, did not appear. The cultivators in the war tower could only find ways to find supplies on their own. The monsters in the city had been very unlucky these 2 days. After they suddenly turned into giant beasts, they were killed by the cultivators in the city who were short of food before they could get addicted to being the masters. Before these monsters mutated, many of them were pets, so there was no problem eating them. The famished cultivators of Lusheng City will eat even the capital of God. Tang Zhen supported his chin with his hand and pondered for a moment. He then looked at Qianlong and said, "Go and inform the foreign merchants that other than the weapons, don't sell any food, medicine, and other items for the time being. I have a feeling that we might need them in the future." Qianlong nodded and asked, "You're talking about the War Tower's xianxia?" Tang Zhen nodded. His tone carried a trace of worry. "I keep feeling that there's something wrong with this mission," he said slowly. "The cornerstone platform's actions are too abnormal. I don't know what's the reason. Are you thinking too much? There shouldn't be anything wrong with this, right? I hope I'm overthinking it, otherwise things will be troublesome." After the two of them chatted for a while, Tang Zhen came to another cave. Compared to the other areas, the aura of technology here was extremely rich. Electronic equipment was placed here, and dozens of Holy Dragon City residents in black combat uniforms were constantly operating computers and other equipment. Holographic images could be seen everywhere. After seeing Tang Zhen enter, a person in charge bowed and greeted him. After which, the two of them walked to a control panel. So far, the cyborg's air defense system is under complete control and has been modified. It can be put into use at any time. Our surveillance equipment has also been lifted into the air. As soon as the Terobo fleet appears, we can send out an alarm. As he spoke, the person in charge pointed to a nearby image. It was indeed a scene of the planet's outer space. The Terobo people are very strong, so after launching a wave of attacks, these anti-air weapons may be locked down and destroyed. In that case, there's no need to worry about the consumption. All of them are at maximum power. The laser weapons equipped by the cyborg possessed quite a bit of power. Tang Zhen would naturally not miss out on such a good thing. If not for the fact that the war was imminent and he needed these weapons to deal with the Terobo people, he would have packed them all up and transported them back to Holy Dragon City. The person in charge nodded, indicating that he would make the arrangements later. Just as he was about to say a few more words, his wrist guard computer suddenly sent a notification that someone wanted to talk to him. After casually opening it, the figure of Blood River King was revealed. This fellow was currently looking at Tang Zhen with a curious expression. "Haha, Manwang King, this thing of yours is not bad. After this mission is over, I hope you can sell me a batch. I will also give my own Lu Cheng cultivators some benefits." Tang Zhen smiled and nodded. After all, this was not a weapon that was strictly prohibited from being sold to the outside world. While he was earning money, he could also obtain a favor. Why not? After chatting for a while, Blood River King suddenly said in a serious tone, "Manwang King, do you feel that there's something wrong with this?" Tang Zhen's eyes focused as he gently nodded. It seemed that he was not the only one who had such a feeling. 1110 Blueprint and Trade Blood River King had clearly sensed that something was amiss. Compared to Tang Zhen, who had just advanced, a veteran law king like him had a rich experience and a sense of danger. Of course, this was not strange. After all, the War Tower had not appeared for a long time, which was an abnormal phenomenon. It was normal for the cultivators in the War Tower to be suspicious. However, Blood River King's words confirmed Tang Zhen's guess, and the sense of urgency in his heart increased. It's indeed not right, but what can we do? Lu Cheng isn't around and we can't contact the cornerstone platform at all. We can't even send a back message. We can only wait for the next instruction. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, Blood River King smiled bitterly and said in a somewhat depressed tone, "That's right. Other than waiting for the tribesmen to appear, there's nothing we can do. I heard that the residents of your building rummaged through the ruins and took away the heavy weapons of the cyborgs," Blood River King said. "Can you operate those things?" Blood River King laughed again. "You're right. If you didn't know how to operate the cyborg's equipment, we would still be in hiding. It seems that mastering one more skill will be useful at the critical moment, ha ha ha." Tang Zhen chimed in with a smile. He knew that Blood River King must have something to discuss with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so free to chat with him. As expected, Blood River King's next sentence revealed his intentions. "Since things may change, we must make early preparations in case we are caught off guard. Actually, I'm looking for you this time to do business with you. I have a super weapon manufacturing blueprint that I obtained from the other world. I wonder if Manwang King is interested." Tang Zhen was stunned when he heard this. This Blood River King was actually trying to sell weapons to him. One must know that he was the biggest arms dealer right now, all right. What did he mean? Was he planning to challenge them and steal their business? However, he was actually very interested in Blood River King's so-called super weapon. After all, something that could be called a super weapon by a law monarch definitely had extraordinary power. Seeing Tang Zhen's interest, Blood River King didn't waste any time and directly said, it's a blueprint of an energy cannon made by the natives of the other world. I've seen the real thing before. It's 50 meters long, and after one shot, a mountain dozens of miles away was flattened. Oh, that power is not bad. It's more than pretty good. If it weren't for the great consumption of this thing, the native cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous attacks. I guess the invading towers would have been directly blown into pieces. Blood River King showed a hint of fear. He clearly remembered the scene. Hearing the other party's words, Tang Zhen's interest was piqued. Tell me your conditions. If I can accept them, I'll take the blueprint. Good, it's really fun to deal with the Savage Lord. Give me 50 of the armed puppets you use, as well as 1,000 single soldier machine guns and the corresponding amount of ammunition, and this blueprint is yours. Blood River King wasn't polite at all. He immediately demanded an exorbitant price. Tang Zhen shook his head. This deal definitely can't be done. Do you know the cost of these armed robots? I can give you 10 of them. As for the single soldier machine gun, we don't have any extra to give you. Blood River King gritted his teeth and said, that's 40 armed puppets. What do you think? 15, I don't want any more. Deal. The Blood River King rubbed his brows, looking like he had suffered a loss. But who knew if he was secretly happy? This blueprint was useless in his hands, but now he could exchange it for 15 armed robots. No matter how he looked at it, he had profited. Of course, Tang Zhen did not suffer a loss. If this weapon truly possessed such might, he could produce a few of them in bulk and use them as city defense weapons. The current Holy Dragon City's defensive capabilities were more than enough, but its offensive capabilities were slightly lacking. Once they had such a large cannon, they could make up for this weakness. Even if he couldn't manufacture it, Tang Zhen wouldn't feel that he was at a loss. After all, this blueprint came from another world. Its design ideas could more or less give some inspiration to the Holy Dragon City's researchers. After both parties agreed on the deal, Tang Zhen started to arrange other matters without stopping. The sense of urgency in his heart was gradually increasing, causing him to be unable to stop. The thing that made him feel the most uneasy now was that he could not obtain any information about Holy Dragon City and the Cornerstone platform. In a situation where he was in the dark, he would not even know if he had been sold. However, without Lu Cheng, he couldn't make a return trip. Since this wasn't a special world, his mobile phone couldn't help him with the transfer either. It could be said that the current Tang Zhen had already been forcefully trapped in this world. He had been thinking all along. Could he find a way to completely solve the current predicament? After thinking for a long time, Zhen Tang suddenly had an idea. However, whether or not it could be realized, he still had to place his hopes on mobile applications. Is there an application that can repair any item, even if the item is completely destroyed? Tang Zhen asked the mobile application with a trace of anticipation in his eyes. After a long period of exploration, he had already discovered that mobile phones actually had a certain level of thinking ability, or rather, there was an intelligent system in them. Such a heaven-defying thing must be hiding some big secret. It was not strange to have an intelligent system. He just didn't know if it was a mutation of the mobile phone's original operating system. However, 99% of the time, the intelligent system would play dead. It would only occasionally reply when Tang Zhen took the initiative to ask. However, he soon received a reply. Super Repairman, a mystical application. With sufficient energy, it can repair any non-living object. Download price, 100,000 origin stones. After confirming that there was indeed such an application, Tang Zhen's heart was immediately filled with joy. However, his expression immediately turned strange as he asked, where is the application store? Why can't I see it after the last upgrade? In the end, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. It seemed that the intelligent system was playing dead again. Tang Zhen didn't care about this at all. However, when he saw the download price of the application, he felt a pain in his heart. The download price of 100,000 origin stones had almost emptied out his harvest in Timrel. To be honest, Tang Zhen was a little reluctant to part with it. However, on second thought, there would definitely be more opportunities to collect these origin stones in the future. Moreover, other than the fire origin stone, he had no use for the other attributes, origin stones for the time being. Instead of taking up space in his storage ring, he might as well download the application. After all, he was in urgent need of it. In this case, even if he only had one gun barrel in his hand, he could restore it to a complete gun. This was definitely a very practical application, and it was worth the 100,000 origin stones. He just didn't know how much sufficient energy this so-called sufficient energy was, and how to charge it. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen no longer hesitated and directly chose to pay for the download. This was the good thing about the mobile phone. It was very straightforward to do things for money. Almost as soon as the origin stone disappeared, the application appeared on the interface in front of him. 1111 Repair and the cyborg's strange movements. Tang Zhen looked at the newly downloaded application and pondered for a moment before starting it. Two clusters of light that looked like air bubbles instantly appeared and floated at a position about 5 meters away from Tang Zhen. There were many light belts connecting the two of them. There seemed to be runes continuously flickering on them. As he was observing, words appeared in front of his eyes. Please select and lock the item to be repaired. After that, place an energy source into another ball of light. The repair will begin immediately. After seeing the subtitles, Tang Zhen casually released the broken foundation stone platform. After locking onto it according to the requirements, the broken stones were directly sucked into the light ball. He didn't know how the head-sized ball of light could store all these stones. It must have a similar storage function. Tang Zhen went over to take a look and discovered that after those stones were sucked in, they actually quickly pieced together to form a complete foundation stone platform. However, it was a mini version. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the complete cornerstone platform had a lot of damage, but they were all filled in by translucent dotted lines. Then, the words appeared again. Shattered foundation platform, damage at 90%, requires a large amount of energy to repair, please insert energy source. Tang Zhen thought for a moment before he casually took out a handful of origin stones and threw them into another light ball. At this moment, a progress bar appeared in front of his eyes. However, the value displayed made Tang Zhen scratch his head. It was actually not even 1 in 100,000. Tang Zhen shook his head slightly. He was a little frightened. He took a light breath. He felt a little troubled. It seemed that repairing this cornerstone platform would definitely consume a huge amount of energy. But where could he find it now? However, his eyes soon lit up. He immediately turned around and walked out of the cave. After a while, he hurried back. He stretched out his hand, and a 7-colored crystal appeared. It was the core component of the energy-absorbing device used to store the world's energy. This thing has devoured almost all the energy from hundreds of king-level cultivators. It should be enough to feed you. As he spoke, Tang Zhen directly threw the rainbow crystal into it. After that, the progress bar suddenly jumped to the end. Moreover, an even darker progress bar actually appeared on top of it. It looked like it was just a little bit away from being full. Tang Zhen was happy when he saw this. From the looks of it, not only could this 7-colored crystal support the restoration of the foundation stone platform, there was also quite a lot of surplus. Tang Zhen pondered in his heart on how to continue to charge the 7-colored crystal. At the same time, he activated the application. Soon after, a countdown appeared in front of his eyes. The menu showed that it would take 72 hours, which meant that it would take 3 days to complete the repair. Although Tang Zhen was a little anxious, he could only wait silently. He only hoped that the foundation stone platform that had been repaired would not disappoint him. Of course, it was impossible for Tang Zhen to stay here all the time during the repair process. The great battle was about to arrive, and there were too many things that he had to do. After summoning 2 Holy Dragon City's overlords to guard him, Tang Zhen hurriedly left the cave. No one knew where he went. All Lu Chengs who had sensed that something was wrong were secretly preparing, so he naturally couldn't fall behind. In the other parts of the cyborg headquarters, the cyborgs had become extremely active. Although the headquarters had been destroyed by Lu Cheng and almost all the high-level officials had died, the cyborgs in other areas were not affected much. Even though the cyborg troops that were sent to support were completely annihilated, there were still many cyborgs who were not affected and still controlled the original divisions. It was only because of the cultivators of Lu City that the remaining half-mechs kept a low profile, afraid that the cultivators of Lu City would come to kill them. The appearance of a large number of resistance organizations also made the cyborgs feel as if they were walking on thin ice. They hid in their respective safe areas and their defense systems were fully activated. However, in just one night, the half-androids jumped out. They gathered all their close friends, promised huge benefits, and distributed a large number of weapons. They quickly formed an army. After that, with the transportation of various tools, an army of nearly 500,000 soldiers was sent to the vicinity of the cyborg headquarters and assembled. Then, a team of tanks, armed robots, drones, and various vehicles, carrying the civilian army without any military training, rushed from all directions to the cyborg headquarters. For this operation, the cyborg had taken out almost all the resources in his inventory. He was really going to fight to the death with the Liu Cheng cultivators. Of course, only the half-androids who served as the commanders knew that their mission this time was only to seal off the periphery of the city and prevent the cultivators from escaping. They were not needed in a real battle. With the powerful strength of the cultivators in Lusheng, they had no chance of winning even with more than 500,000 people. Because according to the intelligence, the number of enemies this time was actually more than 3 million. What a terrifying number! If all of them were to be added together, they would probably fill up the entire plain near the headquarters. Moreover, they were not ordinary people, but powerful cultivators who had mastered magical abilities. A cultivator could easily beat up a group of ordinary people, even if they had guns, because they were not on the same level at all. Only the ground forces of the Tarobo people were the true opponents of these cultivators in the city. On the other hand, the civilians who had been summoned at the last minute were full of excitement, as if they were looking forward to the scene of gaining wealth and fame after making great contributions. Of course, in addition to that, the high salary offered by the cyborgs was also the reason for their high fighting spirit. Just 1 month's time was equivalent to 10 years of income. Who wouldn't be enthusiastic about such a good thing? Even if they might lose their lives in a war, how could there be such a high reward if there was no danger? At most, when the war really came, he would hide and be careful. In that case, there wouldn't be much of a problem. If he still lost his life like this, then he could only blame it on his bad luck. Until this moment, the civilians still did not realize that they were just cannon fodder sent by the cyborgs. If the cultivators of Liu Cheng really wanted to break out of the encirclement, they would definitely be able to kill gods if they were in their way. Although the civilians had weapons, they were just ordinary people. How could they be a match for the cultivators of Liu Cheng? If millions of cultivators gathered together and chose to break out of the encirclement, they would be trampled into meat paste. The people who didn't know the truth kept approaching the city that had been turned into ruins. However, as they got closer, they finally realized that something was wrong. The tall and strange plants and the ferocious mutated monsters made the civilians who had just picked up their guns tremble in fear. Even though these monsters were shot and killed, they still felt a lingering fear, especially as they got closer to their destination. This situation became more and more frequent. They began to feel uneasy. Who knew what the cyborg headquarters, which was at the center of the mutation, had become? 11:12 Start of the battle. As the cultivators in the tower waited uneasily, the war tower never appeared. However, the fleet of Tarobo finally arrived. They maintained synchronization with the planet's rotation and firmly locked onto the location of the cyborg headquarters. It was obvious that this was their target. The vast sky was blocked, and the sunlight disappeared. Only endless shadows were cast, covering the vast land. The wind seemed to have disappeared, and the clouds had also been scattered. The position above their heads was completely occupied, and it was exposed to the people's sight without any concealment. When the sky darkened, all the sounds on the ground disappeared, as if all the living creatures had become mute. Without giving the planet's creatures any time to adapt to the changes, the Tarobo's attack arrived. Objects that were shimmering with light were shot down from the bottom of the warship, dragging a long and straight tail of flames as they headed straight for the ground. This was a weapon without power, but just by falling from an extremely high position, it would produce intense friction with the atmosphere, and the surface would start to heat up and burn due to the high temperature. It didn't take long for the meteors to fall above their heads and explode when they were dozens of meters above the ground. A large amount of thick smoke spread wildly in all directions and quickly shrouded the surrounding area. The creatures affected by the smoke immediately twitched a few times and quickly entered a state of suspended animation. The citizens who were still hidden in the ruins kept breathing in the smoke, struggling to fall to the ground, and soon stopped moving. When his companions saw this, they thought that the poisoned person had already died. They were so scared that they immediately turned around and fled, trying to avoid the terrifying poisonous smoke as much as possible. The smoke was very strange. It seemed to be sticky and only stayed in the area where it was spreading. It didn't drift away, so, from the sky, it looked like white mushrooms were rising from the ground. In the process of the explosion, a lot of smoke fell into the area where the cultivators of Lusheng were hiding. However, they had already anticipated that the enemy might use poisonous gas to attack, so they had already taken countermeasures. After all, in the past battles, they had encountered or used this kind of attack more than once. As long as they did not inhale or come into contact with this smoke, they would not have any problems for a short period of time. Furthermore, the cultivators of Lu City were not ordinary people. They had countless means to dispel the poisonous gas. As the smoke spread, cultivators from Lusheng City, who were protected by a protective shield, appeared one after another. Some of them were gusts of wind, some were mist, and some were flames that filled the sky. They quickly entangled with the smoke. The poisonous smoke near the encampment was either blown away or neutralized, so it couldn't cause any harm to the cultivators in Lusheng City. However, that was all the cultivators in the city could do. It was impossible for them to disperse the poisonous smoke that had shrouded the entire city. But for the people of Terobo, that was enough. With the poisonous smoke blocking their vision, the Lusheng cultivators' vision would be affected, and the airdrop would be much smoother later. At the same time, the area of activity of the Lusheng cultivators would be greatly reduced due to the restriction of the poisonous smoke. In this way, the connection between the towers would be cut off, and they would be isolated and helpless. Then, they would be attacked one by one. After the deployment of the poison gas bomb, the entire land was covered in white smoke. The ground forces of the Terobo tribe began to deploy the poison gas. Following the buzzing sounds, a microgravity tunnel was formed between the ground and the 5 Terobo battleships. The surface of the tunnel was protected by a special force field. Even if they were attacked during the landing process, they would be blocked by the protective light curtain outside the tunnel to ensure that the soldiers inside would not be hurt. Rows of Terobo warriors were like dumplings being dropped into a pot as they flew toward the ground. It was a spectacular sight. The deployment efficiency of these tunnels was extremely high. Almost 1,000 Terobo soldiers were landing on the ground every second, and under the cover of their protective masks, they entered the poisonous smoke without any hesitation. Other than the Terobo warriors who had landed through the microgravity pathway, there were also a large number of aircraft flying out of the warships like a flock of birds, flying in all directions. This kind of aircraft was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had flown from one end of the line of sight to the other. Ordinary weapons could not lock onto it at all. Other than that, transport ships also flew out, bringing large combat weapons to the ground and quickly galloped on the ground. The cultivators of Lusheng City remained silent throughout the entire process. They did not have any advantage in terms of long-range attacks. Instead, they would expose their position and be attacked by the Terobo aircrafts. However, when the Terobo warriors landed on the ground, the situation changed. Almost at the same time, the sound of guns and cannons resounded through the sky. Lu Cheng took advantage of the Terobo warriors' unstable footing and launched an attack. Even though they were well prepared and had the aid of various combat equipment that allowed them to discover the hidden enemies through the poisonous smoke, the Terobo warriors who were attacked in a hurry still suffered some inevitable casualties. Although their armors could block the attack of ordinary bullets, when the Lu Cheng cultivators used cyborg firearms or the large-caliber rifles sold in the Holy Dragon City, the huge impact would still send them rolling on the ground. Some unlucky fellows even broke their bone armors or lost their lives. While the tribesmen were in a state of confusion, countless cultivators from Lusheng City who had hidden themselves charged toward their enemies like lightning and began their close-range combat. Shadows flashed, and blades danced in the air. The armor of the Teroboro soldiers was unable to withstand the attacks of these cold weapons. There were people who screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Everyone, hold on. Attack immediately. Seeing that the casualties around them were getting higher and higher, and screams of pain could be heard from time to time, the officer in charge of commanding the troops, Terobo, immediately shouted to calm the soldiers down, and then opened fire at the cultivators in front of him. Their main mission this time was to capture as many Lu Cheng cultivators as possible to use as lab rats for their experiments. Therefore, the weapons they were equipped with were limited in destructive power. However, once they were hit by the grapeshot, they would immediately be knocked out by the high-voltage current. Even the cultivators of Lusheng City could not withstand such an attack. In addition to the guns that fired special bullets, the Terobo people were also equipped with special weapons like bubble bombs. As the Terobo soldiers fired continuously, the cultivators of Lusheng City were instantly wrapped up and lost consciousness after a few struggles. It was obvious that there was some kind of powerful anesthetic in the foam. Seeing that their attacks were effective, the panicking Tarobo warriors were immediately reinvigorated. They dodged the bullets from afar while firing wildly at the cultivators from Lu Cheng who were attacking them in close range. The armed robots that were following them were moving nimbly among the ruins, trying their best to search for dangerous targets. The Tarobo soldiers were equipped with non-lethal weapons, but the armed robots responsible for guarding them were equipped with real guns and live ammunition. Once they determined that the target was too dangerous and could pose a fatal threat to the Tarobo soldiers, these armed robots would open fire without hesitation. Many cultivators in Lu Cheng were locked on by these armed robots and fell in pools of blood under the concentrated attacks. From the beginning of the battle, it had already entered a state of white heat. 11-13 Chaotic Battle, 1 In the vast ruins, the battle between the cultivators of Lusheng and the tribesmen could be seen everywhere. The sounds of gunfire and fighting could be heard without end. However, due to the poisonous smoke, the participants were unable to see the full picture of the battlefield. They only knew that no matter where they went, they would see an intense battle. Both sides were trying to make the enemy pay a heavy price through this battle. The cultivators of Lusheng City had the advantage in strength and numbers, while the tribesmen had the advantage in weapons. In the beginning, the cultivators of Lusheng City had the upper hand. Their frenzied and swift attacks had caused at least tens of thousands of casualties in a short period of time. However, compared to the massive number of more than 2 million, the casualties were not particularly obvious. At the very least, under the cover of the poisonous smoke, the Tarobo warriors were unable to determine the number of casualties on their side, so their fighting spirit was not affected much. However, as the initial chaos passed, the Taroboros began to gain the upper hand. With the help of the androids and flying machines, they continued to clear out the various areas. The attacks of the cultivators in the city were also suppressed. As for the cultivators in uniform, they were quickly injected with drugs and then gathered to wait for the transport ship. When the cultivators of Lusheng saw their comrades being taken away, they immediately rushed forward to rescue them. However, they were blocked by the Tarobo people who were prepared for this. The drones in charge of aerial support came quickly and launched attacks on the cultivators of Lu Cheng from above. The dense attacks were like a storm, completely sealing off the retreat path of the cultivators of Lu Cheng. They fell to the ground in droves. Although they didn't die, their future was uncertain. Who knew what would happen to them if they fell into the hands of the Tarobo people? Seeing this, the king-level cultivators who hadn't made a move for a long time didn't hesitate anymore. They all rushed to the enemy's camp and tried to rescue the residents of their own Lusheng. However, the Tarobo people, who had a deep understanding of the cultivators in the city, were already on guard against these king-tier cultivators who were emitting terrifying auras. As they attacked, figures rushed out from the Tarobo warriors. They had been hiding their identities all this time and only jumped out when their target appeared. It was obvious that they had planned this. Although they looked no different from ordinary Tarobo warriors, their movements were much faster and their strength was unparalleled. Apart from being unable to use cultivator skills, their physiques were actually the same as top-level lords. Furthermore, their coordination was flawless, especially the weapons they used. They were all high-level magic weapons. To put it bluntly, they were a group of special cultivators who couldn't use their cultivation skills, but had the strength of a top-level lord and were equipped with technological equipment. Although they weren't as strong as the king-level cultivators, they were like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. With the help of various technological weapons, they were able to hold back the king-level cultivators. No matter how furious the king-level cultivators were, they couldn't do anything about it. Even when they tried to use their cultivation techniques, they were interrupted by the enemy's equipment. Of course, this equipment was not always effective, and it was installed on a transport ship, so it was not very convenient to move it. Otherwise, as long as the Tarobo people carried such a device with them, they would be able to suppress the cultivators of Lu Cheng and prevent them from using their full strength. From this, it could be seen that Tarobo had been plotting against the cultivators in Lusheng for a long time, and had even developed a large number of targeted weapons. However, even if the king-class warrior could occasionally unleash his skills, it was enough to put the tribesmen in a tough spot. In the short time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the tribesmen were constantly killed by the king-class warrior. If it wasn't for the fear of accidentally injuring the surrounding residents, just the occasional wave of attacks would be enough to kill all the Tarobo soldiers around them. As if they realized that they couldn't subdue the king-level master with this method, the Turobo people began to change their tactics. They activated the special weapon that Tang Zhen had been wary of. With the spraying of a large amount of metal dust, the small energy absorption device on the transport ship was activated. The cultivators in Lusheng instantly felt weak and then were hit by bullets. They twitched and fell to the ground. Seeing this familiar scene, the king-level cultivators were shocked and began to teleport away without hesitation. Once their cultivation was restricted again, they would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered, at the mercy of the Turobo people. However, it was impossible for these king-level cultivators to abandon the residence. After avoiding the area covered by the metal dust, they began to think of ways to disperse the dust and then carry out the rescue. They wouldn't admit defeat easily until they were at the end of their rope. As time passed, the battle did not seem to stop. Smoke was rising from the ruins, and the cultivators of the tower city kept appearing and disappearing. They used all kinds of objects as cover to launch sneak attacks on the Teroboro's people. Since he wasn't a match for them head-on, he would attack them in another way. Since the start of the battle, the number of casualties on both sides had been rapidly increasing. From time to time, the corpses of the Terobo warriors could be seen lying on the grass in buildings, and the number of injured was uncountable. There were also many cultivators from Lusheng who had accidentally come into contact with the poisonous smoke. On the other hand, the tribesmen had the upper hand in this environment because they had already prepared a counter to the poison. The cultivators from Lusheng were suppressed so much that they could barely lift their heads. The Lucheng cultivators were naturally unwilling to give up, so they quickly used all sorts of methods to catch the Terobo people off guard. In a room of a building, a few cultivators of Lucheng were coldly watching a group of Terobo warriors approaching, cruel smiles on their faces. The Terobo warriors did not realize that they had been targeted by the cultivators of Lusheng. They continued to search the streets of the city carefully. When they finally entered the ambush position, a number of blazing arrows shot out from the window, instantly landing on the bodies of the Terobo warriors. The moment they hit their bodies, the fire arrows exploded, and the dark green flames completely enveloped the target. The combat suit that was supposed to be able to effectively resist the burning of the flames could not withstand the green flames at all. As they screamed in pain, the Terobo warriors melted like wax figures. A team of elite Terobo warriors would be taken out just like that. This scene was seen by another team of Terobo warriors. They roared and commanded the drones and armed robots to launch a fierce attack. The buildings where the cultivators were hiding in collapsed. However, the Lucheng cultivators were as agile as monkeys. Before the attacks reached them, they had already escaped. And NBSP, the Terobo warriors could only curse in frustration and chase after him. Because the cultivators of Lusheng City were strong and difficult to deal with, the battle was very difficult. Seeing their comrades fall in pools of blood one after another, the Terobo warriors were both frightened and furious. But more than that, there was a trace of helplessness. Because of the orders given by the fleet commander, the weapons they used were not lethal and could not effectively kill the cultivators in Lusheng, which made them in an awkward situation. It could be said that the higher-ups of Terobo were using the lives of these soldiers in exchange for the opportunity to capture the captives. There was another reason why he didn't use other capture methods. The entire process of the battle would be recorded for future experimental research. As for why the tribesmen were like this, there were actually some secret reasons that only a few people knew. 1114 One man guarding the pass in front of the Holy Dragon City's encampment, an intense battle was also going on. The Teroboros were not aimlessly searching the city. They had already known the temporary encampment locations of the various towers and had gathered their forces to attack. It could be said that there were thousands of Terobo warriors attacking each of the towers. With the help of all sorts of weapons, the situation of the cultivators in the towers was getting worse. If this situation continued, it would not be long before the tribesmen gained the upper hand. Of course, not all towers were at a disadvantage. For example, the Holy Dragon City, which had been chosen to be stationed outside the city, had become a difficult bone to gnaw in the eyes of the Terobo warriors. Most importantly, there was only one cultivator from Lusheng who had participated in the battle. At this time, the surrounding of the mountain was filled with the figures of the Terobo warriors. They were gathering over under the cover of the armed robots and flying machines. However, what awaited them were concealed heavy weapons. When they spewed out flames wildly, the Terobo warriors who were caught off guard immediately paid a heavy price. The special armor-piercing rounds pierced through their bodies, and the laser weapons sliced their bodies apart. Screams of pain could be heard everywhere, causing the Torobo warriors charging at the back to be stunned. The continuous explosions of the nuclear mines had caused a huge number of casualties to the tribesmen. The Torobo people, who had suffered heavy casualties, had already realized that the enemy in this tower seemed to be a little different. What happened next confirmed their suspicions. A series of armed robots appeared from behind the bunker and started shooting at them. From some of the caves in the mountain, drones flew out one after another and began to fight with the Torobo's aircraft. The Torobo warriors were bewildered by the scene before them. In their minds, weren't cultivators of Lusheng City supposed to be wielding swords? When did they start to be equipped with such weapons? However, the current situation did not allow them to think too much, so the attack formation only paused for a moment before continuing to advance. Violent explosions could be heard from time to time. It was the sound of the armed robots and aircraft exploding on both sides. Fireballs appeared one after another on the ground and in the air, and debris flew everywhere. Tang Zhen sneered when he saw his armed robots being blown up one after another. He suddenly mobilized the power of law and terrifying flames spread out in all directions. At this point in the battle, he finally made his move. The charging Torobo warriors were immediately turned into human torches, falling to the ground one after another, and turning into ashes amidst their screams. The instant Tang Zhen made his move, the Torobo powerhouses hidden among the charging troops appeared one after another and surrounded his position. Tang Zhen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the Torobo people who were carrying demonic weapons. He extended his right hand and a 2-meter-long white flame sword appeared. The temperature of the sword of fire was extremely high, and even the plasma beam was inferior to it. Once touched by it, even metal would be immediately penetrated. At the same time, a set of flaming armor appeared on his body, causing the surrounding air to distort. With a roar, Tang Zhen brandished his sword of flames and charged forward. With a single slash, he killed the nearest Torobo powerhouse. Quickly activate the interference equipment. This is a cultivator's skill. One of the Torobo experts shouted through the communicator, and his comrades did not hesitate to carry out his order. However, they were shocked to find that the interceptors that were effective against other cultivators could not interrupt this cultivator's skill. In that moment of shock, another 2 Torobo experts were killed by Tang Zhen's sword at lightning speed. The interference equipment had failed, and 3 of their comrades had been killed in succession. The remaining Torobo powerhouses were a little flustered, and they quickly sought for reinforcements. The enemy's strength was beyond their expectations. If they hesitated any longer, they would be sending themselves to their deaths in vain. A transport ship in the distance flew over and dropped several bombs in succession. With a loud bang, a large amount of metal powder fell from the sky. Tang Zhen had been paying attention to the enemy's actions since a long time ago. When he saw that the other party was about to activate the energy absorption device again, he naturally teleported away without the slightest hesitation. After that, he relied on his law flames to continuously eliminate the enemy. Wherever the sea of fire passed, the enemies fell to the ground one after another. The killing efficiency was amazing. The eyes of the Torobo military officer, who had suffered a huge loss, turned blood red. He immediately ordered all the armed robots to lock onto Tang Zhen, and the bullets were fired as if they were free. Tang Zhen didn't face them head-on. Instead, he continuously teleported, causing the enemy's attacks to miss. This caused the Torobo people to fly into a rage. Damn it, why is this guy so difficult to deal with? In the transport ship's command room, a Torobo officer looked at his subordinates who were constantly being killed. He wished he could immediately use the ship's weapons to lock onto Tang Zhen and blast him into powder. Of course, he knew the strength of Lu Cheng's cultivators. Even if they were locked on by such a weapon, they might not be killed. Unless it was a powerful weapon that covered an area of more than 10 kilometers, even king-level cultivators could escape easily. However, to watch his subordinates being slaughtered without being able to help, this feeling almost drove him crazy. At this moment, he also hated the nobles of the empire, because it was their orders to capture the test subjects that led to this situation. Let's try other methods. If we still can't subdue him, we'll apply for an order to kill him directly. The empire attached great importance to the powerful cultivators of Lusheng, and they were not allowed to be killed easily. Even if they had to be killed, they had to be ordered by the commander. Even if it's a corpse, it must be much more precious than ordinary cultivators in Lusheng. The officer added after a pause. The Tarobo powerhouses who were involved in the attack on Tang Zhen received the order and once again activated their hunting equipment. Energy chains shot out from their armors, forming a net of light that enveloped Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen only felt his body stiffen. It was as though his movements had become sluggish. Due to the restraint of these energy chains, he was unable to even teleport. Seeing this, the Tarobo powerhouse was overjoyed and took the opportunity to launch an attack. Countless bullets flew toward him in an attempt to subdue him. The protective barrier appeared and blocked these attacks. However, it didn't seem like it could last for long. You want to subdue me with this little trick? You're simply dreaming. Die! Tang Zhen roared. Flames that soared into the sky spread out with him as the center, devouring all the Taroboros around him. The Tarobo experts immediately dodged upon seeing this, but there were still a few who were engulfed by the flames and burned to the ground. Request for reinforcements were no match for them. The Tarobo powerhouses who were lucky enough to escape with their lives were horrified. They kept their distance from the area covered by the flames and began to shout for help. Hurry up and apply for a kill order from the commander. This enemy is definitely not simple. If we kill him, we can still get a body. Otherwise, once he escapes, we will suffer a great loss. Officer Tarobo roared at his assistant, but his gaze was firmly locked on Tang Zhen, who was chasing after his comrades in the sea of fire. His eyes were filled with killing intent and fear. Report, the commander has replied. According to the information we just received, this enemy is one of the 4 Law Kings and has great research value, so he can't be allowed to leave. As for the killing order you requested, it has been rejected by the commander. However, he has already mobilized the Heaven's Punishment Paladins. They will probably arrive in a minute. Before that, please try your best to delay it. The Tarobo officer heaved a long sigh of relief, and turned to give the order to the rest of the Tarobo experts. Try your best to stall him for a minute. After that, the Heaven's Punishment Knight will take over for you. With their help, the cultivator from Lusheng City shouldn't be able to escape. When the Tarobo powerhouse who was in the midst of a bitter battle heard this, he subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, there was a gloating look in his eyes as he looked at Tang Zhen. It was obvious that the tribesmen had high hopes for the TNFA Knights, and they were not simple characters. Otherwise, they would not be so confident. Tang Zhen, who was currently chasing after the enemy, suddenly felt that something was amiss. The Tarobo experts before him seemed to be stalling for time. Even if he had intentionally left an obvious opening, they would definitely not attack. It was obviously illogical for such a situation to appear in a life-and-death battle. After all, the opportunity was fleeting, so who would miss the opportunity to kill the enemy? Therefore, these guys were either afraid or had other motives. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for them to have such an abnormal behavior. 11-15 killing the enemy with one strike and leaving calmly one after realizing that the situation was not right, a trace of wariness rose in Tang Zhen's heart. While fighting, he also began to pay attention to the situation around him. He wanted to see what the Tarobo people were up to. In fact, the best thing to do now was to quickly retreat and wait for the battle to end before making any plans. However, Tang Zhen was currently unable to leave. This was because he still had to protect his residents and buy them sufficient time. The moment before the Taroboros arrived, Tang Zhen finally confirmed that all the buildings had fallen into the cornerstone platform's trap. It had thrown them into this world and no longer cared about them. Of course, this was only a possibility, because the cornerstone platform really didn't need to do this. Perhaps there were reasons he didn't know. Everything had to wait until the broken cornerstone platform was repaired. At that time, he might be able to figure out the truth of the matter. However, regardless of what had happened, there was no longer a need to continue fighting in this battle. Therefore, Tang Zhen had directly given the order to move, after which, he was in charge of bringing up the rear. This was also the reason why the Holy Dragon City cultivators had not appeared after the battle had started. He did not want the residents of his city to lose their lives in this foreign land for no reason. If possible, he would even try to escape from this world and bring the residents back to his own city. As for what he needed to do now, it was to buy as much time as possible so that the residents could move as far away as possible. At this moment, Tang Zhen suddenly felt a sense of danger. He subconsciously activated his teleportation and appeared 1,000 meters away. Tang Zhen's pupils slightly contracted when he looked at the spot where he had stopped earlier. He saw two tall figures wrapped in heavy armor staring at him with blood-red eyes and a sinister smile on their lips. They each held a strange demon weapon that gave off a sharp presence. Tang Zhen was a little surprised to discover that he was actually unable to tell the level of these two people's demonic weapons. Clearly, they had already surpassed the high level and reached another level. What did the tribesmen do to get their hands on such good stuff? This was especially so when Tang Zhen faintly felt a trace of familiarity from the two tall enemies. However, there seemed to be many different aspects. This kind of feeling made one feel extremely uncomfortable. But one thing was undeniable, and that was that these two enemies were definitely not simple. In fact, their strength was not weaker than his. There was no time for him to think too much, because the two enemies had already flashed and attacked him again at a terrifying speed. One of the men's arms suddenly became thicker and smashed at him from a distance. Then, a huge energy ball came straight for him. The other enemy was flickering, and it was impossible to lock onto his position. Every time Tang Zhen thought that he had already locked onto the enemy, he would discover that it was actually just an illusion. Tang Zhen's heart once again trembled. These two fellows, who gave him a trace of familiarity, were definitely terrifying strong enemies. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly took out the soul-devouring saber. At the same time, the fire of law spread around his body, and fire snakes kept twisting. When the energy ball attacked, Tang Zhen's blade shattered it. Just as he was planning to teleport away, he was shocked to discover that he was unable to teleport again. Could it be that these two enemies were also cultivators of laws like him? It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized that the sense of familiarity that the other party gave him was nothing else but the power of the laws that the other party emitted. Frowning, Tang Zhen suddenly retreated. He planned to find out what was going on. Although the other party had the power of law, and his speed and strength were weak, it was not pure. His aura was also different from a law king's. On the contrary, it was like two completely different things had been forcibly pieced together, making people feel extremely strange. Another gust of wind blew over. The flames around Tang Zhen were stirred. Soon after, a pitch-black sharp claw headed straight for his back, as if it was going to penetrate his body. Tang Zhen's soul-devouring blade casually flicked and split apart the enemy's sharp claws. After which, he swiftly dodged the pursuit of another enemy. Although the attacks of the two enemies had put him in a somewhat difficult situation, his life was not in danger for the time being. However, the Tarobo battleships in the sky that could fire at any time gave him a sense of danger, so he immediately thought of retreating. It was estimated that after such a long time, the residents of his building would have run far away. However, just as he was retreating and dodging, the map that had been activated during the battle showed that there was a hidden enemy in an empty space behind him. The direction in which Tang Zhen was retreating was precisely where the enemy was hiding. As he looked at the two enemies in hot pursuit in front of him, how could Tang Zhen not guess that they had dug a pit for him to jump into? Once he passed by the hidden enemy, he would definitely be ambushed. This bunch of bastards really think that they have me in the palm of their hands. A cold glint flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes. However, he intentionally acted as if he did not notice it as he continued to charge toward the hidden enemy. When the two enemies chasing after Tang Zhen saw this, the corners of their mouths revealed a trace of a pleased smile. It was as if they were waiting for Tang Zhen to be shocked and remorseful after being ambushed. However, when he was less than 10 meters away from the hidden enemy, Tang Zhen turned his head around and revealed a strange smile to the two of them. The hearts of the two chasers jolted when they saw this smile. Before they could react, a fire dragon had already appeared in Tang Zhen's hand. The fire dragon let out a roar and then slammed into the void in front of it. In the midst of the flames, a figure let out a muffled groan and his charred body shot into the distance. Damn bastard, he must have found out long ago. He was just putting on an act just now. Don't even think about running, you're dead for sure today. The two pursuers furiously roared when they saw their companion being sent flying by Tang Zhen's attack without any warning. They suddenly increased their speed and gave chase. Tang Zhen coldly swept his eyes at the person in hiding who was clearly seriously injured. He actually gave chase. This scene caused the two enemies behind to be furious. This damned guy actually wanted to kill his injured companion. He was simply a madman. However, they had to admit that their companions had been seriously injured. If they were to be attacked again, they might really lose their lives. No matter what, he couldn't let this damn guy succeed. Otherwise, where would the face of the TNFA Knights go? However, the two of them didn't know what kind of existence Tang Zhen was. So far, there had been more than one king-level cultivator who had died in his hands. Although the three of them had mastered some techniques of law cultivators, they were not pure law kings. If Tang Zhen really wanted to kill them, it was not impossible. However, the surrounding Teroboros people who were eyeing him covetously made Tang Zhen not dare to take any big risks. Therefore, he only planned to collect some interest this time. When he figured out the cause and effect of this matter, he would definitely not let off the fellow who plotted against him easily. Under the full eruption of his speed, Tang Zhen had caught up to the enemy whose entire body was charred black in the blink of an eye. The soul-devouring saber was even slashed out with lightning speed. "Bastard! Don't you dare!" Two furious roars were heard, but Tang Zhen ignored them. Under the frightened eyes of the sneak attacker, a blade broke through his defense. Blood splattered as a hideous head soared into the sky. Ha 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 ha. After killing the enemy in one strike, Tang Zhen coldly glanced at the two people chasing behind him. He activated the map teleportation plugin and instantly disappeared without a trace. The two pursuing enemies stopped in their tracks and looked at the spot where Tang Zhen had disappeared. Their eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness. That cultivator Lu Cheng killed number 6. We're in big trouble this time. It can't be helped. The cultivator from Lusheng was so fierce. If he wasn't afraid of our battleship attack, we probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Do you think the gap between us and law cultivators is so big? Why didn't it take so much effort to capture that guy with bones all over his body? It should be because of the difference in strength between the two of them. No matter what, this guy is a strong opponent. We have to be careful. 11:16 The truth. 1. He teleported away from the battlefield. When he reappeared, Tang Zhen was already 100 miles away. The sounds of gunfire and killing that resounded through the clouds seemed to have disappeared. The surroundings became very quiet, but this did not mean that the war was over. The cultivators of Lusheng who had been tricked would not give up without a fight. They would not give up until the last moment. The tribesmen had gone to great lengths to set up this trap, and they had to get back their capital. They would not be satisfied until all the cultivators in Lusheng were captured. With the advantage that the Teroboros had now, they would definitely defeat the cultivators in the city in one fell swoop. What awaited the millions of residents in the city would be an unknown fate. Tang Zhen had seen through this point, which was why he had ordered the residents of his tower to quickly relocate to avoid becoming the prisoners of the Terobo people. The cultivators in the city were powerful and there were millions of them. They were a terrifying force that could almost flatten a world. However, as the enemy, the Terobo people were even more powerful. Not only was the difference in numbers not too big, but their weapons and logistics support were also far superior. Even if it was a one-on-one battle of attrition, the cultivators without the support of the war tower were definitely not their match. They had been crushed in all aspects, and the outcome of the war was almost certain. If they didn't leave now, when would they? Although the cultivators of Lusheng City were brave, they were not without a plan. They would not fight to the death with the enemy when they knew that they were no match for them. Preserving their strength and hiding, waiting for things to develop further, that was the right choice. However, the tribesmen came too quickly and the cultivators in Lusheng realized it too late. In the end, the tribesmen successfully surrounded them. Only when they were forced to do so would the cultivators of Lucheng fight with them for their last chance of survival. Among the hundreds of buildings, he was not the only one who chose to do this. However, there were not many who could succeed. However, it was definitely not an easy task to escape from the inescapable net set up by the Terobo people. Once one was discovered and locked on, they would be pursued relentlessly by the Terobo people. The reason why the Holy Dragon City's residents could leave quietly without alerting the Teroboros people was because they had the help of the locals. Binzi and Big Sister, who had previously been saved by the Holy Dragon City, were the key to the escape of the nearly 10,000 loose city's residents from the war. It was also under their guidance that the Holy Dragon City's residents were able to quietly leave through an underground passage. The hundreds of thousands of native soldiers guarding outside the city did not expect that nearly 10,000 enemies would rush over to help them. Even if they knew now, the indigenous army did not have the time to chase after them because they were in a bitter battle. After suffering heavy losses, a large number of cultivators in the city finally began to try to break out of the siege. The native army that was responsible for sealing off the entire city was naturally the first to be attacked. Caught off guard, the native army almost collapsed under the frenzied attack of the cultivators from Lusheng. If not for the cyborgs desperately maintaining the formation and the timely support of the Teroboros, who knew how many cultivators from Lusheng would have escaped. As for the cultivators of Lusheng who had successfully escaped, the Terobo tribe did not have the energy to pursue them. Compared to the prey that they had surrounded, those who had escaped were only 2 or 3 kittens. As long as they remained in this world, they would fall into his hands sooner or later. Tang Zhen first contacted Qianlong and the others. Only after he confirmed that they had hidden themselves did he let out a long sigh of relief. The Terobo people came with a menacing momentum. It was obvious that they had made sufficient preparations in advance. Even a nomological king like him still had means to deal with them. No matter how powerful a king-level cultivator was, he wasn't a god. As long as he had the corresponding means, even a king-level cultivator wouldn't be able to escape. Those Terobo powerhouses with strange nomological auras and strength similar to the cultivators of the laws were definitely not easy to deal with. Who knew how many more of such powerhouses were there in the Terobo camp? Although he had killed one of them, proving that these strange experts were nothing more than this, Tang Zhen absolutely did not dare to lower his guard. He found a hidden abandoned factory to hide. After confirming that he would not be discovered, Tang Zhen opened the mobile application with anticipation. 2 light balls appeared. It was the broken cornerstone platform that had been in a state of repair since the beginning. Now, it had been completely repaired. Following the control of his mind, the light ball disappeared. A foundation stone platform that was like an image wall suddenly appeared in front of Tang Zhen. It was the same as the foundation stone platform he usually saw, but this time, it stood alone on the ground and existed inside the building. However, the appearance of this cornerstone platform was too bad. There were no words or patterns on it. If someone saw it for the first time, they would probably think that it was a real wall. Only Tang Zhen was clear in his heart that this thing in front of him had consumed a tremendous amount of energy in order to be completely repaired. Therefore, it was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. Although he understood the value of this thing in his heart, Tang Zhen was also at his wits' end when faced with a blank wall. What's wrong with this thing? Does it need a special way to open it? He walked around the cornerstone platform once, even using his identity card and inputting energy, but the cornerstone platform still did not have any reaction. Tang Zhen was a little troubled. He had spent a huge price to repair it. If he could not use it, he would have suffered a huge loss. Just as he was secretly worried, his phone suddenly responded, and a text appeared in front of his eyes. Discovered bare machine platform. Do you want to inject the control system? Tang Zhen was slightly startled when he saw these words. He seemed to have thought of something as his brows were gently knitted. System injection approved. As the order was issued, a progress bar appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes and slowly moved forward. Operation system successfully inserted. Please set the operating authority. What authority? Can you explain? There are 3 levels of authorization. The higher level has complete autonomy and can operate automatically at all times. The medium level requires the host's authorization to perform special actions. The lower level is monitored throughout the entire process and cannot perform any actions without the host's command. Tang Zhen nodded. He pondered for a moment in his heart and did not immediately set the authority. Instead, he asked, who's the host of this cornerstone platform? What kind of authority does the cornerstone platform of Lucheng usually have? The platform is now completely controlled by mobile phones. The normal access level of the Lusheng platform is at the basic level, and only a small number of it is at the intermediate level. Then, can we use it to connect to the foundation stone platform in the wilderness? Order received. Breaking through the realm and invading. Abnormality detected. The platform host of the wilderness battlefield has been reverse invaded, and the highest control has been forcibly taken away. Tang Zhen had yet to recover from his shock as he looked at the characters that were continuously jumping in front of him. He discovered that the foundation stone platform in front of him was flickering with light. Soon after, a voice that was filled with vicissitudes of life sounded by his ear. Young man, who are you? A mysterious white-haired old man appeared and floated in front of Tang Zhen. He gave off an ancient feeling. Tang Zhen only felt an irresistible force assaulting him as he looked at the white-haired old man on the foundation stone platform. It was as though even his soul was trembling slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. I'm Tang Zhen, Holy Dragon City's city lord. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Zhen still replied truthfully. Holy Dragon City, I know of a place of miracles. The old man took a deep look at Tang Zhen and said with a sentimental tone, I know you. You're a very promising city, Lord Lu. You've achieved so much in just a few years. This is definitely a blessing for the war zone. And NBSP, at the same time, your tower is also very mysterious, because it has a mysterious power protecting it, even I can't see through it. The mysterious old man's words caused Tang Zhen's heart to tremble. 1117 The highest authority on the platform. Tang Zhen actually had the same feeling as the mysterious old man. There were indeed many unusual things about the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen had discovered this a long time ago. Not to mention other things, just the fact that the original world's residents would not turn into monsters after arriving was enough to make countless people confused. This kind of power that could reverse the laws of the world of Lusheng was absolutely beyond imagination. Tang Zhen ultimately had a guess. That was that these unusual circumstances were likely related to the mysterious phone. That mysterious old man used a gaze filled with deep meaning to sweep across Tang Zhen's chest. That was where the phone was hung. Clearly, he was pointing at something. City Lord Tang Zhen, do you know why I am here? The mysterious old man looked at Tang Zhen and spoke with a tone that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. Did something happen to the foundation stone platform? Although he already had a vague guess in his heart, he still needed to confirm it. This mysterious old man in front of him was probably the person with the most interpretation. You guessed it right, there is indeed a problem with the cornerstone platform, which is why it issued those abnormal orders. First, they teleported millions of cultivators to this world, and then they teleported all the cultivators who participated in the war back to the boorish desolate war zone. Tang Zhen's heart immediately tightened when he heard this. His expression also became ugly. So, even the wilderness battle zone has changed. Tang Zhen's expression was nervous as he looked at the old man in front of him and asked in an anxious tone, that's right. Not only did the Tarobo people set a trap to lure you all here, but they also sent a large number of warships into the wilderness war zone. I'm afraid they've already made their move. The old man's face revealed a trace of pain as he spoke. Tang Zhen inhaled a deep breath of air. After he did his best to calm his emotions, he looked at the old man and solemnly said, please tell me everything that happened. After all, this is a matter of life and death for countless people. Don't worry, I'll tell you even if you don't ask, because I don't have much time left. The old man then slowly began to narrate. It turned out that hundreds of years ago, the wildlands had already made contact with the tribesmen, and a national-level city had invaded the world of the tribesmen. In the beginning, the Tarobo people were forced to retreat by the cultivators of Lusheng. While they suffered heavy losses, they were also very interested in the magical abilities of the cultivators of Lusheng and tried to master them by all means. In the end, the Tarobo people had gathered a large number of troops and relied on powerful technological weapons to defeat the cultivators of Lusheng. Even the Lusheng was almost destroyed, and the news had fortunately returned to the world of Lusheng. However, no one expected that after this battle, the Taroboros people's interest in the world of Lusheng would increase greatly, and they would do everything they could to study it. They used all kinds of methods to analyze the items related to the world of Lusheng and successfully predicted the few plane invasions of the cultivators of Lusheng. At the same time, they sent a large number of troops to snipe them. Caught off guard, the cultivators of Lusheng were defeated one after another, and countless cultivators and items fell into the hands of the Tarobo people. Through analyzing and studying these items, the Tarobo people's technological strength began to improve by leaps and bounds. At the same time, they also used the gene optimization fluid cultivated by the cultivators in Lucheng to strengthen their citizen physique. The different grades of gene optimization fluids were sold at sky-high prices among the tribesmen. Unknowingly, hunting down cultivators had become the most popular activity among the nobles of Trobo, because it represented an uncountable amount of wealth. This time, the tribesmen had successfully locked onto an invading tower and used the equipment that was specifically designed for the cultivators in the tower to destroy it in a short time. After destroying the national tower, the Tarobo people used some unknown method to use the energy core of the tower's cornerstone platform to send a distress signal across planes to successfully invade the main control platform that controlled all the cornerstone platforms in the Savage War Zone. The main control platform did not know that it had been hacked. When it found out that the cornerstone platform had been obtained by the tribesmen and that they had tried to crack it, it immediately summoned hundreds of king-level cultivators in an attempt to snatch it back. Little did they know that they had fallen into the trap of the Teroboros people, because this planet had been turned into their hunting ground. Later on, the main control platform was further hacked, and the authority was stolen to issue teleportation orders, teleporting millions of cultivators into the world below. Then, under the control of the Teroboros, the main control platform recalled all the towers in the foreign world and opened a teleportation channel, allowing the waiting Teroboros fleet to cross the dimensional barrier and reach the space where the wilderness battle zone was located. Such a large-scale reverse invasion was probably the first in the history of the world of Lusheng. The main control platform's energy had been completely depleted and it had become extremely weak. It was no longer able to continue fighting against the invading mysterious force. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's accidental repair of the cornerstone platform and the connection to the main control platform, it wouldn't have taken long for this old man to be completely destroyed. He wouldn't have had the chance to reveal the truth. At this point, the identity of the mysterious old man was clear. He was a special energy life form in the main control platform. The old man's tone carried a trace of hope as he looked at Tang Zhen, who had a look of realization on his face. I was already in despair, but I didn't expect you to suddenly appear under such circumstances. This is really an unexpected surprise. No matter whether you like it or not, I have one thing to entrust you. As long as you succeed, all the wealth that has been accumulated in the boorish desolate war zone for so many years will be your reward. Tang Zhen, who was originally feeling heavy, was immediately jolted awake when he heard this. Even if the savage wildland was ranked at the bottom of the 3,000 war zones, the wealth accumulated over countless years was definitely an astronomical figure. If it fell into his hands, it would definitely be an unimaginable help to the Holy Dragon City. Perhaps with this accumulation, Holy Dragon City could one day be promoted to the legendary continent-level city. I will use the last of my strength to transfer the authority of the main control platform to this cornerstone platform, and hand it over to you for safekeeping. Of course, you're not the master of this cornerstone platform, but you can accept my preset and random missions from it, and then obtain the corresponding rewards. City, Lord Tang Zhen, after this catastrophe, I'm afraid that the wilderness war zone will be completely destroyed and officially removed from the 3,000 war zones. I know you have great luck, so I hope you don't let me down. You can make the wilderness war zone rise again, and even make it famous in the 3,000 war zones. The road ahead is difficult, please be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure slowly disappeared, leaving only a long sigh. The moment the old man disappeared, the entire foundation stone platform immediately glowed brightly. Its originally simple appearance also began to change continuously, and some mysterious runes appeared continuously. After the light disappeared, the foundation stone platform had completely changed its appearance. It was purple gold in color and exuded an extraordinary aura. The cornerstone platform has been upgraded. It has the highest authority in the war zone and is currently sealed. Please work hard to complete the mission to upgrade the level of authority and constantly remove the seal to completely control the platform. After the words appeared, this mutated version of the foundation stone platform actually rapidly shrank. After which, it directly landed in Tang Zhen's hand. As he looked at the miniature foundation stone platform, Tang Zhen suddenly had a feeling that this thing was actually extremely similar to his mysterious phone. Could there be some special connection between the two? However, he didn't have the time to study this at the moment, because there was an extremely important matter waiting for him to deal with immediately. Under the massive invasion of the tribesmen, Holy Dragon City, which only had a small number of high-level cultivators left, could not resist the enemy's terrifying attacks at all. In such a dangerous situation, Tang Zhen had to rush back to turn the tide and let the Holy Dragon City, which he had painstakingly built, avoid this catastrophe. I want to return to the wilderness war zone. Can you activate the return pass immediately? After a few seconds, the words appeared again. The cornerstone platform's energy is insufficient, unable to activate a large-scale return transmission. Currently, only one person can be teleported. Tang Zhen gritted his teeth when he saw this. After sending a message to Qianlong and the others, he did not hesitate to activate the return transmission. 1118 The danger of destroying the city. The entire wilderness war zone was now enveloped in the flames of war. The sky seemed to have been completely occupied by the huge battleships, and the ground was covered in black smoke. The Terobos aircraft flew past in groups, attacking the buildings on the ground. Under such a terrifying attack, the low-level buildings did not even have the chance to resist before they were razed to the ground. The panicking residents of Lusheng all turned to the cornerstone platform for help when they were attacked, hoping that it could help them fight against the invading enemy. However, they were shocked to find that the cornerstone platform had completely malfunctioned. No matter how the residents of the building operated it, there was no response. Without the cornerstone platform, the city tower was at best a special building, unable to withstand the enemy's artillery fire. The despairing residents of the city could only watch helplessly as the city was destroyed by the artillery fire. Other than putting up a futile resistance, there was nothing they could do. Even if the city had a certain level of air defense, it could not withstand the Turobo's storm of attacks. It would not last long before the entire city was blown into ruins. During this period, countless residents of the city were caught in the disaster and were buried. In the collapsed ruins, there were few survivors. After the city was destroyed, the ground forces of the Teroboros would follow closely behind. They would clean up the scorched earth, collect useful supplies, and then quickly rush to the next city. Unlike Tang Zhen and the others, the Turobo people seemed to have come to the savage war zone purely for the purpose of destruction. At the same time, they also plundered precious resources. Therefore, unless the person was a cultivator with extraordinary strength, no one was in their range of prisoners. This was also the reason why the Teroboros were equipped with weapons of great destructive power, aiming to kill the enemy with high efficiency and speed. Ordinary buildings would not be able to resist. On the vast battlefield, towers were attacked one after another, and then they were quickly wiped off from the map, leaving behind scorched earth. The aggressive Turobo people pushed their way forward, and there were no enemies along the way. It was clear that they were going to wash the entire savage war zone in blood. The Teroboros had always regarded the cultivators of Lusheng who could invade the plain through the cornerstone platform as a major threat, and they had always wanted to get rid of them completely. The best way was to destroy the foundation of the cultivators in Lusheng so that they could no longer cause any trouble. It was as if the tribesmen had already determined that this was the only way to get rid of any future trouble and prevent them from being invaded by the cultivators in the tower. In the Elven Imperial City, a Terobo tribe heavy warship hovered in the sky. Beams of light descended from the sky, turning any building in its path into dust. The tall city wall that had once been difficult for countless enemies to cross collapsed in an instant. Then, the light pillar spread all the way, forming a blank space. The giant tree in the Imperial City burst into a blinding light, resisting the destruction of the light beam. All of its branches and leaves drooped down, trying to protect the Elven Imperial City under the shade of the tree. One by one, the Elven cultivators rode on their flying war beasts and launched attacks at the enemies in the sky with grief and indignation on their faces. However, they were intercepted by the aircrafts and shot down one by one. Seeing the corpses of the cultivators falling and the buildings collapsing under their feet, the residents of the Elven Imperial City could only rush out of the buildings in grief and anger, fleeing into the surrounding wilderness. The Terobo soldiers that were thrown onto the ground were constantly chasing after the fleeing soldiers. The wilderness was filled with the shadows of bloody battles. However, under the lightning-fast attacks of the Turobo people, only a small portion of the Elven Imperial City's residents managed to escape. The fate of most of the remaining people was unknown. As time passed, this ancient city that had existed for thousands of years finally turned into ruins. Not too far away, the moon goddess Lusheng had also been locked on by the battleships of the Terobo tribe. After paying a heavy price, xianxia, as the city lord, decisively ordered the Lusheng to self-destruct and then took the cornerstone of the Lusheng and the escaped residents to hide in the mountains. Under such circumstances, although the moon goddess tower had been destroyed, Dong Mountain still had the capital to rise again. Heaven Battling City, Celestial Sword City, and Black Prison Tower, the national and 9th grade turrets in the wildlands were all heavily guarded by the Teroboros, and almost every one of them had a Teroboros warship in the air. Countless weapons of war were thrown down, and the fully armed Terobo warriors and Terobo cultivators went all out, killing any enemy who dared to resist. With the foundation stone platform completely ineffective, the cultivators of Lusheng could only use their own bodies to fight to the death against the enemy who had powerful weapons. Blood splattered on every inch of land around the Lusheng, and the corpses of cultivators and Teroboros were everywhere. However, even though the cultivators of the city had paid the price with their lives, they were still no match for the Terobo people. Under the merciless attacks of the Terobo people, one city after another was destroyed. Compared to the residents of the low-level lounges, the cultivators of these national-level lounges were qualified to be captured. The defeated cultivators were wearing special shackles and were driven into the transport ships by the Terobo warriors. They were sent in batches to the super warships in outer space. From this moment on, their future life began to become uncertain. Outside the Holy Dragon City, the flames of war were already raging. The moment the Terobo warships appeared, all the anti-air weapons of the Holy Dragon City were activated, giving the aggressive Terobo people a head-on blow. After the rocket took off, it hit the outer shell of the Terobo's warship. Although it did not break through the defense, it still gave the Terobo's people a big shock. The city in front of them seemed to be a little different. As the Teroboros aircraft descended from the sky, the Holy Dragon City's surface-to-air missiles whizzed out and collided with the aircraft. Even though the Terobo people's aircraft managed to dodge in time, they still suffered significant damage. As the explosions continued, fireballs fell from the sky. Anti-aircraft machine guns, close-range defense cannons, and all kinds of air defense weapons were fired. Even the Lusheng soldiers were holding weapons like rocket cannons in their hands, constantly resisting the enemy's attack. Drones flew out of the cave one after another and fought with the enemy mechas. It was a dazzling sight. The Holy Dragon City's cultivators, who had long discovered that the cornerstone platform had gone out of control, were not too flustered at this moment. This was because other than the protective shield provided by the cornerstone platform, the Holy Dragon City still had other defensive measures. The wizard defense tower that could automatically activate the protective shield, as well as the mother tree that could form a protective light screen, could all provide a guarantee of the Holy Dragon City's safety. The only thing to worry about was whether the enemy's attack was within the protective shield's tolerance range. As the war began, the runes on the White Mage towers flickered, and a huge protective shield completely covered the Holy Dragon City. The attacks from the aircraft were all successfully blocked, while the Holy Dragon City's attacks easily passed through the light screen and landed on the enemy. Upon seeing this, the Terobo battleships in the air began to cast light pillars that struck the protective shield. After being attacked by the light pillar, the stable protective shield began to flash violently, as if it would collapse at any time. However, with the continuous energy replenishment from the Holy Dragon City cultivators, it finally returned to a stable state. However, Terobo's attack did not stop there. After a few dozen seconds, beams of light shot down from the sky one after another, continuously striking the protective shield. At this moment, the attack power of the light pillar had more than doubled. At the same time, a large number of Terobo soldiers were deployed, and with the help of the androids, they began to launch attacks from the ground. The Holy Dragon City was not to be outdone either. Rows of armed robots were activated. With the cooperation of the Holy Dragon City soldiers, they formed an indestructible steel defense line to stop the enemy. The sky and the ground were already in chaos. 1119 A critical moment. One Holy Dragon City's resistance had completely exceeded Terobo's expectations. In the course of half an hour's attack, Holy Dragon City's ground defenses had not been broken. Even the protective light screen in the sky did not shatter. It was still holding on stubbornly. And NBSP, the Terobo warriors that had participated in the attack had suffered heavy casualties, but without any orders to retreat, they could only brace themselves and continue the attack. The Holy Dragon City's fearless warriors had left a deep impression on them, and even a faint trace of fear had risen in their hearts. 10,000 meters in the air, the atmosphere on the Terobo warship responsible for attacking Holy Dragon City was extremely tense. A young man in a military uniform was staring at the battlefield. His face was very gloomy, and his slender eyes were constantly flashing with killing intent. Who can tell me what's going on with this city? Why are there so many technological weapons? The young man looked at the Holy Dragon City under the protective shield and slowly turned around, asking the few Terobo officers beside him. It's probably a war trophy that this tower took back when it invaded the other world. Although it's quite powerful, it can't damage the warship. Compared to our weapons, their equipment is far behind. The officer explained as he glanced at the rocket that had been successfully shot down. That's right. We'll probably be able to completely destroy this city in a few hours. Looking at the confident officer Terobo, the young man sneered and said in a low voice, "A few hours. Hee, it's easy to say, but do you know how much time we have in total? We only have 48 hours left. By then, we have to retreat no matter what. Otherwise, the dimensional gateway will completely close, and we will be left in this damn place forever. That's why I need to take down as many towers as possible in the shortest amount of time and get the most spoils." This way, I can ensure that my contribution will not be inferior to any of the commanders of the warships. At this point, the young man's face twisted, and he shouted at the officers, "But look, it's just the first tower and we've wasted so much time. How am I supposed to defeat those damn guys? They suffered heavy casualties from a group of aboriginals with outdated weapons, and you still have the face to say that it will take a few hours to defeat them. My grandfather sent you here to help me, and this is how you're going to help me." Hearing the young man's angry scolding, the few Torobo officers' faces turned ugly. However, due to the young man's special identity, they could only hold it in. After cursing a few times, the young man took a deep breath and said in a cold tone, "I don't care what method you use, but you must destroy this city within an hour and collect all the spoils of war. If you can't do it, then don't blame me for being merciless." After hearing the young man's words, the few Torobo officers felt a chill in their hearts and looked at each other. "Don't worry, we'll definitely destroy the target in an hour at most and collect the spoils." After making the promise, the officers immediately gave the order to begin a frenzied attack on the Holy Dragon City. In order to satisfy this young master, they could no longer care about the casualties of the soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the beams of light shot out by the battleships became even more concentrated, and the protective shield kept flickering with light. This kind of strength seemed to have exceeded the limits of the mage defensive tower. Cracks began to appear on the defensive tower, and the bricks kept falling off. The Holy Dragon City cultivators guarding the inside of the defense tower were desperately filling the energy pool with energy items such as brains. However, the speed of deployment gradually could not catch up with the speed of absorption. Crack! With a crisp sound, a hole suddenly appeared in the protective shield above their heads. Then, a beam of light fell into Holy Dragon City, causing a large area of the city to collapse. As the pillar of light moved, the buildings began to collapse. The residents hiding in the buildings began to look desperate. Many people were affected by the pillar of light and turned into ashes in an instant. At the same time, the soul transfer array in the back valley began to operate rapidly, constantly absorbing the souls of the dead. Quickly think of a way, or Holy Dragon City will be destroyed. Just as the Holy Dragon City's residents were in despair, a large group of Mother Tree's cultivators stood up. Under the lead of Lisa, who was wearing a white dress, they knelt in front of the Mother Tree and prayed devoutly. Bursts of white light spread out from their bodies. Their thoughts were successfully connected to the Mother Tree, and they kept begging the Mother Tree to protect the Holy Dragon City. The Mother Tree, which was originally calm, began to shine. Bursts of light gathered at the crown of the tree, and a beautiful little girl appeared, looking at the prayer on the ground with a calm face. Looking at the Holy Dragon City engulfed in the flames of war and the residents of the city who were trembling under the attack of the tribesmen, the little girl's eyes flashed with a hint of pain and pity. The residents of these buildings had once stayed by her side, and their laughter still lingered in her ears. Looking at those happy smiles, the Mother Tree also felt particularly happy. Seeing the residents of the city fall one after another, the Mother Tree felt as if a knife was being cut into its heart, and crystal-like tears flashed in its eyes. Protecting this city and the residents in danger was also her unshakable responsibility. She would not hesitate no matter how great the price she had to pay. "Goodbye, everything I love." After the little girl muttered a few words to herself, her body flew into the sky, and then turned into countless emerald green streams of light, completely surrounding the Holy Dragon City. The beam of light from the Torobo warship was once again blocked by the green light screen. It would not be able to pose a threat to Holy Dragon City for the time being. Seeing this, the residents of Lu City cheered. However, the cultivators around the Mother Tree could clearly feel the Mother Tree's weakness. Its originally lush green leaves were withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yellow leaves fell from the sky, covering the withered flowers and grass, making the place look extremely bleak. It was as if the Mother Tree's power was constantly flowing away, and its life was gradually coming to an end. The Mother Tree's cultivators who felt this scene showed sadness in their eyes, and then turned around without hesitation, joining the camp against the enemy. The Mother Tree was willing to sacrifice its life for the Holy Dragon City. As the residents of the tower, what did they have to fear? All the combat personnel left behind in Holy Dragon City were locked in an intense battle with the tribesmen. The invading enemies were constantly being killed, and the number of casualties in Holy Dragon City was slowly rising. Every minute and every second, there were fresh lives falling on the battlefield, but no one retreated. Behind them was their home, the place that the Holy Dragon City cultivators had sworn to protect with their lives. Even if they were to be torn to pieces, they would not let the enemy succeed. On the other hand, Terobo seemed determined to destroy the Holy Dragon City. Even though the mother tree sacrificed itself to form a new protective screen, it still could not stop their frenzied attacks. As another wave of frenzied attacks came, the green light curtain formed by the mother tree began to flicker, a clear sign that it was about to break. As for the mother tree's main body below the light curtain, all its leaves had fallen, and its branches had dried up and mottled. Crack, a crisp sound rang out, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the mountain-like tree trunk. It was a shocking sight. As the cracks appeared on the tree trunk, the green light screen formed by the mother tree became thinner, and after a few flashes, it suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. The Holy Dragon City's last line of defense completely disappeared at this moment. After the Terobo warship in the sky noticed this situation, it suddenly condensed into dozens of huge light pillars and bombarded Holy Dragon City. Looking at the terrifying pillar of light that descended from the sky, all the Holy Dragon City's residents were in despair, because the situation of the city being destroyed and people dying was already irreversible. At this critical moment, a dimensional passage appeared, and Tang Zhen's figure leapt out. Looking at the scene in front of him, his eyes suddenly turned blood red. He roared and rushed towards the Holy Dragon City that was about to be destroyed. We must protect Holy Dragon City at all costs. The only thing he could count on now was the phone with its magical power. It was also at this moment that the mobile phone on his neck suddenly glowed brightly and automatically flew out of his body. Under Tang Zhen's astonished gaze, the phone was aimed at the Holy Dragon City, which was only one step away from the light pillar, and a "Kacha" sound was heard. The scene of the disaster froze in an instant. Then, it was quickly cut out from the world and turned into a photo that slowly fell into Tang Zhen's hands. The sealed disaster scene has been fixed. It has descended to the 2 dimension. Please try your best to erase the disaster scene above and re-upgrade the dimension. The original stored energy has been completely consumed. It is now in standby mode. In order to not affect its use, please replenish the energy as soon as possible. After the words appeared, the phone's interface flickered a few times before it returned to Tang Zhen's body. 1120 Soaring Fury. 1 Under the gazes of countless Teroboros people, the Holy Dragon City mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind only a void. It was as if a piece of a complete picture had been forcefully dug out. It looked extremely abrupt. The battlefield quieted down. The Terobo warriors stared at the empty space in front of them, not knowing what to do. Tang Zhen, who was at the forefront of this void, immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Damn it! Catch him, we can't let him escape. When the young man in the warship saw this scene, he was slightly stunned at first, and then he flew into a rage. He didn't care why the Holy Dragon City had suddenly disappeared, but he was only concerned about one thing, and that was that all the energy he had expended just now had gone down the drain. In the end, he would not get anything. For a young man who was bent on making a name for himself in this invasion, this was definitely a huge blow, causing him to fall behind by a large margin among the competitors. The fury had nearly caused him to go mad. Tang Zhen, who was in the middle of the battlefield, immediately became the target of his fury. No matter what price you have to pay, you must capture him, do you hear me? Following the young man's furious command, all the Terobo warriors on the ground immediately looked at Tang Zhen and swarmed towards him like a tsunami. One after another, the experts from the Terobo army stepped out from the crowd. They held demonic weapons and special firearms in their hands, sealing off all of Tang Zhen's escape routes. There was also a Terobo cultivator who exuded a faint aura of laws. He leapt down from the warship and charged towards Tang Zhen like a meteor. At this moment, Tang Zhen was like a unique peak that was standing proudly in the middle of a stormy sea. Not only did he not show any fear, but his face was filled with dense killing intent. Lusheng, which he had worked so hard to build, had been reduced to such a miserable state by these bastards. Now, it was even sealed by his mobile phone, frozen in the moment before it was destroyed. If he had not done so, Holy Dragon City would have been reduced to ruins. However, the seal did not mean that the crisis had been resolved. At this time, as long as he restored Holy Dragon City to its original state, it would immediately be razed to the ground by the light pillar of the same seal. He still had a long way to go if he wanted to completely resolve the Holy Dragon City's crisis. However, What he needed to do now was to deal with the murderer who had destroyed his building and take back a portion of the interest. Under the support of the fury in his heart, Tang Zhen wildly laughed and suddenly transformed into a flame giant. Everywhere he passed by, flames overflowed into the sky, burning everything into ashes. With a wave of his hand, countless fire snakes descended from the sky. They left long trails of flames behind them as they wreaked havoc among the Tarobo warriors. Smoke and dust rose in their wake. They were the ashes of the enemies that had been burned to ashes. When the Tarobo warriors who were attacking Tang Zhen saw this, they were instantly shocked. While fear rose in their hearts, they also began to continuously summon the drones to participate in the battle in an attempt to subdue Tang Zhen. However, the moment these flying devices approached Tang Zhen, they immediately seemed to be bound by glue. Then, under the effect of his mental energy, they continuously twisted and deformed, turning into a pile of useless scrap metal. "You lowly barbarian, just surrender." A low roar came from above Tang Zhen's head. The Tarobo cultivator, who was emitting faint law fluctuations, had already launched an attack at him from above. The experts from the Tarobo army who were in charge of intercepting Tang Zhen also swarmed forward, launching all sorts of attacks. When faced with such a terrifying siege, ordinary cultivators would either die or be seriously injured. "You came just in time, let's settle this together." Tang Zhen did not have the slightest hesitation. He faced the Tarobo cultivator head-on and directly slashed out with his soul-devouring saber. The calm expression on the Tarobo warrior's face was replaced by a look of fear. "Not good, run, run, run." Tang Zhen's battle blade had already slashed across his body before he could finish his words. The two halves of his body were devoured by the black flames and instantly turned into ashes. The moment he killed that Tarobo cultivator, Tang Zhen's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already facing the experts from the Tarobo army. The soul-devouring saber, which was wrapped in black flames, slashed out once again. A black ring of fire appeared in the sky and instantly spread out in all directions. All the experts from the Tarobo army were cut in half by the black ring of fire without exception. Pieces of broken corpses fell from the sky and burned to ashes before they even touched the ground. In just 2 moves, Tang Zhen had killed all the enemy experts. The Tarobo soldiers who witnessed this scene were horrified. They stopped moving without hesitation when they saw Tang Zhen standing in the air like a demon king. They had realized that unless they used endless lives to exhaust him, they were no match for the cultivator from Lucheng. Just as the Tarobo warriors were hesitating, they saw Tang Zhen waving his hand in front of him. Following which, a door-like object with a strange appearance appeared. This was the reincarnation mirror of mysterious origin. "Don't even think about escaping, all of you will obediently stay here." As Tang Zhen's voice fell, countless spirit bodies swarmed out from the reincarnation mirror's door. They covered the sky and flew towards the stunned Tarobo warriors with sinister smiles on their faces. In just an instant, the ground was already in chaos. The Tarobo warriors attacked the spirits in a frenzy, but they realized that they were unable to do any effective damage. On the contrary, once they were attacked by the spirits, they would immediately become dispirited. The weak-willed ones were even controlled by the spirit bodies in an extremely short time. They smiled slyly and opened fire at their companions, causing groups of Tarobo warriors to fall under the guns of their companions. "Hurry up and kill him, hurry up." A Tarobo military officer looked at Tang Zhen in the sky. His eyes were filled with fear. As he roared loudly, the miniature nuclear bomb in his hand also shot towards Tang Zhen. Boom! The miniature nuclear bomb that was shot out was blocked by the psychic barrier and exploded halfway through. Many of the Tarobo warriors on the ground were affected by the explosion and were instantly blown to pieces. Seeing how Tang Zhen had caused such a terrifying number of casualties by himself, the expression of the young man on the Tarobo warship finally changed. He knew that if this continued, even he would not be able to explain himself. "Kill him, immediately." After hearing the young man's order, the few Tarobo officers beside him immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they controlled the weapons on the warship to lock onto Tang Zhen. This kind of action that seemed like using a cannon to kill a mosquito precisely showed their fear of Tang Zhen. Over 10 light spots gathered below the battleship, after which, they shot down in unison. Their target was Tang Zhen, who was suspended in the air. An attack of this degree could even flatten a mountain, let alone Tang Zhen's body of flesh and blood. Therefore, he kept the reincarnation mirror and teleported away to avoid the attack of the light pillar. Boom! When the light beam landed on the ground, the soil and rocks were all turned into dust, and a terrifying giant pit appeared on the ground. Tang Zhen appeared in the distance. He sneered and was about to continue attacking the enemy when he discovered that countless tiny light pillars were shooting down from the battleship, chasing after him and attacking him. Although it was called a tiny beam of light, it was actually relative to the size of the warship. Its actual diameter had already exceeded 30 centimeters. Under the cutting of these tiny light pillars, the earth became fragmented. The once picturesque Holy Dragon City's outer urban area was completely turned into ruins. Before the war had even begun, the Holy Dragon City had already detected traces of the Turobo fleet. They then ordered everyone in the outer urban area to take refuge in the Holy Dragon City, hoping to use the protective light curtain to avoid the enemy's attack. There was not a single person in the Holy Dragon City's outer urban area,